My jealous best friend stole my boyfriend, so I told her religious parents that she drinks and eats pork. My ex-best friend Z is Muslim, and because of that, her parents don't allow her to do a lot of things most teenagers do. She gets super jealous of me because of that. My parents let me stay out late and don't really care when I come home as long as I tell them in advance. Z always has to leave parties really early and has to change into baggy clothes before she goes home. At our honor roll ceremony, I wore a short black dress and she had to wear a full pantsuit because her parents were coming with her. The whole night she kept saying to me, "Oh my god, it must be so uncomfortable to sit in that dress because it's so short. And wow, aren't you cold in that dress?" I knew she was just making those comments because she was jealous she had to be covered up in front of her parents. I honestly felt pretty bad for her because she had to sneak away to do regular teenage things, so it didn't affect me that much when she would make those comments. That was until last summer when I started dating one of our mutual friends, L. We had a pretty big friend group of guys and girls and we spent a lot of the summer hanging out. Z was so jealous, especially because my parents let my boyfriend come over to my house and didn't care if we hung out in my room alone. Eventually the jealousy got really weird though. Whenever we would all go to hang out at someone's house, she tried to sit close to L and would put her hands on his arm to get his attention. They were never really close before, so I found it interesting how immediately after I started dating him, all of a sudden Z is obsessed with him. It kind of added up because she constantly asked me questions about our relationship and wanted to know so badly if me and L had hooked up yet. I kind of found the questions invasive because she never used to talk like that with me, and now all of a sudden she wants to know everything. I noticed L's name pop up on Z's Snapchat one day and I said to her that I didn't know they had each other on Snap. She said they don't really talk that much, they just keep streaks. I didn't even know L kept streaks on Snapchat, so I was immediately suspicious. The next time L and I were together, he went to the bathroom and I went through his phone. I opened a snap from Z and it was a pic of her showing a bunch of cleavage with the caption, "New top I'm thinking of wearing to the party tomorrow. What do you think?" My stomach immediately dropped. There is no way she meant anything innocent by that. She said they only send streaks, and this is clearly not streaks. L came back into the room and I didn't even bother putting his phone down. I asked him why Z was sending him pictures like this and he said he doesn't even know, but he doesn't respond to her. I checked their chat history and he never sent a picture to her before. She just kept sending streaks to him once they added each other, and today she started sending more weird snaps to him. I asked him why he didn't tell me and he said he thought that those pics were just her streaks. But clearly, I know girls better and I know what Z was doing. As we were talking, she sent another Snapchat. I asked him if I can open it and he said yes and that I can remove her from his Snapchat because he knows it is bothering me. So before I removed her, I opened the snap and it was a mirror pic of her in some skimpy bathing suit and captioned it, "I bet you wish your girlfriend looked this good in a bikini," with a winky emoji. That was enough for me. What was she even trying to do? I thought we were friends and here she is trying to compare herself to me and steal my boyfriend. I got pretty sad because this is someone I considered my best friend and I couldn't even trust her anymore. L was trying to make me feel better and told me he was never going to leave me for her if that's what I was worried about. I couldn't stop thinking about the snaps she sent him and it just made me mad. I knew she was so excited for the party we were going to tomorrow and her parents didn't know she was going. So I decided to write a text to her Muslim mom and I told her that Z drinks at parties and eats pizza with bacon on it when she's out with friends. I told her that she was going to sneak out tomorrow to go to another party and that I thought that they should know what their daughter was doing. Immediately after I sent the text, her mom texted me back and thanked me. At the party the next day, Z was nowhere to be found. She was spamming me with texts telling me I went way too low, telling her parents all of that because now they grounded her and are sending her to the mosque. But I just sent her a pic of me and L with the caption, "I bet you wish you were at this party," with a winky face. The first day of school after summer, Z came to school wearing a hijab and didn't hang out with our group anymore. Now that's some good revenge if you ask me. My jealous friend convinced my husband that I cheated on him. He kicked me out of our house and now she finally said she lied. I don't even know where to start because I'm devastated. She and I were best friends for over 10 years before all this happened. She was my sister, my friend, the person I trusted the most, but to her, I was never anything because if I had meant something to her she wouldn't have stabbed me in the back just because I married the man she wanted. And this is important because she did all this for that very reason. 8 years ago we met my husband at college. We were in our first year and he was the assistant of one of our professors. The three of us became very good friends until he and I started dating. At that time she never told me that she had feelings for him, so I never questioned my relationship with him. During all these years I trusted her with very important things about my husband and myself. The last thing was the most important thing that I ever told her, and that was that I'm pregnant. I even told her before I told my husband because I took the pregnancy test while I was with her because I trusted her with my whole life. And when the test came back positive we both cried because it was a planned baby. She seemed so happy that my chest hurt knowing that all that was fake. 6 months have passed since that day and my husband started acting weird. He was always mad at me for absolutely no reason until I had enough and confronted him. He told me he was mad at me because he knew the truth. I asked him what he was talking about and he showed me all the infidelity evidence he had. They were chats from a dating app between a man and me, and I use quotes because I never created that account. Someone else did and used my photos that I never posted and that I only have on my phone, so it is impossible that someone has stolen them from my social media. In those chats, I told this man that I was pregnant and that I didn't know if it was his or my husband's. I even talked to that man about recent sexual encounters while I was pregnant. I told my husband that everything was fake and that I wanted to know where he got those screenshots, and he told me that they were screenshots of my old phone, a phone that I supposedly used to talk to other men. He told me that my best friend told him everything because she couldn't look him in the eye knowing the truth. Apparently, she knew about my infidelities and told him to look for evidence on my old phone, and he did, and that's why he had been acting weird the last few weeks. Of course, I told him that my friend was lying and that she probably used my phone without me knowing to do that I never created any account, and that I never slept with another man other than him in my whole life, but he didn't believe me. We had a fight and we called her to confront her, but all she said was that she was sorry but that she no longer wanted to keep lying to one friend to save the other's SS. We had a horrible fight, but she was calm as a effing psycho, insisting that I'm a cheater. And I couldn't convince my husband that it's all a lie because the evidence indicates that I'm guilty. So he was furious and told me to pack my stuff and get out, that he wanted a divorce and a paternity test. I went to my mother's house and we did the paternity test, which obviously indicates that the baby is his. But still, he didn't believe me that I didn't cheat on him. We had a few more fights after we did the paternity test, and I ended up in the hospital because of the stress. And apparently, that made my so-called friend see reason because she told my husband that everything he saw was fake and that it was she who made both accounts, mine and that of the man I was supposedly cheating on him with. She said that she did it because she was jealous because since I'm pregnant he doesn't pay attention to her anymore. She is very good friends with both of us since we met him. And that she lost her mind and acted in the worst way possible. She also said that now she's really sorry, that she never thought all this would go this far, and that she thought he'd just get mad for a few days and then forgive me because she knew that he loves me too much to forgive me anything. He apologized in 1,000 ways and we've talked a lot about what happened. We have decided to give ourselves the space we need. We will start going to therapy, but I don't know if that will be enough. My jealous sister-in-law wore a white gown to my wedding, so I ruined her dress. My sister-in-law has always acted kind of cold toward me, but I never thought her jealous behavior would ever go this far. I started dating my husband 5 years ago, and we've been engaged for about 1.5 years now. I get along with everyone in my husband's family except for his younger sister, Alyssa, who is currently 20 years old. The rest of his family was always welcoming and polite to me, but every time I see her, she gave me dirty looks and talked to whoever was around me instead of talking straight to me. She has such an annoying habit of speaking directly to my husband while I'm standing right next to him. This literally happens every time I see her, so much so that I asked my husband about Alyssa's behavior one day. All he said was that she had always been really attached to him while growing up since he was her only big brother. Look, I have siblings, too, but I don't let my attachments to them lead me to disrespect their partners. Alyssa is very reliant on my husband and calls him almost every day and gets upset if he doesn't stay on the phone with her for at least an hour. Even though it was an ongoing issue in our marriage, I just let her bullshit slide since it was really the only problem in my relationship. I figured Alyssa was just young and needy, and that her treatment of me and her clinginess to my husband might improve with age. Well, looks like I was completely wrong, because the minute my husband and I got engaged, her behavior got 100% worse. For example, when my husband and I held a dinner at our house to announce our engagement, Alyssa burst out in tears the moment we shared the happy news. Mind you, this is a 20-year-old woman crying her eyes out at my dinner table, saying that she was never gonna see her big bro again. At one point, she even said, "She doesn't deserve this poop." My husband's mom just took her home after congratulating us, but she basically ruined the entire dinner out of her own selfishness. During the wedding planning, Alyssa would act the same, self-absorbed way if I tried to include her in anything. I tried to invite her to try on bridesmaid dresses, but she spent the whole time texting my husband and FaceTiming her friends at full volume. It was ridiculous. There she was in the dress shop surrounded by me and my friends, and she was talking loudly on the phone to her friends about how effing bored she was and how she'd rather be anywhere else. I started to get incredibly annoyed with Alyssa's worsening treatment of me, so I stopped including her in anything until the wedding. After she wasn't invited to my bachelorette party, she called my husband sobbing, claiming that I was bullying her. Honestly, I overheard this call, and hearing my husband baby his grown sister over the phone made my skin crawl. Apparently, Alyssa was demanding that I apologize to her for not inviting her, but when my husband told me this, I laughed, thinking he was joking. I took this opportunity to tell my husband how sick I was of her immature bullshit, and that I didn't want to hear about her again until after the wedding. He seemed frustrated with me, and that week he spent a lot of time on the phone with her. Whatever, I had wedding planning to do anyway. Like I said, Alyssa is really the only topic my husband and I disagree on, so I plan to let sleeping dogs lie until after the wedding. I hadn't heard from Alyssa in weeks before the day of our wedding, and I should have known that she was planning another selfish stunt to make another day all about her. I just never thought she would be so cruel and bold about it. The only thing worse about what she did to me on the day of my wedding was my husband's reaction. Update 1. In my initial post, I went into detail about my sister-in-law's extreme jealousy towards me and her clingy nature towards my husband. She had always been nasty to me, and whenever the attention was on me, she would make a scene to get it back on her. She and my husband are very close, and they spend an hour on the phone every day. If not, she becomes upset. Honestly, looking back, I see all the red flags, and I should have put my foot down about Alyssa long before the wedding. Anyway, The weeks before the wedding, I hadn't heard from Alyssa, and I was busy preparing things for the big day. My husband and I were super excited, and it felt like there was nothing that could ruin the day for us. Boy, was I wrong. As long as Alyssa was in attendance, our wedding was getting destroyed. The day of my wedding, I woke up ecstatic. I had no idea how painfully the day would end. I was in the dressing room getting my makeup done when Alyssa arrived. All my bridesmaids were in good moods, all getting ready and supporting me. When Alyssa arrived, she bragged about how she had spent her last 2 paychecks on her dress because she needed to look her best for my special day. I will never forget the smug smile that spread across her face when she unzipped her dress bag and revealed a long white gown. It looked exactly like a wedding dress. I could barely react. Yet again, Alyssa was trying to steal my thunder, and I was in shock at her audacity. Before I could ever respond, my maid of honor, who is also my best friend, started laying into her. She screamed at Alyssa for thinking she could wear a wedding dress to her own sister-in-law's wedding and called her a selfish, crazy bitch. Alyssa looked at me and said, "Are you really gonna let her talk to me that way?" All I said was yup, and Alyssa grabbed her dress and ran out crying like a child. I texted my mother-in-law to ask her to try and get her under control, and she said she would try and find her. Anyway, I figured that was the end of that, though I was sorely mistaken. I didn't see any of my wedding guests until it was time for me to walk down the aisle. I wish so bad I had double-checked that Alyssa had changed or gone home. Because she wholly ruined this moment for me. They opened the curtains for me to walk out, and of course, the very first thing my eyes went to was Alyssa, standing in the front row with her ridiculous white gown splayed out over the other guests' feet. When I met her gaze, she gave me that same smug, hateful smile, knowing I had no choice but to continue the ceremony with her standing there in a effing wedding dress. Update 2. I read my vows with tears in my eyes, but they weren't tears of happiness. I felt Alyssa's evil eyes burning holes in my back my entire time up at the altar. She truly robbed me of what should have been one of the happiest moments of my life. After we walked out to my reception, I made a beeline to Alyssa, who was still in her gown, and asked her what the hell she thought she was doing. She literally laughed in my face and said, "Oh, did I hit a nerve? I deserve to feel beautiful one last time before you take my brother away from me forever, okay?" I told her she was embarrassing herself, and please go change or leave the venue. She started raising her voice at me, saying she was there for my husband, not his old hag. This comment pushed me over the edge. I walked away to try and calm down and saw my husband heading towards us. I thought he was coming to comfort me, but I guess I shouldn't have been surprised when he walked right past me and took a crying Alyssa into a tight hug. I just looked at my husband, realizing I had no sadness left inside me, just rage. He held her tightly and stroked her hair. I could see him glancing over at me and then looking at her and saying, "Sorry." I had it. I had IT with both of them. We had a type of lukewarm tomato soup served at our wedding called gazpacho. I was numb. I didn't care about my marriage, any wedding, or any social norms anymore. I walked over to the huge bowl of soup and picked it up. I carried it over to Alyssa and my husband, and I tossed the entire bowl over both of them. Alyssa screamed at the top of her lungs as the soup destroyed her big gaudy dress. If I hadn't been so numb, I would have burst out laughing. My husband yelled at me and immediately started cleaning his sister off. I just turned on my heels and walked out of my own wedding. I took an Uber to a hotel and turned off my phone. It was one of the most depressing moments of my life, laying there on the crappy hotel bed in my wedding dress. The only thing I could do was cry. I knew I had flown off the handle and made a scene, but as soon as my husband walked past me to comfort his sister, I knew our relationship was over anyway. I'm going to reach out to my friends and a divorce lawyer tomorrow. I may have broken a record for the shortest marriage ever. My jealous sister-in-law disinvited me to her baby shower and lashed out at me for being rich, but she did not expect my rage and she walked out crying. My boyfriend and I had just gotten married in May of this year after being together for 5 years. My husband has 3 more siblings, an elder brother, and 2 younger brothers. I am not sure if this is important, but I am Asian. So, my husband was studying in my home country, which is how we met. He has also lived and worked in my country for the past 4 years. It's safe to say he's made his permanent home here. Because of the dynamics of his family, I rarely get to meet them because they all live in different countries. During our 5-year relationship, I barely met his parents 2 to 3 times and never met his older brother and his wife. On the other hand, I see his younger brothers frequently because they are currently studying in my native country, and we are really close. Fast forward to May of this year, when my now husband and I chose to get married in my home country. All of his family flew here to attend the wedding, and I met my husband's older brother and his wife for the first time. The first awkward incident with my sister-in-law occurred when I went to the airport with my husband to pick her and my brother-in-law up a few days before our wedding. When we first met, I extended my hand for a handshake, expecting a full, strong handshake, to my sister-in-law, and she literally just used the tip of her fingers to touch my hands. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like when you don't really want to touch someone's hand during a handshake. Following that, she walked right past me and hugged my husband. On the other side, my brother-in-law is really welcoming and thrilled to finally meet me. He hugged me and said, "It's great to finally meet you." His warmth made me forget about my sister-in-law's rudeness and we moved on. In the days leading up to the wedding, my sister-in-law makes subtle remarks about the wedding, criticizing every element we choose from the flowers to my wedding dress. For everyone's information, I come from a financially secure family that owns a business. My parents supported half of the wedding costs while the other half was covered by myself and my husband. My husband is a doctor and I work as an engineer. One thing that frustrates me is how my sister-in-law keeps telling me how fortunate I am to have a wealthy family to mooch off from, and I'm sure do throwing a lot of tantrums at my parents given how enormous and luxurious the wedding is. But it's always so subtle that it wouldn't start a fight but enough to make me uncomfortable. For background, my brother-in-law and sister-in-law are also both financially well off. My husband's family was similarly financially comfortable, to begin with. My brother-in-law is an accountant and my sister-in-law occupies a management position in a company. She is also a lifestyle influencer with quite a large following on Instagram, and they live in Dubai. You know how expensive the city is. Fast forward to September of this year, my husband and I received an invitation from my brother-in-law and sister-in-law for a gender reveal party and baby shower in October, which occurred a few days ago. We were ecstatic and decided to book our flights to Dubai immediately after receiving the invitation. For your information, there will be 2 separate events, a gender reveal party for brother-in-law, sister-in-law, and their respective families/acquaintances, and a baby shower for my sister-in-law and her female family members and acquaintances the following day. I was invited to both parties and I was supposed to attend the baby shower without my husband, which I believe was a nice opportunity to bond with my sister-in-law. But then, my sister-in-law contacted my husband one day before the gender reveal party and informed him that I was not invited to the baby shower. The reason is that she does not want me to draw attention away from her during the event. My husband and I were plainly perplexed as to how and why would I be diverting attention away from her. And her reason is that no one knows or has ever met me, so they will ask, and she does not want to spend time explaining who I am to her guests. Because my husband and I did not want to cause unnecessary drama, we just agreed that I would only attend the gender reveal party with him. On the day of the gender reveal party, I went with my husband and my sister-in-law did not speak with me at all or even recognize my presence. I tried to make a small chat to congratulate her, but she just blew me off each time. My brother-in-law, on the other hand, is as friendly as ever, thankfully. When the party appeared to be coming to an end, I went out to the car to get the gift I had purchased, apparently for the baby shower, but because I would not be attending the baby shower the next day, I decided to give it to her that day. During that time, the guest began to leave, and when I handed her the gift, she screamed at me loudly. The first thing she said was, "Don't you have manners?" I was clearly taken aback and bewildered. She then accused me of attempting to assert dominance by flaunting my wealth and rubbing it in her face as well as looking down at her. For those who are curious about the present I bought, I purchased a baby blanket and sleeping bag from Dior, and the present is in the Dior shopping bag. I felt humiliated after being screamed at and my blood was boiling at the time. I yelled back in rage, asking her what I did wrong to deserve to be treated so disrespectfully by her. I said that her insecurities were not my responsibility and that if she despised me that much she should not have invited me in the first place. She appears stunned by my words and begins crying. Both my husband and brother-in-law rushed towards us to calm us down. My husband suggested that we leave, as well as some guests had already begun to leave. It happened 3 days ago, and since then everything has been quiet. Nobody said anything, and now I feel horrible for yelling at a pregnant woman. Update: after a few days of silence following what happened at the gender reveal party, I eventually sat down with my husband to discuss it. We had an honest discussion in which I expressed how mean my sister-in-law has been to me, and my husband ended up apologizing for not standing up for me while subconsciously knowing how my sister-in-law has treated me. As I mentioned in my previous post, my husband comes from a household without a girl sibling, and for the past 12 years, sister-in-law has been like a sister to him, leaving him torn between speaking out against her and sticking up for me. He said he didn't expect things to go so bad because we live in separate countries and won't see each other much. We resolved our conversation with him promising to have my back if something like this happened again. In the same week, my husband and I had the opportunity to speak with my brother-in-law through video call. Sister-in-law was not present. I know not everyone would agree with my apology, but I did apologize to brother-in-law for causing a scene by yelling at their gender reveal party. To my surprise, brother-in-law it was fine and he remarked she had it coming. Following that, brother-in-law apologized to me on behalf of sister-in-law as well as for turning a blind eye to what had been going on between me and sister-in-law. We discussed what might be the source of sister-in-law's hatred for me, and to my surprise, it appears to be tied to the fact that sister-in-law believes I am taking over the position of daughter-in-law in the family from her. She has been the only sister-in-law for my husband's brothers and she believes I am taking over the role. As I previously stated, my husband's younger brothers have been studying in my home country since early this year, and we have had many opportunities to spend time together. According to brother-in-law, sister-in-law believes the brothers have been pulling away from her and becoming closer to me. For information, the brothers are 22 and 16 years old. Adding to the unpredictable pregnant hormones, she believes I'm buying the brothers' love by spoiling them with materialistic items. Brother-in-law stated that she had mentioned her concern to him several times previously, but he did not expect her to take it seriously and always dismissed it. He apologized again and stated that he would discuss it with sister-in-law after her feelings had been resolved. According to brother-in-law, sister-in-law has been acting as if nothing has happened, so he is also unsure when it is appropriate to bring the issue to the table. We ended the video chat on a positive note, and I promised brother-in-law that I would speak with the brothers and perhaps encourage them to contact sister-in-law to see how she is doing so she does not feel left out. And as for sister-in-law, I haven't spoken to her yet, and to be honest, I'm not sure I ever will. My husband and I have decided to move on from this situation and focus on our own lives. I believe that is all the updates so far, and to be honest, I could use some suggestions on how to fix my relationship with my sister-in-law. Should I reach out to her or something?
My Jewish wife is upset that our son is singing Christmas songs. I am an atheist and I told her it's not a big deal. My wife is Jewish and I'm an atheist, so I was raised non-religious, but I celebrate Christmas. While Jewish people do not celebrate Christmas for many reasons. The most pressing is that Jews do not see Jesus as the Messiah. They believe that there are prophecies that he has not fulfilled, which means that he cannot be the one who was prophesied. When we had our son, we agreed to raise him Jewish but also celebrate Christmas. He's 3 and this is his first year in nursery. They've been doing Christmas crafts and learning carols. On Friday, he started singing Away in a Manger. My wife was uncomfortable and asked what other songs they sing. He couldn't list any, but she asked for a list on Monday and got one. There's a couple of Jesus songs, basically, and she was pretty upset when we sat down for dinner. I told her it was no big deal. He doesn't suddenly believe Jesus was the Messiah because he sang about a shiny star. He's 3. She argued that it's setting up a precedent, it's worming into his subconscious. I told her she was being dramatic. Half of his class is Muslim and they are also taking part. It's just music. She got pretty upset, said it was different, and that she didn't expect me to get it. On Tuesday, she spoke to the nursery nurses and told them she didn't want him to partake. They said they didn't have that option, but she was free to take him out until after Christmas. She brought him home, to me, who works from home. I took him back. It's seriously not that serious. I told her she could take the time off work if she desperately doesn't want him there, but he already knows the songs, so what's the point? Friday is his last day anyway. We've been fighting for a while over it. Am I the a-hole?
My job interview asked me to dance as a requirement. I'm from India, and getting a job here has been getting more and more difficult. Sometimes they ask for skills that have nothing to do with the job, like a bachelor's degree for computer science to work as a cashier at a grocery store. Other times they ask for crazy requirements like needing a personal gaming computer system to work as an online teacher. Just like in other parts of the world, there are also ghost jobs and unpaid work postings. It's frustrating, but it's been highly competitive lately. A year after graduating, I was spending a lot of time looking for a job, even for those that weren't related to my degree. I was given a few interviews, but none had accepted me so far. One interview in particular was quite traumatizing, to say the least. It was for an executive position role, which I knew would require blood, sweat, and tears and definitely a lot of overtime, but I was prepared to do anything to gain experience. I submitted my resume as well as a 1-minute full-body video introducing myself. I already found it suspicious that the job posting required a full-body video, meaning that the interviewer needed to see me from head to toe. I wondered at the time if it was a way for them to quietly discriminate based on appearances, so I made sure to dress professionally and put on clean makeup. After about a week, I received a response saying that I passed the initial interview. I wasn't exactly enthusiastic at this point because I've gone through a ton of interviews but never actually received a job offer in the end. I reluctantly scheduled the secondary interview for 2 days after receiving the email. I showed up 20 minutes before my time and waited to get called into the office. The building was a shared space, but it was clean enough, and I wasn't exactly in a position where I could complain. One of the secretaries called me in and wished me luck. The interview was actually going smoothly, and the head of HR seemed kind. He seemed like he was in his late 40s and always held a smile while listening to my answers. In the middle of the interview, he asked more personal and unusual questions like my height, my weight, my hobbies, my favorite form of exercise, and any romantic interests. I answered but asked why it was relevant to the position. He said that my boss likes to get to know his employees on a personal level since everyone in the company is like family. I laughed off the awkward feeling and continued the interview. By the end, he asked me one last question. He asked if I went clubbing often because he wanted to know if I was good at dancing. I told him that I guessed I was okay, but then he asked me to show my moves. He wanted me to dance for him in his office. I didn't even have to question the relevance of it this time. I knew by now that even if I were offered the position, my life would be in constant fear of getting harassed or assaulted. I took back my answer, saying that truthfully I was horrible at dancing. I thanked him for his time and walked out. I was absolutely disgusted by the obvious abuse of power the head of the HR department displayed. At the same time, I felt really bad for all of the women working there, especially the ones working under him. I submitted an anonymous review on Glassdoor and moved on with my life. I also took a break in between finding jobs to sort of reset my mental health. I eventually found a junior position for a marketing agency, so I'm super thrilled. I hope no one has to go through what I went through. Do you guys also have any interview horror stories? My landlord entered my apartment unannounced and removed my curtains while I wasn't at home. Now I am prepared to give him hell. I recently found myself needing a month-to-month lease for between 6 months to 14 months in Baltimore, which I was unfamiliar with. The apartment I found is a small efficiency in an older building. They agreed to a standard lease for the first 6 months, followed by month-to-month lease. I was to be the first tenant. When I toured it 6 weeks ago, workers were painting the rooms. The landlord's son is living upstairs, and this is my landlord's first time renting. The lease was obviously pulled from a form and seemed standard. There is a clause in the lease that states that I can't install curtains, rods, or hooks. This seems standard as well. I had a similar one at my old apartment. I assumed there would be some sort of curtain provided, and this was in regard to additional curtains. I moved in Sunday and found the landlord had not installed curtains at all. At this point, I assumed the issue with curtains was the potential to damage the wall. So, I bought tension rods that require no hardware and used them to hang curtains. Monday afternoon I got a text from my landlord saying I needed to remove the curtains. The building is on a street corner with a fair amount of foot traffic. Between the 4 windows, you can see all of my apartment with the exception of the portion of the bathroom with the toilet and tub. Not only does this mean I have no privacy, but the neighborhood is slightly sketchy after dark. The nearby buildings have bars on their windows. Anyone passing by not only can see my possessions but also whether or not I am home. I expressed this to the landlord in my reply over text. He replied to reread my lease. I left them up overnight. I had orientation this morning and came back to find the curtains removed and nowhere in the apartment. I discovered this before entering the building, as 2 guys were outside one of my windows and looking in my apartment. They left when I entered the building. I messaged the landlord saying he didn't have the right to enter the apartment and ask for the curtains back. He again said to check my lease and then commented that I needed to finish unpacking as it looked messy in my apartment. I had to head to a work event so I couldn't follow through more, but I moved my electronics to one corner and used a bookshelf to block one of the windows so they weren't visible. While at the event, I got a text from the landlord with a picture of the blocked window, captioned, "What's this? What can I do to prevent my landlord from entering the apartment unannounced and to compel him to allow some form of curtain? Alternatively, how do I break my lease 3 days into it? This is too crazy for week 1. Update, it looks like I'm staying, but I took control of the situation." Not long after posting, it became apparent at work that the length of time I would be needed on this project is significantly lower than outside estimates originally said. Finding new arrangements seemed impossible. I mentioned what was going on at dinner, and included at the table was the company's lawyer, who I know, who offered to review the lease on an unofficial basis. Wednesday morning, I called police about the stolen curtains because I wanted a paper trail. They gave me a police report, but were uninterested in speaking to my landlord. I reported the theft to my insurance, and gave them the info on who stole them, text from landlord, and they said they would contact someone in the city. It's only $200, but it's the point of the thing. I next bought room dividers, which in no way, shape or form can be considered curtains, blinds, etc., but block the windows while still letting in light. They were only $40 each. At the same time, I searched the whole apartment, vents, lights, etc., and can't find any cameras as someone suggested. By that time, my friend who is a lawyer called me. She did a little review of the lease and the local laws. She said Baltimore has really shaky laws on when a landlord can come in, but pointed out that in my lease there is a clause that says the landlord will notify 48 hours prior to entrance and will call prior to entering in case of emergency. She drafted me a letter to send to my landlord. Her name won't appear anywhere but said it could be on my company's letterhead. The letter details some of my rights as a tenant, quotes the lease, and reminds him he is bound by these rules as well. I signed and sent it immediately. I had mentioned wanting a security camera, and my company is arranging to have a camera sent that will automatically upload video off-site, work for an hour battery life if the electricity is out, and operate on cellular so it doesn't need Wi-Fi. It will be here tomorrow. I also decided to send my PS4 and my cameras back to my home. My personal and business laptops I will just keep with me while I am out of the apartment. This leaves the only real valuables as my TV and the security camera itself. Everything else is books, clothes, and kitchen things. I ordered a sign for outside that says the property is monitored by security cameras and got a jamb for the door that holds it closed while I am inside. I'm prepared for the landlord to make my life hell, but if he breaks the lease my plan is to ask the company to move me into an extended stay hotel for the duration of my trip. It will be more expensive for them, but that's company policy for trips of less than 4 months. At the moment, I feel as safe as I can in this situation. Update 2. Landlord texted me, "Sweetie, I didn't think you'd be like this." Responded, "I'm not you, sweetie, I'm your tenant. My name is. Please use it."
My landlord wants to evict me for having intimacy with my partner in my apartment because it is an illegal activity. Now, he thinks he could set me straight. I rent an apartment from a man who lives down the street. It's a nice enough apartment and up till now I've had very few issues. The problem is he's rather conservative, and I'm rather gay. Once he found out that my boyfriend wasn't just a friend who spent a lot of time with me, he tried to bar him from coming over. I told him to pound sand, as it goes. Now he sent me a letter stating that effective immediately, there shall be a $250 fine every time I commit the sin of homosexuality in my apartment. If I refuse to sign the addendum, he claims he will file to evict me due to a breach of the lease, specifically the clause that the premises shall not be used for illegal activity. He cites the MA state code that criminalizes fornication, intimacy outside marriage, and crimes against good nature, which he insists means homosexual relations. The statute does not define it any further. I looked them up, and they are evidently real crimes. I know they're not enforceable by any stretch, but have I technically done illegal activity in my apartment? I really don't want to move early, lease started in Sept, or have an eviction on my record. I know this seems absolutely silly, but the fact that they are still technically crimes in the book gives me a little pause. Do I need to take this seriously, or can I start coming up with more ways to say pound sand? What should I do if he does try to take further action? Update, he's a nice enough person but has some very problematic views. He grew up in rural Arkansas, I think, that or Alabama, and came to MA later in life. This was his first time being a landlord, so he still had the idea in his head that it was his house, so to speak. That, coupled with the fact that up till now he'd avoided even talking with people who were openly gay, led to a lot of ignorance. I decided to take the calmer approach, and it seemed to work. Yesterday I sat down with him and first laid out the various information that you guys helped me find. Everything from intimate orientation being a protected class, treble damages, and the fact that those old laws and 100% completely unenforceable. He realized very quickly that he was in the wrong, and that he has effed up badly. He also admitted that even he didn't know what he defined as the sin of homosexuality, or how he'd enforce the fine. He just knee-jerk reacted to him, shocking news. We ended up chatting for about 2 hours then, and it started with me dispelling a lot of misconceptions about gays. Some of his notions were comically bad, like, if I weren't having the conversation with him I'd think he were a caricature. He's a lot older than me, and his kids recently moved across the country, and he was renting their house for him. So I think he had some notions of being a father figure to me and thinking he could lay down the law or set me straight. He seemed genuine and seemed to be legitimately concerned for me and my soul. I reminded him to hate the sin and not the sinner, and that seemed to resonate with him. He still doesn't agree with homosexuality or my lifestyle, but he's willing to accept it. He seemed to be earnestly trying, and in my mind that counts for a lot. He agreed to write both me and my boyfriend a letter of apology, which I will be keeping copies of in case this matter comes up again and needs to go to court. The past few days have been super stressful, but it seems to be resolved. If things go well, I might even potentially renew the lease come September. I'll still be on guard for any shenanigans, but I think I'll leave the issue where it lies for now. If this was all a ruse or I'm backpedaling, I'll go at him with everything I can in the future, but for now, I'm satisfied.
My longtime friend only invited my fiancé to their wedding and excluded me from the party, so I'll wait for their reaction when they learn that they are not invited to mine. I have known this guy, Roger, for 6 years now. He and I were put into a musical ensemble together during our first year of college and we stayed in it for 4 years. This group is also where I met my boyfriend and where my boyfriend met Roger. There were a couple of other guys in the group, and we all were and have remained pretty good friends, especially since the other 4, including my boyfriend, are in a band together. They continued after college. I wasn't excluded from this group, I just really wasn't interested in the time commitment, so I declined to join when they started out. They have actually become pretty well known in our local scene. They're a really talented group. Anyways, onto the current situation. Roger has been with his fiancée since before I met him, and when she came to the same school we were in, all the rest of us in the group became pretty friendly with her. I wouldn't really consider her a friend. We have no beef as far as I'm aware. We just aren't really close and we only really talk at shows. I do like her though, and we always make a point of saying hi to each other when we see each other and have a friendly chat. So my boyfriend and I have known these guys literally the same amount of time. We spent all of college with Roger seeing each other at least twice a week for this group, although it was usually much more, and we still hang out with them sometimes outside of the band scene. Roger is getting married to his fiancée this summer. Of course, I wish them both congratulations when I heard the news of their engagement. A couple of months ago, we got the save the date card in the mail. It was addressed to only my boyfriend, which I thought was a bit odd, but it was only the save the date card, so I didn't really think much of it. Put it on the fridge. Well, last week, the wedding invite came. It was again addressed to just my boyfriend. We opened it and there was no indication of even A+1 or anything. I really don't think I should be A+1 for my boyfriend. I feel I should be invited on my own merit. My boyfriend said they maybe just addressed it to him because we live together, but that's exactly my point. We live together, so if it's for both of us it should be addressed to both of us, otherwise I assume mail addressed to him is his. I'm honestly incredibly hurt by this. I guess it's fine if they don't really see us as friends, but I still feel like the fact that they know my boyfriend and I both live here and they know I'm expecting to be invited, seeing as everyone else from this old group makes this feel like a real punch in the gut. Am I supposed to go to this wedding or not? Update 1. For some reason, my fiancé keeps asking me if I'm going. Apparently, he asked the groom and he was told verbally that I was invited, but given the fact that my name was not on the invitation, nor was it on the save the date we received earlier, I really can't just go off of that as enough evidence that I am welcome there. I really believe that if I was invited, after my fiancé asked why my name wasn't on the invitation, one of them should have reached out directly to me if they actually were expecting me to show up. But they haven't, and for some reason, my fiancé believes they're expecting me to be there, and he keeps saying he doesn't want to have to explain to people why I'm not there. And I keep telling him there isn't anything to explain. I wasn't invited. But here's where I'm conflicted. I truly do not want to start drama surrounding their wedding. I respect their decision not to invite me if that's how they want their day to be. I don't think anyone should ever have to invite somebody to their wedding that they don't want to. But I also am fully aware that there are going to be several people there who are close to my fiancé and I as a couple who are going to wonder why I am not there, and it may cause a fuss if anyone asks the bride and groom directly, which I realize may come off as main character syndrome. I don't really think people will be that concerned about where I am but my fiancé and go everywhere together, so my absence will definitely be noticed by our friends, and some of them aren't good at knowing when to just let things be. And so I genuinely have no idea what to do here. Also, there is one detail I couldn't quite figure out where to fit in here, but when we initially received the invitation, the second envelope for their wedding addressed to just my fiancé, I talked to a friend of mine about it who vaguely knows who the couple is because I wanted to ask someone who wouldn't bring it up to them if I was overreacting, and she ended up telling me last month that she found out a different friend of hers who was really good friends with the bride all through school and thought they still were friends was also not invited. I don't know if that makes much a difference in the overall take of the situation, but it does seem relevant. Update 2. I'm very glad I didn't go. My fiancé was quite unhappy when he came home from the wedding and told me I was onto something. Turns out I was not the only partner that was missing, but my fiancé is still a bit confused by the whole thing because it struck him as really weird who didn't have their partners there. Plenty of people did ask about me and where I was. My fiancé just kind of generically told them I couldn't make it. But the bride and groom did not ask about me, though the groom came up to my fiancé and said something about, "Can't wait for your wedding," which is what made him realize I was right about the whole thing. None of the bridal party, many of whom we know well, asked about me, which also stood out to him considering how many of the guests did. One thing that strikes me as odd is that my fiancé confirmed there was no designated seat for me, but there were a lot of empty seats. This leads me to wonder if they knew how entirely confusing and weird this was and were preparing for people's spouses who weren't invited to show up and play it off by having a seat available. I don't know. That's pretty much it. The whole thing honestly feels even more confusing after the wedding, but I do at least think it's pretty clear that I was right and made the right decision in not going. No real drama happened, and I'm not gonna really bother to try and find out more from them or from anyone else, but it is disappointing, to say the least. My fiancé is pretty disappointed too to find how little these friends respect not just me as a person, but me as his partner. But that's just how it goes sometimes, I guess. I really just wish they had been direct, even if the reason they gave was a lie, that I wasn't invited. I would have understood if they said it was a matter of numbers, but the way they went about this just seems so pathetic and cowardly to me. But it appears as if we weren't the only long-term couple they did this to, so I think it says a lot more about them than it does about me.
My loser sister-in-law gave my 13-year-old son a tattoo, so I got her arrested. Look, I love my wife with all my heart, but her sister is by far one of the most idiotic, pathetic people on this planet. I don't even understand how she and my wife came from the same family, since her sister is such a waste of space and a complete failure in life. She is only 20 years old, but she has never had a job and has an ongoing nasty drug problem. My wife is a saint and she loves her sister dearly despite her flaws. She gives her sister money and lets her stay with us whenever she needs, even though I, despite her sister, love my wife more than anything and I try to support all her choices. Now after everything that's happened, I realize just how wrong I was to let my wife keep enabling her sister's bullshit behavior. My wife and I have a 13-year-old son. He's a great kid and he loves his aunt even though she's a dirtbag. To be fair, she was always pretty kind to our son and he genuinely cares for her. My wife would tell me that her sister said she felt like my son was one of the only lights in her life, so I never let my hate for her separate the two from each other since they had a close family tie. I was an idiot to think this, and I should have put my son before her feelings. I reached my limit this week when my wife came to me and told me she thinks our son had gotten a tattoo. I thought she was joking at first since Hess just a kid, but after confronting my son about it, he fessed up and said that his Auntie Kay had given it to him as a gift since she had just bought a tattoo gun off of Amazon. The tattoo is small, it's a tiny football on my son's thigh, but it's a real, permanent tattoo that she did in our garage without my or my wife's consent. I was livid when I found out. Even though everyone was home, I marched into the living room where my sister-in-law was lying down watching TV. I had found her machine in the garage and I picked it up and threw it hard at her stomach. My sister-in-law got up and started cursing at me and I gave it right back to her. I told her she had no right to permanently alter my son's body like that and that I had enough of her crap. I told her to pack her poop and get the hell out of my house before I called the cops. My wife was crying and trying to get in between us, but I had listened to her enough, and now it was my turn to deal with her sister. Her sister refused to leave, so I went through with calling the cops. I told them my sister-in-law had abused my minor son and was trespassing on my property. The entire time my wife sobbed in the background. The night ended with my sister-in-law lying on my front lawn, face down in handcuffs, as the cops read her rights. Since that night my son, who witnessed everything, and my wife have been refusing to talk to me. I'm going to give them some time to cool off, and even though things are tense, I'm proud of myself for finally putting my foot down when it came to my trashy sister-in-law.
My lousy husband gifted me a shopbots for Christmas. I waited for a year to plot my revenge. My husband was lousy at giving gifts, but he would get what he wanted for himself. It was the holiday season and I came home to a large box wrapped up about 10 days before Christmas. He said it was for me and was so excited. Mind you, we have always been pretty broke, so I always bought for our children and his greedy family. We always did without. For some reason, I wasn't that excited about this gift. Intuition. Well, Christmas Eve comes and we open gifts. He gets all excited, telling me that I am going to love this present. I opened the box to find a shop vac. We had hardwood and linoleum, so I always swept and mopped, so I had no need for it. He told me that it is wonderful because it cleans up the garage, his domain. He said it worked great cause he already tried it before wrapping it up. I was pissed. He bought it for himself. I would have been happy with a $5 necklace that turned my neck green. That night, I wouldn't even go to bed with him. He came into the living room where I was laying down and told me to come to bed. I told him I wouldn't because I couldn't look at him. He then tells me how I was extremely selfish because gifts were to be what we as a family could use, not what we would want. I lay there all night and plotted my revenge. I had to wait for a year, but like they say, best served cold. I kept quiet and told nobody of my plan for revenge. 50 weeks later I found it. I wasn't even looking for it, but it was staring right at me as if to say, here I am and it is time. It was in a huge box. I quickly purchased the gift, got some wrapping paper for it and hid it. Didn't want any sneaky peeks. While he was at work on Christmas Eve, I put the present under the tree. Took 2 rolls of cheap wrapping paper and I put some ribbon and a bow on it. It also had a nice weight for it. We start opening gifts and I wait a bit. Finally, his eyes light up seeing this big box and finding out it was his. He was so excited, and I told him that this is specially bought for him. He opens the box to find a case of toilet paper. I then quoted him that Christmas was not for what we would want but what we as a family need or could use. We all wipe. He was furious. He complained to his brothers and everyone. My family and his brothers told him that he deserved the toilet paper. To this day, no husband will ever buy a vacuum cleaner for their wives as gifts. My lying husband is a World of Warcraft addict and it's tearing our marriage apart. Please help. I am at the end of my rope because of the aggression, lying, and excessive playing my husband does. I feel like an idiot because he told me the game ruined prior relationships, but he had stopped playing, so I had no idea how bad it could be. His family even warned me, but I loved him and thought he was on a healthy path. He wasn't. A few months after we started dating, he started playing again. We have had numerous conversations about his time spent playing and how it affects our relationship and our family. We have a 4-year-old and 1.5-year-old, so we promised to lessen his time playing but nothing changes. But his habits kept getting worse and worse. He argued even about eating dinner together or greeting me when I got home from work. He would tell me to wait a minute before he greeted me, then 45 minutes to an hour would pass. He never wants to do anything but the game. Every time I ask him to go out and do something, he acts like I'm intruding into his life and I'm a third wheel to his computer. Every time I talk about the gaming, he gets defensive and says it's not the problem. I recorded his hours for a bit so that I could show him how much he plays. 3 to 6 hours on weeknights and over 16 hours on the weekends, and that was only during the time I was awake. He didn't care. He only said I shouldn't depend on him so much and that I shouldn't be needy. Meanwhile, I have a million hobbies and travel and work a lot. I spend at least 1 or 2 days of the week out of the house with friends. He's always invited but rarely goes. I have no ground to stand on in this relationship. I fight for every minute we spend together, like eating dinner or working out together. He constantly lies about the gaming and says he will play less, then it only lasts a few days because he gets back into it. Then he started to be emotionally abusive when I got more and more upset about it. He tells me to shut the F up and F off when I try to communicate my needs. I started going to marriage counseling alone since he agreed to go and never did, and I've been trying to work on myself, if not for this relationship, for myself. I don't know if my marriage can be made right because he promised he would cut down to 2 days a week last night, then this morning changed it to 2 to 3 days a week. Not even 12 hours have passed, and he already changed the terms. I know it's gotten super unhealthy. I even had to call into work one day because I was starting a new job and I wanted us to go to bed at the same time since I had been sleeping alone while he plays in the night. He said okay, but he was super anxious to get back to the game, so much so that I ended up giving up and telling him to go ahead and play. I literally told him that if he played like this when we met/were dating, we would never have gotten married because I wouldn't have put up with it, and it's like that didn't even mean anything since nothing changed. My man baby brother is finally facing the music after what happened in my family. I always knew that my loser older brother was rotting away in my parents' home, but I never knew that one day he would explode and spread his filth over my entire family. My 31-year-old brother Dylan survived a life-threatening asthma attack when he was a kid, and ever since then my parents have coddled him as if he's still that age. He's grown up into the definition of a man baby. I have 2 other siblings and we all graduated from college successfully. Meanwhile, Dylan dropped out because the professors kept telling him to put his phone away. He habitually quits his responsibilities for the most absurd reasons. For example, he's worked maybe 4 weeks in his entire life and routinely walks off jobs when his managers ask him to do any simple tasks. He even refuses to get his license because our parents drive him wherever he wants to go anyway. He is truly a lazy parasite, and it's hard to watch him literally eat up my parents' resources. All he does is play video games up in his room all day and eat my parents' food faster than they can buy it. We can't even have family movie nights at my parents' house because he makes the internet so slow with all his stupid gaming crap. As resentful I feel of my parents at times, they're still good people who raised 3 solid kids. My younger sister is a middle school art teacher. My younger brother just graduated from technical school and immediately got a union job, and I'm a veterinarian who owns my own practice. My husband and I bought our house together. My sister shares an apartment with her girlfriend, and I just co-signed for my little brother's first studio. My siblings and I often get together to talk about how we can make life easier for our parents despite Dylan. But a couple weeks ago we found ourselves unexpectedly meeting up in the ICU after getting a call that our dad had a severe seizure. We all comforted my mom as she told us about how she came home to find my dad unconscious on the floor. My dad admitted that he had called out for help before he went down, but without even looking up from his phone. Dylan said he didn't hear him because he had on his noise-canceling headphones. That's when my little brother ran full speed at Dylan and punched him in the face. I have never seen my little brother so upset as he screamed and cried at Dylan for not helping our dad. My dad didn't make a full recovery, and after he was discharged from the hospital he still needed 24/7 care. My mom ended up quitting her job and my siblings and I all picked up extra hours to supplement their income together. It had been a stressful and tiring couple of weeks after my dad left the hospital, and when I visited my parents and found out Dylan was still having my mom bring his dinner straight to his desk every night, something snapped inside me. I realized how much worse Dylan was making things for my parents, and I decided I had enough. I called up my siblings the next day. We all met up at a diner and ended up talking about what to do for almost 4 hours straight. After many rounds of coffee, we decided that checking my dad into a 24/7 care unit and renting an apartment for my mom in a 65-plus community would be best for them. We knew that would mean kicking Dylan out on his ass, but we all agreed that it was long overdue. We had been collectively sick of Dylan's poop for years at that point, so we wasted no time getting back to the house and having a discussion with our parents before we confronted Dylan. It wasn't hard since Dylan was upstairs gaming with those effing headphones when we got there anyway. I know it was hard for our parents to agree to our plan, and that it hurt them to stop supporting Dylan, but they were overwhelmed by how much we wanted to help them. We called Dylan downstairs and I admit it was hard not to crack a smile as I watched his face fall as we dropped the bomb that his free ride was over. As soon as he realized that he might have to get a job and pay bills for the very first time in his life, he completely lost his mind. He started breaking dishes and smashing picture frames, punched 2 different holes in the wall, and called the cops on us right there in the dining room. My siblings and I were just looking at each other confused. He was threatening to get us arrested for harassing him and making him homeless, but none of us were too concerned about getting arrested for kicking a 31-year-old man out. When the cop got there he seemed equally confused and annoyed at Dylan's ranting and raving. Dylan looked absolutely insane. His knuckles were bloody and it was obvious that he was the one who had destroyed our dining room. After Dylan said his piece, it was the cop who finally laughed in his face. I guess that's when Dylan realized that he was truly backed into a corner and he pushed my sick dad and got into his face, yelling and screaming about how he was a beta male because he didn't protect his family. That's when the cop tackled Dylan to the floor, wrenched his hands behind his back, and screamed right in his ear that if he didn't calm down then he was arresting him for harassment and vandalism. I had never seen Dylan looking so effing stupid, all red-faced and tangled up in the giant cop's arms. It felt good to see him trapped like that. He had made our family feel trapped for so long, but my parents were safe from him and we could finally kick him to the street.
My manager expected me to literally jump in front of a bullet for her plus update. I work for a small hardware store in my city. I'm about 6'2" and chubby, but still muscular from all the heavy lifting I do for work. Early this morning me and my manager Nancy were at the store before opening to do inventory. It was about an hour before opening and Nancy went outside to grab something from her car. She came back a few minutes later, at gunpoint, with someone walking behind her. I've never been involved in any kind of robbery before, aside from minor shoplifting attempts, so I froze in place. The gunman pointed it at me, telling me to keep my hands visible and to follow them. Nancy was the opening manager, and therefore had keys to the store and vault in the back office, so he held me up while she emptied it. He was gone in about 10 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. Our store doesn't have any kind of silent alarm, so once we were sure he was gone, I went and called 911. After I get off the phone, Nancy comes up to me and asks, word for word, "What the F is wrong with you?" I stared at her completely caught off guard and asked her what she was talking about. She proceeds to rant at me up until the police arrive. To sum up her rant, she basically said I was a pathetic excuse of a man for not protecting a single mother when she was in danger. I asked her what she expected me to do in that situation. She expected me to try and get the gun away from him so he couldn't hurt her. It was around that point that the police arrived to take our statements and ensure we were okay. My actual boss is on vacation this week but has given me the next 2 days off, paid, to recover from the shock of the situation and to call him if I need anything. I haven't told him about Nancy's rant yet. I'm still trying to process everything she said to me. Nancy is divorced and her son is a 19-year-old college student who doesn't live with her. During her rant, she kept going on about who would watch my baby if I died, stuff like that. I'm hoping it was just adrenaline from the robbery, but if the next time I see her, she's still acting that way, I'll report her. Update: I got off the phone with my other manager a few days after the incident. He was reviewing the security camera footage that was sent to him from his hotel room. I knew the store had cameras. What I didn't know is that we have cameras that face the parking lot. It turns out, Nancy has been arrested for assisting in robbing the store. According to my boss, the gunman was seen exiting Nancy's car when she went outside. They spoke for a bit before walking back up to the store. I don't know much else aside from that the guy was her new boyfriend. Nancy traumatized someone 20 years younger than her for a few $1,000s. I don't know if she was chewing me out about the single mother thing because she'd hoped I would have done something to warrant getting shot over. All I know is that this woman, who originally did my hiring interview, is mentally insane. After a trial, Nancy's boyfriend is in prison for numerous charges, not contained solely to the robbery. It turns out he is a child lover too, a rapist. One of his victims was Nancy's daughter. She came forth and spoke. And yes, Nancy had been told about this, but said she never believed her daughter. That's the easiest part of this to explain, the rest gets weird. A week ago I was asked to meet with Nancy and her attorney as she wanted to speak with me. I refused because I'm not at a point where I'm willing to speak with her, let alone look at her. 2 days later, my company rep told me he had an email from Nancy meant for me. He reviewed it and agreed to pass it along to me if I wanted to read it. Against my better judgment I said yes and, wow, it got crazy. The email was a letter of apology to me. Nancy's boyfriend was also an incredibly abusive substance user who had her too afraid of him to leave her or call the police about her daughter. Apparently, Nancy knew what her boyfriend did to her daughter, but was too afraid to do anything in case he would unalive her. The robbery was his idea, and she was forced to go along with it under threat of being unalived. She then apologized for her rant to me, claiming it was because, in her mind, she believed I would have stepped in to save her somehow, and when I didn't she had a bit of a mental breakdown. I contacted my rep back telling him to reply that I appreciated her apology and am sorry for what she went through, but that I will never forgive her for putting me through that and to never contact me again when all is said and done. The last I heard, she is taking a plea deal.
My manager fired me from my factory job, but then came begging for me to be her boss. So I used to live in America, and after graduating college I started looking for work. I'm a pretty simple girl, so I quickly got a job working in a shipping factory for an international online retailing service. It was below my education, but it paid well and I didn't mind the physical labor, so I took the job. During my onboarding process, I mentioned to my supervisor, who I'll refer to as Shakwela, that it would be the bee's knees if I could show up 5 minutes early and leave 5 minutes early so I could catch my bus. Shakwela smiled and said, "Of course, you're still working the full shift and it's only 5 minutes. No problem." Excellent. My first day comes, and I take the bus to my new job ready to begin. I quickly learn the lunchroom is somehow louder than the main factory. The number of boxes that need sorting is endless and my job is basically to just grab boxes and put them on the right conveyor belts. It's mindless, tedious, and is pretty exhausting, but for $25 an hour I'm definitely not gonna complain. The thing that really hums my dinger, however, is when Shakwela calls me into her office at the start of my second week and tells me I can't leave early anymore because it's unprofessional. I bring up our onboarding conversation and she hits me with, "But is that in your contract?" Touché, Shakwela, touché. I shrug and get back to work, because that's life for ya, but I immediately start looking for other work. By making me stay the extra 5 minutes, Shakwela makes me miss my bus and turns an hour-long trip into a 2-hour trip. This really gets my undies in a knot, because this girl needs her downtime after sorting boxes for 12 hours. About a month later Shakwela goes around firing lots of people because the company wants to save money. Since I've been looking for other jobs, I'm a prime candidate to be let go. She gives me my 2 weeks notice and says I'll never get another factory job because of Shakwela's contacts. As she skips off, I'm not joking, to fire the next poor soul, I start to think that she's probably right. I'm a college girl in a big world, I've got no idea what I'm doing. Among the disgraced is a regional sales manager that speaks fluent Spanish, so he handled most of the communications between our factories and the ones across the southern border. This is more important because now a significant portion of the company's market cannot receive packages, so they need to find someone who knows business and can speak Spanish. But wait, I'm Venezuelan and graduated with a bachelor's degree in business management. Shakwela remembers this also, and now the fun begins. She reaches out and asks me to fill in until they can find a suitable replacement. Come on, girlfriend, I didn't mean it when I said you'll never work again. Sure. The vindictive side of me wanted to point out that she had fired me, that I wasn't her friend and that it definitely wasn't in my contract, but the practical side that knew I needed money won out, so I agreed to help. Here's where things get fun. I'm still being paid the same rate from when I was a factory worker, so whenever the friendly Spanish business managers ask for my title, I tell them I worked as a factory grunt. They ask why a lowly factory worker is negotiating with them, and I simply explain that the regional manager was let go and I was filling in until a replacement could be found. It's all true, but it's also a massive red flag, which usually ended up killing any deals I was asked to mediate. Naturally, this sent the higher-ups into a headless chicken spiral, and they kept asking why I was telling their business partners that I was a factory worker. I'd reply that I was a factory worker, I was being paid as a factory worker, and that it wouldn't be in good faith to negotiate with someone who didn't know who I was. They, for some reason, couldn't get someone to fill my position, so after about a week of working as an interim they asked if I wanted to work the job full-time. The position, which I was in no way fully qualified for, came with reduced hours, a hefty pay increase, and best of all, I would get to be Shakwela's immediate supervisor. Being a simple girl in a complicated world, naturally I said yes, and the look on Shakwela's face when I introduced myself as her new boss gave me the spirit energy I needed to get through the necessary training and officially accept the job. For 10 glorious years I worked that job, and though I no longer work on that side of the border I still remember my first job as a regional manager for an international online retailer. My manager wants child-free team members to work an additional 40 hours a week without compensation. Now she won't have to work because I got her fired. Our department manager booked a team meeting to discuss upcoming changes. At this meeting, we're presented with a memo outlining the changes in hours to be worked starting November, and they were mandatory 8 to 8 work days every day, including Saturdays and Sundays, if deemed necessary. Except for team members who have children, their hours will remain 9 to 5 Monday to Friday. The manager finishes reviewing this and asks, "Any questions?" And I said, "Yes, I have a question. In what world did you think this would be okay?" She explains that due to the situation in the last few months, we've fallen behind in projects as team members have to take care of their kids and work simultaneously, so we have to pick up the slack. I said, "Based on our status meeting yesterday, the team members without kids are all on track with their projects, with many of us consistently finishing days before our deadlines. So, are you telling me that those of us who don't have kids have to work an additional 40 hours a week to complete projects for team members who won't even be helping finish the said projects?" She responded, "I'm struggling to understand why this is such a big issue for you." I asked my fellow child-free team members if they were okay with this, and they all said no. The ones with kids are completely silent, of course. I tell her it's insane that she thinks this is even close to being okay. She just blinks at me. Then I asked her if she would also work these hours with us. Of course, it's a no. She has a child, 18 years old. I was ready to throw my laptop through the window at this point. She then just ends the meeting, and I am fuming. I regroup with my fellow child-free team, and we agree this isn't about to happen. I emailed the manager immediately to let her know that we would request a meeting with HR and the legal department to discuss our employment contracts and the hours we're being forced to work simply because we don't have kids. I know damn well that this is effing insane and against all employment policies within the company. She called me and told me there was no need to go to HR legal and that we could resolve this internally. Beach, no, we can't. You dismissed me and didn't even listen to 12 other team members. You plan to work to death without any sort of additional compensation. She then says, well, you're salaried, so there's no need for additional compensation. If only I could choke her through the phone. In the most professional way I could muster, I collected myself and told her that we could discuss this with HR and legal and that I would end the call. I booked a meeting with my child-free team, including the manager, HR, and legal team tomorrow. I might end up unemployed tomorrow, but I'm not letting this go. This is the hill I will die on. Update. The meeting took place this morning with the manager, head of HR, another HR manager, 2 labor law attorneys, the head of my department, and 13 child-free team members. I started the meeting by explaining why we've gathered here today, and the head of my department was dumbfounded. He had no idea what the manager tried to pull, so I presented the manager's memo and the company's overtime policy, which clearly states that mandatory overtime must be mandatory for all members of the department, hourly and salaried. All members must work an equal number of OT hours, and the head of the department must approve it. If any of these conditions are unmet, management can't impose them and should ask for volunteers to work OT instead. My argument was simple. The manager didn't follow the policy and purposefully targeted the child-free members. Legal asked the head of my department if he approved the memo. The answer was an angry no. Legal asks the manager for her side of the story. Answer: I wasn't aware of this policy. I interject with, I find that hard to believe when 3 weeks ago we did an extensive review with that policy being the main objective, and you were heavily involved with each step. The head of HR chimes in with, I can attest to that. I worked with the manager on this project. Let's be truthful, please. Manager says, well, I didn't think the policy would apply in this case. Legal stepped in with, are you saying that you, the manager responsible for enforcing policies, honestly thought that those same policies don't apply to you? Head of my department stepped in with, you were blatantly wrong here. There's no need to try and justify it. Next were some of the child-free members who shared emails between them and her, showing your standard crappy manager behaviors and lack of accountability. She kept repeating, that's not why we're here today. It didn't stop them from going on, though. Watching this was very enjoyable. Then, one of the other members asked to speak, and this guy showed up with receipts. He spent the entire night creating an analysis, pie charts and all, to illustrate how many projects were done by the 13 child-free as compared to the 19 parents, how much time was put in by us versus them, how much vacation/sick time was approved for us versus them, for the last year. His analysis showed that 13 of us did close to 60% of all the work while 19 of them did 40-ish. Don't even get me started on the rest of the stats. This guy wiped the floor with the manager. Her response? This company promotes work-life balance and wants families to have time to spend with each other. So, normally, employees with kids get time to do just that. I couldn't hold back. I said, yes, you're right that the company does that. What you're lacking here is the understanding that family includes other people, not just children. In case you were unaware, all of us have families too. HR interjected, I believe we have enough information here. The team members were asked to leave the meeting to deliberate, and we were told they'll circle back with us later in the afternoon. Later comes around. We're invited to a meeting. It's all the same people this time, but there is no manager. The head of my department apologized that this had never happened, thanked us for doing the right thing and bringing it to their attention, and told us he would be taking over managerial duties for the time being. Legal added that the memo is null and void and clarified that we will not be working those insane hours. In case you're wondering, the manager was offline for the rest of the day. We don't know what happened there, but who cares? We won.
My manipulative wife used my childhood trauma to abuse my son, so I told her to expect divorce papers soon. I have 3 kids. A son Isaac with my ex who is no longer in the picture and twin stepdaughters from my wife's previous relationship, Emma and Ava. Isaac's 13th birthday is coming up next week, and he said that he wants to go to the movies, and asked if he could bring 2 friends along. I agreed, and we planned a day out of fun, arcade, pizza, and a movie. These were all activities that I know that my son and his friends, nerdy middle school boys, would enjoy. When I told my wife about our plans, she suggested that we should have a family outing instead, and proposed a local kiddie play place that my stepdaughters apparently love. I said that Isaac and his friends would be very disappointed, and that he wouldn't have fun at the kiddie play place. She tried to convince me that Isaac could still have fun because there was an arcade, 2 claw machines, a pinball table, and a small DDR machine. She also said that, since he sees his friends at school every day, family time should be prioritized over friends. I told her that it was unfair to force Isaac to spend his birthday at a kiddie play place instead of with his friends. She accused me of favoritism and of not loving my stepdaughters as much as Isaac. This hit me pretty hard because I grew up with a stepfather who neglected me in favor of his own kids, and I've been trying my hardest to be the father figure I never had. So, I told her that I'll ask Isaac if he is good with the idea. But I made it certain that if he doesn't want to, then she should not pursue. Yesterday, my son had the day off school and I took the day off of work. After Erica left to go to her job and drive the girls to school, I sat my son down and started gently. I asked him if he wanted to go to the kiddie play place that my wife suggested and he said no because he is too old for that place. I told him I respect his decision and that I understand. Then he asked me in a nervous voice if his stepmother would get upset. I told him that I will make her understand that this is his decision. But he seems to be pretty nervous still and I felt a pang in my chest that maybe something isn't right. So I asked him about what Erica was like when I wasn't around. I work pretty late, so this was fairly often. At first he was vague, and hesitated to say anything bad about her. This set me on high alert, as it reminded me vividly of a similar conversation from my own childhood, and I assured him that he could be truthful with me. After some reassurance, he finally started talking about what she was really like. Here is a, not comprehensive, list of things he told me about. First, he was not allowed to go to his friend's house down the street. I allow this normally as we've known the family for years. He was beaten and yelled at for spending time alone in his room and for not playing with the twins. Then, he was made to watch the twins while Erica ran errands. She was often gone for hours. He was told that I would be angry with him if he didn't obey her, or spoke badly of her to me. Needless to say, it was an emotional conversation. I'm feeling very guilty that this all happened under my nose. I'm blown away that the woman I thought was the love of my life could do that to my son. I married a woman who is just like my stepfather, and I don't know how to come to terms with this. We went out to lunch to wind down and spend some more quality time together. When we got back, I had him pack a suitcase in case we had to leave. I also packed a suitcase. I was so furious with Erica, I never wanted to see her again. More importantly, I never wanted her in the same house as my son. Erica arrived home with the twins, and was shocked to see me waiting for her at the table. I sent the twins to their rooms. My son was already standing by on his own, and gestured for her to sit down. I confronted her about her treatment of my son. At first, she tried to say that he was making things up for attention, that he was jealous of the twins for getting some of my love. I shut her down. She then pivoted to the, he's older so he needs to sacrifice for his younger sister's angle, which I also shut down. As a last-ditch effort, she again accused me of not loving the twins. I got really angry at her then because she was using my childhood trauma to manipulate me. In the end, she admitted to favoring her daughters, but said that it wasn't wrong because every mother has their own kid's best interests at heart and why would I care about a kid who isn't mine? My blood ran ice cold. I texted my son to get his suitcase and get to the car, and calmly told her that she could expect to be contacted by a divorce lawyer soon. My math teacher wants to expel me and call the police because he tripped hard after eating my magic mushrooms. It is the end of my last high school year and I decided to give out chocolates to all my teachers and colleagues. Earlier that day, I met with my math teacher, gave him some chocolates and he really enjoyed them. I went on with my day, but the last class was math. When I entered his classroom, he approached me and told me, "Those chocolates were extremely good, it's fine if I get some more." I was rushing to the toilet so I told him to go into my backpack and get some from the chocolate box, which was in the middle of my backpack. Eventually, 30 minutes passed by from his class and the teacher started sweating very hard. He opened up every window but it did no good. A few minutes passed by and he stopped speaking, sat down and started looking into the abyss. Every student felt like something was off with him, but no one said anything. He sat like that for 5 minutes, when suddenly one student breaks the silence and asks, "Hey, Mr. Haywire, is everything okay?" After he heard this, my math teacher started freaking out. He jumped out from his seat and went into the corner of the room and just sat down there, with his head in his palms, while crying. We were all freaked out, and didn't know how to react. A girl went up to talk with him, but he started screaming at her to leave him alone. We decided to just leave the class and go to the principal. When Mr. Haywire heard the word principal he jumped out on his feet and went to block the door so we couldn't get out while screaming. No, not the principal. I knew that something was off and right there it hit me. I also had some shrooms chocolates in my backpack. I planned a trip with my friends after school. When I went to look into my backpack, my jaw dropped. Half of the shrooms chocolates were eaten. That's like the dose for 3 people. I understood everything. My math teacher ate my shrooms chocolates, instead of the normal ones. They were wrapped up in some paper foil and very well hidden in a separate compartment. They weren't even in a box. For absolutely no reason, he searched through my entire backpack, found the shrooms chocolate and ate them instead of taking the normal chocolate box, which was in plain sight. Eventually the class ended. It was our last one for the day, and we all rushed to go home. The next day, Mr. Haywire approaches me, very angry and tells me, "You drugged me yesterday, so you can make fun of me. I am going to the police and tell them everything." His comment angered me, so I told him that I didn't drug him. He went and ate the chocolate he wasn't supposed to. It was just his fault. He then proceeds to tell me, "No, it's not my fault. You know that you aren't supposed to bring drugs in school. It's only your fault." He had no right to search through my entire backpack. That's what I told him afterwards, but he wouldn't listen. He left the conversation while saying, "I am going to get you arrested and also expelled. Because of you I lost my mind yesterday. I thought that I was dying." He goes through my stuff and after that it's still my fault. My whole day is ruined, probably also my life. Now I am waiting for either a call from the police or my principal. I am pretty screwed. My mental health is suffering because my neighbor has been playing his piano loudly every single night. He completely lost it when I called him a selfish old prick and involved the police. I am at my wit's end with my upstairs neighbor, 65. For the past 3 months, he's been playing his piano loudly every single night from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. It started occasionally, but now it's a nightly occurrence. I've tried everything, politely asking him to stop, leaving a kind note explaining my situation, even offering to buy him headphones. His response? "This is my creative time. Deal with it or move out." Last night, I reached my breaking point. After another sleepless night, I confronted him in the hallway. I begged him to reconsider, explaining that I'm falling asleep at work and my mental health is suffering. He got in my face and said, "Listen here, you little brat. I've lived here for 30 years. If you can't handle a little music, I'll make your life hell. Try complaining again, and you'll regret it. I lost it. I called him a selfish old prick and told him to go F himself. Now he's telling everyone in the building that I'm an abusive, disrespectful youth. Other neighbors are annoyed too, but they're afraid to confront him. The landlord says he can't do anything without multiple complaints. Am I the a-hole for snapping at him? Should I apologize? Or should I start the process of filing a formal noise complaint, even though he threatened me? Update. I can't believe I'm writing this update less than 24 hours after my original post. Last night, I decided to take action. At 8 a.m. this morning, I called the non-emergency police line to report the ongoing noise disturbance and the threat he made. They said they'd send someone to check it out. Around 9 a.m., I heard a knock at my door. It was 2 police officers. As I was explaining the situation, we suddenly heard a massive crash from upstairs, followed by the loudest piano playing yet. The officers went up to investigate. That's when all hell broke loose. My neighbor started screaming about his rights and young punks ruining society. Then we heard more crashing and the sound of a piano being destroyed. Next thing I know, my neighbor is being let out in handcuffs, shouting that he'll make me pay. Apparently, when the cops entered, he was in the process of pushing his piano out the window. He claimed he was giving me what I wanted, no more piano. The cops found his apartment in complete disarray. He'd smashed furniture, punched holes in walls, etc. He's been taken for a psychiatric evaluation. Other neighbors are coming out of the woodwork with their own stories about his erratic behavior. I'm in shock. I wanted the noise to stop, but not like this. I feel terrible. Did I push him over the edge? Should I have handled this differently? I'm safe but shaken. Any advice on how to process this and move forward?
My mother-in-law and I found out that she had another family she kept secret all these years. Now I know her darkest secret and have no idea what to do with it. My mother-in-law had passed a few days ago and my husband of 8 years, sister-in-law, and father-in-law have all been taking it hard. Mother-in-law and I had a somewhat amicable relationship. We weren't at each other's throats, but we weren't the best of friends. Father-in-law asked me if I could sort through mother-in-law's things after the funeral and I obliged. I had gone through everything until I got to an old diary of hers from the 80s. I know it's my fault for being nosy, but I didn't know what it was and it looked different from anything else she would have owned. In the book, she talked about having trouble with her eldest daughter and how she was acting at the time. This surprised me because sister-in-law is the youngest of the family and the timeline didn't match. It turns out that mother-in-law not only had another child but she was married to an entirely different person other than father-in-law. She always boasted about only being married once and said that father-in-law was the only husband for her. She talked about how her eldest never listens to her and that she and her ex got fed up and he convinced her to send their daughter to one of those tough love boot camps. She wrote that it was the worst thing she had ever done and that her daughter came back worse than before. She wrote that they tried to work things out, but the daughter ran away and that she hadn't seen her since. She blamed her ex for all of this and divorced him. In the back of the diary, there was a copy of the daughter's birth certificate and a picture of her as a teen. I have no clue how to proceed. I mean, she just died and everyone in the family is already grieving. I'm now stuck with mother-in-law's darkest secret and I have no idea what to do or even if I should tell anyone. I don't want to ask her father-in-law questions because he is really grieving and is very old. She doesn't want to distress him. Update, so big things have happened since the time I last posted. I got a lot of advice that ranged from don't tell your husband or he'll leave you for ruining his family, or tell him because if you don't, he'll leave you for keeping secrets from him. So that had my anxiety running rampant for a while on top of everything else. At that point, I just decided to sit sister-in-law and him down and tell them everything I found. I'm going to call the eldest daughter Jenny to make things clearer. It turns out that sister-in-law knew everything about mother-in-law and that's why they never had a good relationship, which shocked my husband. Turns out that mother-in-law was a straight-up liar, but so is her side of the family. The first thing she lied about was her age. She is not 85. She's 73. Sister-in-law found a copy of her real birth date at her aunt's house, and that's when mother-in-law's side decided to come clean. They knew that father-in-law would have never dated mother-in-law if he knew she already had a kid and was 12 years younger than him, so they all lied for her. They also told her about Jenny and her time at the reform camp. Sister-in-law admitted to contacting Jenny once. According to her, it didn't go well. From the little conversation that they had, it turns out that Jenny had tried to get back in contact with mother-in-law and had come to their house one day. Father-in-law was the one who greeted her and because he knew nothing of mother-in-law's past, thought that she was lying and started threatening to call the police on her for trespassing. When mother-in-law did come to the door, she acted like she didn't know who she was and closed the door in her face. Jenny has no desire to be contacted again and wants nothing to do with any of them. My husband is greatly upset about being kept in the dark for all these years, but he's working through it. We've all agreed to never tell father-in-law any of what we've discovered. He's an old man and we decided he should live in ignorance. I've given the diary to sister-in-law and she can do whatever she wants with it. Anticlimactic I know, but I'm glad that everything is out in the open now. Jenny, the eldest daughter, wants nothing to do with any of them. She had scrubbed everything about herself after her encounter with sister-in-law. My mother-in-law cannot accept that my daughter will be the flower girl because she is fake blood, so I told her to skip the wedding because I am banning her from my ceremony. I am marrying my high school sweetheart. We decided to finally tie the knot after nearly 7 years of dating. I truly love him, and thankfully get along with most of his family, except for his mum. She is continuously nagging at me for not giving her a grandson. I know this may be harmless, however my fiancé has repeatedly told her that she already has a grandchild. My baby girl 5, she's my best friend's daughter. They sadly passed away. She was my godchild, so it only felt right that I should take her in and bring her up in a way I knew her mother, my best friend, would want. Recently, we have begun getting bridesmaid dresses, etc. We both decided to make our newly found daughter a flower girl. She loves flowers, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity to help her feel like we took her as our own. At a recent family gathering, my fiancé's mother has nonstop been horrible to my baby girl, let's call her Ellie, saying things like, "I simply don't understand why an adopted child should take the place of a true blood," which simply made my blood boil, along with the many other comments she made. I pulled her to the side, asking her to tone down her comments, knowing how much this meant to Ellie. She kept saying I was being rude to my new family by making someone who has nothing to do with me. I immediately snapped, feeling outraged by her comments. Ellie is my godchild, and I will always care and love her. She seemed hurt at my words, but I didn't care. Immediately taking me and Ellie out of her house, when my fiancé came home, he was confused as his mother had said I was being verbally abusive towards her and making threats. I did no such thing. A few days passed, and Ellie was upset when she noticed we hadn't seen her cousins who were staying with my finances. Shoving all my anger up my butt, I finally decided to try to apologize and head to her house once more. All was fine until I heard a horrid scream. Rushing up the stairs, I saw Ellie crying whilst my fiancé's mom was standing screaming at her while holding her teddy which her mother made. They are inseparable, and I know how much that means. It's a struggle to even wash the teddy, and I immediately snapped once more at her. She stood embarrassed as the whole family had gathered. She then gained confidence, saying she was upset that I had chosen fake blood over real blood. I was upset watching Ellie crying as my husband grabbed the toy, taking her away from the heated situation. I finally had enough, saying if she has so much problem with her being the flower girl, she might as well skip the wedding and just join us for the reception. She began crying, and I did feel bad, but I wasn't going to take back what was said. After leaving the family, I have been telling my husband to tell me to apologize, and they aren't messaging me as what I said was harsh. I find that bogus, but whatever.
My mother-in-law constantly invaded my privacy and ruined the romantic getaway that I booked for my wife and me, so I changed the date of my plane ticket and went straight home. I am the solo breadwinner of this house. I have a wife and a daughter. Me and my wife has been planning this family vacation to Venice for months. For context, my daughter is very little, and she needs constant attention or she will get into trouble. Venice has always been my wife's idea of a romantic city, so it's been her dream to go there. However, we can't just leave our daughter at home. We initially wanted to leave her at my mother-in-law's house, but she wanted to come with us, and my mother-in-law said that it was her dream to visit too. My wife was very supportive of this idea, but I was more reluctant. My wife planned everything, booking the hotels and the restaurants. However, to my dismay, she booked one room with 2 queens instead of 2 rooms with 2 kings. I planned this to be a romantic getaway and did not want my daughter in the room with us. We could easily afford 2 rooms, but my wife wanted to keep an eye on her as well. To make matters worse, my mother-in-law was constantly in my space. She also had to share all of my wife's expensive products, face wash, shampoo, lotion, etc. My daughter likes to sit on our bed when me and my wife are gone to the city, and I come back to see that mother-in-law was sitting on our bed too. It is very unhygienic to me, and I don't like that she was sitting on the bed that me and my wife share, as I am a very private person. She also rummaged through our suitcase looking for a hair tie, and it really irked me that she did so without asking me. I don't like the thought of her looking through our stuff when we're gone, so I locked it. The final straw was when I woke up in the morning. I saw that mother-in-law had yet again forgotten something. For the last few days, she's been sharing the same toothpaste as me and my wife. I don't like the thought of her putting her toothbrush close to, or even on, the toothpaste nozzle, and I was ill the more I thought about it. I asked mother-in-law if the only reason she came was to freeload off of me and my wife, as she didn't pay for any of the expenses, hotel, amenities, food, only her own plane tickets. I said that I've asked her politely several times to stop using my wife's stuff, especially because I share it with her and it's very inappropriate. My mother-in-law was very upset and told my wife, and my wife screamed at me. I was very angry that the trip that I paid for my own money was now ruined, and I changed the date of my plane ticket and went straight home. My wife has called me several times afterwards, screaming at me and saying that our daughter is upset. I feel bad that our daughter was caught in the situation, but it was really not acceptable what my mother-in-law did, and I had to set some boundaries before it got worse. My wife has her own card and enough money to stay there. I'm not sure about her plans to stay or not. I've been ignoring her calls to take some time for my own mental health. Update: I just called my wife to deliver my sincere apology. I am writing this with a heavy heart. She has blocked my number, and my mother-in-law informed me that she will be looking into divorce proceedings. I have never thought about this happening, and I am at a loss for what to do. I have failed our family as a husband and as a father. I am not angry at my wife for this decision, but I still cling to the hope that I can turn this around. I am about to lose the love of my life over a stupid mistake that I made. I was not rational when I stormed off. She did not deserve any of my attitude. I am praying at this moment that after some time off and after I change myself for the better, she will reconsider this divorce. I am going to contact a therapist and marriage counselor. I feel myself spiraling and I don't want to think how I ruined my life in the span of these 48 hours. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do next. All I know is that I have lost the love of my life, and I have no way to contact her. I don't know how I'm going to handle this. My world has just come crashing down. I'm sorry, Maria.
My mother-in-law deliberately poisons my daughter with an allergen and threatened to unalive herself, so we reported her to the police. My mother-in-law is super obsessed with my daughter. This is our only child and mother-in-law's only grandchild, so I try to be understanding. I don't say anything about it when mother-in-law buys $300 dresses that my daughter will only wear once because I've encouraged a relationship between them. I've even let mother-in-law have her way on every holiday. I've never actually left them alone though. I can't explain exactly, but it just didn't feel right, though she hasn't pushed for a long time. She offered to babysit but let it go when we declined. My 3-year-old daughter has several severe food allergies, but peanuts and eggs are the worst. She also can't have dairy or bananas. Mother-in-law has always doubted my daughter's allergies. She's insisted that her princess of a granddaughter could never have something wrong with her. However, she's never tested to see if it's true. Until today. She was over at our house playing dress up with my daughter. I had a horrible headache, so I asked mother-in-law to watch my daughter so I could lie down for an hour, and she agreed. 20 minutes later, I'm woken up to mother-in-law shrieking that there's something wrong with the baby. I go running to my daughter's room and she's gasping for breath and her lips are turning blue. I scream at mother-in-law to call 911 and use an EpiPen on my daughter. My daughter was able to take a deep breath and I noticed she smelled like a banana. The paramedics show up, then start an IV and give daughter meds so she can breathe. I told one of the paramedics that mother-in-law fed my daughter something. He found part of a cookie on the floor. He confronts mother-in-law, who confesses she gave my daughter a peanut butter banana cookie but she didn't know it would hurt her. They admitted my daughter for observation and my husband met us in the hospital. Mother-in-law called him wailing about how she was just trying to show us nothing was wrong with my daughter. We're just too paranoid and have such odd ideas about our daughter's health. She admitted to my husband that she's been making allergen-laced cookies for more than a year. She bakes a huge batch and freezes them. She puts one in her purse every time she sees her daughter just in case she gets a chance to slip it to her. I can't even wrap my head around this. I never suspected mother-in-law would do something like this. We went home after 2 days. The hospital had already reported it to the police and the detective came to our house. He's got copies of everything mother-in-law sent my husband plus 11 voicemails she left me last night. Several of them were just her screaming that she was going to unalive herself because she couldn't live without her baby. The detective doesn't know what is going to happen because he's never seen this before. But for right now they're going to take her into custody, so due to the threats of suicide. My mother-in-law doesn't treat my son and me as a family because I kept my surname. Now, I am drawing the line on the sand and making my son call her by her last name instead of grandma. My relationship with my mother-in-law, Mrs. Smith, is crap. She's cold to me because I kept my last name, Miller. She says I'll treat her like family when she wants to be part of it. She calls me Jake's friend. My husband Jake loves me all the same. He doesn't bother standing up to her because it's a way for her to start a fight. We rarely talk to her. She makes no effort. Neither do we. Jake and I had discussed whose last name our kid would have before the birth. He initiated the conversation. I'd left the decision up to him. After the birth, the families visited the hospital. Jake asked what our son's last name was going to be. I told him it was still his choice. He smiled and said, "Little baby Miller, I like it." He filled out the paperwork. Mother-in-law looked livid. She started asking questions, but my dad started crying. Both of my brothers have died. Dad has never mentioned it, but passing the last name down makes him happy. Neither Jake nor I anticipated this, nor did it for this reason, but it was sweet. After she left, mother-in-law let people know what I had done, and how now she wouldn't feel like a grandmother. A month later, a sister-in-law announced her pregnancy. Mother-in-law said, "Finally, I'll feel like a grandmother." Again, my husband didn't say anything, nor did I. Our son started talking. During a video call, where my mother-in-law did nothing but gush about sister-in-law's adorable daughter, Jake tried to get the baby to talk. Son lost interest, so I took son and Jake and let mother-in-law ramble some more before ending the call. Mother-in-law said she wanted to say bye to son. Jake turned the phone. Mother-in-law said, "Say bye to grandma." Make son say it. "I'm a grandma now." I snapped inside, so I said, "Say bye, Mrs. Smith." My mother-in-law's face dropped. Jake turned the camera away and said bye quickly. He laughed and said I was awesome, but we better silence our phones. The only call/text I responded to was from the other sister-in-law, who said I didn't need to go out of my way to be nasty. That mother-in-law said how excited she was about son. Lie. Her initial comments were understandable because I talked Jake out of tradition and said I'd hurt mother-in-law. Mother-in-law needed time to adjust. I said, "Thank you for your input." Mother-in-law texted eventually, saying I'd upset her. I said, here I was, trying to respect the importance you feel for last names. "You've said multiple times I'm not family because of my last name. You clarified that my child doesn't make you feel like a grandma. Now you'll be known as Mrs. Smith." She said sorry. She didn't mean it that way, but my dad's reaction was an example of how important last names are. I now had to forgive her because of family. My husband also got a text from his sister and asked how much money she got from mother-in-law for telling me off. He also made sure to tell sister-in-law, who had the baby, that we hold nothing against her should mother-in-law try to spin it that way. She knows mother-in-law better, thankfully. Update: I let my husband decide how to handle it because it's his mom. We both did agree that our son would know mother-in-law as his grandma, but he wouldn't have a relationship with her unless she addressed the blatant favoritism. That conversation did not go well. She denied having favorites, lied about everything, and then told me the compromise she was willing to make was that if she had to accept me for who I am, I'd have to accept her for who she is. I didn't respond before Jake ripped into her about how she didn't get to make demands. She was critical of me and assumed things he told her weren't true. This conversation was happening because we didn't accept who she was. He said if he ever heard her make another comment about the Miller last name, he'd take it. She started crying about losing her family, and he hung up. One sister-in-law, who is mother-in-law's favorite child, sent me a nasty message, including the line, "I wonder if your dead brother would be happy you used him to break mother-in-law's heart." I sent the screenshot to mother-in-law and said, "Call off your dog, or I'll take her to the pound." I have sent a screenshot of that too. Anyone who has tried to question me, if they tried to defend mother-in-law or sister-in-law, I blocked them. Word got around quickly about this, and now sister-in-law is all but cut out of father-in-law's side of the family. Even father-in-law has come down on her hard. Sister-in-law is desperately trying to apologize and fix this. She even allowed Jake to read everything mother-in-law sent her about my last name. I tried to read some of it but stopped. I don't want to be angry. I'm taking the time to decide how to handle this. I am happy to be done with mother-in-law. She never really bothered me. It does take a lot to get to me, but I don't want her behavior and attitude to be normalized with my son. I wasn't prepared for motherhood to have such a strong effect. Jake admitted that he had given son my last name for my dad. Years ago, my dad asked if Jake would propose to me. Jake said if my dad wanted to know, he would give him a heads up, but he wouldn't ask for his blessing or permission. In many more words, Dad said he never expected that. He didn't worry about gender roles, though, and he was glad he would have a son again. Jake didn't feel obligated. He just wanted to do that for my dad. My mother-in-law gifts my husband hurtful birthday presents every year, so I hid her present this year. She blasted me on the group chat but I nuked her in return. My husband is not the favorite child of my mother-in-law. She has 3 sons. My husband is the oldest and the only one not from her current husband. She separated from his father while she was pregnant and, shortly after this, met her current husband. After a while, they became parents to my husband's younger brothers. The relationship between my husband and mother-in-law is not bad. She's not evil or trying to hurt him but isn't very affectionate. All 3 moved away for university, and my mother-in-law sent packages of sweets, clothing, or something like this to his younger brothers. My husband never received a package except for his birthday. His brother got a brand new iPhone, 2 expensive pullovers, and 1 parfum for his last birthday. Like the other brother, and I would guess most of the time for their birthday, it's something in this price range. She writes a nice card or a personal letter for them and sometimes bakes something like cookies. My husband is sad every year. It's not about the money, but 2 years ago, he got a €40 gift card for an online shop sent via the online shop. I tried to talk to him about it, but he was so hurt that he didn't want to. I waited a few weeks and tried to speak to him again, but he refused. Last birthday, I gifted him a little vacation and texted my mother-in-law that she could give him a tour of one of the museums he wanted to see. He dreamt of going to this city for years. It would not have been expensive but thoughtful and probably made my husband happy. She said she already had something. It was a candle. He's not very into candles, and a shower gel. This year, a package arrived 2 days before his birthday. It was small, and I could see it came straight from an online shop. We weren't at home, so our neighbor took it. When I came home, my neighbor told me I was lucky to see him because he was away for the weekend, and we would have missed the package. I just knew it would hurt my husband. I asked him if he could keep the package a little longer so my husband would get it after his birthday because it's probably disappointing for my mother-in-law. He laughed and agreed. One day before his birthday, I told him the package from his mom arrived, but our neighbor was out of town. He had a great birthday, full of friends, lovely cake, and gifts, and he didn't think about it one time. Our neighbor gave it to him yesterday and joked that his dad is also bad at picking gifts. My husband got curious and asked about his words, and my neighbor told him everything. He talked to me and said he understood it. His brother told my mother-in-law, who is now furious with me. She texted me, and the group chat with his family lit up. She said I was mean and spoiled and had no right to hide the gift. So am I the a-hole? His brothers never said anything about the different presents. Now his brother said that he found it harsh for me to hide a present. My husband is older, so it's justified not to get expensive or thoughtful gifts. Funny enough, we have been together for nearly 10 years, and he never got a good present even though he was the same age as his brothers. One of his brothers also works, so it's not the job that makes the difference. Update, I wrote in the family group chat, I was just trying to save my husband's birthday because he's been sad for years because of his presents that do not match the energy of his brothers, and it's not about money but thought. I listed everything he got versus everything his brothers got. In return, I got thrown out of the group chat. My husband left the chat after that. My mother-in-law wrote me in private that I'm a toxic person who destroys my husband's relationship with his family, but we chose to ignore that and go LC for a while. My mother-in-law insisted that I sign a prenuptial agreement because she thought that I was a gold digger. Now she's furious and wants to cancel it after she learned that my dad is a millionaire. My fiancé is a doctor, and I work in finance, earning almost equal pay. We have been together for a year and a half, got engaged a month ago, and are planning a wedding in 7 months. His family is full of doctors while my dad owns a business. My mom is a housewife, and my brother, along with his wife, is a high school teacher. My parents still live in a small townhouse my grandfather bought since the 2 of them grew up there, fell in love, and had us, plus all their friends live there. Basically emotional attachment. I never try to hide my wealth, I just don't show off. For example, I prefer traveling by public transport because of traffic and parking, while my fiancé drives a Range Rover. I have a Samsung. He makes fun of me for not owning an iPhone. I prefer not to spend thousands of dollars on a dress I am only going to wear once. I also enjoy eating fast food rather than going to a Michelin-starred restaurant. I admit I never told them how much my dad earns as I felt it was unnecessary. Anyway, I think he and his family assumed my family didn't have much money or something. After getting engaged, we went to his parents' house for dinner, where they asked me what I planned to do in the future. I replied that I was planning to quit my job after the wedding and work for my dad. They kind of got confused, mad, or weird, saying why I would quit such a high-paying job and that if I was planning to push all financial burdens on their son. Well, they asked for a prenuptial agreement, and I agreed. A couple of weeks ago, we started planning our wedding. In my culture, I am an Indian, and he is white. We have big weddings, and that is the only place we show our wealth. My parents were discussing how they want to invite over 250 people from our side since I will be taking over the business and its networking, and how they want to have 2 weddings, an Indian and a white. Now Indian weddings have a lot of functions spanning 3 to 4 days, all of which would preferably be hosted at 5-star hotels, or if we follow my dad, he wants to rent a castle. His parents demanded that if we wanted to have an expensive wedding, we would be the ones paying, to which my dad agreed, saying he was going to pay for everything even if they didn't ask. As the wedding planning proceeded, my fiancé and his family realized we were spending way more than they could afford. I guess that's when it struck them that my dad's business wasn't as small as they expected it to be. They did a Google search and found his company online and his net turnover every year, which is on the website and so on. Anyway, now his family is mad at me, saying why did I hide the fact that I am this rich? I am pretty sure they want to cancel the prenup. I am not going to do that now since it was their idea. Well, his mom is harassing me, saying I misled their family and that I am an asshole for trying to hide my wealth for so long. So am I? P.S. I know my dad's wealth isn't mine, so I don't spend so much. As I said, I plan to quit my job and take over his business, hence my mother-in-law sees his assets as mine. Update: after everything that's happened with the wedding planning and the revelations about my dad's business, things took a turn. My mother-in-law's frustration reached a boiling point, and she confronted me directly during a family dinner with her husband and other children. She started with her usual accusations, saying I was deceitful and that I'd misled their family by not being upfront about my wealth. I was really taken aback by the intensity of her emotions because she seemed to hold a big grudge about it. My fiancé is getting irritated with her as well, and I can see it in his distorted face. He does this when he's getting ashamed and irritated. It seemed like the fact that my dad's business was doing well was a major shock to her, and she was blaming me for it. She then proceeded that I was a liar and that my fiancé should think about marrying me. I decided to confront her directly about why it was so important for her to know how much I was worth. I asked her point blank why my family's financial situation was such a big deal. Her reaction was immediate. She looked both shocked and embarrassed. It was clear that she hadn't expected me to push back so assertively. She stuttered and couldn't find her words. My fiancé told his family that we should go and we left. My fiancé and I discussed it and decided it was best not to invite her to the wedding. It felt like the only way to move forward without additional drama and tension. It's disappointing that it came to this, but we both felt it was necessary to keep the peace and focus on our upcoming marriage. He was the one who told his mother about it and I heard that she went nuts about the news. My mother-in-law insists that I jump the broom at my wedding even though that is not in my culture and made a Facebook post that she has slaved for weeks doing it, so we booted her out of the wedding. We're getting married in October. We've been together for 3 years, engaged for 1. I was born and raised in Kenya and moved to the States to attend university. My fiancé is from the West Coast, Wyoming, and his parents still live there. My fiancé and his parents don't have the best relationship. I've only met them a few times since we've been together. His mother always asks to visit, but my fiancé finds excuses to stop her from coming. He's very introverted, and his mother and father are a lot personality-wise, so I understand why he keeps his distance. After hearing about our engagement, my fiancé's mother insisted on helping with the wedding decorations. She's an interior decorator. I told her that she could design the centerpieces, but the wedding planner would handle everything else. She begrudgingly agreed, and I thought that was the end of it. She flew in a few weeks after that to discuss wedding plans. She showed me a few of her centerpiece designs and then showed me the real reason why she came: the brooms. At first, I didn't understand why she was showing me a bunch of elaborate brooms. She had a whole file showcasing about 50 types of brooms. I kept thinking that the venue we had chosen didn't need different fancy brooms everywhere because it's a modern venue. The brooms wouldn't fit into the theme we were going for. I guess she saw the confusion on my face because she asked if I already had a broom in mind, and she was hoping we could pick one out together. I told her that the cleaning staff at the venue would do an excellent job beforehand, so bringing a broom would not be necessary. She laughed and said, "I'm talking about picking out a broom to jump over during the ceremony. I'm not normally this dense. I know the history of jumping the broom in African American history, but I'm from Kenya. We don't jump the broom in Kenya, and I would feel uncomfortable jumping the broom because it's not a part of my culture, and my fiancé is very white. I just didn't think that my white mother-in-law would be so insistent on us jumping the broom." She was downright beaming when she showed me more broom photos. I told her I was uncomfortable jumping the broom and gave her my reasons. My fiancé stepped in and said that he was uncomfortable as well. His mother was pissed. She said the whole reason she came here was to pick out brooms, and now our wedding won't have any culture. I told her that we could incorporate some of my tribe's traditions if she wanted to add some culture to my wedding. I mentioned the Kenyan choir that would be singing at our wedding, not to mention the very traditional food that would be served, but she wouldn't budge on that broom, and how, without it, we were turning our backs on my culture. I finally snapped and told her we could always go the dowry route. Her side of the family could scrounge together a few goats and some cows, and we'd call it even. She turned red and stomped off. She left after a day of the silent treatment. I thought she would cool down and we could be cordial. My fiancé told me that would never happen. He was right. A few weeks ago, my fiancé's mother posted on Facebook. She decided to make her custom broom herself and made a post on Facebook condemning me and my refusal to jump the broom. She went on and on about how I was turning away from my roots and how she slaved for weeks on a broom that will never be jumped over. I've received countless messages from her friends and family calling me an asshole. My fiancé's dad has called my fiancé and I ungrateful. My fiancé is livid and wants to boot her out of the wedding and cut contact, but now most of his side is refusing to come to the wedding to show solidarity with his mother. Update: I decided to be petty last week. So I sat down and wrote a rebuttal post to my future mother-in-law's Facebook post about my refusal to jump over the customized handmade broom that she had slaved over for weeks. I counted the times she used the word slaved in her Facebook post. She used the word over 10 times. Her post was only 2 paragraphs long. I won't write my full post here, but it touched on me being Kenyan and not African American several times in caps. I decided to tag all of her friends/family who had sent me private messages condemning my refusal to jump over her custom broom. I reiterated the fact that in the true tradition of my tribe, a dowry would be expected from the groom's family. I mentioned that they could send their goats, cows, and chickens to my future mother-in-law's house if they so felt inclined to contribute. I also wrote the post in both English and Swahili to hammer down the point that I'm from Kenya. I may or may not have called my future mother-in-law a racist cow at the end, in a polite way, though. Since my Facebook post, all hell has broken loose. I knew my post wouldn't win any of my fiancé's family over to my side, but I didn't realize that my future mother-in-law had so much pull. After my post, I blocked and unfriended my fiancé's family, minus a few members who had always been in my corner. I had only added most of them because of the wedding anyway, so no love lost there. A few days later, my fiancé's sister texted me that her mother had doubled down. She recruited many of her family/friends to make their own brooms in solidarity with her. There are about 7 brooms in total now, all made by different family members, I guess, to make my mother-in-law feel better. I've seen pictures, they're all horrendous. One of them says, "Fmeal is not a racist," on the handle. Lol. She's been calling/texting my fiancé nonstop since my Facebook post, and so has his dad, but he hasn't given them the time of day. He sent them one text telling them that they'd gone too far and he needed space. Lots of space. As for the upcoming wedding, we have decided to accept my fiancé's family's plan to boycott. Most of their invitations, including those extended to my future mother and father-in-law, have been revoked. They'll probably still show up to the wedding, but we have security. My fiancé and I have decided to go low contact with his side of the family and slowly move to no contact in a few months. My mother-in-law is insinuating that my daughter isn't my husband's because there's no way her son's child could be that color, but she immediately wailed when I smacked her face. For context, my husband is white, and I am mixed. My mom is Puerto Rican, and my dad is white. My mom has very dark skin, and my dad is pretty fair. I'm pretty white passing, which, for those who don't know, means you can't tell that I am Latina unless I tell you. A running family joke is that melanin skips a generation because my maternal grandpa is also very fair but my maternal great-grandma is very brown. With that out of the way, I'll get into my situation. I have been with my husband for 7 years, and married for 5. We have a 3-year-old little girl who is the light of my life. When she was born, she had a head full of dark brown curls, dark brown eyes, and a fairly olive complexion. She looks like me when I get tan. You can tell she's part Latino despite knowing all this. My mother-in-law has gotten it into her head that my daughter isn't my husband. She's been telling anyone who will listen that I must have had an affair because there's no way her son's child could be that color. Yeah, how nice. My mother-in-law has always been standoffish with me. She never made a big effort to get to know me and was always more polite than anything else. Mother-in-law has made some offhanded comments before about Latinos, but their husband would brush them off because she's from another time. I wanted to write off her behavior as just her not being educated enough. I realize now that was my mistake because it gave her the okay to keep going. When my husband and I heard from sister-in-law that mother-in-law was saying this, we invited her over to talk about this. I was really hoping we'd be able to fix this. However, what happened was my mother-in-law going on a rant for like 15 minutes. It consisted of her outing herself as a racist, saying she knew girls like me couldn't control themselves, that she knew from the start what would happen. The nerve I had to pass my daughter off as her, also some very colorful slurs. My husband and I were frozen in shock because she hadn't even stepped into the house and was just screeching on our doorstep. What snapped me out of it was when she started to insult my mom, saying she probably did the same to my dad. I don't know what came over me next. I've never hit someone before, but I ended up smacking her so hard that her glasses fell off. That's what got my husband to start talking, or rather yelling at his mother and me for acting this way while mother-in-law started to wail. Yes, I shouldn't have hit her, I know. That's wrong. But hearing him imply I was in the wrong the same way mother-in-law was made me more angry. I told him he was just as much a racist as his mom if he was trying to make me out to be as bad as her. I got my keys from inside the house while he was trying to calm his mom down and left. I drove to a hotel and spent the night there. Now it's the afternoon and I haven't left the hotel room since checking in. My husband and several other friends and family have been trying to reach me. I only replied to my sister-in-law to tell her I was safe at a hotel and asked her to not tell my husband what hotel I was at. Guilt is starting to sink in, and I question everything. Update: I spent quite a bit reflecting and got an emergency meeting with my therapist this morning. We got home around 7 after we had dinner. My husband was waiting and I told him we'd talk after kiddo went to bed. When she was for certain asleep, we sat and had a long conversation not just about the fight and his mother, but also race and culture. I saw how my family was treated based on skin color, and while my husband understands racism, he admitted to never really grasping the complexities, especially colorism. He apologized to me for not standing up for me before and then acknowledged he didn't want to think of his mother in a racist light. I also apologized for hitting her because, in the end, no, it didn't help us. He did forgive me and said if it wasn't his mom saying it, he'd probably slap them too. We will be going to a marriage counselor, we decided, hoping to find one that specializes in interracial marriage. Our daughter is going to face challenges in the future because of her race. It's sad to say, but unfortunately, racism is still alive, and we want to know how to protect her and uplift her so she does not feel ashamed of her heritage. We've decided to go NC with her and any people who try to bridge communication between us and her. She will have no contact with my daughter unless it's years down the road and she shows significant changes in her behavior. My husband will drive to her house tomorrow to inform her of our decision. I'd consider a paternity test and DNA test, but only if mother-in-law pays. I don't want to entertain this on my own dime. We've also decided not to make any public post regarding this. If people want to believe her story, that is on them, not us. My husband knows our baby is his. The irony is that she looks more like him than me. Her curls are even from him. I am sad my daughter won't have a grandmother in the States, but it's more reason for us to plan trips to PR.
My mother-in-law kept referring to me as a family friend because she didn't approve of me. She flipped out when I told everyone she has dementia and doesn't remember the wedding. I have been married to my wife for over 2 years, and the only obstacle in our relationship has been my mother-in-law, who hates the fact that I am Russian. This all started when I heard her telling her friends I was just someone her daughter knew. It was Thanksgiving last year and I was delivering some presents ahead of time to my wife's parents. When I arrived, mother-in-law was sitting on the porch talking with her friends, and rolled her eyes when she saw me pull up. I decided to not be rude and greet her friends, but when they asked who I was, mother-in-law told everyone that I'm a family friend and a roommate to her daughter. It was a very awkward situation, but I didn't escalate the matter and let it be. When I told my wife about this, who by the way is a very blunt person, she said her mother hates me and that I should ignore her. I tried to do that, but on several occasions in the following months, I saw her call me as a temporary family friend to people who were literally at the wedding. Eventually it got to the point where even our friends were asking if there's something wrong with my marriage. I might act like I'm fine, but inside I was breaking. Every time she said it, I felt like I didn't deserve my wife and felt really insecure. After years of torment and hate from mother-in-law, I certainly had enough and decided to retaliate. After my wife told me to handle it in any way I want, I started replying to everyone who had noticed mother-in-law's comments. I told them to please be understanding of her because she is suffering from a severe case of dementia and has trouble remembering important events. One day I had to deliver something to mother-in-law's office, and when she told her coworker who I was, I didn't stay quiet. I pulled that coworker aside and told him that I'm actually her daughter's husband, but she can't remember the wedding because of dementia. I went home and laughed about it with my wife, but mother-in-law called us fuming. Apparently that coworker had spilled the beans. She told us that I crossed the limit and if we didn't divorce, she would personally make our life a living hell. We're still waiting to respond, but she has been blowing up both mine and my wife's phone ever since. Update 1. I'll provide a little backstory for everyone who is interested. When we were still dating and my wife first introduced me to her parents, her mother didn't bother hiding her disapproval. I am from Russia and it shows in my accent, but I never thought that was a bad thing until I met her. At first, she refused to shake my hand and only greeted me with a nod. I presented her with presents I had bought for my girlfriend's family, including an antique flower pot from my home country. I think she threw it into the trash even before I left their house that day. During our first dinner together, mother-in-law thought I couldn't understand English and started warning her daughter right in front of me. She said that where I'm from, the men are all terrible drunks and beat their wife every time they come home. She also claimed that I don't know the value of money and will drain her daughter's savings before throwing her aside. These were extremely racist and offensive remarks, and I was really hurt, but I waited for my girlfriend to respond. My girlfriend had a very sassy and cheeky personality at the time, and by that I mean she didn't hold back her thoughts while speaking. Without missing a beat, she said to her mother, "I know my boyfriend is a lot more handsome than yours, but can you stop acting jealous while we're eating?" I spat out the food in my mouth and coughed uncontrollably while mother-in-law entirely lost her voice. I think she has hated me since that day. Anyway, I was falling more and more in love with my girlfriend as time went on, so I proposed to her on our 3rd-year anniversary, and she said yes. I was very anxious when we made the announcement and scared of the reaction we would get as a mixed-race couple, but most of the comments were really kind, until I saw mother-in-law's comment, in which she said that her daughter was making a terrible mistake by trusting me, and she won't approve of me as a son-in-law. My now fiancé told her mother to F off, and that who she marries is her own choice. The wedding was magical and I couldn't believe I had succeeded in marrying this girl. I think I was living on a high right up until I heard my mother-in-law didn't acknowledge me as her son-in-law. While it made me sad to know that I couldn't win over her mother's approval, I loved my wife and would never let her go. Back to when I told everyone mother-in-law has dementia. My wife thought it was hilarious and couldn't stop laughing. She made me film a video of us laughing and send it to her mother. That's when the calls and texts finally stopped coming. But I feel really bad for mother-in-law, and wish I could have done things differently. Update 2. Hello everyone, I am Mr. Russian Guy's wife and here to clarify a few things. First of all, I love this guy more than I love my cat, so anyone who thinks my mother can influence me to start hating him can go frick themselves. And second, yes, I have tried talking to her several times. I showed her how many things my husband has done for me to show his love and commitment. He took a job at a smaller company just so he could move to where I lived. He also supported me when I changed careers, and has never let me feel insecure. I also told her how much I love him, and how we're a perfect match, but she just can't look past his race. It was only after our marriage when I realized that my mother would never change, and I stopped bothering myself with her. I was too busy making love with my husband to give a damn about who approves of him and who doesn't. And by the way, I know that my husband desperately wants approval from my mother. He had a terrible relationship with his own parents, and thinks that he is ruining my relationship with my mother by being with me. We have recently started therapy to help get him over this hurdle, and I'm doing my best to support him. I'll also tell you a secret about him. Every time he eats spaghetti, he accidentally rubs the sauce all over his face. I lick it off every time so he doesn't find out and keeps doing it, because I think it's cute.
My mother-in-law kidnapped my baby and has taken him overseas. I have never been through anything as terrifying as this in my entire life, and I'm scared I will never see my newborn baby again for as long as I live. My mother-in-law has always been an iffy character. She struggles with a few different mental issues and she has been on and off bipolar medication for her entire life. She and my husband were always very close, and he tried everything he could to take care of his mom. Now, I wish he had prioritized me and our child over his batch T crazy mom, and I feel completely betrayed by my husband. We had our baby boy about 4 months ago. He is the sweetest, happiest baby anyone could ask for. When I came home from the hospital, I was shocked to see that my husband had let his mother move in while I was giving birth to our son. She had been staying there for about a week. I want to say that I couldn't believe my husband would move her in without telling me, but looking back now, he was always putting his mother's needs over mine. As I said, my mother-in-law struggles with bipolar disorder, and I have personally watched her have multiple public mental breakdowns in the 4 years that I've been part of my husband's family. I was so nervous when I came home with my newborn son and saw that we could be stuck in the house with a woman who I knew was unstable. I should have listened to my instincts and left the same day I came home. But I was weak, and now it's too late. It's just too effing late. I had only been home for about a week when my mother-in-law started talking about bringing my baby to her homeland, so she could show him to her extended family. She was talking manically and I asked my husband to please calm her down and explain to her that the baby needed to be at home, safe with me. A newborn shouldn't be flying at all, let alone overseas. My husband reassured me that he had spoken with his mother, but she continued to act strangely around me and my baby. Until finally, 2 days ago I woke up in the morning to find my son's crib empty and my mother-in-law nowhere to be found. There was something deep inside me that said, "This is your fault, you could have stopped this," when I saw my son's empty crib. I called my husband in hysterics and told him she had taken him. He didn't even believe me till he came home himself and saw them both gone. It took almost a full day, but finally, my husband managed to get in touch with his mom, and sure enough, she had packed a bag and stolen our baby in the middle of the night to take him back to her home country. I listened to my manic mother-in-law on my husband's speakerphone, saying how much the baby was loving his home country. It was obvious my mother-in-law was disconnected from reality when she started trying to convince us to pick up and move to her home county so she and my baby never needed to leave their real home. Listening to the call felt surreal and nightmarish, and I still can't believe my newborn baby is somewhere across the globe, in the care of a dangerous lunatic. My mother-in-law posted on Facebook that her baby is in danger and wants to claim guardianship because we are abusing my daughter, so I am suing her for defamation. My husband and I've been married for 2 years. Honestly, mother-in-law wasn't too bad at the beginning. She wasn't a super nice person, but my husband said she was always like this. She was always neutral when it came to me, not happy, not sad, not mad. This changed when I got pregnant. It also was when we had moved a few states away. This was not planned. We weren't trying to get pregnant and my job sent me to live in Washington, so we moved there and then I found out I was pregnant. Husband and I were elated, and with my new job and savings I have been building, we decided to keep the baby. We told his family after the second trimester since I have a heart condition and some other chronic illnesses that made the first trimester difficult for me. It was emotionally and physically tiring and I was constantly terrified of losing the baby. But we made it and my doctors felt more confident, so we told our families over FaceTime. My husband's family was ecstatic. This would be their first grandchild. Father-in-law especially was excited. He's the sweetest man. But mother-in-law, for the first time, shared her own opinion. She didn't like it. She said, "If you knew you were having a baby, why did you move so far away?" She accused me to moving closer to my family so that I would cut off my husband's family. My husband told her that we didn't know about the pregnancy when we moved. It just happened at the same time. It put a bit of a damper on the mood of the FaceTime and we ended it early. Husband and I were both shocked at mother-in-law's behavior, but brushed it off. Again, she never did anything drastic to make me think she hated me or anything. Over the next week she sent us email after email about houses back in our old state, trying to get us to move back. Husband told her many times we can't move, my job is here, and I have to be in person 4 days a week. We had found a wonderful house, and even though we weren't planning on having any children yet, this house is perfect for us. Mother-in-law then started sending houses/apartments to only my husband, 1 bed, 1 bath, telling him that he could get one of these and bring her baby to them while I work. What the actual hell? Husband shut that down super fast, saying his life was here now, and he wouldn't be moving back. This behavior went on, but we ignored it, especially when we found out the baby might have my same heart condition. I had to go into to do a fetal echocardiography to check, and the stress started to give me palpitations. I was kept in the hospital for a few days for observation and then sent home. My husband was my rock during this time. Words cannot explain how much this man made me feel safe and cared for. This is probably why he didn't tell me of mother-in-law's continuing behavior, which I don't blame him for. He also was working more, making sure our move-in was going okay, and dealing with the emotional stress of the whole pregnancy. During this time, mother-in-law started sending baby stuff to our house. all male gendered even though we told her we weren't going to do a gender reveal or anything. I think all of that stuff is tacky and I'm not premeditating my baby's room or toys or clothes by their intimacy. Plus, the stuff she sent was ugly as hell anyway. Time went on and I got better. My baby will most likely have the same heart condition, but the doctor said that any care or treatment can wait until post-birth. They're not worried about it at this time. Mother-in-law started posting on Facebook how her baby was in danger because of my poor health and accused me of intentionally trying to ruin the baby's life. I'm not on Facebook and neither is my husband, so we didn't know about this. Well, my due date comes and goes and my baby doesn't want to come out, so I am induced into labor. People say you forget how bad childbirth is and I don't know when that happens, but I hope it's soon, because goddamn it was traumatizing. I won't go into detail, but both my husband and I were relieved when it was over. Because of my stay in the hospital, she knew which location I would be giving birth at. Once she knew I was being induced into labor, she got on a plane and showed up to our house. She called my husband over and over again, but he never answered cause he was busy becoming a father. That's when she showed up to the hospital at 3 in the morning looking for us. Luckily she wasn't able to get into our area because we were close to the NICU and there is extra security there. She called my husband again and when he answered she started yelling at him, telling him that she missed the birth of her baby, and that she would never forgive me for this. She did not me ruin, she was in the hospital. My husband was exhausted and just told her he'd call her back later. My husband went downstairs to get coffee and saw her. She demanding to see the baby, and when he said no, she freaked out again, claiming I was breaking the family apart. She said I purposefully got pregnant as we moved, so I trapped us in Washington, and basically unloaded all her thoughts and opinions about me throughout our entire relationship. Husband told her to go home and that he'll talk to her later. I had a girl, and both my husband and I love her so much. We got our own supplies and clothes, and we donated the stuff mother-in-law bought us. We both stayed in the hospital 2 weeks. In that time, mother-in-law posted on Facebook like it was her job. She found pictures of babies with a different ethnicity and posted them, not saying outright that I cheated on my husband but letting other people think that. When my husband and I took our baby girl home, that's when everything caught up to us. One of mother-in-law's posts went viral, where she was asking for advice on how to claim guardianship of a grandchild if they are being abused by their parents. Like, legit lawyers commented on links and messaged her. People asked for our address to call CPS. Once they researched her profile page, they found my husband and I. They found his work, my family, my family's business. Yelp reviews tanked, and the police did end up coming to our home. I had been home from the hospital for 4 days. I had only had 4 days with my baby. My husband dealt with everything. My cousin is a counselor for an attorney and is going to help us file a lawsuit against her for defamation. I am so exhausted and overwhelmed by this information. I'm in therapy, mental and physical. My therapist said it's good to write down what happened and how I'm feeling. I don't even know if I'll post this or for how long it'll be able to stay up. I love my husband. I love my baby. But this entire experience has made me so depressed. I don't know why she did this. I don't know what changed. My husband was equally pissed at her. He sent her a message that under no circumstance is she allowed to meet my daughter. According to my husband, she was bombarding him with calls and messages crying. She's saying that we forced her to do this, which he shut down and said that this was all her fault. Right now, I just want to relax and take care of my baby. My mother-in-law stole my engagement ring, so I told her it was cursed. Now, she's freaking out and blames me that she's hexed. I just got engaged, and my soon-to-be mother-in-law is a nightmare. We are currently renovating a part of our place, and she has been lent a key in the meantime because she keeps coming over uninvited under the guise of helping with the cleanup, but she just likes to snoop and interfere. So, I do martial arts and take my engagement ring off before class. One day, I came home from an afternoon class, and my engagement ring was not in the jewelry dish I usually leave it in. I asked her about it, and she told me she'd taken it to a jeweler to get it cleaned. She looked super smug about it, and when I asked which jeweler, she pretended she couldn't remember. I didn't want to give her the satisfaction of reacting to it, so I just let it slide for a few days. A couple of days pass, and I ask her about it again, and she's super vague, still pretending she can't remember which jeweler and saying she's too busy to pick it up anytime soon. So I said, wow, I feel for that jeweler. Hope nothing happens to her. She asked what I meant, and I told her that my superstitious Brazilian grandmother had performed some traditional ritual on it that's usually known to curse anyone who takes or handles the ring other than the owner. She looked uneasy and asked me a couple more questions about this ritual, and I made some story up about how my mother's ring had been taken by a burglar who was crushed by a pillar of cement on his way out of the house. I totally made this entire ritual up, and I do have a Brazilian grandmother, but obviously, she did not do some ritual to my ring. The next day, my fiancé told me while I was out that she was there to clean up a bit. I got home, she had already left, and found my ring where I had left it. It didn't look any cleaner than it had before. A week later, I received an abusive call from her saying she'd been in a minor car accident, and she was blaming me and my witch doctor grandmother, saying she was now cursed for having touched it. I passed the phone to my fiancé, who tried to calm her down, but she was hysterical. I told my fiancé what I had told her, and he scolded me a bit because we both know how she is and I should have known she'd react this sort of way. It's been a further week since then, and she refuses to talk to me and keeps slandering me to my fiancé. Overall, he sort of recognizes how ridiculous she is. Update: fiancé and I have had a big chat, and he's admitted he has to step up regarding his mother. He retrieved her key an hour ago, and he told her not to worry about the curse because it would not affect anyone who touched it without malicious intent. My mother-in-law told my daughters that she hoped that I would die so they could be with her, so I had my mother-in-law removed from our lives and got her arrested. I was in a car crash. I had to be cut out of the car. I wasn't seriously injured though, thankfully, but the other person unfortunately wasn't doing too well. From what I saw before I was taken away to the hospital, I was told to stay in the hospital overnight to see if I suffered from a concussion. I rang my husband and told him what happened. My mother-in-law got the incidents mixed up when he dropped off our daughter, 6,11, to my mother-in-law while he rushed to see me. The next morning, my husband brought our daughters to get while I was waiting to be discharged. Upon seeing me, my 6-year-old busted into tears and said, "I don't want you to die." I comforted her and said I'm not dying, and I was very lucky. She then said Granny said she hoped I die so that they and my husband can come live with her. My husband and I were shocked. My 12-year-old confirmed she heard her say that. My husband said he was going to ring mother-in-law. When he came back into the room, he looked furious, but he didn't say anything until after we got home, and he said mother-in-law denied it after he kept pushing. She ended up admitting it, but she said she didn't mean it. I thought me and her were close, but I guess not. I am incredibly hurt she would want that and said I wanted me and the girl to go no contact with mother-in-law. I told him he could have a relationship with her, but I didn't want me and the girls to have one with her. My husband said he supports me. He then rang mother-in-law and told her what I said. She didn't take it too well. She came to our house crying and said it was a misunderstanding. She didn't mean it, and we were taking it the wrong way. My husband asked, "What did you mean then?" She just got hysterical and started crying and saying she always wanted daughters. Still, my husband was the only child due to her inability to have any more after him, and the girls were more like her daughters than granddaughters. She wasn't thinking properly when she said that to our 6-year-old. She got so worked up that my husband had to take her home. When he got back, he said he didn't know she felt like that and asked if I still wanted to cut her off. I said yes. He said okay and didn't argue. But it's been a week now, and he is still very quiet and hasn't said much about what happened. Now I'm starting to feel guilty, wondering if I took it the wrong way and being Ada. Update: I decided to talk to my husband and asked if he was upset that I decided that the girls and I have no contact with mother-in-law. He said he wasn't. He said he always knew mother-in-law wanted a daughter instead of him, and it brought back all the bad memories of rejection and hurt he felt growing up as a kid. I suggested therapy, and he's willing to go. We are also going to get therapy for our 6-year-old, as she now gets anxious if I'm not within her sight. My husband agreed that going NC with mother-in-law is the best thing for our family. Our daughter's birthday is coming up, and we have yet to tell mother-in-law she is no longer invited. Update 3. Mother-in-law has been arrested. She came to our house screaming we couldn't keep her daughters from her. Husband tried to calm her down and get her to leave. She wouldn't and attacked him. My husband had to restrain her, and I called the police. She fought them, but it got her nowhere except the back of their car. The woman is truly insane. My husband talked to the police because I had to calm down my daughters. After all, they witnessed the whole thing. My 6-year-old was hysterical about Granny being taken away. This is all just a big mess. My mother-in-law wanted to be a third parent to my children, but my husband had enough of her, and now she's losing her mind. My husband and I have been together since we were both very young. I think it's part of why I have become complicit with his family since I was young. I've never had any conflict with them, but our entire dynamic changed when I had my first son. It was typical mother-in-law narcissist behavior. They always belittled me, criticized everything I did, and gaslighted my husband and me. My husband and I had a huge fight when my second son was a newborn because of how much I disliked our weekly visits with them. Eventually, it became obvious to him how overbearing she was with our boys. I have noticed her odd behavior around my boys several times, as if she wants to be their mom, not a grandmother. Grandparents are supposed to, and usually, embrace their role as grandparents, but not her. She wants to be more a third parent in my mind. I feel crazy for thinking this way, but I know I am right. Since we bought our house, she has been coming over several times a week, even though we live 30 minutes away. Every week, including weekends, she'll come over on her off days, sometimes a third time, and we still go to their house on the weekends. I will circle back to this so my husband can see how crazy this is. She has been FaceTiming my husband daily, asking to see the boys for a while now. Every single day, she thinks that she doesn't see them enough. I finally grew a spine and told him enough is enough, and he needs to stop being a pushover with her. Once he did, all hell broke loose. She went psycho and yelled at him like a child. Also, saying things like, "I don't care about you too. I just care to talk to the boys," as if my kids are hers. She will not understand that what she is doing is wrong. No matter what we do, we will always be the bad guys in her story. I hate how father-in-law and brother-in-law agree with her. It makes us look more insane. I don't know what else to do besides keep standing my ground. Any advice on what I should do from here, because I feel like I am going crazy? Also, she has other grandkids but does not show immense favoritism towards them like she does with my kids. Different people have told me this is normal in our culture. Grandparents should be involved always, and I don't think that's right. Here's a little kicker to add before I finish. My oldest is starting school this coming August for the first time. Guess who invited herself to his first day of school? I said no, but it was because she thought that was okay. Who in their right mind would take away a mother's special moment like that and think it's okay? I swear this woman needs therapy, and now I do, too. My mother-in-law wants my family to leave our house and give it to my divorced sister-in-law, but we learned her disgusting lies and cut all ties with her. My husband has a younger sister, Sister-in-law is currently going through a divorce with 4 children. My husband and I also have 4 children. My husband and I live on a very quiet country back road in our little town. We and his family are the only residences on the road. So both his sisters and their families, and his parents, live within walking distance of our house. My husband and I have been married for 7 years and have 4 young children. My husband bought the land we live on from his parents when he was 18, and we built a house on it when we got married. We designed our house with a big family in mind to be our forever home. It has never been a thought to move or look elsewhere. My sister-in-law is going through a divorce. She is struggling, to say the least. She was in a very toxic relationship with her ex, with her contributing just as much as he was, and he filed for divorce and moved out, leaving the 4 kids with her. My mother-in-law called my husband 2 nights ago and asked if we would come over for a chat. When we got there, my in-laws and sister were sitting on the couch like they were staging some kind of intervention. It was just really strange. My mother-in-law didn't beat around the bush at all. She explained how sister-in-law's ex was getting the house in the divorce and they would be homeless within the month if we didn't give her our home. It honestly took me a second to comprehend what she even said, because it was so out of left field. The husband didn't need that second and looked them dead in the eyes and said, "No." The in-laws started telling us things like, "You guys don't need all that house. You guys can move into one of the new neighborhoods in town. You guys can just build a new house." I offered to open up our playroom and guest bedroom to them until they could find somewhere to live. We have air mattresses, and the guest room has a full bath, but that was not good enough, apparently. That's when we got up and left. They began yelling after us, saying we didn't care about the children, the family helps the family, and we're greedy and selfish. I'm honestly so proud of how we reacted because my first instinct was to go off and say some hurtful things, but we went just home, to our home. We love sister-in-law's kids and obviously do not want them to be homeless, but they don't need my house at the expense of my own children and family. I don't see why sister-in-law's family deserves my home. What about my kids? Now the in-laws are calling/texting, saying we don't care about the kids, we're selfish and greedy, we're making her homeless. Update: so is a lot of you, and myself, though. Sister-in-law was lying about a lot. Not gonna go into too much detail because it's seriously years worth of lies, but my husband and I called the ex-bull, and we 100% fully believe everything her ex told us. He has no reason to lie to us and said over and over he just wants the best for his kids and he is trying his best not to do anything that could possibly harm him in a court of law. She lied about him getting the house, lied about how much she was going to get in child support, lied about how often she would have her children. Something else that came out is that her oldest child is not even her ex's child. Just so many lies. We feel so incredibly stupid and deceived, and disgusted tbh. We told my in-laws everything he had said, and they were upset to find out she had been lying, but they kind of doubled down, saying, "She must have had a good reason, she's backed into a corner, she's really going through a tough time," and a bunch of other nonsense. Sister-in-law was called and asked to come and join us. She, of course, took zero accountability for the lying and sneaking and was screaming at us about how gross we were for going behind her back to her ex, and how she will never trust us again because we betrayed her. She also let us know that she was asking for our house because she truly felt like we had actually built it for her. Our kids' rooms were how she would have designed them herself. She would love to cook in my kitchen, and she loves my bathroom layout. Basically, everything about my house is how she would have built it herself, and she thinks that I must have somehow known she would need a home in the future. At that point I was just done, and so was my husband. Can't argue with batshit crazy. We left to a whole lot of screaming about no longer being family and not expecting to see them again. Honestly, I think never seeing them again is the only way to go from here. It's been a crazy few days since then. We hired a friend of my husband's to put up a privacy fence around our entire property and added extra cameras to our security system. We have a good family friend of our family, not husband's, on the police force, and we let him know the situation so he knows if he gets a phone call from us that it's serious. I think sister-in-law thought she could have my house because she loved it. That's kind of it. She wanted it, so she thought she deserved it. I guess she was either planning to sell her house at some point or maybe rent it out. I have no idea, and I really don't think she had thought that all the way through. She just thought that if she told us all she was losing the house, then we would feel obligated to help in the way she wanted. My husband has been grieving a bit. He's sad that his parents have chosen a liar over a man who has done everything for his family, never hesitated to help, and only ever been a doting son, but I think this is for the best. They don't treat him the way he deserves and I'm glad to be rid of them. I'm sad for my kids and the situation this puts them in, but my family has enough love for everyone. My mother-in-law wants my toddler to call her mama, and my husband told me to get over it, so I am thinking of getting over our marriage. My husband and I have a 17-month-old son, who is our first child and the first grandchild on both sides of the family. My mother-in-law spent a lot of time thinking of her grandmother name and eventually decided on Mama. This makes me uncomfortable as I am my son's mama. It feels like it's being taken from me and I don't want to share the title of Mama with a grandparent. I've expressed to my husband several times since his mom chose this name that I'm uncomfortable with it, and his response has been unequivocally that I am being unreasonable and I have to get over it. To further complicate the issue, our son has a pretty significant speech delay. He's not speaking at all, and his speech therapist mentioned this week that he needs consistency and calling his grandmother Mama will be detrimental to his language development. It also further increases the importance of the word Mama to me. When he finally says it to me, It will be such an incredible moment that signifies all the long and hard work I've put into helping him grow and develop his speech. Even after bringing the speech concern up to my husband, he still thinks I'm unreasonable, and I'm on my own if I want to cause an issue with his mother. At this point, this is the most upsetting part, that I've expressed my feelings repeatedly and he completely dismisses them and doesn't have my back. I want to speak to my mother-in-law about it when I see her in person next, but I'm terrified of potentially blowing up our relationship and being left all on my own as the crazy daughter-in-law without my husband to back me up. Am I being crazy here? I have overheard her babbling mama mama to my son and explicitly saying I want him to say my name first. She's bought mama apparel and mama jewelry and other such things that I have thought are clearly meant for new mothers. It's overall wildly inappropriate in my opinion and I'm so confused where this is coming from, but I will set the boundary that this isn't okay. The larger issue is that this is just another instance in a marriage where I don't feel my feelings are respected. It's exactly what I'm in therapy for, learning to build my confidence and self-esteem and how to stand up for myself. Update. He eventually told her that she needed to choose a new name as I am Mama in my son's speech therapy sessions, and their solution is that her name is now Mama Joe. I have overheard her say I want him to say my name first. I don't want to give up Mama because he's going to say that before any other name. Multiple times. I feel like I'm living in crazy town and am going insane. This new name is literally not any different whatsoever, especially considering the justification of why she wants to be Mama so badly. When my toddler finally does say Mama, it's going to be for me, his mother, and me exclusively. I've given up on trying to convince my husband to get on my side. I'm going to speak to my mother-in-law directly next time I see her in person, but it's going to be a big blow-up and I'm really upset my husband still cannot see why my feelings are hurt by this. I think more than anything else this has become a massive marriage issue between us. He has a habit of often invalidating my feelings and telling me I'm overreacting, but this situation has proven to me that even if I'm being the most reasonable person in the world, he still will consider it overreacting. I'll finally stand up to my mother-in-law myself, but I just wish my husband had my back. My mother-in-law wants to share my husband and I's bed when she comes to visit. My mother-in-law has always been really weird towards my husband. Whenever she's around she's constantly touching him. Whenever she comes to visit, she spends the entire time holding my husband's hand and stroking his hair, and I have even seen her sit on his lap here and there. I never really brought up how weird I found her behavior towards my husband, since I'm not very close with my own mom and I figured maybe their relationship was more normal than it looked. But recently, she's gone way too far, and I wished I hadn't let all her past behaviors slip until now. My husband has never mentioned his mom being overbearing or overly touchy, so I was nervous to ever have to bring it up. My husband and I moved into our new house about 2 months ago. It's far from our hometown and my mother-in-law had a full-on panic attack when she found out we were moving far away from her. I listened to my husband reassure her again and again that she could visit and we would come to visit her often. Secretly, it was making my stomach turn to hear all this. I was happy to get distance from her since she has always been so involved in our lives. I wanted to start my husband and I's family in a fresh new area and not have his mom around every day. When we still lived in the same town as her, she would come over literally every single day. I'm not even exaggerating. My husband gave her a key to our old place without asking me and she was in our house all the time. She even caught up being intimate once and the next day she had the nerve to ask me to please act more ladylike. Lady, I live here, not you. She was already giving us so much grief for moving away, but her latest request is my last goddamn straw. I've officially had it with my mother-in-law to the point where I'm considering making my husband choose if he wants me or her in his life. My mother-in-law invited herself to come visit us the week we moved into our house and my husband accepted without mentioning a word to me. He told me she was coming the day of, and I told him I was getting tired of him always putting his mother ahead of our marriage. He said that he was just trying to be a good son and that he loved his mom. I asked if he loved me too and he just kissed the top of my head and hugged me to end the conversation. When his mom arrived that night, I saw that she had put her overnight bag in the master bedroom, where me and my husband slept. I told her I had set up the guest bedroom for her, and I tried to pick up her things to carry them in there. To my absolute shock, she just giggled and took her things out of my hands. She looked me in the eyes and said, "That's all right, I'm gonna be sleeping in here right next to my baby." Talking about my husband, of course. I couldn't believe she was really suggesting that she would sleep next to my husband in our bed. I hadn't wanted her to visit so soon in the first place, and now she wanted to share my bed? Instead of arguing with her, I talked to my husband in private and told him I was obviously uncomfortable with that and that it was time to set some much-needed boundaries with his mom. I wanted to cry tears of anger when instead, my husband said she would only be here for a couple of days and that we should let her share our bed since she was still adjusting to all this. I'm fuming. All this has made me realize that I married a full-on mama's boy who will always pick his creepy mom over me. I am not sleeping in bed with that woman. I decided to leave the night and I've been taking some time away from my husband while I reevaluate this marriage. He can stay there with mommy dearest since he seems to see her as the love of his life. My mom tried to one-up my engagement by getting engaged the same weekend. Now, she wants to use all my vendors and have a double wedding. I have been with my fiancé for 6 years and a month. He finally proposed. His family reacted the way I expected. His mom and I cried together, jumped around like little girls, and drank wine in celebration. On the other hand, my mom, while also happy for me, Tried to one-up my engagement by getting engaged somehow in the same weekend without anyone even knowing she had a boyfriend at all. When I showed her my ring in person, she said, "That's so pretty, but look, my man gave me 2 rings because he couldn't decide which one was better and thought I deserved both." Huh? And like, I usually have a good relationship with my mom, we're friends, or whatever, but like I said, no one even knew she had a boyfriend, and suddenly, she has 2 rings from a guy she calls Jack Rabbit. No joke, that is what she calls him, and I still don't know who he is. I should mention that my parents split up and broke up 2 months before I was born, so they have never been together for all my 25 years so far. My dad and I have a great relationship all the time anyway. He lives on the East Coast, and I live on the West Coast. I shouldn't have, but I told my mom that I was scared to tell my dad since I would have to tell him over the phone. A few days after I got engaged, I finally called my dad to tell him, and I was careful not to post anything on Facebook until after I told certain family like parents, grandparents, and siblings. I talked to him for a good hour about work and politics and whatever, and then I finally told him I was engaged, to which he responded, "Yeah, I know. Your mom told me a couple of days ago. I'm disappointed in you." He said some other hurtful things, but back to my mom. Then my mom asked if she could take me shopping for a wedding dress, and I agreed. She then took me to a thrift store. I just want to say that I am not against thrift stores or used dresses. I just didn't expect my first chance to be excited about my dress to come from a thrift store, and it didn't. It was September, so it was still hot, and the thrift store didn't have any AC. It was just weird all around. I ended up ordering a dress from Amazon anyway. When I was picking my possible dates, I thought sometime between October 18 and Jan 19, so I would have a year to plan it. My mom said that wouldn't work for her since she wants to travel to Australia then. Seriously? She has never wanted to go anywhere but now wants to go to Australia. I have been looking at venues in my area. I was with my mom about 2 weeks ago, and we were looking at a popular downtown hotel. It's the kind of place I wanted, but I didn't think it was even a possibility. My mom talked me into taking a tour with her anyway. I want a Saturday night wedding, but the hotel offers a cheaper Sunday brunch wedding. Mom and I are going back and forth, me pushing Saturday night because I like the idea of dinner and dancing, and her pushing Sunday morning, but only because it's cheaper. And we are standing in a banquet room, and my mom freaking says, "We should have a double wedding. It would be cheaper that way." And I was like, with who? And she says, "You and me." And while I was standing there with my jaw on the ground, shocked, she added in a sting, "Yeah, all the family would be here already. I could just come here in the morning while you're getting ready, and then you can get married after me." After her? On my day? And while I get ready, I'm not even invited. I've been really upset, and my fiancé and his family are supportive and understanding and stuff, but I'm pretty upset about the fact that my parents are bumming me out. I should be so happy and over the moon about planning poop, and now all I can worry about is my mom legitimately swooping in and using my vendors so she can get married quickly for cheaper. Update: it's worse than I thought regarding my dad. I called him to tell him how much his part in this hurt me, and he told me he was so nasty because my mom attacked him by email, saying I called him a horrible father if he didn't write her a personal check to pay for my wedding. I'm drafting my mass email now and throwing out all my plans. I think I'll go in January 19. It's our existing anniversary that month anyway. I can't just throw her out of anything, but I do have some step-aunties she tortured growing up who would love to have some revenge if she tries anything at the event.
My mom wore a white dress to my Indian wedding thinking she'd outshine my bride. My mom has always been crazy and overbearing, but I never realized how extreme her behavior was until I became engaged and started planning my wedding with my Indian wife. My mom needs to be the center of attention at all times. In the past, my mom has even faked injuries like a sprained ankle just for attention. Every time I had a milestone achievement like graduating from college or running my first marathon, my mom would always make it about her. Like whenever we were celebrating my achievements with my family and they were congratulating me, she would interrupt the conversation to redirect all the attention back to her since I would have accomplished nothing without her. When I met my wife Pia, at university, I fell in love with her intelligence and soft gentle nature. She is extremely patient and has always handled conflicts with my mom with grace. I prefer to hang out with Pia's family instead of my own since it's a way less drama-filled environment. Even though my mom acts very erratically, her latest stunt for attention backfired on her. Maybe 2 days before our wedding, my mom FaceTimed me while I was lying next to her in bed and told me about how she wanted to wear a white dress to the wedding. She started rambling about how she was thinking about attaching a train to it and I just lost it. I told her that I was sick of her bullshit and that she was making me want to invite her to the wedding. That's when my mom started with her crocodile tears and Pia literally took the phone out of my hand and told my mom to her face that a simple white dress wasn't going to outdo her Indian bridal dress and she could wear whatever she wanted. I was fuming at my mom but totally impressed with how patiently Pia had handled my mom's idiot plan, which again totally blew up in her face. On the day of the wedding, my mom sure enough showed up in a giant white dress with a long train. She looked so much like a bride and Pia was already in the building so security almost didn't let her in, which put her in a bad mood before the day even started. I found out later on that my mom had spent most of the day making little comments about Pia's dress to her own family, and asking people if they preferred hers. During the ceremony, I could hear my mom trying to start a conversation as loud as she could in order to interrupt, and that's when Pia's 5-year-old niece said, "Be quiet. This is my auntie's day." This caused a bit of laughter and my mom turned beet red and embarrassed. While Pia was walking up the aisle to me, my mom literally snorted like a pig, laughed, and started talking as loud as she could again. It was the most obnoxious thing I had ever seen and I almost grabbed her and pulled her out of the hall myself before one of Pia's cousins escorted her out. insisting that she must not feel well. It seemed like all of my mom's interactions with Pia's family were disastrous. At one point she was complaining to my mother-in-law about how difficult it had been to raise me, and my mother-in-law's response made me see where Pia gets her grace from. My mother-in-law simply said that her children have returned more love than she could have ever given them in a lifetime. My mom looked like someone had hit her in the face with a pan and just rolled her eyes. I guess she was unsatisfied with that interaction and decided to come straight up to Pia and ask if she was sure she wanted to marry me. After seeing Pia's reaction, I had to turn completely around in order not to laugh at my mom's face. Pia put the back of her palm against my mom's forehead, made a face of concern, and asked if she was feeling confused or delirious. She said, "Everyone here understands why I'm marrying your son, why don't you?" That's when my mom slapped her hand away and stormed out of the venue. It was the only helpful thing she had done all day, and, as soon as she left, my wife and I had the time of our life, partying the night away with her family and dancing with each other till our feet gave out.
My mother acts like my brother is my son and refuses to let me have a job because she doesn't want me to get more freedom, so I moved states away and left her with her little devil. I feel bad saying this, but my mom often makes me feel like I'm the mother to her 7-year-old son, my brother. I'm expected to make him breakfast every day. There isn't a day where she doesn't expect me to feed him. I even cook dinner and lunch. I have to help him with homework, reading, and chores. I want to enjoy life as a young adult, but I can't even do that. Every time I want to go out, she constantly reminds me I have a brother to look after like he's my son. It's hard because when she isn't home, he doesn't listen to me. He sees me like a maid because that's what he sees from his mom. His mom never corrected his behavior, and yesterday when my brother hit me and I lectured him about it, she laughed with him about the situation. I'm so tired and want to get out of this house, but part of me feels bad leaving. I feel like I'm leaving a lot for my mom to take care of. Am I in the wrong for wanting to leave, or am I just being too dramatic? I can't even tell if this behavior is normal because it's been this way since I was 10. I can't even get a job, by the way. She won't allow me. Calls me dramatic and selfish for even wanting one. She's admitted that she doesn't want me growing up or getting more freedom. She also won't allow me to drive. I can't do much because I live in a small town where the farthest stores are 30 minutes away. So I kinda need a car to get a job. I also was going to see family since my grandma paid for the ticket, and my mom basically told me I couldn't go because I'm expected at home to care for my brother over the summer, so I can't even work this summer if I wanted to. Update. So today I texted my aunt, who has in the past wanted me to go with her. We talked and she said of course she would take me in. Agreed to help me pursue a degree in criminal justice, learn to drive, and get a job. She decided that what my mom was doing was wrong. I graduate next month on the 17th, and we both agreed my aunt would come for me on May 25th, which is the day I'm leaving. I have no plan on telling my mom that I will pack my stuff silently and leave quietly. I'm trying to find my passport, but my mom has hidden it from me. Hopefully, I will find it. Second update. So I am officially leaving in 20 days, but these past days have been hell for me. I know the time is coming, but I can't wait for it to be here already. It's like my mom's getting more controlling as time goes by. My aunt and I have already found a job and called. We agreed that I would sneak my paperwork and leave. I'm having a hard time leaving my younger sister behind since my mom is also hard on her. My mom has been threatening to take away my phone at 18 and expects me to come straight from school to clean and work around the house, to the point where she yells if it's not done. I have no time to do homework, and I'm failing a class. Everything else I have A's and B's. Even if I try doing homework, she accuses me of only being on the phone. Yesterday she accused my sister and me of being in a secret relationship which she had before. It's honestly so gross and disgusting. I just want to get out. The other day I wore shorts, and she told me I would get R-worded. The shorts weren't even that short, and it was summer. I'm constantly controlled and I can't wear makeup, dress the way I want, work, drive, or do anything. This is so tiring, and I'm tired of my life, and she makes me feel like absolute trash. I feel so bad leaving my sister behind. She's 16. I feel so much guilt leaving her behind. I can't stop crying because I know I'm leaving, and I know she's going to get grounded once I leave. Third update. I made the hard choice and left. It was incredibly hard to leave my sister and brother behind, but to help them I have to help myself. It's been a good month and a half now, and I have moved states with my aunt, found a job, started college, and learning to drive. The amount of freedom feels so weird to me. I get to go out, have money, have a voice, and I'm not constantly watching over others. I still talk to my sister, and my mom hasn't changed. I don't know if I even still consider her my mother. Ever since I've spoken to my aunt about my home life and learning to grow and get over the trauma, and I'm going to start therapy soon to help with these. For people saying I should have called CPS, I have. CPS has been called 4 times. My mother was a foster mom to 2 kids, and both of them reported her to CPS. I reported her to CPS, and my own family reported her, and nothing was ever done. My sister has told me ever since I left that my mom is telling people that I was a brat, dramatic, attention-seeking, and that she doesn't consider me her daughter anymore, which is fine because she never felt like a mother to me. I feel like my mom has damaged me. I have severe anxiety, and can't look people in the eye. Have a hard time with conversations and an overall horrible self-image. I hope that going to therapy can fix these problems and I can just continue to grow as an adult.
My mother called my wife a horrible mom all because she didn't breastfeed. Now my family is shocked that I went no contact. My wife announced she was pregnant last year, but the pregnancy was riddled with a lot of medical issues. This eventually led to a very difficult birth, and she is unable to have another child, which makes us both heartbroken. Which is why this issue with my mother is so much more frustrating. I will mention that my wife is currently doing therapy to properly heal. Anyway, because of the complications of the birth, we have put off letting any family visit to meet our son. What I'm worried about is when my mom will be visiting. She had 7 kids, and considers herself an expert in all things birth. I already told her that my wife can't have any more kids, and she told me she'll look into it to see if there are any remedies that could help her. I told her, no. During birth they performed a surgery that makes it physically impossible for her. But my mom isn't one to give up. I am also worried because my wife isn't breastfeeding our son, and my mom is very open about how women should feed their children when they are very young. When I told her what my wife decided, she flipped out and told me she was doing everything wrong, and that I needed to step in before she harms my son. I told her that would not happen. We have formulas, and it is ultimately my wife's decision. She asked me why, and I told her all that my wife was willing to share. She suffered trauma from an incident a few years ago, and because of that she won't be breastfeeding our child. My mom kept insisting that we were harming our baby by not breastfeeding, and my wife isn't a real mom if she doesn't do it. Because of this, I told her she is not allowed to visit her grandson until she learns at the very least to hold her tongue and not rant her opinion to my wife. She has been through enough, and deserves nothing but support right now. We let my wife's parents come and visit us last week, and my mom found out. She called me complaining that they got to see the grandbaby first, and it wasn't fair. I asked if she would keep her opinions to herself, and she promised she would. Fast forward to yesterday, we had my mom and sister visit. She kept her opinion to herself and my wife was having a good day, so I thought everything would be fine. My mom had been holding our son for over a half hour, before my wife started to get anxious and asked to have him back. She's scared if he's gone away from her for too long, so I went to grab him and bring him back to her. My mom moved away from me and told me no, I haven't been able to hold him nearly long enough yet. My wife asked if she could please hand her back her son, and my mom decided now would be a great time to educate my wife on proper breastfeeding, and how she is ruining our child by not being an actual mother. My wife started to tear up, and my mom apologized, and said, "I'm sorry I have to be this blatant with you, but you are a horrible mother. Not breastfeeding is hurting your son, and that isn't okay." I took my son out of her arms, put him down in his crib, and pushed both my mom and sister out of the room. I told my mom she needed to leave, and I wouldn't know when I would feel comfortable inviting her back. My sister stepped in, saying that our mom was just being honest and trying to help my wife. I told them both, I don't know who they thought they were helping, but my wife, who is in tears right now, has certainly not been helped. My mom asked once again why she couldn't just breastfeed. I told her it was none of her business and she needed to back off or she wouldn't be seeing her grandchild or son again for a very long time. My mom and sister stormed out and have tried calling me a few times since. I have even been receiving calls from other family members, calling me cruel for not allowing my mom to see her grandson. I've been ignoring them, and scheduled an extra session for my wife with her therapist, as she still hasn't stopped crying. My mother didn't understand the concept of punctuality and was late on every occasion of our lives. Now she's livid because I got her a special invitation for my wedding. My parents are late for everything. Like everything. Both my sister and I have been disappointed so many times. Graduation ceremonies, birthday parties, and even my father's retirement dinner. It is completely my mother's fault. She is a wonderful mother, and I love her dearly. She just does not understand the concept of punctuality. I saw her talking to her sister on the phone and reminded her that she needed to be at my baby sister's dance recital. She waved me off and arrived after my sister had danced. We are all used to it. My dad is just done trying to get her on time for anything. My now wife told me in no uncertain terms that if my mother were late for our wedding, she would do terrible things to me. She was only half joking, but she was a witness to my mom and dad arriving halfway through my cousin's quinceañera. So here is what I did. It is completely on me. My wife was not involved. If there is a PP move, it was completely mine. When we were getting samples for the wedding, I talked to the printer and had one special invitation printed with the time on it stating 1 hour earlier than the actual start time of the ceremony. My mother was beside herself when they left the house and thought they would miss the wedding since she was a part of it with her and my mother-in-law lighting the candles we would use to light the unity candle and stuff. When she arrived and noticed other people were also just arriving and parking, she was so relieved that we were starting late that she just went with it. The ceremony went off beautifully, and so did the wedding pictures and the reception. The problem came last Sunday. My parents came over for a big family dinner, and we only bothered to start the grill once they showed up. She asked why everyone wasn't eating, and we just said we knew we would be waiting for them since they were always late. She said she was not always late and was on time for my wedding. She hadn't been. They arrived 45 minutes after the time on their invitation. My idiot cousin John, real name because it's common and he deserves people to know he is adult, snorted at her statement. A few other people giggled or smiled at this, and she picked up and asked what was so funny. I came clean and told her about the special invitation. She is pissed at me for not trusting her and making her look foolish in front of everyone. If my cousin had just controlled himself, she never would have known. Part of the reason she is mad is because she had her invitation framed. I was already planning a heist with my sisters to replace it with the real one in case she ever noticed the discrepancy between hers and the one we had framed in our home. Update 2 years later, my parents have been embarrassed for 2 years because I tricked them into being on time for my wedding. Pretty much every time I see them, they say I was a dick, not to trust them. Our church is very busy and full of young people, so there are lots of weddings. There are 3 weddings every Saturday all summer long, one at 10, one at noon, and one at 3. Sometimes, but not often, there is also an evening wedding. My little sister just got married. She snagged the noon slot. My mom got super involved in planning the wedding to prove that I'm just an immature a-hole. She said that she would be on time and not miss anything. Side note, I hate it when people clink glasses to get the bride and groom to kiss. At our wedding, people have to sing a song. My cousin John has no shame and has sung about 10 times. I think people were bribing him with alcohol. I set up a betting pool for kisses depending on how late my parents were. It cost $10, and if you guessed within 5 minutes, you got a free pass to make my sister and her husband kiss. Almost everyone bet on time because of the shitstravaganza at my wedding. The correct answer was 35 minutes. Only me, my PP cousin John, and his sister Yvonne got free passes for the kissing, and I bet $100. I was confident. We raised almost $1,500 for the honeymoon with my stupid idea, and I got to interrupt my sisters from eating with my 10 passes. Win-win. Except for my mom, who thinks I did it to embarrass her. She helped plan the wedding, but she was still late, by over half an hour. We cleaned up the decorations in my sister's colors while the next wedding was decorating after us. So that's that. My mom will never change, but I have harnessed her inability to give a poop about punctuality for the good of humanity. See you whenever my littlest sister gets married. My mother got a paternity test for my daughter without our consent and proved that she is not mine. Now she's shocked that I am cutting her off instead of my wife. I've been with my wife for 8 years. We have 2 children, a 5-year-old daughter and a 2-year-old son. I've known since my wife got pregnant that there was a possibility our daughter wasn't my biological child. I don't care. She's my daughter, and my wife has never been unfaithful. However, I don't want to know if she is or isn't biologically related to me, and I've never wanted to know. My wife and I were together for around 2 years when we had a fight and broke up. We were broken up for 3 months, during which we both slept with other people and then we got back together. After approx 2 months of being back together, my wife found out she was pregnant. We knew there was a possibility of one other man being the biological father, and it was a toss-up between me and him, but it was more likely to be mine. My wife was honest with me that she'd slept with other people when we got back together, and I was equally sincere, and the window of conception for our daughter was just large enough that we couldn't say for sure if she was conceived when we were together or apart, and while she offered to get our daughter tested, I didn't want to know. My entire family was aware we broke up and got back together. Visibly, she looks like her mother. She has the same dark hair, dimples, and bone structure. I see bits of myself in her, too, mainly in her mannerisms. The only part that doesn't match up is her eyes, which are brown, while mine are green and my wife's are blue. Meanwhile, my son, with his green eyes, blonde hair, and bone structure, looks like I cloned myself and looks very different from his dark-haired, dark-eyed sister. My mother has noticed, and remarks on it often. This really gets my wife's hackles up, both because of the reality behind that, which my mother is unaware of, and because she and my mother have clashed a few times in the past. They are very different people, and their personalities just don't mix. Then a few months ago my wife's sister and my best friend, they're married, got into a car accident. They were in the hospital with one of their 3 kids, while the other 2 were home alone. So we asked my mother to watch our kids while we helped them out. Our kids were with her and my dad for about 5 hours. Last week Mom came over and said she had something important to tell me. When she had my daughter unsupervised, she did one of those DNA test kits on my daughter, comparing it to her own DNA, which she apparently ordered months ago for this exact purpose and was waiting to use it, and it confirmed my daughter isn't biologically related to me, and she began to tell me about a lawyer she could get me in touch with to begin divorce proceedings. I told her this changes nothing. She's still my daughter and that's my wife she's talking about. Mom was shocked, and called my wife some names I don't care to repeat. I told her to get out of my house. It's been nearly a week. I've told my wife, and blocked my mother on everything, and there's been constant calls and texts. My mother is furious I never told her that I had an inkling, and has since disowned my daughter, but says my son is still her special little guy so she wants a relationship with my son but not my daughter. In addition to my mother, all 5 of my siblings, and dad are angry with me. They want me to get back in touch, and a couple of them have even said I should thank Mom for what she did as she was looking out for me and now I know. However, I can't justify my mother going behind my back to get a DNA test on my daughter without consulting me. I feel I'm in the right, but I also feel I could be overreacting, and I would appreciate another perspective as I'm seriously considering cutting contact with my mother over this.
My mother-in-law turned my husband against me and unalived our future family. My husband and I have been married for 3 years. From the very beginning, his mother has never approved of me. I'm Filipino, and she told me that Filipinos are maids only. At the beginning my husband defended me. He even threatened to cut ties with her if she tried anything. So she backed off. He proposed to me and that's where trouble slowly started again. She was not happy. My sister-in-law told me that my mother-in-law didn't expect us to last so long cause she expected my husband to come to his senses. She tried to jeopardize our wedding, threatened not to come, even told our guests that there was a typo in our invitation card and gave them the wrong date. Luckily they confirmed it with us and we got it sorted. She showed up drunk to the wedding and objected when we were saying our vows, but thankfully everyone ignored her. My husband actually waved it off and said that his mom is just scared for him and that I should understand because she grew up in a very traditional home. That should have been my first red flag. But I was so in love with him that I ignored it. I was 8 months pregnant a month ago. My husband insisted on going to mother-in-law's house for a family reunion. I didn't want to because of the human growing in me and too tired because I was still working. He insisted because his mom will not take no for an answer. So we went. Biggest regret of my life. At the dinner, I started feeling weird and lightheaded. I told my husband about it but he waved me off, told me to go up to his old room and lay down. I said this was different, and we should go to the hospital just in case. His mom butted in and told me not to ruin their dinner, to just shut up and go upstairs. I gave my husband a look and said, "You really gonna let her talk to me like that?" That jerk just shrugged and told me to calm down. I did not go up. I knew something was wrong. I called my dad to get him to bring me to the hospital. I felt like I was floating, my body felt numb and I wanted to puke. I felt like fainting. Dad arrived and I left without letting them know. I don't know how else to say this, but my baby's heartbeat stopped. I was told the chances at this point of pregnancy was low, but it happened. I also had alcohol and substances in my system. But I didn't drink any since I was pregnant and I don't do substances. Sister-in-law later admitted she saw mother-in-law added stuff into my drinks and food later on. My husband refused to believe that and sided with mother-in-law, saying I must have taken something accidentally. I reported it to the police, sister-in-law as my witness. I pressed charges, nothing was done about it.
My mother-in-law unalived my baby for my husband's attention. My mother-in-law, 57, told me she wants my, 25, unborn child to call her mom. Her reasoning: I am more important to my son than you. There's only one thing you can give him that I can't. She also insists that she can have a baby too if she wanted. I'm not special for being pregnant. She genuinely believes that I stole her son from her and don't deserve to have my own child refer to me as mom. She has officially won. I was 14 weeks and had a very bad fall where I landed on my belly. She put her stuff all over our living room floor to store it here for some reason and I tripped on the mess. I began miscarrying 20 minutes later. She was here when it happened and knew it was happening. I was texting, calling, crying, yelling from the bathroom to get his attention. He came in, saw that I had blood overflowing from my shorts and said he urgently needed to help his mom. He left. I went through the brunt of miscarriage myself. I held the remains in my hands. I begged him over text to come to the bathroom and help me. To hold me. To go through this with me. He finally came in a half hour later and saw the blood everywhere. I'm anemic and couldn't stand anymore. He made a comment about how it was going to be a lot to clean up. So I tossed off my clothes, climbed into the shower, and bled there. I asked him to buy me large pads and said I'd clean the mess. He came back half an hour later with the pads and kept explaining that his mom needed him. They knew I was miscarrying but she needed help moving things and it was urgent. She was outside when I cleaned up the bathroom and went to the kitchen for food. I was weak and struggling. She didn't make eye contact with me or talk to me at all. Probably because she knew she had won. She took my husband away from me during the most traumatic point of my life. And he went willingly. I feel so lost. He spent the night at his mom's house and left me alone. He isn't back yet. I've been alone with his kids from a different relationship, who he only gets to see 1 3-day weekend a month. He hasn't texted me and I haven't reached out either. I don't know why I wasn't important to him, why the miscarriage wasn't urgent, why he didn't want to hold me. Why he won't come home. I'm so lost and alone and my heart is broken. She's probably celebrating while I'm mourning. I ended up discharged from the hospital after 24 hours and he still wasn't home. I confided in my family and they booked me a ticket home. They were horrified that this had happened, and a little hurt that I didn't reach out when it was happening for help. I don't know why it didn't occur to me. I packed my things and flew to them. He still hadn't responded to my texts, voicemails, or calls, so I left him a handwritten note. A few days after being with my family, I get a long text from him. He said that he had to stay with his mother for the entire week after I had miscarried in our home, basically because of her, And get this folks. She felt triggered by my miscarriage and needed his emotional support. He argued that she needed him as she and his father are divorced. During this time, he didn't want to bring me up to further cause her distress, so he went no contact with me for a week. He said he thought I was strong enough to wait for him. He thinks I've overreacted by flying home. He wants me to come home. I prepared for his crappy excuse and didn't let him manipulate me. I called and told him that when his mother had miscarried after he was born, she had her own husband to comfort her. While my husband left me alone and ignored me for a whole week. I told him everything you guys mentioned. It was medical neglect during a crisis, child abandonment of his own kids, my stepkids, who were supposed to be under his care, and abandonment. I could have died and was very weak when I had checked into the hospital. I was even weak when I left. I told him. I needed space to heal. I was My mother informed me that my brother and ex-girlfriend were getting married and she wanted me to be the best man. Now, everyone is pissed because I let my wife laugh at her. When I was 17 I had a girlfriend who cheated on me for my brother. We were together since kindergarten, and even though our relationship was fake in elementary school and middle school, we decided to make it official in high school. But after a year of making it official, my brother tells me that she and him were seeing each other behind my back. I was extremely hurt, especially since my parents knew, but they thought the relationship was still a playful one even though I told them the news first. After that I decided to just focus on school and move out of my parents' house, especially since they didn't have the decency to at least be romantically involved in private. She still tried to apologize and ask if we could be friends, but I just ignored her. After I graduated I moved to Texas at age 19 and only contacted my family on holidays. After 2 years of being there I met Amara at a bakery her mother owned and we became friends first due to us both having trust issues, but we made it official a year after meeting. The relationship was great, I loved her family and they loved me. The wedding was absolutely wonderful even though my parents and brother didn't come even though I sent an invitation and called them the day before. I realized that if my wife were ever in an argument with someone even if she was wrong I'd always have her back. Now a week ago my mother called me to ask if we could talk. She was on speaker since Amara and I were cooking. She knows about what my family has done and how they backed up my brother, so I didn't mind putting the phone on speaker since the only conversations I have with my family is about my brother. Well, my mom went on to tell me how my brother and ex are getting married and he wants me to be his best man. It was silent for a bit and Amara burst out with giggles and I joined in after her. My mom hung up and I didn't bother calling her back and enjoyed my night with my wife. The next morning I was bombarded with angry texts from my brother and dad on how I hurt my mother's feelings and made her cry by not telling my wife to not laugh. I don't think I did anything wrong. I technically didn't do anything, but I can somewhat say that it was childish, but it was a spur of the moment. Update: after the week of the incident and many rude texts from my brother and father, I decided to contact my brother and told him how it was unfair to not come to my wedding but then asked me to come to his. Well, I found out that my brother didn't want to come to my wedding, so my mother made up a lie instead of telling the truth. And he never asked for me to be his best man, nor was I even invited. I called my mother and asked her what the hell was going on and she told me that she just wanted her sons to get along again. Even if I were to accept the now fake offer, the situation would have gone way worse since I wasn't invited. I've decided for the sake of my wife and I's future I will be limiting contact with my side of the family. My wife is pregnant and I have that to look forward to instead of a poop show. Update 2. A friend of my ex found the post and I guess the news spread like wildfire and I was now getting texts from my immediate family and my ex and brother's friends. I ignored it at first until some really hurtful things were said about my wife regarding her family and pregnancy, which caused my wife to have a panic attack since she couldn't calm down. I don't know if I could say what they said since it was very harsh and racist. I've now gone from limited text to ignoring my whole family. I've decided to turn my phone off altogether, but I do appreciate every one of you. I'm going to take this time to spend it with my wife and her family. We are now focusing on the pregnancy and getting things ready for 9 months of fun and weird cravings.
My mother invited the whole neighborhood to a high-end steakhouse and expected me to pay for everyone. So I got up, threw $100 on the table, and left. I'm pretty successful, especially in comparison to my family. I also travel quite a bit for work. When I do come into town, I try and meet everyone and usually go out to a few dinners. Because of the income disparity, I almost always pay for my family. Sometimes I splurge and take them out to a nice place, but usually, it's just Outback or something. I have no issue with this and love helping my family. I handle family vacations, bought mom a car, etc., so I feel very generous with them. I was returning to town for the holidays but couldn't stay long this time. My mom said everyone wanted to see me and planned a dinner. After I got into town, I received a text from my mom from a few hours earlier to meet at a high-end steakhouse. I was uneasy about it because I always initiate more expensive meals, but I rolled with it. I show up at the restaurant to find a huge party. My mom, stepdad, grandparents, cousins, neighbors, etc. Usually, our family dinners are roughly 6 people. I don't have much family, and very few I'm close to. This was almost 20 people. I didn't think much of it and ordered dinner. Then, the neighbor of my grandmother, whom I've only ever waved to, offered a toast to me for being so generous and taking everyone out to dinner. I looked at my mom, who was beet red. Appetizers came out at this exact moment. I had assumed some version of a Dutch meal since so many people were there. I immediately said, "I'm not paying for dinner." I quickly looked around. Everyone had drinks. They ordered a ton of appetizers, and everyone had steaks. At this place, steaks are $80 to $250 per person. Quick math said this was going to be a $4,000 dinner. I got up, threw $100 on the table and left. My phone was blowing up. I turned it off, went to bed, and left the next day without saying bye. I didn't handle it well, but I felt used. I also told my mother I would stop sending her monthly allowance. Update: my mom has been begging me to call her, so I figured I'd let it go and call her back. I apologized for storming out and assumed she would apologize, too, so we could move forward. I was called selfish, greedy, disrespectful, and mean. I asked how they could call me greedy and selfish after everything I've done for everyone. She said I didn't do that much and could do more. To be clear, I've bought her 2 cars now, helped remodel a bathroom, replaced their roof, new appliances, and paid for 5 to 6 family vacations. This is on top of a legion of other things. I got so mad that I went to scorched earth and told her that nobody would be receiving any more help, and they weren't appreciative of it going forward. I called AT&T and canceled the 6 lines I was paying for everyone, canceled the internet I was paying for. I changed passwords on or canceled all my streaming accounts, kicked their cars off AAA, kicked her off my insurance, and canceled the credit card I'd given her. No more free rides. Update 2. My niece said everyone was in shock after I left. They tried to cancel dinner, but the apps and drinks had already come, so they split a $700 bill and left. Mom's been calling. I'm avoiding her calls now. Her voicemails are each meaner than the last, so I just deleted them now. I told her I wanted time for us all to calm down and I'll talk to her next month. I was uninvited to a cousin's wedding I barely knew. They didn't want drama but let it be known that they would like the present. They were deciding where the family vacation would be this summer previously, but that horse is dead now. I visited with my niece and she told me that there is zero remorse or understanding. It is basically an accepted consensus that I'm a greedy, mean monster. My mother made me the second mom of her children and treated me like a live-in maid. Now she's going nuts because I decided to leave home after she announced that she was pregnant again. I always did the chores in my house. My mom is kind of obsessed with cleaning, so we were always cleaning up. I never complained because I understood that helping is important and she could never do those things alone. The biggest problem was my stepbrother and stepfather. They never cleaned anything, never cooked or washed something, and their excuse was, women do house chores way better than men, and my mother always agreed with that and even fought with me for not cleaning things for them sometimes. Anyway, this never changed. Since I was 10 years old, I have cooked and cleaned for everyone without complaining. When I was 13, my mom had a baby, and suddenly I was a maid and a babysitter, and again, I didn't complain about the situation. Still, as a teenager, I wanted to go out with my friends, and when I got older I really wanted to have a job, but since I had to take care of my baby brother while my parents were working or were busy with other things. The thing is, my stepbrother and stepfather never took care of the baby, and sometimes I needed to cancel plans to stay with him because I was his second mother. I even started studying at night because I needed to stay with him during the day. So I was cleaning, cooking, babysitting, and trying to study, and when I didn't do all the chores that my mother asked me, she would fight with me and call me words like useless, lazy. I never complained about anything, just accepted and kept living. Everything changed last month. We were having lunch with my family, and my boyfriend was with us. My mother said she had a big thing to tell us all. She was pregnant again. At that moment, I felt like crying and screaming, but I respected their moment of happiness. My boyfriend noticed that I was not happy like them. Don't get me wrong, I was not jealous of attention or anything. I was sad because I knew I would be stuck at home and now taking care of two kids, a toddler and a newborn, and I didn't choose to be this. I don't even want to be a mom. I don't want this to become my life. I became the mom of my brother and now I would be the mother of this new kid. At night, after all this, my boyfriend and I talked, and he said that I could live with him and his family until I got a job and I could pay for somewhere else to live. I agreed. When I told my mother about this, she shouted at me, calling me unfair and selfish. She needed me to take care of her kids for her and do the chores, so I said I was not a maid and I was not the mother of her children. After the fight, I took all my stuff and lived in my boyfriend's house. My family and I haven't talked since this. I think I'm kind of right at a certain point, but I really need some other people's opinions. Am I the a-hole? My mother mistreated me when I was a child and used her PPD as an excuse. Now she's asking me to give her some leeway because I am now a mother, so I made her cry. I'm the firstborn of my mom. I get she had a hard pregnancy and labor, but she was still a cold and emotionally shut down most of my childhood until I was 6, which is when she remarried to my stepdad. I guess she had a coming to Jesus moment and started trying to be in my life as well as getting help. All she did really was blame all her faults on her PPD and stress of being a single moms. By then I was already emotionally closed off to her and just let her ramble on and on without really caring about her. She had my half-sister and suddenly could be the attentive and caring mom I deserved, which hurted badly. I hated her more, but I like my sister, so I kept quiet. I don't love her. I could care less if she dropped dead tomorrow. I'm just cordial to her since I'm still close with my half-sister. She hates this and has been trying to fix our relationship, but I don't want that. I'm good and I don't need her. I didn't do the mother and daughter dance she wanted at my wedding, not let her or my stepdad walk me down the aisle. My husband knows of relationship and he supports whatever makes me comfortable. I had a pretty rough pregnancy with my eldest daughter and was heavily depressed and self-conscious about my weight and looks. Hubby took care of me deeply like he should. What I want to highlight if I never held any bad emotions towards my girl, and even when I was drained in all the ways possible I still took care of her and showed her the love she deserved. I did the same with my other two. The whole incident happened with my last boy. I was talking to my sister about how hard the labor was on my mental and physical health before she could answer. The witch cut in and said that now I understand how hard pregnancy was and now I could maybe try to give her some leeway. I just scoffed and said that although my pregnancies were much harder than hers and my PPD is something she could never understand, I never abused my kids and husband and made them feel unloved and unwanted. I said she was just a weak woman that used her PPD as an excuse to be a terrible mom. I added how I won't use my PPD as an excuse to mistreat my babies like she did. She started crying. I rolled my eyes and just left, ignoring my sister. I got home to a lot of angry texts from my sister calling me cruel for what I said. I told her to F off and stay with her witch of a mom and blocked her. Told hubby though he's on my side, he thinks I was too harsh. His opinion really matters to me. Update 1. Me and my husband made the decision to cut my whole family off, including my sister. We just didn't see the point in keeping people who loved and supported an abuser like her in our lives. It was hard on me emotionally, but my husband was there for me and reassured me I was doing the right thing. I ended up writing a letter to my sister telling her I wished her well, but I didn't see a future with us anymore and I didn't want her near me and my family. She didn't take it well and started borderline harassing me and stalking me. She ended up showing up at my house at our point screaming profanities and only left when my husband let her have it and threatened to call the cops. Her dad tried talking to me when we ran into each other, but I ignored him. That only showed me I did the right thing. Now about the witch. She's been like her daughter, contacting me here and there from unknown numbers saying how she's sorry for how she treated me and is blaming herself for ruining my relationship with her kid. I haven't responded, nor do I plan to. My husband got a great job opportunity in New Zealand and we're moving there. Everything away from these people would make me happy, lol. I'll never see these people again in a few weeks and honestly, nothing brings me more joy. The kids are excited to be closer to their grandparents for my husband and I miss my in-laws, especially my father-in-law. He's such a sweetheart. My mother often compares me to my cousin, so I compared her to her successful sister. She was livid and slapped me. Now I am planning my great escape. I have a cousin, to whom my mom often compares me. My cousin has really good grades, her lowest being a 96, while my highest grade is a 73 in PE. Yes, I know it's bad. Me and my mom got into an argument a few days ago about my grades. My grades are a thing we argue about a lot. My mom had checked my grades while I was out at work. I know they're horrible, but I can't help it. The reason my grades are so low is that I never had the energy or time to do assignments. I wake up, go to school, after school goes to work until 11 p.m. on school nights at half a.m. on weekends, and then I go home, clean, and if I have an appetite then make food and then go to sleep, and the cycle repeats. I'm honestly beyond exhausted when I get home. Oftentimes I can't sleep, and I don't even have the energy to change clothes or shower. It's gross. I know. No need to lecture me about it. During our argument, my mom said, "Why can't you be more like cousin name?" It's something she said before, but I was already in a really bad mood and snapped back at her, saying, "Why can't you be like cousin's mom's name?" She looked at me like she saw a ghost, and I started apologizing profusely. She slapped me and told me to go to my room, so I did. That night I tried to go talk to her, but she just ignored me. I know what I said was wrong, but I can't help but feel she deserves it. For context, my cousin and her family are pretty wealthy. Her mom is a doctor, and her dad is a lawyer, so I'm sure you can imagine their total income, while me and my mom barely survive on our combined income. I have to give her 95% of my paycheck, including all tips, so I don't have much. I'm a waitress, and what I get goes into food. I often go days without food while my cousin eats out almost every day. They'll invite me, but I can never go due to work or my mom not allowing me. My cousin and her family also go on vacation 3 to 5 times a year, which I'm invited to but can't ever go to. I know my mom tries her best to provide for me and her, as my bio dad bailed out when my mom got pregnant with me, but I often feel myself resent her because I see her going out on dates in luxury restaurants, which are all paid for, while I'm stuck at work, starving. While out on a date, she always orders more than she can eat and takes the rest home for herself. I'm not allowed to have any of it or I'll get in trouble. She'll also often bring guys over and I'll have to come home after a long day to sounds of my mom having fun in the bedroom. I love my mom so much, but it's been a few days since we talked, and I feel like such a bad daughter. I'd love advice on how to fix things or what to do about this situation. So, am I the a-hole? Update. Onto the update. Yesterday I asked a teacher to call my mom and let her know I had detention. When I was in detention, I went to go to my cousin's house and showed her parents the post. My aunt, mom's sister, started apologizing for my mom's actions while her husband was getting me some food and my cousin was still reading. My aunt told me she would subtly start coming over more with food. I told them some more things that weren't mentioned. Some of those things included that my mom slapping me wasn't the first time she laid hands on me. I left that out because, as some said, I didn't know it wasn't normal. My mom would never hit me so hard that it bruised, but hard enough it would hurt for a few hours or even days. I am currently typing this from my cousin's old phone, so I can now send text to my cousin and her family without my mom knowing. My cousin's dad offered to call the authorities and be my lawyer for the potential case. I told him to hold on to the authorities and took his offer. My mother prioritized my step-siblings over me and took me away from my father, so I called her a hypocrite because she was desperate to be included in the biggest moment of my life. My parents were never married. I was a baby when they broke up. Dad was around me all the time when I was a baby, though. When I was 5, my mom met her husband. They lived about 20 hours from each other, and it put a strain on things, so about a year later, he moved himself and his 2 kids in with us. A decision was made when they got engaged to move, and even though my dad fought to retain custody of me and even though he had 50-50 parenting time, my mom was granted permission to move me several hours away. Dad didn't like being away from me, so he moved to regain 50-50. Once that happened, they used the fact he was less financially stable post-move to get permission to move again. It was really upsetting for 7-year-old me. I have always been a daddy's girl, and I missed having him around all the time. He was the dad to volunteer with my class, sign up for field trip duty, and take time to join me for extracurriculars. He would help me with homework. He'd pick me up from school on his Fridays. That all stopped because he couldn't keep following us and making his financials worse. So I had a long-distance plan with him, but he never stopped being my dad. My mom's husband was not suddenly the number 1 man in my life. I made sure everyone knew he was not my dad. I made sure to talk about my dad all the time. This led to a strain with my mom and often felt like she prioritized my step-siblings and later half-siblings over me. When I was 14, I asked my dad to fight for custody of me. He won. I then got to have him as my primary parent. A year later, I told my mom she made me feel less important than her stepkids and new kids. She told me those were the consequences of my rejecting our family and rejecting the man she loved. She said I ensured everyone knew I was not a true part of the family, so I had to live with the fact more would be invested in the kids who respected the whole family. I am now 21, I'm engaged, and my wedding planning is going well. My mom didn't know I was engaged. She found out through another family member. Then she looked at my social media and saw that not only was dad part of the planning, but that my future in-laws were playing a big role, too. She called to chew me out over it and said I was excluding her from one of the biggest moments of my life and how I could. She also told me I'd hurt her feelings. I called her a hypocrite for that. I told her she rejected my family, rejected the fact I was not her husband's child, and prioritized her other kids over me. I told her she was not important to me anymore. just like I was not important to her when I wouldn't embrace her husband. My choice of words set her off, and she called me childish for throwing what she said back in her face when that was different because she never neglected or ignored me. My mother punched my husband in the face and my family filed a restraining order against him. Now they are furious because I am choosing my husband over them. I have been married to my husband for a few months, but we've been together for 6 years. My parents had asked us to move into their home 2 years back to help them out since my dad is medically disabled. We agreed because this would allow us to save up for a house. When I was 19, my father had a brain tumor, and at the same time, his mother was in the hospital, and it wasn't good. My mom spent all her time at the hospital with my grandma, so I decided to take 2 years off from college and put in a leave of absence from my job until my dad was better so I could take care of him and my younger brother. Fast forward, I met my now husband at work, and we hit it off. From the beginning, he took it upon himself to take my father to appointments and fix things around the house for them. When we moved in, my husband fixed the house for my parents every day after working 10 hours a day. Anything they asked of him, he did. He fixed the dryer 6 times, repaired the HVAC system, and did anything else they needed. So now we have been married for a few months and have been looking for a home. My mother has been rude and passive-aggressive with him since we married. Some backstory on my childhood. I was emotionally abused by my mom and was taught how to hate my father because he was always working. My mother always used to tell me that my dad had no time for me and to not bother him for anything. My mother once broke an easel over my head when I was 6 because I was playing Barbies with my friend and she wanted to play with my new one. I told her she could play with any other one she wanted. My mother has always been toxic, but I was always gaslit by family and friends, and it was always my fault. My brother, on the other hand, had stolen from my parents, stolen thousands and thousands of dollars from them, became addicted to hard substances, and threatened to beat my parents and me multiple times. He's the golden child and can do no wrong. I have always resented my parents for this, but was always made to believe that I was being stupid and it was my fault. My husband and I have put our own money into my parents' house to help fix it for them with no request for payment back. My parents have been ungrateful for everything we, especially my husband, have done for them, but we kept doing it because we lived there too. I recently was told by my therapist that to be healthy for myself and my husband, I would have to confront my parents about all the issues and trauma that I had been living with. So I do this, and all of a sudden, they claim my husband is brainwashing me. In their words, there was never an issue, so why am I speaking up now? I was explaining to them that my therapist wants me to work on being more healthy with my family and that is why I chose to speak to them. My husband and I received many gifts for our wedding and both of my parents said to place them in a room no one uses. Just recently, they've been complaining about the gifts and told us to figure out storage. So yesterday, we bought a small shed from Sam's Club so we can place all of our things in it. This is what set my mother off. She said it was her house and we had no right to purchase it. When we tried to explain why, she started screaming at my husband, telling him he does nothing in the house and we just choose to do whatever we want because we are selfish. She also said she wanted us out of her house. I told her we had no place to go and that we needed time. She then charged my husband and went to punch him in the face. My father stopped her, and then they called the police. When the police came, they told us that they felt sorry for us because we hadn't done anything but that they decided to place a temporary restraining order on my husband and that they wanted me evaluated for brainwashing and Stockholm Syndrome. All of this over a freaking shed? The cops came a few hours later and said that I didn't have to leave but that, temporarily he would have to. So we packed up our things and our dog and went to a hotel. I've been getting messages from family saying that I'm in the wrong and I'm a-hole because I put my parents through hell. I've decided for my own mental health that I need to cut off all toxic family members because my husband and I don't deserve this. Update. My husband and I found a house and will move into our home at the end of August. I am currently in low contact with my parents only because a lot of our things are in their house. I have already set up a day for the movers to come help me gather all of our belongings and yes, my parents know we are taking our things. My parents were given no information other than we found a place of our own. My father has ignored me since the situation they caused and basically blames me for it. My mother thinks all is well even though I tell her our relationship is the furthest from fine but narcissistic parents will believe what they want. Once all of our things are out of the house I'm cutting all contact with my parents and whoever else needs to go. My husband and I, even through this difficult situation, have gotten stronger and are living a fairly peaceful life. Therapy has been wonderful and all the wonderful things that are coming our way, we are welcoming with open arms. One thing I realized, other than my parents being narcissists, is that I really did go through a lot of trauma throughout my life and my parents still think they're the best parents out there. There was a moment, at the beginning of all of this, where I felt I couldn't keep going. When I came out of that place and was strong again, I spoke with my parents about it since my mom kept telling me how much they cared about me still. Their response to all of this, oh well, that's not our fault, and poop happens. They're right, poop does happen, and it's gonna hit them hard once I am out of their lives for good. My mother robbed me of my childhood and made me parent my sibling. Now she announced that she's pregnant again but she's losing her mind because I also announced that I'm moving out. I have 3 younger siblings. I and the second oldest have different dads from each other and the other 2. They and this upcoming baby all have the same dad, our stepdad. I'm sorry if that was confusing. There are 3 dads in total but only our stepdad is involved now. I was the babysitter and mom growing up. When my sister was born I magically became mom despite not even being double digits. When the others came I still was mom. I didn't get to have fun, go out, or be a kid. My job in the house was to cook, clean, raise my siblings, and deal with our mom. She was incredibly immature growing up and loved to drink, party, spend money on luxuries, and not be a mom. She acts more like a mom now, but a lot of the work still falls on me. She robbed me of my childhood and I'm very bitter about it. The only reason I lived at home for so long was because no one could take me in, and I felt that I could tolerate it all for free rent and food. It was a good deal for me then, but I'm 22 now. I'm done being a mom when I don't even have kids. Last year my stepdad's parents died in a car accident, and as their only child, he got everything. We all moved into their home and got a bit of money under our belts, so I guess they decided to have a baby. When my mom announced it, I asked if she was serious. She confirmed and asked me if I still had my diaper changing skills as a joke. I was silently livid. I dryly laughed and found some roommates online that night. The thought of wasting another 10+ years raising my siblings sounded like hell. She found out that I'm planning on leaving come August, and now she's irate, calling me every name under the sun and selfish. She got my siblings involved, and the youngest is crying, asking why I don't love them anymore and why I'm leaving. It's really low to use kids like that, and it hurts. I don't want to stay, but I don't want them to cry. I know I'm doing the right thing for myself, but is it the right thing for them? My mom never really parented. Growing up, she wouldn't. So I took over that role. I was the one who changed diapers and taught them their ABCs and all that. I was the one who cooked dinner and bathed them. I look at none of my siblings as siblings but as my own kids, because that's what they basically are. I don't think she'll be able to do a good job. She and my stepdad rely on me heavily in that category. Update: I moved out and everything is going fine. My mom and stepdad blocked me, but my 14-year-old sister is so far doing fine. I talked to all my siblings individually, but it was rough in more ways than one. I had an explosive argument with my mom the day I left, but that was to be expected. She said nothing new. She called me selfish, a brat, a terrible daughter, and said that she wished she had boarded me. Nothing I haven't heard before. About a week or so before I moved out, I stopped doing most of the things I did before. My parents freaked out and we had a lot of arguments, but I'm happy it's over with. Every time they saw me, a comment was said either to my face or under their breath. My mom would act like I was invisible and talk poop about me to whoever was around. She filled my siblings' heads up with bullshit, and I was incredibly stressed about it. I actually considered staying at that point. I was very close to just staying home, which I know will disappoint you all, but I almost did. This wasn't an easy transition for my siblings, and they're small. It hurt so bad watching them get wrapped up in all of this. My parents had no idea how to do anything for some reason. They had no patience and couldn't get the kids to listen to them. I know they didn't have much experience in childcare, but they were acting brand new. I had a really hard time watching them struggle and watching my siblings suffer because of it. I felt horrible and like I was neglecting them. School is also coming up very soon, and I used to always get them together, so that's going to be an upcoming problem. I'm happy that I won't be around for that, but I'm sad that I won't be. My little brother will be a kindergartner and my sister will be a freshman in high school. Those are huge milestones I wanted to be around for. But, on the bright side, my sister is playing the incompetence card all on her own, and I love her for it. After our conversation about not turning out like me, she told me she'll pretend not to know how until mom stops asking her, which hasn't happened yet. Apparently, mom asks her to cook, wash the kids, get them dressed, etc. Little gateway things that will spiral into her being the new mom. I'm proud of her for sticking to her plan for the few weeks that she has. She's a lot stronger than I thought she was. I really thought that I'd have to drill it into her to not do anything, but she's doing a lot better than expected. I just hope she doesn't crumble under the pressure. I know it's hard. In order to visit, I have to be welcomed back into the house, but that isn't going well since I'm blocked. I don't want my sister being the middleman, even though she's already trying. I want to see everyone, but without permission, there's nothing I can do. So yeah, I'm doing fine. My sister didn't take over my job, and I hope she never does. And my parents are losing their minds as expected. I can see their marriage falling apart in the future too. They can figure it all out and raise this one from start to finish. Part of me is still feeling incredibly guilty for leaving, and I sometimes regret it, but my newfound freedom feels so good, and I'm reminded of why I left. I'm going to a bar later tonight with my roommates for the first time in my life to let loose and have fun. It feels so weird to say, but I feel like a teenager Lamau. Everything is so exciting and feels a bit illegal, like I'm out way past curfew.
My mother spent the Thanksgiving by criticizing my fiancée and saying she wouldn't be a good wife and mother because she can't cook. So we left my family without a turkey. A few weeks ago, I got engaged to my fiancée Julia. I love her very much and 100% sure she's the one I want to marry. I've always been close to my mom, but sadly, Julia has never been her cup of tea. Julia is very career-oriented and cannot cook or decorate to save her life. My mom, on the other hand, prides herself on being a great cook and having the house perfect. In the past, she's expressed concern that Julia and I are too different and she won't be a dedicated wife and mother. I've always thought these criticisms were unfair and continued to pursue the relationship. We went to my family's house for Thanksgiving this year, and usually, my mom prepares everything herself. Strangely, when Julia called and asked if we could bring anything, she asked if Julia could do the turkey. As I mentioned, Julia has very little cooking experience, and told my mom she was worried about ruining the meal. My mom told her she should just try and that she'd have to learn to cook at some point. Julia was stressed about making the turkey and also has been extraordinarily busy with work. Instead of cooking, we decided to pick up turkey from Whole Foods. Julia was excited that she could contribute and also didn't have the stress of ruining the meal. When we got to the house, my mom asked how she prepared the turkey. Julia said sheepishly that she'd purchased it from Whole Foods. My mom was furious. She said she trusted Julia to make the turkey and said that she prides herself on serving a home-cooked meal to her guests. Julia apologized and said she just wanted to make sure the family had something enjoyable and that the turkey we bought would be better than anything she tried cooking. My mom spent the next hour pouring and whispering to her sisters. I pulled her to the side and asked if everything was okay. My mom said she asked Julia to make the turkey and she couldn't even be bothered to try. She said this showed a lack of respect and also an unwillingness to grow up. My mom proceeded to tell me that she doesn't think Julia is the one for me and is worried about her ability to care for herself and our children. I was fuming. I told my mom that Julia is amazing, and her lack of cooking skills is not an issue for me in the slightest. I said that if my mom couldn't respect my fiancé, I didn't want to spend the holiday with them. My mom said my fiancé is the one who doesn't know how to respect others and I'm delusional if I can't see that. I ended up taking the turkey and telling Julia we were leaving. We drove across town and enjoyed a wonderful night with her family. Julia and I are both devastated, but I've assured her that this is my mom's issue and not hers. About half an hour ago, I got a call from my sister. She said we ruined Thanksgiving by leaving and also taking the turkey. I said I didn't realize they'd want the turkey since my mom was so critical. My sister insisted it was a misunderstanding and that cooking means a lot to our mom because it's how she expresses love. She interpreted the lack of effort as Julia not making an effort to bond and assimilate with the family. My sister is asking me to apologize, but I feel we're the ones who are owed an apology. I'll also note that my mom has never once asked me to make the turkey and it seems like a double standard that she suddenly expects Julia to do it. It also seems like she's trying to turn my wife into someone she's not. Am I the a-hole? My mother thinks that she can force me to give up my inheritance to her affair child. She went crazy when I deceived her to get my check, and I handed her all my pennies. My parents divorced when I was 10, and I'm now 20 because my dad found out she was cheating when she told him my brother and sister weren't his. When asked for her reason for cheating, she said that she found a man who could give her a high life, unlike my dad, a farmer trying his best to maintain a family while managing my grandfather's farm. When discussing custody over me in court, my mom said she wanted nothing to do with me and left my dad with full custody while she took my brother and sister with her and then married her side piece a month after everything was finalized. Of course, with the rise of social media, she only includes me in family photos to make herself look good, even though she tosses me to the side afterward. I don't even have a relationship with my siblings because they look down on me for classist and petty reasons. Now, we'll go on with the show with that out of the way. It was about 7:30 in the morning. I was feeding cattle and having a jam session when my dad came to the feedlot to tell me someone was coming to see me. I asked him who it was, but I didn't need him to answer once I saw the angry look on his face as he threw a cigarette he had failed to light. I hop off the tractor and walk around the farmyard until I spot a brand new Porsche with my mother in the driver's seat. To describe what she looks like, imagine someone did a crappy job doing James Charles and Jeffree Star's heaviest makeup routine simultaneously. A Karen haircut with only the blondest of highlights and a spray-on tan that would make Trump look pale. I often wonder if she'll ever do a face reveal so the world can see the hunk of Swiss cheese under all that. I walk up to her car and politely say hello before she wrinkles her nose and looks disgusted at me. She said, "Don't you have anything better to wear besides those filthy rags and take that wad of chewing tobacco out of your mouth? I'm embarrassed that you're my son looking like that." I said, these are work clothes, and I was working, and I just put this chaw and it ain't even kicked in yet. What do you want? She looked me up and down with a disgusted look again before taking a deep breath and speaking. "Mother, I need to ask you a favor. It's rather important." The only thought going through my head was, she's part of a cult and needs me to be a blood sacrifice at tonight's meeting. I asked that it be. She said, "See, your sister will be graduating this year, and I think it would only be fair if you gave her the money your grandfather left you since you don't need it. I know what she's after now. My grandpa had put aside $25,000 for each grandchild that, once they turn 18, they can use for college buying a car. The only catch was you needed to either graduate high school or obtain a GED. Now, why would she want this money, you may ask? Well, I'll tell you. She had asked my grandpa after the divorce that not only should her kids, my brother, and sister, still get the money, but also he needed to beef it up a few grand. Out of spite, my grandpa took the money originally meant for them, put it all in mine, and told her only his actual grandkids could get the money. A few years later, when he passed away, my dad added some of his inheritance to it, so when I graduated, I ended up with $93,000. I have since spent $27,000 out of it on a tractor and put the rest in savings, which I add to my paychecks. Me, why would I give her any of my money? She doesn't even speak to me anymore. She said, "Because it would be only fair since your grandpa denied her that money that she deserves since she'll be attending college. Unlike you, as her big brother, you need to be responsible. That money was left to me for me to use on what I wish. If she wants it, she needs to ask me herself instead of you telling me to do so." Mom said, "She doesn't need to ask you. I shouldn't be asking you either. But since your grandfather was an asshole and you weren't caring enough to hand it over before, here I am. Aren't you guys paying for her college? So why must I give her some?" She replied, "Well, I'm paying for tuition and housing. But she'll need spending money as she shouldn't be working a low-level job to have money for fun." I told her, "Then give her spending money, too." She said, "But I'll already be spending a lot as college is expensive. Won't you do this for her?" I said, "No, I won't. When has something been too expensive for you? Make your side piece work harder like you did when you wanted something big and flashy." Angry, she said, "How dare you speak to me like that? I'm your mother, and you should be thankful I gave birth to you. Even a little bit will help." An idea came to mind. I falsely apologized to her and said she was right. I should give her something. I told her I would run to my truck and grab the checkbook, and off I went. Once at my truck, I dug through the cup holders for pennies. Every little bit helps, right? Once I've gathered 20 pennies, I walk back and tell her to hold her hand out and drop them in with a smile. "What's this?" she said. "You said a little bit could help a lot, didn't you? So I thought you could have that." She said, "This isn't what I meant. A few thousand or more of what I had in mind." She then throws the pennies at me and starts blaring the horn. screaming at the top of her lungs. I gave her what she asked for. Honestly, where's a Pokeball when you need one? This one needs to be trained professionally on how to act. I'm just standing there watching her go on like this, demanding money and calling me everything under the sun. When she goes quiet, I hear my dad yell out from somewhere, "Shut the F up, you beach." Taking this moment, I look back at her and say, "You never said, thank you." Mother said, "F you, and you will give your sister what she deserves." I told her, "When you do a face reveal, I will." She told me to go F myself and sped off, and that was the end of it. That's all for this episode, folks. Until next time, remember to pick up your popcorn containers and leave the theater orderly.
My mother treats me like a live-in maid and acts like my brother is my son. Now, she can't run from her responsibilities because I am leaving her soon. I feel bad saying this, but my mom often makes me feel like I'm the mother to her 7-year-old son, my brother. I am expected to make him breakfast every day. There isn't a day where she doesn't expect me to feed him. I even cook dinner and lunch. I have to help him with homework, reading and chores. I want to enjoy life as a young adult, but I can't even do that. Every time I want to go out, she constantly reminds me I have a brother to look after, like he's my son. It's hard because when she isn't home, he doesn't listen to me. He sees me like a maid because that's what he sees from his mom. His mom never corrected his behavior, and yesterday when my brother hit me and I lectured him about it, she laughed with him about the situation. I'm so tired and want to get out of this house, but part of me feels bad leaving. I feel like I'm leaving a lot for my mom to take care of. Am I in the wrong for wanting to leave or just being too dramatic? I can't tell if this behavior is normal because it's been this way since I was 10. I can't even get a job, by the way. She won't allow me. She calls me dramatic and selfish for even wanting one. She's admitted that she doesn't want me growing up or getting more freedom. She also won't allow me to drive. I can't do much because I live in a small town where the farthest stores are 30 minutes away. So I kind of need a car to get a job. I also was going to see family since my grandma paid for the ticket, and my mom basically told me I couldn't go because I'm expected at home to care for my brother over the summer, so I can't even work this summer if I wanted to. My mom has been threatening to take away my phone at 18, and expects me to come straight from school to clean and work around the house to the point where she yells if it's not done. I have no time to do homework and I'm failing a class. Everything else I have A's and B's. Even if I try doing homework, she accuses me of only being on the phone. Yesterday she accused my sister and I of being in a secret relationship which she had before. It's honestly so gross and disgusting. I just want to get out. The other day, I wore shorts, and she told me I would get R-worded. The shorts weren't even that short, and it's summer. I'm constantly controlled and I can't wear makeup, dress the way I want, work, drive, or do anything. This is so tiring, and I'm tired of my life, and she makes me feel like absolute trash. So today I texted my aunt, who has in the past wanted me to go with her. We talked and she said of course she would take me in. Agreed to help me pursue a degree in criminal justice, learn to drive, and get a job. She agreed that what my mom was doing was wrong. I graduate next month on the 17th, and we both agreed my aunt would come for me on May 25th, which is the day I'm leaving. I have no plan on telling my mom that I will pack my stuff silently and leave quietly. I'm trying to find my passport, but my mom has hidden it from me. Hopefully, I do find it. Update. So I am officially leaving in 20 days, but these past days have been hell for me. I know the time is coming, but I can't wait for it to be here already. It's like my mom's getting more controlling as time goes by. My aunt and I have already found a job and called. We agreed that I would sneak my paperwork and leave. I'm having a hard time leaving my younger sister behind since my mom is also hard on her. I feel so bad leaving my sister behind. She's 16. I feel so much guilt leaving her behind. I can't stop crying because I know I'm leaving and I know she's going to get grounded once I leave. My mother wanted me to live like trash in my grandmother's house. We both live rent-free. Now she's trying to scam me into paying 50% of the bills and mortgage. I have lived with my mom and grandma for the last 10 months. The condition is I would live rent-free as long as I take grandma to her doctor's appointments on my day off and help out around the house with the little chores. Before I moved in, Mom said I would be sleeping in the living room that smells like dog pee from over the years, and my clothes would stay in the garage where there is an insect and rodent problem. Thankfully, Grandma put her foot down and told her to clear out her home office, which she never uses because there's no reason I should sleep in the living room when there's a room. Over the months, I maintained the small cleaning stuff like vacuuming, mopping, keeping the kitchen clean, loading/unloading the dishwasher, etc. Whenever Grandma pointed out everything I did, Mom made a snarky remark, saying she didn't need to do that. I pay for house cleaners. Whenever she said that, I always thought, then why TF am I helping around the house? The conditions to keep free rent have also grown longer, and Mom always comes up with some petty rules for me to follow. For example, I must eat dinner with them and do the dishes each night, even if I must be up early for work. She knows after a certain time at night, I won't eat because of how it makes me feel in the morning. Mom has been saying that once Grandma goes, I will contribute 50% of the bills, including the mortgage, until the house is sold. I told Mom, Grandma, put your name on the checks for the bank account with more than enough to cover expenses, so there is no need to worry. It is also written in the will that you are to use that specific account to pay bills until the house is sold, and no one else will be financially responsible. It is not being left to you or anyone in the family, so having someone else cover half of everything is morally wrong when you are already financially set to take care of it. It's not your house, won't be your house, so that shouldn't even be a rule for me to stay here if you're financially set. Mom said, when she goes, I'm in charge, and those rules will be set. I just looked at her and said, then, if that's how you see it, I'll move out immediately when the time comes. I'll be damned if a family member ever takes advantage of my bank account or takes money from me for a third time for their selfish desires. When I moved in, I offered Grandma help paying some of the bills. She declined and insisted I pay off my debt and save my money. Mom and my brother think I'm in awe over this situation, but Grandma and my oldest cousin back me and believe that what I said is justified. Am I the a-hole? My mother wants to arrange an artificial insemination with one of her friend's white sons for me because she doesn't want a mixed child in the family, so I made her cry at the family dinner. Plus all updates. I have been dating my boyfriend Luca since my senior year of high school. For a little context, Luca is infertile, and the chances of us having our kids are extremely low. I am well aware of this and it truly doesn't bother me. I have also never really wanted kids, especially at a young age. Luca and I are on the same page and we want to live our 20s free of the responsibilities kids bring. My family on the other hand does not agree with our ways of thinking. I am an only child and the only one left to continue our bloodline, my dad's words. We were having dinner and the conversation over dinner was going well until my mom and GMA brought up the conversation of marriage and kids. They asked when we planned to get married and we said it wasn't our main priority. Mind you, we have just begun our careers and are not in a financial state to even consider a wedding. My mom's rebuttal to my statement was that she would cover any expenses, which also meant she would control everything. I said firmly, no thank you, we'll wait. They also discussed kids and said we'd have to have them quickly because my fertile clock is ticking. Luca told them that was okay because he was infertile. My mom goes, so you won't give me proper grandkids? She then goes and I quote, I have already accepted that my grandchild won't be pure with your genes, now you say you can't have any at all. I blew up and asked what she meant by pure and that she was being completely disrespectful to us. Luca is Cuban and has a darker complexion which my family seems to find an issue with. I have come to find out they have been badmouthing us behind our backs. She said that we have never had a mixed child in the family. Luca then asks if we were to have a kid would they not love it because it wouldn't be white? They called him rude for insinuating such a thing. I backed him up and said if we have kids or not is up to us and told them they were out of line. She also added that if we adopt we'd ruin our family tree and it wouldn't be legit. I stood up and left with Luca, ending the conversation with "You're all a bunch of effed up souls." That night I received a text from my mom. She started by saying I was ungrateful and I am a disgrace to the family, saying I should be ashamed of how I spoke to her and that she deserves an apology. She called me after I left her on read and said I am being brainwashed by Luca. She says she can arrange an artificial insemination with one of her friends, white sons, that I should want kids, especially now because I can stay home and raise them. I called her a lunatic and said she was a bee. I called her a racist bee who I am frankly ashamed to call my mother. She cried and hung up and I received a text from Dad saying I took it too far and I'm not allowed back in their home if I don't plead for their forgiveness and oblige by their standards. I replied F you and blocked them both. So, am I the a-hole? Update: Luca has never liked my family to be fair but put up with them for me. I'd choose him over them any day of the week. We also informed his mom, whose English isn't the best so we had to translate it, and she said that I have a family with her and to forget about mine. She is the true definition of a good mother and has shown me more unconditional love than my mother has in my 22 years of life. She has even been teaching me Spanish and how to cook Cuban food, a light in this whole situation. I have gone completely no contact with my family as of today. This incident occurred about a week ago. Luca and I have been looking for a place together and my family will not know where that is. An update on the situation: my cousin, mom's side, who is a B, put nicely, seemed to have found my post and sent it to my parents and aunt. Frankly I don't give a poop because I kinda hoped they'd see the comments. They told her to tell me I was being an entitled B and shouldn't add fuel to the fire. They said that what they said wasn't wrong in their eyes and the comments made them cry, lol. They added to the, how could I disrespect them when they raised me to be who I am, which is a load of BS. I am nothing like my parents, thank God, and learned to make my own choices as a teen. I told them I never want to see them again and if they want to apologize they would have to get on their knees and beg for it from Luca and myself. I would also never allow them into my life unless Luca is on board as well. Not gonna happen. They went back to the marriage crap and started comparing me to their friends' daughters who are housewives with good Christian husbands raising a family at my age while I'm a whore who can't settle down. They claim our 5-year relationship is a scam because that's enough time to get married and make a commitment. My cousin said this is why no one in the family ever liked me, because I'm the outcast. In this case it's a compliment. My cousin is a strong conservative who believes whatever her parents tell her. As soon as I had a mind of my own I never respected my parents' beliefs which they hate me for. My cousin told me I was a traitor and to GTH. I told her I just left hell and don't plan on going back LMFAO. My mother was seething when she found me sleeping top naked in my bedroom because her boyfriend is in the house, but what she confessed made my jaw drop. My 18 mom and I live in a crummy apartment complex in NYC. Our apartment itself isn't crummy. We've taken a lot of pride in making the inside of our apartment look nicer than it really is, but truth be told the building is crummy. So much so that the radiator in my room is broken, and I get heat every day of the year, even in summer. I prefer not to open my windows during summer as well because all types of questionable creepy crawlies like to come through the window, so I usually sleep on top of the covers or without pants. Last night it was too hot, so I slept without a shirt or bra. I have pretty huge honker, it's no secret, but I was in the comfort of my bedroom and I kept my door closed when I slept. This morning I woke up to find my mom staring at me. She scared me crap less, especially because I have a loft bed and was making direct eye contact with her as soon as I opened my eyes. She stood there and screamed at me for 20 minutes, telling me to put a shirt on and calling me a ruthless WHRE for sleeping without a shirt while her boyfriend was there. I put a pillow in front of my body and closed my eyes to go back to sleep. This wasn't good enough, and she ripped the pillow from my arms and told me to put on some clothes before her boyfriend came in here and saw me like this. I told her I keep my door closed for a reason, and if she's worried about her boyfriend bothering me, that's more telling of her boyfriend, not me. She was absolutely seething and told me I was to live under her rules while I was in her house, and that included not being trashy and sleeping with some clothes on. I figured she was being ridiculous, but her boyfriend heard the commotion and ended up coming into the room to get her, without knocking mind you, and left me flailing to find a sheet to cover with. He was kind of eyeing me and told me my mom was right and I needed to sleep with clothes on. I'm having a hard time understanding. Am I really an a-hole here? Edit. I can't lock my door. She won't allow me to replace the doorknob with one that comes with a lock. Update. After the whole debacle, I did purchase a wedge under my door from Walmart. It worked, and I didn't have any more issues with waking up to people in my face. I used the excuse that it was to keep our cat from opening my door at night, and my mom seemed fine with that. While he was here and even after he was gone, my mom seemed detached and sort of out of it. I asked if everything was okay and she said she needed to sort out some feelings first, but she promised we'd talk when she was better. I said okay and left it at that. A couple of days later, E came back for another weekend stay. The day after he came, they had an at-home date night with drinks and fancy takeout, and that night I woke up to my door being messed with. I called out to see if it was my mom and got no response. I pulled on a t-shirt and shorts and pulled the door wedge out to check, and E was standing at my door. He was drunk, and I was a bit panicked because I thought something had happened to my mom and he needed help, but he just stood there for a few seconds without saying anything. He didn't seem to be sleepwalking or in peril, so I said I'm uncomfortable. I'm closing my door. Before I could close the door all the way, my mom flew out of her room, saw him, and started cussing and screaming and telling him he needed to leave. They argued back and forth for a while, but eventually, she got him out the door. After calming her down, I took her to her room and we had a talk. It turns out, the day she had come into my room, she had been on his phone and saw he was talking to his brother-in-law about me in very disgusting ways, talking about how I was growing up to be very shapely and mature, and that he couldn't wait until I moved out so he could dump my mother for me. He said far more explicit things that were all extremely worrying, especially since we've known him since I was 11. My mom had come to tell me to be careful around him while she thought of a way to break it off safely, but when she saw my state she had some misplaced anger. He's out of our lives now, thankfully. My mother's boyfriend gave me a very expensive necklace and wanted to go on a date with me on my birthday, but we found out that he dated my mother to get to me. I, 14 female, am kinda confused if I'm in the wrong here. I'm leaning towards that I am, but I want someone else's opinion. My mom started dating a new guy like 6-ish months ago and I honestly never really liked him. I don't know how to explain it other than he just gives me weird vibes. I've been trying to be nice though because my mom likes him and I want her to be happy. He's been trying to make an effort with me, I think. He'll send me texts throughout the day and pictures. He tells me I'm smart and stuff too, which is nice, but I don't know. I'm just kind of uncomfortable with it. My mom says he's just being nice, but I don't know. Anyway, my birthday was a couple of days ago and he got me a really expensive necklace. He also gave me a ticket to a show that I've been wanting to go see and he said he has the other one and that we should go together. I just felt like it was too much and I told him that I was really grateful but that I couldn't accept them. He got really mad, and he said that he already spent the money so I should just take it and go with him, but I really didn't want to. It ended with him yelling at me and me basically running away to my bedroom. My family thinks I was too mean and that he's just trying to bond with me. Update. So if any of you were interested, you were right. My mom's boyfriend was trying to groom me. Apparently, for as much as my family said I was overreacting by turning down his gift, my mom didn't like that he yelled at me. Apparently, while she was pushing him for answers about why he got me something so expensive in the first place, he said something she thought was suspicious. Turns out he only started dating her because my mom had a picture of her, my older sister, and me on her dating profile and he wanted to get to me, which is creepy. She said she's taking that picture off her profile now, but also she's not going to go on dates for a while, which I definitely feel bad about. I can't help but feel like it's my fault, but yeah, that's the update.
My mother's fiancé is 10 years younger than me and he wants to provide and protect me and my siblings. Now he is livid because we refuse to call him daddy. I'm a 35-year-old man and for some backstory my dad died when I was 19, leaving my mom with me and my 2 siblings. I'm the oldest. It took some time but eventually my mom 58 started dating again. We don't live together per se but our houses back onto each other and have a gate, so it's pretty common for her to offer to do my laundry or me just go over for dinner or go look after our dog. That kind of stuff. Plus me and my siblings go over there for dinner every other Friday night or so. A bit after she started, the men she's been dating have been getting younger and younger and I've never had a problem with them. She's been very open to me and my siblings that she wants to get married again and we've always been supportive. At least after the initial shocks lol. The latest guy is by far the most serious and they've been dating since around last June. He proposed at the start of autumn and they want to get married next summer. Again, me and my siblings are fine with this because it's her life and we trust him. He's a nice guy and they clearly love each other. But anyway, so long and short is, this weekend, her fiancé, let's call him Phil, calls me and asks me if I could come over. I say yeah sure, I'll be over after work and I assumed he just needed help with some DIY stuff they're doing. When I get over there he calls me sport and says we need to talk. I should mention this is something he does to me and my little brother, calling us things like kid, sport, scout, little buddy or my personal favorite, calling us red and blue seemingly out of nowhere. My brother is 30 by the way. He tried it with my little sister, 28, once and called her princess once but he stopped when she just stared at him. So thing with Phil is that he reminds me a lot of Charlie Day's character in Horrible Bosses in that his sole ambition has always been to meet a girl, get married, and have a family. When he told me, my brother made some joke about how maybe our mom's going to come short on the last part and he got very upset but they made up after. Anyway, so I go around and I ask if my mom's around and he says no, it's just him, and that we really need to talk man to man. I say sure and he starts talking about how he's always wanted to be a father etc. and raise a son to call his own and then he drops this bombshell by saying, now I know I can never replace your father, the man who made you, but it would mean the world to me if you could call me dad. I'll admit it, I sniggered a little, and then I knew he was serious because he looked like he was about to cry, and he didn't drop it either. I asked if he really meant it and he got really emotional and started talking about what it means to be a man and how his purpose is to have and provide for a family and he wants me and my siblings to be part of that family. As he reiterated he'll never replace my father but he's ready to step up and be my dad and provide for and protect me and my siblings. And I'm just sat there thinking, dude, I'm a decade older than you and live in a separate house. I don't need providing for, and even if I did, I don't think a guy a third of my age who works part-time at the hardware store and is into collecting manga is the man to do it. No offense if you were into that lol, just, I dunno. I was a bit taken aback. I was in shock so just said okay and he gets emotional again but in a happy way talking about how he wants to go camping or go to a baseball game. I don't even like baseball Lamau. And how he joined the Lions this year and how he wants to bring me into it too as his boy which just feels so surreal. Even more so as I'm a Shriner so all this talk of service and charity isn't the brag he thinks it is, because again I'm 10 years older than this guy. Well I ended it by just saying, this has gotten a bit too weird and I was going home. He got very upset and I left, called my brother and he agreed it sounds weird as fug. Later my mom called me and she wasn't disappointed but admitted it's made him very upset and depressed. I told her that if he's embarrassed, he doesn't need to be. I get he's excited about the marriage and we can just laugh this off as a funny story. She then said that wasn't what he was upset about. He, and she too a bit, is upset about the fact he poured his heart out and I rejected him. She said yeah it is a bit kooky but this is how he proves to himself he's a man and I guess I was a bit angry and said something like, first off it's not my job to certify what's between his legs and second this doesn't prove he's a man, it just proves he's a nutjob. I apologized immediately but she said she didn't want to hear it and hung up. She called back 10 minutes later and we apologized and she begged me to just go along with it until he has some kids to call his own. I won't go too much into the details here but she sort of let slip they plan to try IVF treatment because she's not ready to give up on being a mom just yet. And while I have my own thoughts about whether or not that's a good idea, I'm not here to litigate on that. We finished up fine and I reiterated I'd support her and she agreed that it was definitely a stressful situation for me but begged me to at least think about it. Which leads me to here. I did think it over and obviously I'm going to say no. I had a dad and he died and that's the only dad I've ever needed, I've ever wanted and I'll ever bestow that title on. I'm not asking if someone's unreasonable or what I should do, more so what I should say. This clearly means a lot to him for some reason and I deeply love my mom so want to try and minimize the damage, especially as we're still so involved in each other's lives and they live behind me. How can I make it clear to them, as painlessly as possible, that I think this is weird and borderline offensive? I really don't want to rip the band-aid off because I fear what it might do to the family. Update. Anyway, so I told both my siblings and we agreed we'd collectively put our foot down with Phil at our next family dinner next week, especially after an incident where Phil referred to my brother as sport and asked if he wanted to go see a baseball game with him. Pinging him back with, "Oh no tickets for me daddy." My brother responded with, "Daddy wants to me all to himself hot," and Phil took a few minutes to respond before saying he was shocked, speechless and disgusted. He then messaged me in private to say he was utterly appalled and that he'd never disrespect his own father the way you boys did. I kind of lost it at this point and said, right, that's because you're not my father Phil, you're a 24-year-old manchild dating my mother. You have no right to my respect, especially not to the respect a father gets. I immediately said sorry but then blocked his number and left the group chat. Apparently he sent a similar thing to my brother who responded with more daddy stuff and Phil blocked him. Well that aside, I don't think that family dinner is going ahead. After the original post blew up it seems someone from his Lions Club found it and reported it to their chair or whatever and Phil has either been expelled or resigned or in the process of one of the two. He has removed nearly all mentions of the Lions from his social media and no longer mentions being a member with his last post on it being some cryptic goodbye post where he kinda drones on about what it means to be a man in the modern day and the duty of fatherhood bestowed on all men at birth. Really weird poop. My mom called me half in a panic, half in a rage after, about the stuff I'd been telling about him before breaking down and saying we needed to meet, which we did and got my brother to go over too. I know he has temporarily moved back in with his parents in the next town over but from my understanding they still want to go ahead with the wedding, but I think that's more so because they've already spent money on it. When she said she was determined to have more kids, plural, my brother did step up and asked if she really thought that was a good idea at her age, and I pointed out that assuming she had the baby next year, and she lived to 80, they still wouldn't have finished college. She just stammered on about how people live longer these days before breaking down crying and admitting she's not ready to give up on mothering due to some deep-seated trauma and fears about the family breaking apart that I won't go into for her sake. When we reassured her that we weren't going anywhere she calmed down and we had a very good honest conversation where she's agreed to drop the IVF stuff on the grounds that it'd be too expensive and unlikely to get greenlit and has agreed to look into fostering instead. Me and my brother highly doubt anything will ever come of that so we're not that worried anymore. The very good news is she's also agreed to look into therapy/psychiatric help to deal with her trauma and we've helped get her in touch with a nice lady in town to unpack all this in a more healthy way. So at least one person is getting the help they need. I have no idea what's happened with Phil or what's going to happen with him, but I did make it clear to my mom that he is not my dad. He's not even my stepdad, I'm not a kid, and he's never going to be either one outside of legal fuggery. She relented pretty quickly. I think she's finally broken out of her shell at least, and we've agreed that if things go ahead that's going to be a huge red line, though I don't know if he'll want to be friends with me after all this lamau. My mother-in-law attacked my wife while she was holding our son at his first birthday party, but everyone is begging us to forgive her because we decided to cut her off forever. My wife and I threw a birthday party for our two youngest children since their birthdays are so close together. These events are usually held at a park, but being that her grandmother is in poor health, we opted to have the celebration at her home as she wanted to be there and said the children always make her feel better. Now my mother-in-law is dating a man 12 years younger than herself. To put it plainly, he is a bum. He mooches off everyone around him, refuses to get a real job, and goes out of his way to do nothing but smoke weed and play Fortnite all day. The whole family hates him, to put it plainly. Now the day of the party everything seemed to be perfect. The kids were playing, on both sides of the family, and many of my lifelong friends and their kids showed up. It seemed like a perfect day. My then 3-year-old being a bit clumsy in her excitement fell and scraped her knee 3 times this day. The third time mother-in-law yelled at her, snatched her up and halfway tossed her into the house where she proceeded to fall on her face. My parents seeing this rushed over to help her and dry her tears. My mother then told me what happened and I promised to handle it. As I came out she was then spanking our 2-year-old daughter. Something to note is our youngest daughter has been diagnosed autistic. Being so she doesn't understand a lot and she genuinely didn't understand discipline. Our therapist strictly discouraged physical punishments, spanking etc., as they wouldn't be understood and could emotionally damage her. At this point, I intercepted her and took my youngest daughter into the house. I then returned after giving both girls a juice box and some cookies and told her I did not want anyone putting their hands on my children, especially my autistic daughter. She argued that she was breaking things and needed to be taught a lesson. I offered to replace anything she damaged and was informed that she knew how to raise an autistic child better than any professional quack. It was then that I approached my wife and told her to get the children together as the party was dying down and basically over anyway. She then followed me inside to continue the argument. As we were getting the children and gifts together, my wife started backing my earlier stance. Her mother then started yelling at us, saying she knew what was best. At this point, the grandmother asked us to please stop, as this was supposed to be a special day for the kids. I apologized for the fuss and said we were just going to go. This is when the bum walked in, putting his 2 cents in on an almost dropped issue. Being upset, grandmother demanded he leave the house as she couldn't stand him. It was then that mother-in-law tried to tell us he had nowhere to go. My wife, always having grandmother's back, proceeded to tell him off, letting out years of pent-up emotions she put aside to appease her mother. These words set mother-in-law off. She stormed around the kitchen full sprint and attacked my wife, who was at the time holding my 1-year-old son. I stepped in between them, taking the blows myself while keeping my hands at my sides. My parents raised me not to put my hands on any women of value I intend on passing down to my own son. 3 different times, she tried running in different directions, throwing a garbage can, which I took to the crotch, a handful of some type of food, I'm not sure exactly what, and finally, a metal bowl, ready to throw it. Thankfully, another family member tackled her and held her back as we gathered our children and left. This was the last interaction we ever had. It has been well over a year and the whole family has been begging us to forgive her. My wife and I refuse, as we both have grown up exposed to violence and want better for our own children. We agreed anyone who has presented themselves as a danger to our children will not be around them. She is not the only person we have cut off, and we refuse to compromise our children's safety. Multiple family members have asked why we can't just forgive and forget, while my parents and friends who have grown up with us support our decisions.
My mother-in-law called my mother ugly on my wedding day, so I added all her ugly photos to my wedding album because no one messes with my mother. I just got married and discovered that my mother-in-law and mother got into a small incident during the wedding. To summarize, my mother-in-law made some snide comments about my mother not being dressy enough for the wedding and insinuated that she looked ugly. My mother is quite a quiet woman, so she didn't say much but offered a half-hearted compliment about my mother-in-law's dress. My mother wore traditional clothing from our culture, and everyone else thought she looked lovely. My partner and I also thought she looked great. For more context, this isn't the first time. She has made fun of my mom's appearance on multiple other occasions. My partner has talked to her about it before, but it has happened again and again. I was mad because I only learned about this the day after the wedding. I told my husband, and he was very angry and ready to confront his mother about this, but I told him not to. For context, his mother is unreasonable, difficult to deal with, and unpleasant. She's very vain and obsessed with her appearance. I wanted to get some sort of vengeance for my mom. I dropped my wedding photographer a message with a short request. I asked for every single ugly/terrible photo of my mother-in-law to be edited and added to our deliverables and to remove any decent shots of her. The photographer had also mentioned previously that some skin touch-ups or beautification effects may be added to people in the photos. I requested that absolutely nothing be done for my mother-in-law. I don't know what I expected, but boy did my photographer deliver. There were pictures of her yelling at kids, another photo with food in her teeth, and so on. I'm not going to lie, I giggled a little. Anyway, she saw the pictures, and she's upset. I feel a little bad for her because the pictures are up for everyone. She demanded that I take some of them down, and I told her that I would need to ask the photographer, which might take a few days. My partner feels quite guilty and caught in the middle, and he thinks that I shouldn't have done this and I should have just let him confront his mother. He also dropped by my mom's house to speak with her about the incident and apologized for it. I still stand by my decisions, though. Nobody messes with my mother and makes her feel bad about herself, especially on my wedding day. But I could have done the constructive thing and actually communicated with my mother-in-law. I don't know. Am I the asshole? Edit. Just to clarify, When I said my partner dropped by my mom's house to speak about the incident, I meant that he dropped by my actual mother's house to apologize for his own mother's behavior. My mother-in-law infects my 1-year-old with chicken pox on purpose and my husband supports her. Now they both have to face my anger. I can hardly type this out because thinking about it makes me so angry. Earlier this year my husband and I decided to spend Christmas with his family for the first time since my daughter was born last September. Since they live 12 hours away, we decided to stay for a few weeks before Christmas so they could spend loads of time with Annie, 13 months. We arrived early, as planned, and everything was great. I've had a few disagreements with my mother-in-law, Trish, in the past over my parenting style. She criticized me for using disposable diapers, buying baby food from the supermarket, and not raising Annie as an organic baby, but everything seemed great. After a day or two settling in, my husband and I decided to pick up a few gifts from a mall around an hour away before the last-minute rush kicked in. My father-in-law tagged along. Trish said she was happy to take care of Annie. We got back a few hours later, and Annie was down for a nap on a blanket I hadn't recognized. Trish said one of her friends dropped by and gave it as an early Christmas gift. It looked old/worn, but I figured one of her hippie friends was just recycling it. The next 2 weeks were fine, aside from Trish making a point to prepare meals for Annie from scratch. I mentioned this to my husband, and he said to just let her be. Annie mostly mushed the food Trish gave her with her hands or threw the bowls on the floor, as she's been doing at the moment. Trish said it would take her a while to get used to nutritious meals. I was getting sick of her meddling, but it lasted only a few weeks, so for the sake of the holidays, I let it slide. The day after Christmas Annie was really unsettled and wouldn't stop fidgeting and crying. I took her temperature and she had a fever, so I kept an eye on her for the next few days and it thankfully started to go down. This morning, she started to get a rash and blisters on her arms and legs and I freaked out. I was packing a bag to drive to see a doctor when Trish asked where I was going. I told her Annie had a rash and I was taking her to see a doctor. She put on a weird, smug smile and told me there was nothing to worry about. When I asked her what she was talking about, she said without even looking at Annie that what she had was just chickenpox. I asked her how she could possibly know that and she casually admitted one of her friend's grandkids had chickenpox a few weeks ago, so she asked them to wipe a blanket over the child's arms, legs, and face and bring it to her house. At this point, I couldn't believe what I was hearing, so I asked if that blanket was the gift Annie was sleeping on. She said it was. I lost my poop. I don't remember what I said because I was up most of the night for 2 days checking on Annie. I just unleashed on Trish asking what the F was wrong with her. My husband and father-in-law came to try to calm things down and Trish dug in her heels and said chickenpox was the best and most natural thing for Annie to build up her immunity. I already have a vaccination schedule in place with my pediatrician and she was booked in to get immunized for chickenpox at 18 months. We drove to see the doctor and he confirmed she had it. He said I'll have to cut Annie's nails short and might have to tape socks on her hands while she sleeps because kids so young can scratch until they bleed and that would leave scars. On the drive back, my husband started making excuses for Trish, saying she was only doing what she thought was best. I couldn't believe he was defending her, and we fought most of the way home until I told him to stop talking to me. Annie's been scratching like crazy, and I just had to tape socks over her hands. When we got back, Trish tried to talk to me, and I told her to get out of my sight. We were meant to stay until Wednesday, but I just finished packing up our stuff so we can leave first thing in the morning. I'm so angry I can't even think. Whenever I hear Trish moving around in the kitchen, my heart starts beating faster and I feel like going out there and grabbing her by the hair. I never want to see her again or let my daughter see her again. What can I say to make her and my husband realize the enormity of what she's done? I don't think I can speak coherently to their faces until Annie gets better. Update. I got up the next morning and started packing our stuff into the car. Once I opened it up, I kept the keys in my pocket since I was going in and out. Usually, we use Jack's set and leave mine in my bag. While I was packing, he sat in the kitchen with Trish and my father-in-law, chatted, and had coffee, as if nothing was wrong. Annie was mercifully still asleep, so I gently belted her in and closed her door when Jack came out and asked if I had everything. I said we were good to go as soon as he was. He said, okay, calmly took out his key set, and centrally locked the car, locking Annie in. I asked him what the hell he was doing, and he said we wouldn't be leaving until I apologized to Trish. I think I was stunned into silence because he then took the chance to rehash what he had said the previous day, that Trish thought she was doing what was best, that chickenpox doesn't unalive you, and that I was making a bigger deal out of this than I needed to and making Trish feel bad, and yes, making her feel bad. I told him he needed to stop being a son and start being a father. He screwed up his face and said he would always be Trish's son, and that was the point, that nobody should speak to his mother the way I had the day before, and I needed to apologize to clear the air. I felt like I had entered some weird twilight zone where I had accidentally married a 9-year-old instead of an adult man, so I just asked him to open the car so we could leave. He repeatedly refused, then walked back inside and said he would see me in there when I was acting more reasonable. You can probably guess what happened next. I'd left my bag on the passenger seat, so he probably assumed my keys were in there. Nope. I waited 30 seconds, hopped into the car, and drove away. My phone blew up with a million calls from him, Trish, and my father-in-law. Eventually my mom and dad and my sister Jess, who I'm super close with, also called. I briefly texted Jess about what was happening the day before, but she was stunned to get the full blow-by-blow. When I was on the open road, I asked her to phone Jack and tell him he could walk home for all I care. Once she heard my side of the story and not Jack's, which was apparently that I had gone crazy, frightened Trish, snatched Annie, and sped away. She calmed way down. Mom, Dad, and Jess offered to start driving and meet me halfway so I could switch with one of them and wouldn't have to drive the full 12 hours by myself in one day. I was so grateful to see them I pretty much broke down in a truck stop parking lot while I whined that I loved them. They all took turns driving while I had a rest. It was super reassuring to talk it over and hear that Trish and Jack are the unreasonable ones. Once we got back, I stayed with my parents overnight, and they said I could stay as long as I needed. The next few days were fairly tense. I was up most of the night making sure Annie didn't scratch, and it seemed like she just cried and cried and cried until she was exhausted. She has 5 scars on her face and a few others on her arms from scratching. I know appearances shouldn't matter, but I'm so angry her skin is marked for life now over some stupid bullshit. This whole thing is just something I never expected to happen. I answered one of Jack's calls only to have him start a rant that he didn't recognize this person I had become, so I hung up on him. He was due to come back for the start of the work year, which I wasn't looking forward to, but I figured we could make it work as long as Trish was 12 hours away. Then, at about 11 p.m. one night, I got a very short and formal text from my father-in-law via Jack's phone, saying Trish had come down with shingles and was in the emergency room. Jack was staying there to care for her, and he would work from their house remotely once the year started back up. Jack's been there for the past few weeks tending to Mama's every whim. I'm sure she's put on an Oscar-worthy performance of having one foot in the grave, and according to Google, it should be any day now that her painful, crusty pustules go gently into that sweet night. A few weeks ago, I was honestly so tired, overwhelmed, and in disbelief that I didn't know what to do. Now that I'm back at home with people who actually care about me, I think I'm starting to realize how lucky I am to see his weird relationship with his mommy this early on. The fact that he cares more about Trish than his own daughter speaks volumes. When he eventually comes back, I think we'll have to have a serious talk about our future together. My mother-in-law invited my husband's ex to my son's gender reveal and told me that she wouldn't love me as much as her, so I recorded all her awful comments about me and showed them to my husband. Plus all updates. My husband and I have been together for 7 years now. I remember at the beginning of my relationship with my current husband it was senior year and my mother-in-law would have his ex, let's call her Sam, sleep over every other day after they broke up. My husband would invite me to sleep over for peace of mind. It was so weird. Sam would sleep in bed with his mom and my husband and I in the room down the hall. My father-in-law is rarely home because of his job, so he had no idea what was going on. My husband then told his mom that it was making both him and I uncomfortable that Sam was sleeping over. She responded with, "This is my house, I can have whoever I want over if you don't like it." So we left, with our minimum wage jobs, to a studio for $1,800 rent. My mom did not take us in since she was not on board with us being together in the first place. At that time I was so frustrated with this lady just wanting to make things so uncomfortable for me and drive me away. I didn't realize how it must have made my husband feel that his mom would prefer his ex than him. Things worsened. Every day on his way home his mom would call him asking for some kind of favor, whether it's to buy groceries or clean some kind of mess in her house. At some point my husband got tired of going every day and expressed to me that he just wanted to go straight home for once, so I offered him to go and get the groceries so he can go home. When I showed up at her door with the bread and gallons of milk my mother-in-law was livid. She said to me, "Why are you here? Where is my son? I don't want you here. Get that poop and go." "I don't need that." I responded to her, "As per your son's request I am dropping this off to you," then left. This infuriated my husband and he refused to go to her house for the following 2 weeks. She then played the victim card saying that she hasn't had any food or drink and how house is becoming a mess. My husband told her that she has Sam that can easily for groceries and clean for her. By the way, my mother-in-law can drive and clean on her own. Later she would invite both of us to visit. Coincidentally, Sam was there every time. I pulled mother-in-law to the side and expressed to her that it makes me uncomfortable. Sam didn't even live there, she was invited every time we were invited. My mother-in-law then told me that she sees Sam as daughter and will never love me as much, so I have to accept it. I continued to offer her help thinking she'd come around to like me or even accept me. She would continue to reject me, but my husband would ask the favor to help clean. So sadly I still helped, all while her making snarky comments and complain about everything about me. We slowly went down to visiting twice a month even though we lived only 5 minutes away. When COVID started I started to become close with my sister-in-law. We would talk every day and at some point I opened up to her about our mother-in-law. To my surprise, she told me how our mother-in-law has made her go through the same thing. She also had to deal with the ex constantly for everything, even holidays. This was a wake-up call for me. I felt like I was walking in her footsteps. My nephews are 9 and 10. I am not going to deal with Sam for that long, especially with my kids. 2021 I became pregnant with my son. My husband and I were looking at gazebos to rent for the gender reveal. My mother-in-law said save the money and we can do it at my house. It will be great. Well, the title spoiled it. She invited Sam. This ruined it for me and husband. We spent the entire time focused on actually family and friends. I was also upset with Sam because she's so thick-skinned and cannot feel that we don't like her in our party. After, my sister-in-law told me that my mother-in-law was simply looking for a reaction. I felt like I was part of a circus. A few months later, I was going to Lowe's to build something for my son and I felt bad for the separation between me and mother-in-law, so I offered her if she wanted me to get anything from Lowe's. To my surprise she said yes. She asked for orchid mulch. When I brought her the mulch I offered to help her plant the orchids in a pot and she said she'd rather wait for Sam. She waited 3 months for Sam to plant it. My mother-in-law would also complain to my husband that she barely saw my son. He told her that she can come over to our apartment. She refused to because of her asthma and the AC unit that had in our apartment. We gave her the benefit of the doubt and started to go over. One of the time my husband was outside washing down the backyard and I was inside trying to get my son to sleep. My mother-in-law took advantage of the privacy and told me that I am as far as a cow and my husband will leave me for any woman that will cook and smile at my husband. Thinking she was looking for another reaction, I told her that I could care less if he left. She was surprised by my answer. Then she accused me of having an affair because I clearly do not care about my husband anymore. A few months later, I became pregnant with my daughter. Again, we were looking into gazebos for the gender reveal and realized that they are more expensive than before. She offered to use her place again. I told her no, I'd rather not even do a gender reveal. She shamed me so much, saying that I don't love my daughter as much as I do my son. My husband then told her that I was because of her inviting Sam the first time. She told my husband, well, that's her fault that she's uncomfortable. My husband told her that she can simply not invite Sam, and she responded with the same response as years ago, this is my house, I can invite whoever I want. We ended up doing a virtual gender reveal instead. She was livid that it did not go her way. At this point we only see them at their house Christmas and they come over once in a blue moon. Anyway, mother-in-law, a few months ago, told my husband that she has grown to love me. Now my husband wants me to fix things with her. I don't. I'm absolutely tired of trying with her. Should I fix things with my monster-in-law? Update. I spoke with husband. I stated that he needs to understand my concerns of where I stand with him and how he should keep his word and give consequences to mother-in-law. I told him that I don't think it would be healthy for any kind of contact with her because of her track record of consistent 7 years treating me this way. My husband then proceeded to tell me that I need to get over it, stop being stagnant and leave the past in the past. The past? That was a year ago. My daughter just turned 1 last month, and there would have been more if I continued to talk to my mother-in-law. It's frustrating. I tried to tell him that what gives me the reason that she isn't going to just wait until my guard is down and start with this behavior again. He told me that I might not see it, but he sees that she has changed. Also, I asked him why she said she has grown to love me, and he told me because she saw the kind of mother that I am, that I do everything for my kids, juggling the two of them and work from home at the same time. I'm sorry, but I don't see that as a valid reason to grow to love someone. I feel like when you earn love, it is by actions and display of caring for that person. I definitely don't believe that act. Husband completely believes her. Sadly, I think I will actually have to just rip the band-aid off and show him this post. Maybe then he will open his eyes completely. Update 2. I decided to give my mother-in-law another chance, despite my strong reservations. When I arrived at her house, she greeted me with a big hug, but it felt forced and insincere. As she went to the kitchen to prepare some snacks, I followed her to help. That's when I overheard her talking to someone, laughing and calling me stupid, bragging about how I had no idea that the cookies she was about to serve were from Sam. She didn't realize I was standing right behind her, and luckily, I managed to record the whole conversation on my phone. I left her house without saying a word, completely disgusted by her behavior. When I got home, my husband asked why I left abruptly. Apparently, my mother-in-law had already texted him, claiming that I was still being spiteful and rude for leaving without permission. That's when I showed him the video. He was furious. He stormed outside, and I could hear him shouting at his mom, confronting her about everything. Meanwhile, I went upstairs and blocked her number because both she and Sam had started spamming me with messages. When my husband came back inside, he apologized, admitting that he should have known better. I don't blame him. She's his mom, after all. But as of today, we're officially going no contact with her. It's a relief, honestly, and I finally feel like we're on the same page about this toxic situation. My mother-in-law keeps on bullying my children because of their names and demands that we change them. Now she's crying because we are kicking him out instead. Both me and my husband are from Latin America. We moved to the UK shortly after we had our eldest. Our daughter, who turns 1 in April, was born here. My mother-in-law and my husband's older brother, neither of whom has met our daughter before, are flying over for her birthday. Brother-in-law wanted to get a hotel room for himself and mother-in-law doesn't speak any English, so we decided to have her stay at our place instead of leaving her alone in a foreign country. Years ago, when I was pregnant with my son, my husband and I made the mistake of revealing his name to our families. My mother-in-law spent the next months complaining about it. She'd send us lists of name suggestions, look up bad historical figures with the same name as the one we'd chosen, and just generally say it was awful. She didn't stop until our son was born and the name was on his birth certificate. So for my second pregnancy, we decided to keep our daughter's name a secret until after her birth. We figured that not knowing her name until it was unchangeable would stop mother-in-law from complaining. We were wrong. Our daughter's name is Cecilia. Minutes after she was born, my mother-in-law called my husband and asked, "You know Cecilia means blind, right?" Almost a year later, she hasn't stopped complaining. If it's not because of the meaning, it's because it's ugly, long, or an old lady name. There have been occasions when my husband sent pictures of her to his family's group chat, and his mom replied with stuff like, "How cute. Too bad her name is Cecilia." It genuinely feels like my daughter is being bullied. Whenever we talk to my mother-in-law, she has a new complaint. Up until now, the main reason I was able to tune it out was because she hadn't complained to us in person or in front of our children. But she'll be here in less than 2 weeks, and I'm absolutely certain she'll continue her crusade at our home. I don't want to hear it. I don't want my son to hear it, and I don't want my baby's first birthday to be ruined by grandma's bitching. So, a couple of months ago, my husband and I called his mom. We told her she could no longer stay with us and to ask brother-in-law to help her get a hotel room. We also told her the reasons behind our decision. Mother-in-law cried on the phone, and has called us several times since. She always either apologizes, calls us dramatic, or accuses us of alienating her from her grandkids. Throughout all this, she continues to insist she has the right to dislike our daughter's name and still hasn't booked a hotel room. My brother-in-law agrees she's being a PP but is upset we told her she can no longer stay at our place. He's accusing us of forcing an elderly woman to stay alone in a foreign country even though we're perfectly capable of housing her. He's also mad that after promising for months that mother-in-law could stay at our house, we're retracting our offer. Update. For the next couple of weeks after my first post, mother-in-law continued her attempts to convince us to let her stay with us, but still refused to book a hotel room. My husband and I decided to speak with brother-in-law again. He told us that the main reason why he wanted to get a hotel room for himself was to explore the city on his own, but could understand why we didn't want mother-in-law to stay with us anymore. Eventually, he agreed to help her get a different room at the hotel he'd stay in. From what I gather, he also spent the weeks leading up to the visit telling his mother that if she tried complaining about Cecilia's name at any point, he would call a taxi to send her back to the hotel. Cecilia's birthday went off without a hitch, except for the fact that mother-in-law immediately tried to give her a nickname. For a few hours, she kept calling her Lila. She was doing so behind our backs, and my husband and I didn't realize it until our son came to ask us if Grandma knew Ceci's name. My brother-in-law offered to call the taxi, but we brushed it off. Later, my husband pulled mother-in-law aside and said that if she ever tried to complain about either of our children again, she wouldn't get to visit us anymore. She behaved herself until she and brother-in-law flew back home, and we haven't heard any complaints from her since. I'm very satisfied with this outcome, though I'm still worried she will complain about my kids again in the future. I now know that we have my husband's brother by our side, which will greatly help us navigate our relationship with their mother. My mother-in-law wanted to make my daughter healthy by deliberately infecting her with chicken pox. Now, she's in the hospital because she's the one getting shingles. I've had a few disagreements with my mother-in-law Trish in the past over my parenting style. She criticized me for using disposable diapers, buying baby food from the supermarket, and not raising Annie as an organic baby, but everything seemed great. Earlier this year my husband and I decided to spend Christmas with his family for the first time since my daughter was born last September. Since they live 12 hours away, we decided to stay for a few weeks before Christmas so they could spend loads of time with our 1-year-old daughter, Annie. We arrived early, we planned, and everything was great. After a day or two settling in, my husband and I decided to pick up a few gifts from a mall around an hour away before the last-minute rush kicked in. My father-in-law tagged along. Trish said she was happy to take care of Annie. We got back a few hours later and Annie was down for a nap on a blanket I didn't recognize. Trish said one of her friends dropped by and gave it as an early Christmas gift. It looked pretty old/worn, but I figured one of her hippie friends was just recycling it. The next 2 weeks were fine, aside from Trish making a point to prepare meals for Annie from scratch. I mentioned this to my husband and he said to just let her be. Annie mostly mushed the food Trish gave her with her hand slashed through the bowls on the floor, as she's been doing at the moment. Trish said it would take her a while to get used to nutritious meals. I was getting sick of her meddling, but it was only for a few weeks, so for the sake of the holidays I let it slide. The day after Christmas Annie was really unsettled and wouldn't stop fidgeting and crying. I took her temperature and she had a fever, so I kept an eye on her for the next few days and it thankfully started to go down. This morning, she started to get a rash and blisters on her arms and legs and I freaked out. I was packing a bag to drive to see a doctor when Trish asked where I was going. I told her Annie had a rash and I was taking her to see a doctor. She got a weird smug smile on her face and told me there was nothing to worry about. When I asked her what she was talking about, she said without even looking at Annie that what she had was just chickenpox. I asked her how she could possibly know that and she casually admitted one of her friend's grandkids had chickenpox a few weeks ago, so she asked them to wipe a blanket over the child's arms, legs, and face and bring it to her house. At this point I couldn't believe what I was hearing, so I asked if that blanket was the gift Annie was sleeping on. She said it was. I lost my poop. To be honest, I don't really remember what I said because I was up most of the night for 2 days checking on Annie. I just unleashed on Trish asking what the F was wrong with her. My husband and father-in-law came to try to calm things down and Trish dug in her heels and said chickenpox was the best and most natural thing for Annie to build up her immunity. I already have a vaccination schedule in place with my pediatrician and she was booked in to get immunized for chickenpox at 18 months. We drove to see the doctor and he confirmed she had it. He said I'll have to cut Annie's nails short and might have to tape socks on her hands while she sleeps because kids so young can scratch until they bleed and that would leave scars. On the drive back my husband started making excuses for Trish, that she was only doing what she thought was best. I couldn't believe he was defending her and we fought most of the way home until I told him to stop talking to me. Annie's been scratching like crazy and I just had to tape socks over her hands. Trish tried to talk to me when we got back and I told her to get out of my sight. We were meant to stay until Wednesday but I just finished packing up our stuff so we can leave first thing in the morning. I'm so angry I can't even think. Whenever I hear Trish moving around in the kitchen my heart starts beating faster and I feel like going out there and grabbing her by the hair. I don't ever want to see her again or let my daughter see her again. What can I say to make her and my husband realize the enormity of what she's done? Update 1. I didn't think it would be possible but things got worse. I got up first thing the next morning and started packing our stuff into the car. Once I opened it up I kept the keys in my pocket since I was going in and out usually, We used Jack's set and leave mine in my bag. While I was packing, he sat in the kitchen with Trish and my father-in-law and chatted and had coffee like nothing was wrong. Annie was mercifully still asleep, so I just gently belted her in and closed her door when Jack came out and asked if I had everything. I said we were good to go as soon as he was. He said okay and calmly took out his key set and centrally locked the car, locking Annie in. I asked him what the hell he was doing and he said we wouldn't be leaving until I apologized to Trish. I think I was stunned into silence because he then took the chance to rehash what he said the previous day, that Trish thought she was doing what was best, that chickenpox doesn't unalive you, and that I was making a bigger deal out of this than I needed to and making Trish feel bad. Yes, making her feel bad. I told him he needed to stop being a son and start being a father. He screwed up his face and said he would always be Trish's son, and that was the point, that nobody should speak to his mother the way I had the day before, and I needed to apologize to clear the air. I felt like I had entered some kind of weird twilight zone where I had accidentally married a 9-year-old instead of an adult man, so I just asked him to open the car so we could leave. He repeatedly refused, then walked back inside and said he would see me in there when I was acting more reasonable. You can probably guess what happened next. I'd left my bag on the passenger seat, so he probably assumed my keys were in there. Nope. I waited 30 seconds, then just hopped into the car and drove away. My phone blew up with a million calls from him, Trish, and my father-in-law. Eventually my mom and dad and my sister Jess, who I'm super close with, called as well. I briefly texted Jess about what was happening the day before, but she was stunned to get the full blow-by-blow. By the time I was on the open road, I asked her to phone Jack and tell him he could walk home for all I care. Once she heard my side of the story, and not Jack's, which was apparently that I had gone crazy, frightened Trish, snatched Annie, and sped away, she calmed way down. Mom, Dad, and Jess offered to start driving and meet me halfway so I could switch with one of them and wouldn't have to drive the full 12 hours by myself in one day. I was so grateful to see them. I pretty much broke down in a truck stop parking lot while I blubbered that I loved them. They all took turns driving while I had a rest. It was super reassuring to talk it over and hear that Trish and Jack are the unreasonable ones. Once we got back, I stayed at my parents' overnight and they said I could stay as long as I needed. The next few days were fairly tense. I was up most of the night making sure Annie didn't scratch, which she did anyway, somehow. And it seemed like she just cried and cried and cried until she was exhausted. She has 5 scars on her face and a few others on her arms from scratching. I know appearances shouldn't matter, but I'm so angry her skin is marked for life now over some stupid bullshit. This whole thing is just something I never expected to happen. I answered one of Jack's calls only to have him start a rant that he didn't recognize this person I had become, so I hung up on him. He was due to come back for the start of the work year, which I wasn't looking forward to, but I figured we could make it work as long as Trish was 12 hours away. Then at like 11 p.m. one night, I got a very short and formal text from my father-in-law via Jack's phone, saying Trish had come down with shingles and was in the emergency room, that Jack was staying there to care for her, and that he would work from their house remotely once the year started back up. Jack's been there for the past few weeks tending to Mama's every whim. I'm sure she's put on an Oscar-worthy performance of having one foot in the grave, and according to Google, it should be any day now that her painful, crusty pustules go gently into that sweet night. A few weeks ago I was honestly so tired and overwhelmed and in disbelief that I didn't know what to do. Now I'm back at home with people who actually care about me. I think I'm starting to realize how lucky I am to see the weird relationship with his mommy this early on. The fact that he cares more about Trish than his own daughter speaks volumes. When he eventually comes back, I think we'll have to have a serious talk about our future together.
My mother-in-law wants my wife to have intimacy with another man because I'm black. My wife Elena and I first met in college and quickly got married after graduating. It was a small wedding at the courthouse with our best friends as witnesses because we were poor college kids at the time, and more importantly, her family hates me because of my color. I know most people are surprised to hear that since it's not really cool to be a racist in modern times, but it still happens. In fact, when we broke the news of our engagement, her mom responded with a strong, "You can't marry a N-word." Elena has been supportive and defensive as much as she could, but for the most part, we try to keep our distance. For the most part, life was good. My wife and I had the same goals and outlook on life. We both focused on developing our careers and using our money on savings and traveling. We also agreed to save the idea of having kids until we were in our 30s so that we could be financially stable first. About 2 years after we got married, my wife's mother suffered a fall that left her hospitalized for a couple of days. The doctors reported that it was nothing serious, but they recommended bed rest. Despite the doctor's comment, my mother-in-law acted like she was dying while recovering but still had the energy to make snarky racist comments at me. Elena asked me to be understanding since her mom was just having a hard time. After her mom's great fall, things started to change. She stopped defending me and started tolerating her family's opinions more and more. I was pretty worried, and when I told her about it, she just acted dismissive, saying that it's all in my head. Well, another year passed and we were both now 27. We were busy helping organize my in-laws' 30th anniversary party. While we were making a toast to the couple's health, her mom suddenly started trembling and tearing up and announced that her greatest wish now was to be a grandmother. She added how it seems impossible now because Elena's sister, Adriana, was infertile after years and years of trying. Honestly, I was shocked that she would announce such a personal thing in front of all our friends and families. My mother-in-law continued by saying how she fears another accident could happen sooner than her chance to see a grandchild. Based on her tone, it was a way to gaslight me and Elena since we explicitly told them that we would wait until our 30s for kids, which had infuriated them over the years. However, the speech made my wife break down emotionally, and she spent the rest of the evening with her family. The final trigger happened a month after the party when I received a call from my wife frantically explaining how her sister was hospitalized for attempted suicide because of the stupid speech that caused her to plunge further into depression. After work, I rushed to the hospital to show my support, and instead, I was greeted with a cold, unwelcoming look. Elena's mom blamed me for the suicide, saying that if we had made at least one grandchild by now, then she wouldn't have made such a speech and Elena's sister wouldn't feel so pressured anymore. Elena apologized to her family over and over, and I couldn't do anything but watch. Maybe I should have supported our decision more, but it just didn't feel like the right time. After Adriana's release from the hospital, we scheduled a family meeting to discuss other options. I brought up the idea of adoption, but their mom refused to have a child that wasn't related by blood. So I asked about the idea of surrogacy, but her sister mentioned how it would be much too expensive and risky. And when I brought up in vitro, my in-laws gagged at the idea of lab-induced pregnancy. The conversation continued to go nowhere, and it was really frustrating. My mother-in-law then suggested in a happy tone about letting my wife and my brother-in-law create the baby together. Elena and I sat there in silence while my mother-in-law added her own psychotic reasoning, saying that we wouldn't have to worry since the baby will be registered with her sister instead, and that a good child should be conceived through natural means. She lastly added that it would be perfect since the grandchild wouldn't have any dirty mixed black blood. Elena looked at me with an expression like she wanted me to just agree to help stop all the family drama. I called my mother-in-law a crazy old witch before I stormed out of the room and headed home alone. My marriage that was perfect seemed to have fallen really low, and I now absolutely hate my wife's family's guts. They had to be mad to think that I would want my wife to sleep with another man for the sake of raising a spawn that would end up just like them. Elena returned home the following day and confronted me once more about the idea. She cried, saying that it would be just one child and then they would leave us alone forever. I refused to budge. I told her how other than being blatantly racist to me, they wanted my wife to cheat on me with the husband of her own sister. I told her that we had always lowered our pride and set aside our happiness to try to compromise with them, but not this time. Elena called me immature for not understanding her mother's critical condition. I laid out the fact that her mom was definitely not dying anytime soon, and that she was the cause of her sister's recent actions. Elena cried harder and harder, and I felt really bad. I apologized for fighting her, saying that it wasn't her fault and that she was equally a victim of her mom's manipulation. Elena held my hand and started explaining that yesterday after I left, she and my brother-in-law went ahead and had intimacy to please her mom. She told me how she didn't enjoy a single bit of it, and she at least imagined me the entire time. She tried to pull me into a hug, but I pulled myself away from her. My hands were shaking with anger, and it took all of my strength to just walk away from her. I gathered a few of my things and told her I'd be back to get the rest. The entire time, she just hugged my leg and cried out, begging me to stay, and apologized over and over. But I was done with all the family drama. But at the same time, I still love my wife, and I knew she was a victim of her mom's insanity and deeply embedded racism. At the same time, I could never forgive her for cheating, especially when she knew it was wrong. I'm not sure if I want to come back and get her and just move far away, or if I should get a divorce, or if I should do anything. If anything, I wish that my mother-in-law fell down the stairs just a little bit harder maybe.
My narcissistic mom told my dad that he should ask me to give him a BL job. Please help. For the past couple of years, my mom has been dealing with health issues. My father and I are doing our best to help her manage day-to-day activities. She has enough agency to walk around and clean the house, but she struggles with becoming lightheaded at times along with her elevated blood pressure. We are all currently living together. I moved in last year to help her when my dad works during the day as well as to save money. We both know that she has unresolved mental issues as well, high anxiety, possibly bipolar, and know that she will never willingly receive treatment for anything mental health related due to her narcissism. Which brings me to the incident. Walls are thin, and though my dad is quiet about his intimate frustrations, my mom is a very loud and vocal woman. She will say things like, "I'm too old for intimacy," or "I'm too sick for intimacy," loud enough for me to hear. She has always thought it was funny when I would get grossed out by this talk. She often brings up intimacy issues randomly with my father to me, because she has no friends, and thinks because I'm an adult that it's okay to talk about these things with me. I instantly leave the room and never entertain this talk, but she laughs at my disgust. My dad and I both hate that she is so loud about intimacy talk. Given that I live in the house, she does not care. Instead, our disgust amuses her. Recently, something that she said stunned my dad and me that we are having trouble forgiving her. She did apologize 2 days later but does not think she said anything extreme. My father and mother were in the kitchen, and I was in my bedroom with the door shut. I did not hear anything from the conversation on my dad's side. He is considerately quiet, but I heard my mom loudly scream, "Why don't you ask your daughter for a BO job instead of me?" I got sickened. My dad screamed, "What is wrong with you?" and instantly left the house. It took me a bit to actually process that she said that. I collected myself, and a few minutes later asked my mom never to say anything disgusting involving my dad and me again. Instead of apologizing, she screamed at me saying, "It's just words. BO job, BO job, BO job. Who cares?" My jaws dropped. Because of this, I no longer want to help take care of her and want to move out as soon as possible. I am used to her saying terrible, awful things, but I am deeply hurt by this comment in particular. The fact that she would even utter something so gross and disturbing but not truly apologize or see anything wrong with it. My dad is old as well, and I feel so guilty about leaving him to deal with her emotional abuse. He is too selfless to leave her, but it gets worse every day and he is severely depressed. I don't know how to get through to my mother. I wish there was a way to mute her screaming and vile commentary. to go to therapy and to change.
My neighbor always blasts terrible music at 3 a.m. and refused to stop even though we repeatedly called the police, so I delivered revenge like a Disney princess. Here in my block we have this neighbor who is just the combination of every bad neighbor habit. To make things more visual, we're mainly talking about half a block here. The majority of the houses are 2 stories, except the one in the middle that is a car detailing and accessories store, so this store's roof makes every house on this half block visible to each other. So, the major complaint is the noise. This guy blasts trash music all day long, which would not be a problem if this guy respected the volume and time allowed. Everyone in the block has called the police because of the noise after 12 a.m. at least once. When my family called the police, at 3 a.m., the police told us that the sound had already exceeded the permitted decibels since before the street began. But I guess money is not a problem for this guy, because he keeps doing it. Since everybody was calling the police on him because of the noise, he decided to call the police because of the noise of a newborn baby crying. When the policemen arrived they told the guy to F off, so that was a mini win. Besides, this guy's also a creep who keeps staring through every window. Because of this particular guy, most of the neighbors have installed tinted windows or curtains. I literally couldn't enjoy sunlight because this dude kept staring at my window whenever my underage sister was in the room. Obviously there's more, but this were the major complaints. Cue the revenge. Since this dude is used to be awake during the night blasting terrible music, he sleeps basically all morning, and absolutely hates birds chirping because it wakes him up. You can literally hear him complaining and closing the windows when the birds start singing. So I decided to plan based on that. I asked every neighbor if they were okay with the birds chirping. The majority said they love it. Then I asked the detailing store if I could scatter some seeds on their roof to attract birds. The owner said absolutely yes, because the guy threw trash at the store's roof. So every single week the owner had to clean the gutters. So I started scattering the seeds every day at 5 a.m. okay the store's roof. And in less than 1 week, I have a full army of birds. I also started putting things like leaves, twigs, dog hair, and other things so the birds could build nests nearby. In my window there's also water for the birdies. Now, the most delicious part of my revenge was when I decided the birds needed a little treat. I have a friend that breeds insects for people to feed their exotic pets, so I asked him for 100 crickets to feed the birds. He gave me an amazing discount and the next day, I was also scattering crickets in that roof. The birds started eating the crickets, but obviously they couldn't eat them all, so the rest of the dozens of crickets that escaped ran to the nearest shelter, the idiot's open balcony. You may think, couldn't he just unalive the birds or something? Well, he tried, but the odds are in our favor. The birds that come chirping on his windows are protected by ambiental law, so if he tries to harm them, he'll pay a much more expensive fine than the sound pollution one. Now, my block is the only place in the ghetto where you can wake up every day like a Disney princess, with more than 30 birds chirping, and the sounds of a very distressed evil neighbor. My neighbor busted my car window and has been harassing me because I refused to sleep with her again, so I got her evicted and she's going straight to jail. So this woman in my building kept making idle convos with me. Eventually she asked for us to exchange numbers. I did so. We started texting. One thing led to we ended up having intimacy a few. Now I told her from the beginning I'm focused on improving my life right now. I don't want a girlfriend, but hey, if you just want to have fun we can have fun. So the more we had intimacy the more she kept randomly showing up my door all hours asking to hang out, and it just began to be what I said I wasn't looking for, so I cut her off. Fast forward, my car windows have been busted out twice. She's emptied a whole bag of trash in front of my apartment door, and took my clothes out the washer mid-wash and dumped them on floor. I'm too embarrassed to tell the leasing office about the situation and I don't want to involve the police. I guess I'ma have to move and it sucks because I love my apartment. I even tried talking to her and being very kind about it, but her response is go back to how it used to be or she will keep doing stuff. Any advice? Also, my building has entry locks and a parking garage with limited access, and that's what makes me so mad is that no other woman could easily be making my life this hellish if she didn't live in the building. Update. This morning, I took off work, went to the leasing office, and explained the situation to the leasing lady. I explained the situation and showed her all the text evidence and pics I had. She was more mad about it than I was and basically said I should come to her the first time she did anything. I was so glad that she understood the situation. She said she was going to check the parking garage cameras on the dates my car windows got busted out and see if they got her on film clearly. She also said she was going to send old girl an email saying that doing stuff like this is grounds for eviction. She said she can't evict her yet until they have full proof it was her, but she sounded dedicated to getting that proof. Thanks everyone for the advice. Hopefully this gets resolved and I don't have to move. Update 2: So this morning the leasing lady calls me and tells me to come to the office. I get there, and she has 4K crystal clear footage of old girl breaking my windows out on 2 different occasions. The old girl didn't cover her face or anything, plus one time she broke them out. She went to her car to get something before going back in the building. Not only did she have the car footage, but she had elevator footage of old girl taking a full bag of trash to my floor then getting back on the elevator with an empty bag. So leasing lady asks if I wanted to call the cops. I said nah, because I honestly just try to deal with the police as least as possible. I just told her that she can handle the situation however she wants. I just need old girl to leave me alone or else I'm going to have to move unfortunately. She said okay gotcha, I'ma take care of it. Couple hours later leasing lady calls me and says the cops just came and picked old girl up. I'm like, what? She said yeah. She called the cops and told them she had a tenant who's been breaking into cars at night. She said that since it happened on the apartment property, the leasing agency could file charges without me. She said she didn't mention me or anything. She also said old girl is getting evicted. On top of that gave me a $300 rent credit for next month to help cover some of my window repairs because in her exact words that lunatic should have never been living here in the first place. Best leasing lady ever. My neighbor gave me $120,000 in cash as a birthday gift and I do not know if this is illegal. Please help. I'm 17 as of last week. I live in Massachusetts, and I'm first generation, living with my father, who, legally, immigrated from Taiwan over 25 years ago. Financially, we're solid, though we live frugally. And while our home is pretty small, we live in a pretty good neighborhood. Actually, We're the most inexpensive home in a great neighborhood. Our neighbors on one side seem like nice people, but we have virtually no relationship with them outside of a friendly smile or wave when we see them. They're a young couple with 2 kids, until last week, when the neighbor father showed up with $40,000 in cash, saying it was a birthday present for me, since I'd be looking at university soon and he wanted to see if he could help me out. There was a birthday balloon on my mailbox put up, partially as a joke, by a friend of mine. I didn't realize broadcasting this information could have such a repercussion. The surprisingly light donation. It was 4 10K stacks, all neat and with notation ribbons around them. Was in a manila envelope. He told me not to worry about the tax on it as it was covered on his end. I stuttered a thank you and took it. I didn't realize at the time how much it was. I had peeked inside as it wasn't closed, but I had assumed it was stacks of 20 or something, or would be a few $1,000s, until I took it out and triple checked. My father is as weirded out as I am, but he's not really the sort to show much emotion. He basically told me it was my money, not his, and he hoped I'd use it well. My father further told me not to worry about if there was something illegal going on, that we would be protected from it, and that the person who makes the gift files the gift tax return. So that's probably what the neighbor meant when he gave me the gift. In the last week, my neighbor has left another 2 envelopes, each with the same amount of money. Even weirder, these were just left on the porch. No knocking, no note. This is a clear sign. To me something fishy is going on. But my father isn't bothered by any of this. I'm not sure what the next step is for me. Can I just accept this and deposit it into a bank? I deposited the first envelope. I haven't touched the latter 2. Do I need to be doing something different with taxes? Or alert my father as he does my taxes for me? If this is illegal, what is the likely illegal activity going on? Update. Earlier tonight, my father and I visited our neighbor to ask about what was going on. My father, who originally wanted no part in this, had a change of heart when I let him know I had received 120K total, where his cutoff point is between ignoring $40,000 and getting excited about $120,000. I'm not sure. I was expecting to see the man who gave me the money. Instead, it was just his wife, who, as it turns out, has been living here without him for a month, and had no idea about his generous donations. She was pretty shocked, and angry, though not at me, and she was very apologetic I was involved in this at all. For those who suggested this was an attempt to hide assets in preparation for a nasty divorce, it would seem you're right. I haven't heard his side of the story yet, and even if I did, it would just be his story. I'm not going to just hand off the envelope to her, or back to him, without proper notarization, to avoid any trouble down the line. After some discussion, we agreed on a mutually acceptable solution. I'll keep $60,000, and $60,000 will be returned to the couple, her, him. I don't really care as long as it's all notarized and witnessed. I'm sure some people will tell me that since the money was given to me, I could tell the wife to pound sand and return nothing. That may be true, but the whole exchange leaves me feeling a little icky about keeping it. I only had it as a F you to this woman. Anyway, this seems like a mutually acceptable solution where I get a huge donation towards my tuition and don't feel like I lost money.
My neighbor left her 6 children on my doorstep, so I sent her a video of her children being picked up by child services. My husband and I live in a cul-de-sac. Everyone is too close to one another, which means people are naturally in each other's business. Right from the beginning, I had issues with one of our neighbors. She is the type of woman who lets her children wander about without a care, but that is not the worst part. She has an uncanny skill for talking the neighbors into babysitting for her. I am normally the type to say no, but I have been roped into it way too many times. Yesterday she came knocking on my door again, so I pretended I wasn't home. She continued hitting harder, and I thought she would yank the letterbox immediately. So, I went to answer. She quickly said a few sentences I didn't quite understand and that she would return on Sunday. She has 6 children ranging from 6 months to 7 years old. I told her I couldn't, and she said the black cab awaited her. I tried to grab her hand to stop her from leaving. I said I could not, so she ran off and got in the cab. I was pissed, and that is putting it mildly. I waited 40 minutes and then texted her that if she couldn't pick them up in 10, I would call Children's Services. She didn't answer the text, so I called her. She didn't pick up on the first 2 rings but picked up on the third. I told her the same thing again, and she tried to tell me it was too late for her to come back as she was out of the city and that if I didn't want to watch them drop them off at Jennifer's, the 68-year-old lady with health issues living on the opposite side of me. I repeated that if she wasn't here in 10, she could pick them up at the local council if they decided she was a fit enough mother. She said a few bad words and told me I would never, so I did as in the moment. It felt like she was baiting me. After phoning Child Services, I texted her that it was done. She phoned me back and said she was halfway to Blackpool and would murder me if it were true. So, I sent her a video when Child Services picked them up. The police were there, too, as they said they often tag along for collecting abandoned children in case something criminal has happened, and they asked a lot of questions about the mother. Last night, my husband and I had a huge fight. My husband was in foster care, and he said, "Right cow you are." He said I should have declined at the door instead of waiting 40 minutes before calling CSC when the mother couldn't reasonably pick them up in 10 minutes. He said I had other options, like not opening the door or running after her and throwing the children into the black cab instead of giving silent consent. He also said I did it on purpose as the mother offered Jennifer as an alternative, so why hadn't I done that? In my defense, I am not comfortable handing over children to a third party, and good manners say you don't show up on an elderly lady's doorstep and give her 6 unruly children to deal with for a few days. I would never have lived down that shame. My husband argued that once I had dropped them off at Jennifer's, it would no longer be my business but something between the mother and our other neighbor. He told me anything that happened to those children in care was on my head, and then he told me what he experienced and what he knew of others who had experienced it. I haven't slept much and my husband left for work without speaking to me. I wonder if I should go back to child services and say I overreacted or that it was a misunderstanding and find a way to make it up to the children and get them out of there. I had no idea foster care was that bad. My neighbor makes my kids hit me, but I want to hit him with a lawsuit. From the moment my family moved into this house, our neighbor, Joshua, has been nothing but trouble. I know some people just don't understand what it's like to have autistic children, but this guy has gone out of his way to make our lives miserable. My husband and I are both in law school, and trust me, it's been a struggle. Balancing our studies with raising 3 kids, 2 of whom are autistic, is no easy feat. We're doing everything we can to build a better life, but we're stretched thin. On top of that, we're on housing assistance. This place is all we can afford right now, and while it's not ideal, we were hoping the neighborhood would at least be a quiet place where we could focus on our studies and help our kids manage their needs. Our oldest son, who's on the spectrum, has issues with boundaries and emotional regulation. Just after we moved in, he climbed over the neighbor's fence, thinking it was part of our yard. He's still learning social boundaries, and he didn't fully grasp property lines. We explained this to the neighbor when we apologized, thinking he'd understand that our son didn't mean any harm. But Joshua made it clear he wanted nothing to do with us. He seemed annoyed just by our presence and made little remarks about keeping our kids in line. He'd complain about the noise anytime the kids were playing or had a meltdown, as if we weren't already doing everything we could to calm them down. Parenting autistic children is challenging, and their outbursts aren't something we can just turn off. They're kids trying to navigate a world that often feels overwhelming, and we're still learning how to help them through it. My oldest becomes violent and nonverbal when he's feeling too overwhelmed, so we do everything we can to help him regulate his emotions. About a month ago, we noticed that every time one of our kids started having a meltdown, our neighbor would go into his backyard and crank up loud, harsh music. It was this aggressive, pulsing noise that seemed designed to push our kids further over the edge. I thought it was just an unpleasant coincidence at first, but it started happening every single time. If the kid screamed, the music started, like he was waiting for it, and then the hitting from my kids would start. After a few days of this, I finally went over and asked if he could lower the volume, especially when our kids were struggling. I tried to explain their needs, hoping he'd understand that this wasn't something we were ignoring. We were actively working on it with therapists and specialists, but he didn't care. He told me that if I couldn't control my kids, it wasn't his problem, and maybe we shouldn't have moved here in the first place. During that argument, he started using the terms that only parents with autism know, and when I told my husband about it, he suggested that maybe Joshua had done research specifically into how to overwhelm kids with autism. I started to believe that this man knew exactly what he was doing. He knew that by triggering their sensory issues, he was causing them to lash out at us. It was like he was using my kids as weapons against us, knowing full well that we'd bear the impact of their distress while trying to calm them down. My husband and I have talked about this endlessly. We're both exhausted, trying to keep up with school, support our family, and manage our kids' needs. We can't just pack up and leave. We're tied to this place by financial limitations and our commitment to school. After a particularly rough night, our oldest had a meltdown after the neighbor's anxiety playlist blasted through the fence. I snapped. I confronted him in his yard, demanding to know what his problem was. I told him that we knew he was intentionally setting off our kids and that this had to stop. He just smirked and said, "Maybe you shouldn't have had kids if you can't handle them." I felt my blood boil. It was like he enjoyed knowing he was making our lives hell. My husband and I want to be good neighbors, but we're also future lawyers, and this is beginning to feel like a personal vendetta that deserves legal action. I told him we'd take this to court if he didn't knock it off, that we'd look into harassment charges or noise ordinances, whatever we could do to make this stop. He laughed and said he was within his rights to play whatever he wanted on his own property and that I should learn a thing or two about the law before making empty threats. That was it. We've started documenting every interaction, recording the music, taking notes on the timing and the triggers he's using. We're gathering everything we need to make a case. I've tried to be patient, to educate him, to ask for understanding, but he's clearly made up his mind to push us to our limit. We don't have the money to hire a lawyer right now, but we're not going to let him bully our family or make our kids' lives harder than they already are. I don't know if a lawsuit is too extreme, but we're out of options, and I don't see why we should have to keep suffering in silence. My neighbor's adult son used my pool and grill in the middle of the night, and has refused to stop trespassing. After catching him in my pool having intimacy, I called the cops on him and now everyone hates me. I moved into my house a few years ago and live alone. All of my neighbors have been pleasant and kind and there haven't been any issues since I moved in. That all changed when one day I decided to go out for a swim only to see a grown man swimming around in my pool. I screamed and asked who the hell he was. He just catcalled me and started laughing. I threatened to call the cops and that's when my neighbor popped his head over the fence to say hi and introduce his son Ryan to me. Apparently, Ryan has dropped out of college only to move back in with his parents. This is the first time I have met Ryan and apparently the old owners of my house used to let him come over and use the pool whenever he wanted growing up. So he thought it was just okay to come over and go for a swim. I told him I understand you had a deal with the previous owners, but I am not comfortable with someone using my pool without permission. His dad tried to bargain with me but I just asked for Ryan to leave my property. He shrugged, got out of the pool and left. I thought that was the end of it, until a few days later I woke up at midnight smelling smoke. I got very worried and ran around to the kitchen to find the source only to look outside and see Ryan in my backyard with 3 other guys. Ryan was at my grill cooking something, while the other guys were just chilling in my lawn chairs drinking beer and smoking pot. I walked outside and asked them all what the hell they thought they were doing here. Ryan just casually looked up at me and said, "What do you think I'm doing?" "I'm grilling." I told him it was the middle of the night. Why the hell was he grilling? He told me that earlier I said I was bothered by him being on my property while I was awake, so he thought he would just come over when I was asleep so it wouldn't bother me. I told him all of this bothered me very much, as there were 4 strange men in my backyard. Get out. His friends looked back and forth between the two of us, one of them was laughing and the other asked if I was the one who owned the house. I said I was. He turned to Ryan and said, "Damn dude, I thought you said this was cool." Ryan told him it was cool. I was just being a pain for no reason. I told them all to get off my property or I would be calling the police. That got them all up and moving. Ryan just put a burger on a bun and calmly walked away, telling me to have fun cleaning the grill. I was so angry. I felt violated at the fact that this guy thought he could just come in and use my space whenever he wanted. I worried about if he just walked into my home one day and I would find him on my couch watching TV. I moved to a nice neighborhood so I didn't have to worry about security and such, but now I was rethinking all of that. The next day I hired some guys to come in and set up cameras and a new security system. My neighbor noticed and asked what was going on. I told him his son kept entering my property without my permission, and this was to ensure it didn't happen again. He gave me a dirty look and told me boys will be boys and I needed to stop being so uptight. I told him he needed to keep his adult son in check, because I would be calling the police next time. The cameras sparked some unease in the neighborhood, and I had a few neighbors even come over to tell me I was overreacting with the whole security thing, and making the neighborhood look bad. Even the I tried some funny business saying the cameras weren't allowed, but I had checked and everything was up to code, so there was nothing they could do. About a month went by and there weren't any more surprise visits. I want to say it was around 2 a.m. when my phone started buzzing and beeping, alerting me to a break-in. I was scared and a bit groggy so I grabbed my firearm and stood up, staring at my door. My phone rang and it was from the security company, asking if everything was okay. I told them I didn't know and the woman informed me someone had triggered motion sensors in my backyard, and my back door had been opened. That had me terrified as I realized the intruder could be inside my home. That's when I heard a woman screaming and rushed out of my room. I made my way to the back door, which is a sliding glass door, and saw a puddle of water on the floor. Then I looked out the door and saw 2 people in my pool. I told the woman on the phone as much and that was when I realized that Ryan was in the pool with a girl having intimacy. I made my way outside and asked him what the actual F he thought he was doing. The girl screamed and looked at me like I was crazy and Ryan just smirked until he saw my firearm then raised his hands up. I put the phone up to my ear and told the woman that it was my neighbor's son and some girl, and they were hooking up in my pool. The security woman asked if I wished for the police to get involved and I told her yes, please do. I told the girl Ryan was about to get arrested for trespassing, so unless she wanted to be a part of that charge she should probably leave. She ran out of the pool and grabbed her clothes. Ryan said I was crazy and to put the damn thing away. I just turned around and went inside. The police showed up soon after and I pointed them in the direction of Ryan's house. They went over and arrested him, only for the whole neighborhood to come out and watch the spectacle. Ryan's dad marched over to my house and started yelling at me, asking why I was having his son arrested. I told him he was caught with a girl in my pool. I had footage of the whole thing. I had warned them both to stay out of my backyard, but Ryan kept refusing to acknowledge my boundaries. He asked if it was true I threatened him with a weapon, and I said I happened to be holding it at the time because I feared for my safety. He scoffed at me and said I had nothing to fear before, but now, maybe I did. Luckily for me, an officer nearby heard the entire thing and came over to de-escalate the situation. He told him to back off, and now his threat was going into his report, so if anyone tried anything with me again, they knew the first house to stop by. I thanked the officer and he asked me a few more questions. I plan to bring charges against Ryan, as I'm hoping that will teach him a lesson. But now a bunch of my neighbors hate me, as Ryan is considered like a saint around here. I'm also worried that Ryan or his dad might try to get revenge and I have never felt less safe in my life. I'm not sure where to go from here or what to do, as I can't afford to just move out. My neighbors didn't like the color of my house, so they had it painted a different color while I was out of town. Now, they are filing a lawsuit against me to pay for their stupidity. My house is on a corner lot. 2 years ago, a newlywed couple moved into the one house that's beside mine. Right away, they started making weird comments about the color my house was painted, yellow, and soon switched to outright demanding that I paint it a different color. My house was painted yellow when it was built. I like the color, and there is no bylaw against it or anything. They called the police on me and the city, both of whom told them to pound sound because I hadn't done anything wrong and there was nothing they could do. They also tried suing me in court. The suit was thrown out, and they had to pay my legal fees, and getting our other neighbors together to form a homeowners association in the hopes that, eventually, I could be forced to paint my house a different color. Our other neighbors also told them to pound sand, and they have alienated themselves from everyone else in the neighborhood. I recently had to go out of town for something. I was gone for 2 weeks. When I got back 2 days ago, my house was gray. Seriously, I almost drove past it because I'm used to my yellow house. I knew immediately who was responsible, but when I went over and knocked on their door, no one answered. I think the couple figured out that I was away and not just at work when they saw our neighbors collecting my mail for me because I sure as hell never told them I was going away, and I know my other neighbors hate them too and didn't tell them. The neighbor across the street came over and showed me pictures he had taken of the painting company setting up and doing the work. He said he and another neighbor called the police, but the painting company had a valid work order and had been paid so that the police couldn't do anything. He also told us about it, but because they were paid to do the work, they said they had to do it to avoid being sued. I called the painting company to get a copy of the work order, and it was in the name of Ms. Jane Smith and was paid for in cash. A red-headed woman and her red-headed husband came to the company to hire them. My neighbors are both redheads, saying they would be out of town and would like their house painted while they were gone. They gave the painting company pictures of my house, taken from the street. I have a surveillance camera at my front and side doors and in my backyard because I work shifts, and as a woman living alone, I don't want some stranger breaking into my house and waiting to ambush me when I get home. My neighbors never set foot on my property at any time, so they can't be charged with trespassing, and they didn't do the painting, which was done properly. When I called the police, they reiterated that since the painters were hired, had a valid work order, and were paid to do the job, they couldn't be charged with trespassing because it was reasonable for them not to know. They were acting in good faith and didn't cause any physical damage to the house. Also, the neighbors can't be charged with trespassing or vandalism because they didn't come to my property or touch the house themselves. I don't know if I can sue anyone because no damage or harm was done to me or the house. My neighbors still have not answered their door or shown themselves. I am pissed off beyond belief because I liked my yellow house, and I can't believe how fucking crazy they have been. I wish I could show a court or city council how psycho they have been over this. I want to know if I have any recourse or can do something to get them to pay to paint the house back to yellow. Does anyone know what I can do to get them to fix this and paint it back? Update. I was going to wait until after the weekend to talk to the lawyer I used for their last lawsuit against me, but there have been further developments, so I had to call him this morning beyond the fact that they have filed another lawsuit against me for the cost of the painters. Yes, seriously. With the advice of my lawyer, I can't say anything further about what has happened. I will provide an update once everything is resolved. And what's even better is that they are too stupid to realize they've incriminated themselves.
My neighbors kept trespassing on my property to use my man-made pond, but they refused to pay for it, so I got it filled up. For the past several years, I've owned a property in a semi-rural area. It is part of an HOA with only 12 houses over 1,000 acres, so we don't get much in each other's way. There is a common area that abuts my property, and on it, there is a pond fed via an irrigation headgate on a creek on my property and a cut that runs from it through my property. I've come to discover this pond is a real pain. One neighbor used to maintain it, without making a fuss, but he died, so dealing with it fell to me as the neighbor most affected by it. And it's a pain. People trespass to go fishing or have their dogs swim in it. People from outside have come to ice skate on it. Totally unsafe. It has silting problems. The headgate needs to be dug out every spring, sometimes multiple times. The cut clogs up and has to be cleared. Then a beaver took up residence and kept blocking the outflow culvert, causing a flood on the neighboring farmer's land. He was rightly pissed, and I got the brunt of it. I was clearing out beaver blockages several days a week. Nobody else in the HOA would help. I did some research and discovered that the water right for the headgate belonged to me alone and not the association. There was no easement for the irrigation cut, and, cherry on the sundae, the pond is actually on my property and not a common area. I had a survey done just to be sure. I also discovered it wasn't a pond. It was a hole dug up to provide fill for our road, and the original developer just routed irrigation into the hole and called it a pond. But this explains why it is such a mess. A landowner a mile away is now digging out a proper pond and has to pay a ton to dispose of the fill, even though it is clean. I asked if it would help if he could put some of the fill in our pond, and he offered to pay for the privilege. I have closed the headgate and started draining the pond. Some members of the HOA have been yelling at me that they like the pond, just to look at as they drive out to the main road. So I said, okay, if you like it, pay up to $10,000 a year for someone to deal with the nonsense. They refused. I said that in that case, the pond was getting filled in and planted with native grass, using the money from taking the fill. They call me a selfish a-hole. Update, I already met with a beaver expert from Fish and Wildlife. They would have given me a nuisance permit to trap, but I wanted to try an exclusion fence. Nobody else wanted to pay for that. The expert said that if we lower the pond, the beaver will probably just move back to the creek. We have fish in the pond, but it isn't deep enough to support overwintering, so the actual sustained fish population is in the creek. Finally, I spoke to the local conservation district about a permit to drain. They said it should not be an issue, as they don't love these fake ponds and would prefer the water stay in the creek to support higher stream flow.
My nephew ripped all my son's birthday gifts and ruined their party, but my sister reasoned that it is because he is special, so I told her that she's raising her son to be a self-centered brat. I have a set of twins, Ben and Betty. They just turned 6. My sister, 32F, has Connor, who is 4. My sister and her husband lost their first baby due to SIDS. It was devastating for the whole family and I was behind my sister 100% of the way. I couldn't imagine what it was like. Anyway, when she found out she was pregnant with Connor, we were all excited. The pregnancy went well and Connor got a good bill of health. Everything was fine. I love my sister and I love my nephew, but my sister is convinced that cause he's a rainbow baby, that means he can do whatever he wants. Connor is incredibly spoiled and a brat. He throws fits to get his way, hits, kicks, cries, whatever it takes. My sister and her husband give him no discipline. He's their rainbow baby, so that is their excuse for his bad behavior. Their lives are to serve whatever Connor wants. Every year my family takes a vacation. Me, my husband, kids, sister and her husband and our parents. We all decided on Yellowstone. Last minute my sister tried to get us to change to Disney World and we refused cause we felt our kids were still too young for it. They ended up coming to Yellowstone but complained the whole time that Connor wasn't having fun. That is just a brief example, so now on to the reason for the post. My twins just turned 6 and we had small party for them. We invited friends from their daycare and some family. Everyone was having a good time but Connor. He wanted cake, didn't like the games, wanted to watch TV, wanted ice cream now. didn't want other kids to touch him. Basically the whole party Connor threw a tantrum. The final straw came at present time. My husband went to get the gifts out the living room only to find Connor had ripped nearly all of them open. My sister made excuses saying he just excited and wanted to play with my kids' new toys. I lost it. I told her that Connor isn't special, that he's a brat and he's been ruining the party since he got there. My sister immediately went on to he's her rainbow baby. He didn't mean it and maybe I should have put the presents where he couldn't get them. They were in the living room. The party was outside. No one was inside. I lost my temper. I know I did. This was my kid's party though. I said some nasty things to her, told her that Connor isn't a baby anymore. He's not special and she's raising a self-centered brat who will grow up to be a self-centered adult. She left the party. Later my parents called. They said they understood my frustrations and everything about the situation, then said they still felt like I should apologize to my sister. Why? Because I have 2 healthy kids while she lost one and she's still having to deal with it. I told them no. My sister should apologize for how her son acted at the party. My husband and the guests who were at the party are on my side. My sister hasn't really spoken to me in a few days, just posted passive-aggressive things on social media which I just blocked her. Update: we have decided that we aren't going to talk to my sister or husband till things cool down some more and she's willing to listen to what we have to say. None of us are downplaying the fact she lost a child. I know Connor is special to her. The rest of the world isn't going to see it that way. My kids got to open some gifts that Connor didn't get to. My nephew's teenage friend tracked down my house and demanded that I let him in because he wanted to confess his love, so I called the police to make him confess at the station. A few months ago me and my family went out to watch a movie and then have dinner together. That includes my sister and my nephew. 2 of my nephew's friends tagged along. They were friendly and nothing out of the ordinary. 2 weeks later, one of my nephew's friends, John, showed up on my doorstep and asked if he could come in. I was weirded out and got a bad vibe and asked him politely to leave. For context, I live alone with my daughter who's 11 years old and a virtual stranger dropped by in our home unannounced. I looked at the camera and he was holding flowers and other stuff, so I figured this was just a dumb kid with my crush who thought he could woo an adult, but I asked him twice to please just leave and he wouldn't, saying he just had to see me and that he needed to tell me how much he loved me. This included a gross comment about me being a single mom. I told him I was calling the cops and that's when he bolted. Cops later came, took my statement and just circled around to make sure he wasn't still nearby. I specified that yes, he was just a kid, but I barely knew him and he had tracked down my house and wouldn't leave until threatened. He didn't commit a crime, but the cops still dropped by his parents' house to give him a warning about not leaving private property when told to. I didn't ask the cops to do that. They just took the info I gave. I called my sister to find out his last name and who his parents were and just related that to the cops since they were asking. I just wanted to make sure he was gone. That visit they did was on them. His mom called me and she first apologized on behalf of her son if he made me feel unsafe, but then told me I went way over the line by involving the cops and how teenage boys having crushes is nothing out of the ordinary, and how this could ruin his life and I should have remembered he's just a kid. To top it off, my sister also told me I went over the top and how he's one of her son's good friends and that I should have called her when he wouldn't leave and she would have sorted it out. I went with my gut feeling and I don't regret it. Edit: I'm 31. John is 16. Update: so it turns out my nephew did give John my home address. My sister and my nephew stopped by my house and my sister basically brought him along so he could explain and apologize in person. John's mom complained to another one of the mommies in their group about how John's friends are the reason he did something inappropriate. My sister found out and got my nephew to confess. John apparently kept asking my nephew about me after the night I met him and told my nephew and their friends about his crush on me. My nephew and his friends egged him on to ask me out. One of their friends asked my nephew when was the last time I had a boyfriend. My nephew answered without thinking and said 2 years. Then their little group told John he had nothing to lose and how I'm probably wanting anybody to ask me out. My nephew emphasized how he didn't think John would actually do it and it was just a stupid dare, and how they kept pressuring him to just give out my address so John could drop some flowers, and how John stopping by my house was never talked about. My nephew kept saying sorry and how he didn't think this would turn into such a big deal. I was having none of that and let him have it, telling him how handing out my address without asking to people I don't know was putting me and my daughter in danger, how he's old enough to know better, and how stupid and thoughtless he acted. I told him he would never house sit for me again because God forbid another one of his friends put a stupid idea on his head, and that I can't really accept his apology because I don't even know if it's the truth. First, I was told he was shocked and angry at what John did, and now I'm being told this was all a stupid prank between boys, so I can't be sure on what to believe. When I was done with him, I asked my sister if she thought this time my nephew was telling the truth, and she said this time he was. I then pointed out that this still didn't excuse John at all for trespassing and refusing to leave my house when told him to, so while I'm angry at my nephew for handing out my address, I still think there's something wrong with John. This time my sister didn't give me the boys will be boys crap and agreed and said she is bothered by how John's mom is still making excuses for him. I asked if at least now that kid has moved on and will leave me alone. My nephew said that from what he heard, John's dad put the fear of God into him, so he likely will never bother me again. He still asks about me, but my nephew has told him to drop it. So if nothing else, I can believe my nephew is angry at John for dragging him into this and getting him in trouble as well. So I don't think he's protecting his friend and trying to soften what happened. It's been over a month since I called the cops on John, so I find the timing of this is weird, and I feel both my sister and nephew know more, but at least I found out how that boy knew where to find him and that he likely won't try the same stunt twice. That's enough for me.
My new coworker is my former bully and she brings up the story in the office like a funny story. So the HR called her in the conference and left the room crying. I am a lead developer on a team of mid-sized SaaS companies that is around 100 or so employees. We are large enough that there are employees we can see and recognize but not necessarily know their names. Recently, we had a new hire, Krista, who joined the PM part of the project I'm working on. I have a history with Krista from college. In college, I was a lot more in my shell. I didn't treat myself well, and I was very much the introverted nerd, down to bad posture and poor fashion sense. Krista had quite a few friends in college, but in my view, she wasn't super popular. However, she was well liked and conventionally attractive. We shared a few classes and one day, they asked me for help with an assignment. I helped her with it, and we talked, and from the sound of things, she seemed genuinely friendly to me. I helped her with a few more assignments, and finally, she asked me if I wanted to meet her after class at a coffee shop and talk. I said sure, and Krista was nowhere in sight when I arrived. I waited about 20 minutes before I called her. She answered and started laughing, and I heard several other voices laughing. Krista said something like, "Why would I want to date a fat loser like you?" I looked out the shop's front window and saw one of Krista's friends holding up her camera phone, and it looked like she was recording. The next few weeks, there were jokes about me, flyers with my face from the coffee shop video plastered with creep in bold letters. I kept my head down, and within a month, the next big thing popped up on campus, and I was forgotten. It didn't stop Krista and her friends from going ew, creep, when they saw me, but I guess for the rest of the campus, it got old, so I never got accused of anything or even really ostracized by the rest of the student body. After college, I did learn about self-care a bit better. I usually am with other programmers, so I don't stand out as a social outcast. When Krista was introduced to our team, I don't think she recognized me, and it's only been a week, but I want to know if bringing up the college incident is even worth it for HR. Most of my rational brain wants to let this go, treat Krista as a new person, and get on with me. Still, I have a small fear that she might tell a skewed version of the college events and sour the team I'm on against me, so I should at least disclose to HR so I have recourse if she does start telling tales. Reddit, Wibta, if I told HR about my past with Krista? Update, I did consult a local employment lawyer. The lawyer told me that I should make HR aware of my past with Krista but make it clear that there was never anything disciplinary acted upon me in college. He asked if my job had a copy of my transcript, and I verified that it did. The lawyer asked if any third parties would verify the harassment and see if I could get their names and contact details. I knew 2 people I still had on my LinkedIn back in college and was certain they would tell the truth, so we were good there. The lawyer told me to request a meeting with HR and my supervisor. They said there was a past with Krista and never any charges or disciplinary action. I have 2 witnesses if they ever need verification. So that was what I did. I came into the office Friday morning and emailed HR and my supervisor requesting a formal meeting at 10 a.m. My supervisor came to my desk and asked if everything was okay and wanted to ensure I was happy. I told him everything was fine, I wasn't leaving, and it wasn't anything with him or the team. He seemed relieved, and by 10 a.m., we rolled into the conference room with the HR officer. I thanked them both for taking time out of their day to meet me and then I did as my lawyer instructed. I said that the new project manager, Krista, was someone I went to college with. She participated in the harassment of me in college, detailed how I never had any charges or disciplinary action, and that I had 2 independent witnesses who saw the harassment and gave their contact info. My supervisor seemed shocked, and the HR officer went through the info I gave her for a minute, and then the 2 of them talked for a minute. Finally, Krista was called in. Krista seemed shocked when she walked into the conference room and saw me, HR, and the team supervisor. HR said, "We have been told you 2 have a past." Krista sat down and looked pretty shocked throughout. She admitted to the bullying but repeatedly refuted it as a misunderstanding. She never outright said what the bullying was, but then she was told that since this was an incident in both our pasts that nobody wanted to be brought up again, it should stay dead. HR clarified that this should not be a funny water cooler story to share. Krista and I both agreed to that, but Krista still looked shaken. Noon was coming up right when the meeting was wrapping up. My supervisor and HR again reiterated that neither of us was to speak about the college incident. We're professionals, and we're here to do a job. I went to the break room for lunch and felt like my appetite had finally returned. The last few days were stressful and starving for me, to be honest. I sat at a table with the rest of the development team, and we started eating. Halfway through my sandwich, another coworker, Sandy, came by and said, "So I heard an interesting story yesterday about you and Krista," with a big grin. She didn't get further because my supervisor was at our table. She stood up, pointed at Sandy, and across the room at Krista, said, "You too." Conference room. Now, I wasn't privy to what happened in the conference room, but I did see the HR officer go into the room 2 minutes later, looking pretty pissed and with a mustard stain on her shirt. I guess she got the call and was interrupted during lunch. Not sure what went on. The rest of my team asked what that was. I said, "I have no idea," and kept eating. 5 minutes later, 2 more coworkers on other project parts were brought into the conference room. Lunch ended, and we returned to work, but speculation was high. It wasn't until 3 that the conference room finally emptied. Krista looked like she was crying, and the others seemed to treat her coldly. I'm not sure what this will mean, but it appears that Krista is still working here. But I appreciate the lengths HR and my supervisor take to ensure this won't blow up further.
My new husband wants to charge my son rent, but he doesn't know that he owns the house that we live in. So my son played the reverse card and now he has nowhere to go. I have been married to my now husband Joe for 15 years. I have a son, Matt, from my previous relationship with Jake. Right after I graduated high school, I moved into Jake's house. He passed away 3 years later from cancer. 2 years after that, I met Joe, and we got married a year later. Joe moved into my house, which was owned by my deceased husband. When my son turned 18, Joe apparently told Matt that he had to pay $500 a month for rent and utilities. Matt told him that he actually owned the house we live in and, because he wanted to be vindictive, said Joe could pay $1,000 a month to him or get out. My husband didn't believe him, but I confirmed that this was Matt's house and we couldn't force him to do anything. Rent didn't matter to Matt because his dad left him a fortune to cover expenses for the rest of his life. I really wish Joe had talked to me about this before saying anything because we have 3 other sons. I'm a middle school teacher, and my husband works in a factory, so our combined income is only $75,000. Here, everyone has their own room, with a huge backyard and pool. We could never afford to own or rent a place like this otherwise. My husband was shocked and tried to apologize, but my son didn't accept it and insisted he had to pay or leave. The most we could afford was a 2-bedroom apartment in a bad neighborhood. I told Joe that uprooting our kids from a good school district and their friends because of his mistake wasn't an option. A month passed, and my husband hadn't paid his rent. When my son asked for it, my husband laughed and said he wasn't paying. My son gave him an eviction notice. My husband suggested we go to his parents' house, but I refused and said either he pays or he goes by himself. He paid and has continued to pay since then. However, my husband refuses to talk to Matt. Other than that, everything in the house is perfect. My ex also left my son a lake house in Florida. My son graduated college and wanted to take all of us on vacation to celebrate before he starts law school. My husband was excited, but my son quoted him $800. He explained that a grown man shouldn't be taking a handout. Joe stormed off. This morning, the 5 of us plus Matt's girlfriend were headed out the door. Joe yelled at me and couldn't believe I was going. I told him I'm not going to let me and the kids suffer for a mistake he made trying to be macho. I left, and my husband sent me a text message saying he was disappointed in me for siding with my son instead of him and for turning the kids against him. Update: I asked Matt why Joe paying rent is necessary. Matt told me it isn't and that he hasn't touched the money Joe gave him. It's in a bank account. I asked him why is he doing this then. Matt told me Joe has never apologized for demanding rent money to begin with. I was confused and said Joe told me he apologized. Matt explained he never got an apology and when he does Joe can stop paying rent and get the money back. I called Joe and asked why he's never apologized to Matt, and he was honest with his answer and said because Matt disrespected him in his house, and he should be the man of the house and have authority, but was embarrassed when he found out about the house because he realized that Matt was actually in control of him. I asked what was his full intentions when he asked Matt to pay rent. Joe said it was to help lessen the bills. Joe only makes $2,500 a month and $500 went bills, another $500 went to the kids and another $250 on groceries. He also helps his parents out. He had nothing at the end of the month for his personal expenses and this $1,000 a month definitely did not help. He thought about apologizing but he said his ego wouldn't let him. Joe said he loves Matt but doesn't think he could ever forgive him. I told him he started this mess and honestly if he thought I owned the house it wasn't his place to charge my son rent. He just hung up the phone. So that's where we stand. I don't know what to do now. Update 2. When we got home Joe's parents were there. Me, Matt, Joe and his parents had a talk. They asked me how can I let Matt treat him this way and that a wife should back her husband up. Before I could talk, Matt said and a man who marries a mother should treat her kids like his own but he hasn't been doing that for the past 15 years. I asked Matt what is he talking about. He said every time I went on one of my teacher conferences or went on vacation, Joe would leave him at home by himself and take the other boys out to do something fun. He always disguised it as it was kid stuff and I wouldn't like it, but tell you I didn't want to go. At 18 he actually planned on moving out but COVID happened so he just decided to stay. I asked Joe if it was true and he looked at me and said yay, he shouldn't have to take care of someone else's kid. His parents looked disgusted and his dad just went off on him and said he didn't raise him like this. I yelled at him and told him to get the fuck out. He pleaded that he was sorry and that he realized that he was wrong with how he felt. His dad told him to leave and when my husband tried to get in their car to go home with them, they said absolutely not and that he was on his own. He tried going to his brother's house but when he heard the full story he said no because he has kids and would be upset if their stepmom treated them horribly. From what I heard he's staying with a friend. I had divorce papers given to him at his job. He texted me and asked if we can meet. We met at a cafe, and he said he was really sorry and has been for a long time, and that he never meant to hurt me or Matt but that he said it was hard to love another man's child. I just left. He's filed the papers so I guess our divorce is about to start. I apologized to Matt for being a bad mom. He's fine, and our oldest son heard the conversation and doesn't want anything to do with his dad. The youngest two still spends time with him. My niece has been playing married for 10 years with her boyfriend and has 3 kids. Now, she wants me to fulfill my promise and pay for her wedding. A little background. My husband's niece lost her parents when she was almost 11. She lived part of the year with us and part of the year with grandparents from her dad's side. One day, not long after the funeral, she came out of the blue saying she would not have anyone to take her wedding dress shopping or buy her one when she grew up. I told her not to worry that she wouldn't be alone and have a pretty dress between grandma and us. Of course, when she graduated high school, she said she was never going to get married. She met her boyfriend in college, and they moved in together. When she became pregnant, she quit school. This disappointed her grandparents and even more so after she told them they were not getting married just because of a baby. Speed up 10 years and 2 more children. She and her boyfriend will come over and announce they will finally get married. I at first thought it was a courthouse thing or even an intimate family gathering. She came right out and said, "Do you remember when I was 11 or so, right after mom and dad died, you said between you and grandma would find me a dress?" I replied yes. She then showed me 2 dresses from a magazine. One was around $7,500, and the other was $4,960. She then said we could get her one of those too. She then asked if I was willing to help with the dress and some of their other $29,000 costs since her grandmother was also gone. I told her that when I said I would help, it meant going with you to find one and contribute. Also, it assumed that you were not playing married for 10 years before deciding to get married. I am not against you having a wedding after all this time, but you have had many years to save up and have been living like a married couple, so something simple would be more appropriate. I offered to take her to a local bridal salon and put up to $1,500 towards one. I even brought up their site and showed her all they had, which all but two were under $1,600. I also reminded her that the money she had from her parents' trust was set aside for college and her wedding, and she used to buy her boyfriend a car. She got mad and said her kids would hate her for not having one of those dresses. The kids are 9, 6, and 2. I have not heard from her since. We are on Social Security and barely make it now. I know things cost more these days, but I have seen many dresses even less than I offered. I feel that she also should have saved, whether on their own or her inheritance. Am I wrong for not helping fund the wedding after all these years? Update. Thanks for all the responses, both good and bad. My husband ran into her boyfriend Mike at the gas station. He asked him about this wedding and her demands. Mike said they were pretty content with how things were because they considered themselves soulmates all these years, minus the certificate. Then their oldest was getting teased that her mom and dad were not married, so they were not a real mommy and daddy. Even though they tried to assure her and did speak with the school and the bully's parent, their daughter was crushed. They then discussed going to the courthouse and getting married to have the paper. She then thought that after some program, they could have a nice wedding. Mike said he suggested just getting the kids dressed up and that she could get a nice white dress but nothing too much. He doesn't exactly know what, but all of a sudden, she was talking to a wedding planner person. The two little girls found dresses for mom in a magazine. He told her he was not putting that much into clothes for less than a couple hours being worn. Then, a friend from high school visited them and told her how much was gotten from the sale of her parents' house. Her dad was the agent. From then on, she was obsessed with thinking she had more coming to her. My husband explained it to him. He felt horrible, I guess. He said he appreciated the offer, but she was no longer our responsibility. She was his. I feel a bit better. My niece took my daughter's clothes and mocked her for being a mother, so I snapped and kicked her out. I have a beautiful daughter, Amelia, 17. I'm a single mother because Amelia's father left before she was born. She is my whole world. Amelia is also a teen mother to my beautiful grandson, Owen, who is 1 month old. I'm not proud of her for being a teen mother, but I am extremely proud of her for handling everything. She is an amazing mother and still does very well at school. She is dating Owen's father, Raymond, 17, who is a lovely kid too. They all live with me in my home, and I provide for them financially with some support from Raymond's family. I'm a lawyer and am lucky enough to work from home most of the time, so I care for my grandson during the day while Raymond and Amelia are at school. When I have to go to work, Raymond's family looks after Owen. Recently, my sister called and asked if I could allow her daughter, Stephanie, 19, to move in with me. Finding a place to live in our city is difficult, so I agreed to let her move in for free. I'm very big on family caring for each other, so I didn't want to charge my sister's daughter rent. I immediately noticed that Stephanie was weird about Amelia being a teen mother. She'd make tasteless jokes, and I immediately took her aside and told her I wouldn't tolerate any sort of teasing. I've hired a tutor for Amelia and Raymond just for extra support, and when Stephanie found out, she rolled her eyes and said, they wouldn't need one. They had just been responsible. She also said I was rewarding bad behavior, but I told her I liked caring for my family, just as I allowed her to move in for free. Then, I realized that Stephanie was taking some of Amelia's clothing without permission. When she moved in, I told her we asked for permission before taking other people's belongings into my home, so I was pretty annoyed. Amelia asked Stephanie to return a shirt she had taken, but she refused. She said Amelia didn't need it back because she didn't fit. Amelia did gain weight as a result of pregnancy and breastfeeding, and it's made her very insecure. It was a shirt she wore pre-baby, and she kept it to motivate herself to lose weight. I told Stephanie to return it immediately and apologize, but she refused. We got into a massive argument that resulted in me packing her bags and calling her mother to come and get her. She told me that she wouldn't do it again, but I did not care to listen. I gave her a home, and she paid me back with disrespect. I won't let her insult my daughter at our own house. My nightmare husband neglected and starved our baby while I was at work because he couldn't connect with her, so I am connecting him to the authorities and calling CPS. I had a baby 9 weeks ago. It was a rough birth. I was laid off from a really awesome job working in an office as a customer service rep due to budget cuts while pregnant. My husband swore he'd take care of us, we'd be able to survive off one income, etc. All that bullshit. I went through what little savings I had with a quickness because even though he talked a big game of taking care of us all, he still insisted I pay my share of the bills. I'm still in unemployment appeal hell. I was applying to jobs left and right up until I was 38 weeks pregnant and realized no one was going to hire me so close to giving birth. I have a bachelor's degree and literally ended up getting a waitressing job at effing Cracker Barrel just so I could have income coming in. My husband works a federal government job, and has 12 weeks of paid parental leave. He promised he'd watch over our girl while I work to save money on daycare. I've been at this waitressing job for a little over a week. It's tough, going from an office setting to being on my feet all day. I'm in a lot of pain, but having some job is better than no job, so I just deal. The quality of care that my husband has been giving our daughter is getting worse. and worse. I come home to her not being changed, not being fed, or her blowouts are so bad she has poop up her back. I've tried talking nicely, I've tried being reasonable. I even suspected he had male postpartum depression or some poop, and he told me he just couldn't connect with her and all she does is cry and it's grating on his nerves. Today was the worst one yet. I came home to my daughter still in her crib, still in the pajamas she was in the night before. After I laid out clothes for her, she was red in the face from crying so much. I started to warm up a bottle and asked my husband when did he last feed her. His answer was I don't know. I haven't given her a bottle today. She cries every time I try to hold her. I just lost my poop on him. All hell flew through me and I couldn't contain my anger. I called him a piece of poop, a neglectful father, and asked why the F did he knock me up if he wasn't going to take care of the child he helped create. I'm working 8-hour waitressing shifts, making $3 an hour plus tips, still bleeding, feet constantly hurt, trying to dry up this breast milk all while putting on a fake-ass smile and trying my damnedest to make money and tips to have enough to bring home and pay my share of the bills every 2 weeks. I ended up locking baby and myself in the bedroom and told him to just F off and leave us alone. Managed to calm my daughter down with a bottle, and a bath, and now she's napping, but I am still so effing angry. My husband told his mom I guess and tattled on me. My mother-in-law decided to message me and give me a hard time because he doesn't know what he's doing. This is his first time being a parent, and yeah, I pushed a 7-pound watermelon out of my badge and I'm still not neglecting my baby. I'm so angry and tired of this. Our daughter deserves better. Hell, I deserve better. I sent him a text that he either needs to shape up or ship the F out, and his response was, "Where are you going to go?" And now I'm just beyond angry and frustrated with him and his level of care for the child he helped make. I'm even more angry that he ran to his mom, who can say something crappy to me but can't come over and help her son if he's feeling overwhelmed. My head is spinning and I just need someone to set me straight. I keep wavering back and forth on if I am the asshole or not over this. I just want my daughter to have a competent father and not a neglectful one. If I could up and leave him to make him face reality, I would, just to show him I'm not effing around. Update: I ended up taking baby girl to the hospital last night. After my soon-to-be ex-husband left to go drink or do whatever, I waited until he was gone, packed a small bag with all of our important information, and went to the emergency room since my daughter's pediatrician is closed until Monday. She was looked over and they kept her overnight for observation after I told them everything. She had a rash, they tested for a UTI, and I expressed my concerns over her having shaken baby syndrome, which wasn't something that even crossed my mind. The emergency room doctor said she was alert and bright, so they wanted to observe her first before putting her through a CT scan. She was dehydrated, so she had to have N4 put in. I think I got maybe 4 hours of sleep throughout the whole ordeal. She is such a happy, smiley, drooly little baby, and my effing heart breaks for what she had to deal with at the hands of her father. I will have to have a CPS case opened against me and her father for his neglect. I'm going to cooperate with them so it helps me gain as much physical and legal custody over her. We are going to the shelter on Monday where we can start rebuilding pieces of our lives, and honestly, I wouldn't shed a tear if my soon-to-be ex decides to just give up his parental rights. I've practically been a single parent for the past 9 weeks. What's another 18 years of doing it by myself? My nightmare mother-in-law likes to reorganize my baby's nursery because I am not a good mother like her, so I made my husband give her an ultimatum. So I am currently 32 weeks pregnant with mine and my husband Felix's first child. Things have been going well, and one of the great things is that Felix is a builder, so everything with the nursery went pretty smoothly pretty fast. We agreed at the start what kind of vibe we wanted to go with it, and it's pretty much already done. Figured that we'd get it sorted as soon as possible so it wasn't another thing to worry about later. My mother-in-law has always been a bit of a nightmare but has been better since the news that I'm pregnant, though not without issue. For example, she told me that I should lose some weight and that it wasn't healthy for me or the baby. She knows that I used to struggle with anorexia and I'm not any sort of unhealthy weight. In the past, I've kept my mouth shut and let Felix deal with her. As the nursery has almost been completed, she's suddenly decided to invite herself around more. I work from home currently, and she comes in on the regular, asks me when I'm going to have lunch, and "Oh, could you just pop me something in too?" And then we'll wander into the nursery and start rearranging things. I know this sounds stupid, but once she literally bought an IKEA bag full of stuff that she put in there. It doesn't match, but I've never said anything really beyond, "Oh, thanks so much for the thought," etc. Yesterday when she came around uninvited, she looked me up and down and said, "Really? Joggers? Thank God Felix isn't here," and then walked into the nursery and started asking me where the pillow she'd put in the crib had gone, why I'd taken out the fairy lights hanging on the wall right by it, etc. I explained that they were potential safety hazards to the future baby and that I'd taken them out. She started with, "Oh, well, I've had 3 children and I really think you should take more of my advice," and then looked me in the eyes and said, "You're really not going to be a good mother at this rate." I don't know if it was the pregnancy hormones, but I just stared at her for a moment and then told her to get out of the house. I'd been up all night and had loads of work and wasn't in the mood. She got very uptight about it and then left. Felix says he's going to talk to her and tell her that she shouldn't be reorganizing anything without our permission, but I don't know if it was just the hormones and I'm being unreasonable. Update: Felix and I sat down and had a conversation about how to manage his mother going forward. I told him everything that she had said to me and he was adequately furious with her. He asked me exactly what I wanted to do in the future so that she'd understand where our boundaries were, and follow them. I told him that I'd rather him speak to her alone at first so that I wasn't immediately made out to be the bad guy. I acted on the advice and the locksmith has been called to change the locks on the house, and Felix has ordered us a Ring doorbell off Amazon with the assurance I'll be able to put it in. He hates doing the electrics, but you know how it is, I'll leave him to it lol. And then he called up mother-in-law and organized a lunch date for today so they could have a talk between themselves. He got back in the afternoon and as he walked into the door, smiled at me and went sorted. And, characteristically, went to go and make himself a cup of tea. I got a message a few minutes later from her saying she was very sorry for what she had said to me, that she was in the wrong, only going to visit when invited, not going to go into the nursery anymore, and was going to respect the rules and boundaries that he and I set for our home life and for our child. And after adding that she was sorry for the comments she'd made on my appearance. I'll believe it when I see it, but at least it's a good start, and we've all agreed to go for dinner at some point to talk about future expectations when the baby comes. I talked to Felix, and he said that she'd been offended at first, didn't believe she'd done anything wrong. And he also specifically said she hit with the spiel of, oh, I must be such an awful mother then, and he told me he told her it's not about that, it's about you disrespecting my wife, our child, and our home. If you continue, you're not going to dream of being able to see your grandchild. She was apparently and unsurprisingly sulky, and he told her to apologize, and she said she would and to her credit did. Thank you all for your advice about how to handle things going forward with the locks and everything. The amount of support was crazy, but I can't thank you all enough. I feel so much calmer about the situation. I don't know if she's going to stick to what she said going forward, but at least boundaries have been set and I know that Felix has my back. My parents abandoned me for 7 years to go on a world trip, now they're returning and think that they can pick me up again. 7 years ago, my parents decided to go on a world trip. Because I was too young to join them, they arranged for me to live with their best friends who they've known since elementary school, and they were giving me temporary guardianship of me. These friends, let's call them Pete and May, own and live on a horse ranch in Montana, so for me, having lived in Chicago until then, it was a huge change. I was, of course, really angry, depressed, and sad at first because I felt like my parents abandoned me. Pete and May really helped a lot in coming to terms with those feelings. They've always treated me like their own daughter and taught me so much. I learned how to ride horses and how to take care of them. I help out on the ranch regularly, while attending school virtually. We go horse riding in the open country and in the mountains every weekend with the three of us. They even gifted me my own horse to care for, and I love her so much. Honestly, this kind of life just sits so well with me. I am genuinely enjoying every second of my life. I do have semi-regular contact with my parents, like once every few weeks, sometimes voice call, sometimes just an email, postcards, etc. But after the initial period of feeling abandoned, I don't think I ever really missed them. Now my parents have sent me a message saying they're done with their travels and are coming to pick me up so we can live together again. How much they miss me and can't wait to see me again. Which I think is really unfair because if they really miss me they wouldn't have gone off traveling for 7 years. And I just don't want to. After living so close to nature for so long, really getting into this lifestyle and spending so much time around the horses, I don't think I can go back to living in the city. I don't want to abandon my horse either, and honestly Pete and May feel more like my parents than my real parents at this point. Update: I had a conversation with Pete and May, but they didn't really seem clear on many details either. First off, and probably the most important one, I asked them if they'd allow me to stay, and they told me they consider me their daughter so I can stay as long as I want. They'd love to have me around, so at least regardless of what happens, I at least will have a place to call home. Secondly, a lot of people mentioned that maybe my parents are on the run from the law or something else. I never even thought about that possibility. I guess it could be true, but I don't really know how to find out, though it's a bit of a scary thought. Thirdly, when Pete and May agreed to take me in, my parents apparently just said they'd go out of the country for a little while. Pete and May took me in under the condition that my parents would visit often, and they agreed, but we know how that went. Pete and May would often call my parents telling them to come visit because I needed my parents, but they never came. Pete and May eventually realized, after like 1 year, that there'd be a reasonable chance that my parents would not come back, despite the semi-regular contact they had with me, so they would raise me the best they could themselves. Asking about how my parents were when they were younger, apparently my parents have always been a bit strange. Very little sense of responsibility, never taking things seriously, always getting in trouble. Guess they didn't really grow out of that phase. This coming weekend I'm going to sit down with Pete to write a proper response to my parents because I don't think I'd be able to write a message without getting emotional. Hopefully once my parents read it things will go like I want them to go, because the more I read the replies here, the more unsure I am about what kind of people my parents actually are.
My parents booted me out at 18 and left me homeless. 10 years later, they lost everything to bankruptcy and squatted my home while I was away, so I made them experience my pain. My parents didn't want kids. I was an only child, and pretty much an accidental pregnancy from what relatives have told me, as my parents claimed that they were going to be child-free when they married. My childhood was initially good, but after I started growing out of the cute phase, my parents were less inclined to spend time with me. They both worked and had their own business, which they started together. That business was their life, and I was always second fiddle to it. Any other close members of the family, like my grandparents, lived states away, and I barely knew anything about them till I was an adult. So, I had no other family around my entire childhood. I was practically raised by TV and my school teachers. My own birthdays by the time I became a teenager were often spent without my parents, as they just give me some money and tell me to go out and buy whatever I wanted. It was more or less the same with Christmas, and sometimes even back to school shopping. We wouldn't have even had a Christmas tree after I turned 10 if it weren't for the fact I convinced my parents to buy a fake one I could build up and then take apart later every year. Suppose I were to describe my parents. Think of them as those people who always wear black, drink lots of wine, and look down their noses at people. And the last I saw of my parents, they still looked and acted the same way. After I turned 18, my parents told me that since I was an adult, they expected me to move out as soon as I was able. I was working part-time because I was still in high school, and I didn't have anywhere near enough saved for college. And not long after high school ended, my parents told me to pack up and move out. They got an official eviction notice that gave me 30 days and everything. They didn't even help me move. I had to get help from a friend's dad, who owns a truck. I ended up renting a crappy apartment and working retail. I had no real life experience and no time for college. I went broke pretty fast because I was terrible at managing my own money and couldn't find steady employment. So I lost my apartment. I ended up homeless and living out of a tent in someone's backyard in winter. My friends had all moved on to college, some in other states, and I was a broke kid taking whatever work I could to stay alive. My salvation came when one of the neighbors of my parents found out I was living out of a tent and offered to take me in for a little while so I wouldn't freeze. She helped me badger my parents into telling me how to get in touch with the other members of my estranged family. My parents did not want to say. My guess is out of fear of being judged for throwing their son out the way they did. But they coughed up the info and gave me a list of contact details, and then told me not to bother them ever again. I called my grandparents from my father's side of the family, and they were very surprised and happy to hear from me because they hadn't seen me since I was an infant, and I'm their only grandchild. After finding out my situation, my grandparents flew me over to live with them as soon as they could. They basically adopted me. My grandparents said they despised my parents for treating me so poorly and legally disowned them by striking them from their wills. My parents, I'm told, were not happy to hear that, but also said it didn't really matter because they were plenty well off and didn't need anything from my grandparents. How wrong that statement turned out to be. After about a year of living with my grandparents, I was able to afford to start going to community college. I got an associate degree and got a decent job. Eventually, my grandparents offered to sell me their house so they could retire to Arizona. My grandma wanted to live in a warmer climate as the cold winter was getting harder and harder on her health every year. I was sad to see them go, but I happily bought the house. They sold it to me for 1/3 its value, and I'll have it paid off in a few more years. Then one day in late 2020 I came home after being away for over 2 weeks, only to find a large white van I did not recognize in my driveway. I was getting ready to call the police when I noticed the van had the logo for my parents' business on the side of it, and I felt dread. Yes, my parents were there. They'd broken in somehow and were living out of my home, and they had the nerve to greet me like we were buddies the moment I walked in. I told them to get the hell out, and they refused because it was Grandma and Grandpa's house. I said it wasn't their house anymore. They'd sold it to me when they retired. We argued, and they refused to leave. My father told me it was his parents' house first, and that meant he and my mother had the right to live there if they wanted. I walked right into my bedroom, locked the door, and called the police. When the cops showed up, they were of no help. My parents claimed to them that they had already been there long enough to have residency, which was a complete lie. They told police they had a verbal rental agreement with me and that I was trying to illegally evict them for no reason. My mother even put on the waterworks when saying that. The police told me it was a family dispute and to file an eviction with the courts to get them out. Meanwhile, my parents are squatting in my house rent-free and rubbing it in my face. From the information I got out of them, their business went bankrupt, and they sold off almost everything they had to pay their debts. All they had left was the van and a few personal belongings. So they expected to live in my house rent-free for the foreseeable future. They were working too. Both of them soon got new jobs. My father was a delivery driver, and my mother was a sales associate. They were making money, and the only things they contributed to were electricity and water utilities, which was basically just handing me a $100 bill every month and saying I should be grateful they were paying me anything. Anytime I tried to discuss proper rent with them, they just said I owed it to them to live rent-free because I took 18 years of their lives, and it's not like they were demanding the money back for that time. Then threatened to stop helping with the utilities altogether. I'd already filed for a legal eviction and would get it soon enough, and my parents already knew that they were on borrowed time. I made sure to say that in earshot of my parents too. They responded with the silent treatment. My father was away most of the time, driving a delivery vehicle 6 days a week, which was a job really not to his liking, and my mother basically tried to take over my house in her spare time. She demanded I let her rearrange my living room and even tried to force me to give her and my father the master bedroom because they were my parents, and they deserved better, as she put it. I vetoed both of those things and said they don't deserve better and to stop trying to act like I owe them anything, and all they were doing was trying to assert dominance to try and keep me from kicking them out. Finally, after 4 months, I managed to take my parents to court over their squatting. The judge ordered that they needed to be out in a maximum of 30 days because they have zero claim on my house. After court, they confronted me and said they were disappointed in me for kicking out my flesh and blood. I couldn't help but laugh and call them hypocrites because that's exactly what they did to me without a care in the world for my well-being. They did not love me, so I have no love for them. I owed them nothing. They just tried to act like everything that was mine was theirs, but they had no right to call themselves my parents because they've never really acted like it. I called them a pair of snobby lying narcissists to their faces and told them to get their affairs in order, because they already know I won't hesitate to call the police if they don't leave my house when the 30 days are over. That final month was spent with them either guilting me to try and make me change my mind or completely ignoring me. I put up a calendar in the living room and checked off each day before they had to leave with a red marker, and the exact day they were to be out was marked with a big red circle. I still remember that the final day was March 2nd. My parents waited until the exact day they had had to leave my home for good before they finally left, even when all their stuff was out of the house, and they were sleeping on the floor in the guest room for a few days. Since they were so convinced they could make me let them stay, they didn't bother to try and look for an apartment until after the court eviction went through, and my mother spent weeks scrambling to find an apartment. They had to get a tiny and crappy studio apartment in the next city over because it was the only thing they could find on such short notice. A lot like what I had to do when I was 18. Quite ironic. I drove my mother over to see it once, and the apartment was terrible. My mother went out of her way to try and give me sad looks while dropping hints that I should be feeling guilty that I was reducing them to live in such a place, but I just acted oblivious to it all until she finally stopped. They signed the lease immediately and moved what little stuff they had into the apartment over the weekend. They also demanded the queen-size bed, dresser, and flat-screen TV from my guest room. I told them just to take the damn things because I no longer wanted them in the house after they spent 5 months sleeping in that room. They looked at me like I was treating them as though they were diseased and demanded nothing more. When they had to leave for good, I started changing the locks on all exterior doors. All their stuff was at the apartment, and they'd spent their last night in my guest room. They watched me start ripping the old lock off the front door as they entered the van. They said nothing, I said nothing, but they just sat and watched me for a while until I had the new doorknob on. Then they finally left. I breathed a massive sigh of relief the second that van went down the road. I figured karma had finally come for them, and they could live under a rock for all I cared.
My parents called me a selfish thief and sold all my dancing equipment that I worked hard for months because it was their money. Now I am making them go in prison. I, 14, am a dancer. I am unfortunately unable to go to classes very often because of my family's financial needs. I am very grateful that I am able to even participate in dance. When I had just turned 14, I began working at an ice cream shop to save money for equipment, a bar, Leo and dance shoes like my teacher suggested, stretching equipment and a gymnastics beam and a few mats just for fun. I also did mini jobs on the side like mowing lawns, babysitting, house chores for neighbors, etc. This took so much time and effort, but I was eventually finally able to afford all the stuff. I had told my parents in advance that I would be working to earn money for some fun equipment and they had been okay with it. I ordered everything on Amazon excitedly. I had waited so long to click the place your order button. Everything was scheduled to come in a few weeks, and it finally got here today. I brought the packages inside when my dad came in and asked what everything was. I told him I had bought dance equipment and he looked angry. He asked if I had used their money and I said no, and that I had been working for months. That was why I was out of the house a lot. He asked how much money this cost and I said about $800. He looked livid and called my mom in. He said I had made over $800 and instead of helping them out I had been selfish and bought things for myself. They then started screaming at me saying how I should have helped them pay bills or at least helped paid for my dance lessons if I was mature enough to start working and buy stuff behind their back when I had told them multiple times over the last few months that I had gotten a job, and that I was excited to get new dance equipment. I had even told them right after I placed the order. They told me to return everything and give them all their money back. I told my friends at school. 4 of them agree with my parents and say it wasn't okay for me to not help them out. 2 of them say I worked hard and that I deserve to do what I want with my money. Relatives have called me and told me to just give them their money and that I was being a brat, and I even heard mom telling someone I was going through a rebellious teen stage and that I was a selfish thief. I don't understand what I did wrong, but I also do feel bad because I could have used my money to help us out. Update. Next day, I showed the comments to my parents and they got angrier. They said they were going to take me out of dance as a whole, which was very disappointing but okay because I remember there is a dance option as an elective for school. I just don't think I'm going to be able to transfer this late, and I won't be able to do it over the summer. They kept yelling at me for a while but I won't include what they said. Sorry. All of the above is okay with me. It's not that bad. But when I woke up this morning and saw all my stuff was gone I almost cried. I ran to my parents' room and asked them where my stuff was and they said they sold it. They pawned it all. I worked so hard for hours a day every day of the week every week of the month and months of the year and I waited patiently and then I had to wait patiently for it all to arrive and after what felt like years and years and years it finally all came. I could finally see that my hard work paid off when I could see it all right in front of me. I never even got to use it, any of it. My parents just sold it all just like that. All my money that I worked forever for gone into their pockets and not mine. I broke down in front of them but ran away to my room. Update post 2. I told my parents I was going to my friend's house, and I went to her house. I told Cameron's mom everything and we went to the police. I'm getting help and I'm learning that a lot of things my parents do aren't normal or okay and I'm so happy I made that Am I the A-hole post because I never would have learned that, so thank you everyone for telling me. I might be staying at Cameron's house for a while. Update 3. My parents sold my stuff and kept the money but I reported them and found somewhere else to stay. My parents completely discarded me and missed every moment of my life for my brother, so I purposely did not tell them that the unmovable event they were missing now was my wedding. So I have a younger brother, Mike. He is the definition of a man-child and a mama boy, always complaining and expecting others to bow to him. Just, overall, a-hole. Ever since he was born, my parents fussed over him for everything. He's not special needs or had a traumatic birth or anything of the sort. He was just born, and my parents completely discarded me. My mom especially. She went from a loving mother to one of those boy moms people make fun of on the internet. My father still showed me love and support, but he's always been too much of a coward to stand up to my mother and let me win at least once. The only one who stood up for me was my grandpa, who always called my parents out on their bullshit, and never liked my brother. I reminded him of his late wife, my grandma, and we have a very special bond, but he lives on the other side of the country, and I could never see him often. Mike knows our mom prefers him and loves to shove it in my face. Because of this and his behavior, We've always been at odds. He's spoiled, a brat, and an awful human. I can't remember how often I got in trouble for things I did better than him or for things he framed me with. His only talent are his football skills. He won a scholarship to a nice college out of state. My parents didn't spend a dime on my education because my fund had been used to cover expenses after a fire, just for me to discover years later that money was given to Mike to buy a car and a house. It was at the public university that I met Lucas. He was the first person I was drawn to there. Of course, I met new people who are now my dearest friends, and thanks to them and Lucas, who was my best friend for years before we got together, I managed to move out of my parents' house. Lucas and I are well known in our fields and have very good salaries. Now, to the main issue. Lucas proposed to me a year ago. We're very private people, so we didn't post it on social media or anything, and when I told my parents, they dismissed it with a "that's nice." I'm starting to think they downright didn't listen to me at all. We wanted a nice but simple ceremony and reception with our friends and relatives. Lucas convinced me to invite my parents and brother, but they never responded to the invite. Whenever I visited and began to talk about my wedding, without mentioning it was a wedding, my mom would always speak over me and about my brother's accomplishments and wild adventures. At one point, I got fed up with it, and interrupted my mom to tell her that there was an event I was planning to organize whose date was unmovable. She told me they couldn't attend because my brother was playing the last game of the season that same day and wanted them to be there. Of course, this favoritism didn't surprise me. They missed my ballets, shows, and my high school and university graduation for things about him. At this point, I wanted to be petty. I told both my parents that it wasn't a problem to miss this event, purposely omitted that it was my wedding, and didn't insist further. Flash forward to a few weeks ago, I got married. It was perfect. My family, Lucas' family, and our friends were all there, and we had a blast. My grandpa was happy to give me away, and it was just perfect. My relatives repeatedly asked me why my parents weren't there with us. I was honest and said they had my brother's game to attend and couldn't attend. They gave me a few looks, and my grandpa was visibly angry for a while, but otherwise, nothing strange happened. After the reception, Lucas and I left for our honeymoon and were phone-free for the whole trip. But once we got back, we discovered that a poop storm was welcoming us home. I turned my phone on and could not even unlock it before a storm of notifications popped up. Most of them were from my mother and brother. Mike called me all sorts of nasty names and insulted me because one of my paternal aunts posted the photos of the wedding on Facebook and captioned it with a very obvious dig at my parents, especially my mom, for missing the wedding. The post went viral in my parents' community, and they've been publicly shamed for their mistreatment of me. It also turns out that my grandpa personally visited my parents to go on a tirade to shame my father, his son, to the point of tears. This seemed to be my father's breaking point because he was so distraught for missing his only daughter's wedding and for his father's disapproval that he finally rebelled against my mom and threatened divorce unless she made it up to me. I think that's why my mom has been spamming my phone with messages, at first insulting and threatening and then downright pitiful, full of begging and pity parties. Now, I'm at home with my husband, deciding how to approach the situation. Most of my relatives, even those I didn't invite to the wedding, reached out to apologize for what I went through and to claim they had no idea this was happening at home. Still, my mom's sisters and friends are belittling me for not telling my mom about the wedding because now she's inconsolable at the thought of having missed my wedding. I think she claims that to save face, but I'm unsure. The latest messages from my father and mother seem extremely saddened and hurt for missing my wedding. Now, my family is divided on three fronts: the majority who is sticking by my side, my maternal aunt shaming me for hurting my mom's feelings, and my maternal grandparents who are adamant that I forgive my mom in light of her atonement. My best friends are telling me not to listen to them.
My parents decided to cancel my birthday party to accommodate my spoiled younger brother, so I told everyone at school and exposed their favoritism. I'm 20M, and has happened when I was 14. I have a brother that's about 6 years younger than me, and he was extra coddled by my parents for having been diagnosed with high-functioning autism when he was 4. But other than that, he seems very normal, just unbelievably spoiled, and he used it to get his way a lot. And by a lot I mean nearly all the time. Anything I had, he also had to have. So that meant we had doubles of almost everything that wasn't shared items. And anything he had that I didn't, he'd rub in my face any way he could. When I was 11 I begged my parents for a 3DS for my 12th birthday. I got one but then was told to lend it to my brother whenever he wanted it, or else I'd have it taken away, which it was a lot. When my aunt found out after seeing my parents forcibly take my 3DS out of my hands to give to my brother on one of her visits, she let loose on them for such blatant favoritism. They returned my 3DS immediately, then blamed me for the situation after my aunt left. But they didn't make me give it to my brother again. Instead my parents went out a few days later and bought another 3DS as a surprise gift for my brother. On several of mine and other people's birthdays my brother made a huge fuss because the party wasn't all about him, even going so far as to outright state that he was upset because he wasn't getting any gifts or getting to blow out the candles on the cake. My parents learned the hard way that they couldn't enable my brother the way they'd have liked at those parties, and were actually kicked out of a few for trying. And because of that, other kids at his school stopped inviting him to birthday parties altogether. For me, my birthdays were some of the only days I had that I got to have about me because otherwise my parents forced my life to revolve around my little brother. And a year prior to when this story took place, my parents ended up paying more attention to him the entire time of my 13th birthday, and even asked me if I'd let my brother blow out my candles for me because he was upset and pouting. I refused it because I wanted to blow out my own candles. They called me a spoiled brat at first, till my aunt intervened and chastised them on their favoritism yet again, and stated how much she had noticed how my brother gets nearly everything between the two of us just because he's autistic. My parents got no support from anyone else there other than my brother, who was still crying because he wasn't getting to blow out my candles, and because he didn't get his way, he tried to outright spit on my cake out of spite. But my awesome aunt thankfully blocked him before he got the chance, then scolded him till he ran to my mom in tears. My parents took a lot of heat from the other adults there, and then promised to never ask me to let my brother blow out my candles again, but they pretty much just went through the motions for rest of the party. My aunt pretty much took over coordinating everything from that point. The following year, a couple of weeks before my birthday, my parents sat me down and told me they were still going to get me some gifts and a small cake, but my birthday party was effectively cancelled to avoid my brother having another meltdown. I told them I couldn't believe they were doing this to me, and they just seemed to shrug it off without a care. So, over the next week, at school, I told my friends, my teachers, and even my school counselor. All of them were appalled by my parents' lack of consideration or empathy. The vice principal even found out and consoled me. And all of this got back to my parents through social media. My parents ended up grounding and gaslighting me for telling so many people. But that didn't stop me from still telling everyone at school that I was grounded for just being upset my birthday was cancelled for no good reason. I guess that made it a lot worse because several of my parents' own friends, along with parents to other kids in my school, called them up or sent them FB messages basically saying what the hell is wrong with you. And suddenly I was ungrounded. I didn't get an apology either. My dad just walked into my room with his arms crossed, told me my grounding was over early, and then walked out. That was it. I thought my party was still cancelled because nobody said anything about it. And my brother thought it hilarious and rubbed it in my face that I wasn't going to get to celebrate. But by the end of the 2 weeks, my parents had held a surprise party for me at my favorite restaurant, and then started claiming that was their intent all along. I knew it wasn't. From what I'd seen, everyone was incredibly unhappy with them for what they did. It also showed in any interactions family members had with my parents. So they ended up doing the surprise party to try and save what little of their reputations they had left. But I'm pretty sure they had to pay through the nose that day to just accommodate me. I got dinner with all my friends at my favorite restaurant that had a small arcade, and even got the PS4 game system I'd been jonesing for at the time. I could tell it was all pretty much planned and bought last minute, because my dad had a look about him that my aunt comically described as looking like a moth had flown out of his wallet. My brother of course made a huge fuss that I got that surprise party. But with so many of my friends and their parents there, my mom and dad finally put their feet down on my brother to stop his tantrum when he wanted to push my cake off the table. My brother ended up getting a timeout for the first time since he was a toddler, and my mom had to stay with him to make sure he didn't do anything crazy. He tried several times to run to the cake or stack of presents. Who knows what he would have done were it not for the fact that at least one adult was always on guard. Even my dad stood guard to keep him away. My mom ended up having to remove my brother and herself from the party entirely and took my little bro to a McDonald's nearby so he could have fun in their play area. And I heard later she spent at least an hour trying to get him out of the playplace tube structure, and he only did so because he had to use the bathroom, then tried to run right back in again. My parents never tried to cancel my birthday again while still I lived with them. However, they never again tried as hard or spent as much. For the remaining 4 years I was under their roof, my birthday parties consisted of a local pizza parlor, a cake without even my name written on it, and never again anything as expensive as a new gaming system. I don't mean to sound spoiled, but I was a bit disappointed I never got a cake with my name on it again. My aunt called my parents out on that each year, and each year they claimed they forgot to get the cake decorated. I'm pretty sure that the reason my name was never written on another cake was because my brother always refused to eat pieces of cake that had writing of someone else's name on it at any party, and they couldn't put his name on any of my cakes, or it would have looked very bad for them. But the fact that I still got a day that was just about me at all and not my brother was still fantastic in my book, especially because just about everything else revolved around him. During each of my remaining birthday parties while still living at home, my brother made a fuss, and my mom took him somewhere else to calm him down. I was still required to share my PS4 with my brother, but it was still mine, and I took it with me when I moved out at 18. Little bro did not like that, and had a huge fit till my parents went out and bought another PS4 for him. When I moved out, they finally had to deal with how they'd raised my brother so spoiled because I wasn't there to help them with him anymore. On his recent 14th birthday, he went mental about our parents not getting him a PS5. He is now grounded for I don't know how long after causing hundreds or maybe even thousands in collateral damage during his rampage. He picked up a chair and started destroying anything in front of him with it, and my parents just looked mentally checked out when I saw them last. My aunt has also told me they confided in her that they wish they could send my brother to military or boarding school in the future because they can't handle the monster they created anymore. But there's no way they can afford that. I'd be lying if I said I didn't find it ironically funny. My parents demand that I exclude my adoptive son from their inheritance because he is not their grandchild, but they were shocked to learn that he is my bio child and now they are suing for rights. My parents have never liked my oldest son Nathaniel. He was my godson and the child of my best friend and her wife. My friend Sarah had been out and proud since she was 12. Her parents were super supportive and were the best allies I could imagine, even before she told them. Sarah and I went to middle school and became friends. I had a massive crush on her until she explained she was into girls. At first I was confused, then I accepted it, and our friendship changed and got stronger. My parents hated her, not for breaking my heart or anything, just because she was gay. I told them I wouldn't stop being friends with her and that I would rather be friends with her than their kid if they tried to make me choose. Fortunately for my parents, Sarah and her family moved, but we stayed in contact with email and MySpace. Out of sight, out of mind for my parents. Sarah and I both applied, and we were accepted to the same college. 2 years and we moved out of dorms and got an apartment together. She was the best wing person ever. She met and married her wife. They needed a donor. I fit their criteria. I agreed so long as we had a contract that took any financial responsibility away from me. They agreed and I became Uncle Caden. I was in their son's life from the moment he was born. Well, not the moment. When he came out of the room, not the birth canal. I also became his father figure and godfather. We were going to tell him when he was old enough to understand. Then I met my wife and got married. She knew the whole story because I didn't want her to think I would keep such important details of my life a secret. We have 2 children together. I am LC with my parents for multiple reasons. Their homophobia is low on the list of them, if that gives you any idea how my parents are. They attended our wedding and have spent time with both of our kids. We did not deny them the opportunity to be grandparents. We just don't go out of our way to include them. Sarah and her wife passed away in a boating accident. Nate was with Sarah's parents at the time. I became his guardian and adopted him ASAP. He was 12. I make sure he sees his relatives on both of his mother's sides. I will continue to do so until he is old enough to go by himself. It has made for a confusing and bittersweet family. None of them knew I am not just his dad but also his father. My parents, on the other hand, have always tried to exclude him. I have made it clear to them that he is my son and I won't put up with their poop. I also didn't tell them the truth because I was afraid they would tell him before we were ready. We told Nate when he turned 16. He laughed and said he had figured it out a long time ago but was humoring me and his moms by pretending he didn't. He has always been a smartass. He also said he was more than happy with his 2 sets of grandparents and did not feel he was missing much with my folks. My wife's parents love him too. It came to a head in February. My parents received an inheritance from my grandmother passing away. They don't need the money, so they contacted me to see if they could put money into the kids' education funds. I thanked them and agreed. I told them that they could send me the money and I would split it up into all 3 accounts. Nathaniel has a good fund that we topped off since we got money from his mom's insurance. We also rented out their old house and used that money for expenses. My wife and I both work and have pretty decent accounts for our kids, but extra money won't hurt. My parents said that they only wanted me to split it 2 ways. Just my kids with my wife would be getting money. I then said, thanks but no thanks. I would not be excluding one of my kids because they were terrible people. They ended up opening accounts by themselves for my kids. Nothing I can do about that. My grandparents also set up a trust fund for their descendants to draw from when they turned 18. It isn't a lot of money, but every little bit helps these days. Nate is graduating next year, so we submitted the paperwork to get him that money. My uncle is one of the trustees and he told my parents and they freaked out that I never told them that Nate was my kid. I take them they were souls because they knew I adopted him and that fact alone made him my kid. Huge argument. You know what we mean. How could you keep him from us? I said that for 5 years they have always behaved badly towards him even though he was my son. Why would I include them more in his life? They are saying that they will sue for grandparents' rights. I laughed in their faces. I literally have a letter from them saying that they do not consider him their grandchild. As I said, we are LC with them, but my sisters both think I am being overly cruel even though they also see our parents very little. I think my son didn't miss much by not interacting with people who absolutely would have said crappy things about his original parents.
My parents don't want me to bring home my boyfriend for Christmas because of his skin color, so I am going to take my baby away from them. Me and my kids always go to my parents' house for Christmas and stay for a week or 2. Well, this year I'm not sure what I should do because they've told me they don't want me to bring my boyfriend who's been coming to my house every year since we were 5. His family is in Florida this year, so he doesn't have family to spend Christmas with. We have been friends since we were 5 and my parents have always loved having his family over for Christmas. We started dating in July and now they have a sudden change of heart. My dad flat out told me it's because he's black. We don't care if you're friends, but we can't have that in our family. I'm not sure what I should do. Go anyway? I don't want my kids to not see their grandparents, but I also don't want him to be uncomfortable. And I don't want my kids to be around people who can't accept someone in their family just because he's black. I was going to be telling them I am pregnant on Christmas Day, but seeing as they don't want that in their family, they would hate the news. I'm so torn on what to do. Update. I told my boyfriend what was said when it was said, and he was also questioning me on if we should go because he was also still trying to process the fact that 2 people that claimed they loved him all his life suddenly doesn't want him a part of this family. At the time I didn't fully understand that this baby would be black as well, and if they couldn't accept him, how could they accept this baby? When I told him I thought we shouldn't go, he agreed and was incredibly hurt that my parents could act this way. I am confused and hurt as well because why would they act so nice and loving to him and his family for so many years if they feel this way? I called my siblings who were going to tell them we wouldn't be there and to tell them why, and some of them were disgusted they could say such a thing and said they would come to our house for Christmas, and a couple of them said I was being childish. I called my parents to tell them why I wasn't coming. They need to know why because they need to understand that their way of thinking is just wrong and they need to change. So when I called I told them I wasn't coming because I am with my boyfriend and their racist comments are not going to be tolerated around him or my children. Then I dropped the news that I was pregnant. My mom came back with "That's great, honey. Another baby." She didn't even acknowledge anything I said before the baby. And I don't think she fully understood that this baby would be black, so I asked her how she would feel when that baby came out black because his father is black. She paused for a little and said, "I'm sure we can love this baby as long as he doesn't act like his father." His father? You mean the one that stepped up through my breakup with my children's father and helped move me out of his place? The one that helped me take care of my kids if I needed it even when my parents wouldn't? The one that's been my best friend since we were 5? He got good grades, never got in trouble at school, and was always good to everyone. I don't know how they could keep this act up for so long. It's ridiculous. So I'm not sure if they get it or ever will get it because I told her I was done with this and she wouldn't see her grandkids anymore, and she replied with "We'll see you later." I asked if I could talk to my dad and I could hear him say he didn't want to talk, so I hung up. I'm done with that family, my parents and the siblings that choose their side. Me, my boyfriend, And my kids will make new traditions at our house with the family that we choose to make. This baby will be loved tremendously by the grandparents from his side, and that will be enough. I told my children that we couldn't see grandma and grandpa because they were being mean and saying hurtful things about someone that doesn't look like them. My 5-year-old understood right away because she asked if it was because of the things they say about CJ, my boyfriend, which means she's heard them say things about him before they even said anything to me about it. I told her yes it was, and those things aren't nice to say or think about people.
My parents emptied my trust fund to pay for all their mistakes, so I refuse to forgive them until they pay me back the inheritance they spent on themselves. I am the youngest of 3 siblings. My parents own a grocery store, passed down through my father's side for generations. My grandparents, on both my dad's and mom's sides, left me and my siblings each a college/trust fund of $100,000. Each of my sisters blew through their money and dropped out of college. Both became single mothers to my 3 nieces and returned to work for my parents' store. I was the only kid who didn't work for my parents' business, as I got a job as a landscaper for the summers and after school throughout my high school years and saved up about $20,000. I got accepted into college on a partial scholarship, and I was beyond thrilled because I knew I had a great opportunity to leave college debt-free and own my own home by the time I was 22. As my sisters did when they turned 18, I asked my parents to turn over access to the trust. I wanted to have the money under my control just like my sisters did. That's when my parents told me we would discuss this at dinner tonight. So, my whole family was there at the dinner, including my nieces. When it was time to talk about my trust, my dad and mom asked me if I would consider holding off on accessing the trust for 2 years as they had to use some of the money to cover some of the healthcare and living costs of their grandkids and also pay off a lawsuit that my sister Gloria received for a DUI. I asked how much they used, and my mom said there is currently $5,000 left in the account. So, they spent $95,000, and none of it went to me. My dad said, "We just need you to think about your family and understand that we need your help with this request." I asked if it was great that everyone benefited from this money besides the person it was intended for. Gloria and Lori got to go to college and travel the world with their money, while with my money I got to pay for all their mistakes. My last words to my family were that this was not a request as the decision had already been made, and I had moved out and left. I still went to college as I had a partial scholarship, and over those years, I used the money I had in my savings to start my own landscaping business, which employs 6 guys, and we are doing great. I never got a chance to spend any of the money my grandparents left for me as my parents never built back up the trust. 2 years ago, I found out from my lawyer when I sent in a formal request to access the trust that the current balance was $3,456.13, less than the $5,000 my parents told me about. My sisters and parents have tried to reconnect throughout the years, but I have always resented every gift, letter, and invitation they have sent me back to them. I am getting married next month, and my fiancé wants to meet my family and help me close this chapter in my life. My fiancé wants me to forgive and move on as I haven't spoken to them in years. Update: fiancé admitted to speaking with my family on Messenger, and they also spoke in person when she said they met each other in a restaurant. Fiancé said it was very emotional. I told my fiancé I was extremely disappointed she withheld this information from me for a month. Fiancé told me she felt guilty and afraid to tell me because she thought I might break up and cancel the wedding if I found out. She wanted to wait until after the wedding to tell me. However, my mom called her directly yesterday, begging her to help me reunite our family. She missed so much of my life and doesn't want to miss another milestone. Wedding. Fiancé knows she has violated my trust and gave me the most heart-melting sincere apology I have ever heard and asked for forgiveness. She even had her parents ask me to forgive her and not cancel the wedding. Her dad and mom told me they loved me and hoped I could move past this. Her dad loves me. He has a picture of me in his office. Just me and him. Lol. He introduced me as his son for the past 2 years. He cried and said he didn't want to lose me as a son. I forgave my fiancé, and my sisters came to my business with my nieces and desperately wanted to talk. Sisters deeply regret their part in the decisions made on their behalf and want to be a family again. They understand my position and anger but miss me and want me back in their lives. My nieces also asked why I don't come around anymore and whether I was mad at them. My sisters explained this has destroyed our parents' marriage as it has now come out that my mom apparently spent the majority of the money without my dad knowing. And then when he found out, my mom wanted dad to say it was both of their decision because she believes if it came out that it was her that decided by herself and not my dad, I would never forgive her no matter what and would disown her because I always accused her of playing favorites. My mom pleaded with my dad to cover for her decision to empty my fund. Dad was furious but decided to say he and my mom decided to spend the money. Dad now resents our mom because he no longer has a relationship with his only son. He also hears from his friends how great of a relationship father-in-law and I have. My dad told my mother that she should fix this or he was done with her and told me the truth. I told my sisters and nieces that I loved them and did not hate them. However, they helped rob me of a very important gift that our grandparents gave each of us, and I missed out on life experiences that they got to experience and I did not. It is like they stole the last gift that our grandparents left for me. We all cried, and I accepted their apology, but I told them I did not know how to let go of my resentment towards them. I let them know our relationship will take time to rebuild. I asked them to set up a meeting with just dad and me and not my mom. I met with my dad alone. My dad was shocked that I requested the meeting. He looked defeated and asked to speak first. My dad told me he is and has been depressed for the last few years and feels like he truly failed me as my father. He knows he betrayed me, and as a father, he must take that to his grave that he is the reason his son hates him. He said he is extremely jealous of the relationship I have with my father-in-law, and he just started crying for about 3 minutes straight. I told him I knew mom decided to spend the money. I told him I understood why he didn't throw mom under the bus, but he deeply hurt me by covering for mom's decision this long. I told him I love him and said he no longer owes me anything. He is done owing mom's debt. We both cried and hugged for about 5 minutes. I invited him, my sisters, and my nieces, to dinner at my place that night without mom. I let my sisters and my dad know that if they came to dinner with my mom with them, This would be the last time we spoke. My mom found out about the reunion without her and wanted to speak. I refused her request and told her to bring a check for $100,000 if she wanted to talk to me. My wedding is on September 3rd, and I have invited everyone except my mom. My sisters want me to hear mom's side of the story, and my dad has said he is done covering for my mom's decision. My fiancé is happy and supports my decision 100%, even though I know she wants me to meet with my mother. She forgave herself, so she doesn't want to push Reddit. Should I meet with my mom before or after she hands me the check for $100,000?
My parents forgot to include me in any part of their wedding and uninvited me at the last minute, so I exposed them on social media and now they are furious. So I recently forgot about it on my parents' wedding day. My parents have been together for about 25 years, but they never actually got married. That's why when my dad proposed to my mother on their anniversary, everyone, including me, was elated and celebrated the occasion with great joy. This happened back in February. They immediately jumped into wedding planning, deciding very early on a small event in Hawaii with just the closest family and friends for an intimate ceremony. Almost immediately, my mother asked my sister to be her maid of honor, and my dad asked my brother to be his groomsman. I wasn't surprised or offended by this. My sister had always been a mommy's girl, and they both enjoyed spending time with each other shopping and socializing, so they had a very close bond. And the same goes for my father and brother. They always played football together and messed around with cars. My father even trained my brother's team for a while in middle school. That had always left me as the odd one out. I tried to insert myself into my family's hobbies and groups that they had within our home but was always rebuffed. Maybe they could sense that my interest in their activities wasn't all that genuine, or maybe they just didn't care. Either way, I was used to being the last and least important member of my family. Mom had sis and dad had bro. My parents had each other, and my two siblings were closer to each other than they ever were to me, leaving me very lonely and isolated in my own home. During the preparation for the wedding, initially, it was suggested that I be the flower girl, but my sister thought that role would be more appropriate for her daughter, so that idea was quickly tossed away. Later, my maternal grandmother suggested that I read a poem or give a little speech during the ceremony. Still, my parents refused because they wanted the wedding to be low-key. They didn't think a cheesy and sappy speech would fit their vision. I was still okay with all of this, even though it hurt to know I would be the only family member not to be part of the wedding party or have any role on the day. As the day approached, my parents and siblings got more and more caught up in all the wedding planning. I noticed my mom didn't invite me to dress shopping and that I was left out whenever they discussed the venue or the event. So I decided to see if they would realize that I wasn't being involved at all. I kept quiet, waiting for them to ask me something, anything, about the wedding, but that never happened. The wedding was set for 3 weeks ago, at the end of August. The day before the departure, my mother casually asked if I had my luggage ready because we couldn't be late for the airport. I bluntly told her that I hadn't prepared anything. She got confused for a second and snapped at me for being unprepared. I asked her if I even had a ticket, and her face turned pale. Yep, they hadn't even bought me a ticket, and I'm not sure if I had a room or any accommodations there. Even though I was the only person in my family without a stable income, I work as a part-time babysitter. My parents had bought first-class tickets for my siblings and a couple of other friends attending the wedding but had forgotten me. My mom told me not to make a big deal out of it and that they could just find me a low-cost ticket last minute from a cheap airline, but I just replied by asking her, then what? Do I even have a dress for the ceremony? She went with sis to buy hers and all the other female guests months ago, but I wasn't included. That's when my father came in and just told me to suck it up and that I've never been a girly girl, so I could just wear whatever. I got mad at this because, even though I'm not the most feminine girl on the planet, I would have loved to be included in such an important part of my parents' wedding. And it was about the fact that I was excluded for literally everything that had been going on for months. We all got into a fight with them calling me entitled and accusing me of making myself small intentionally so they would forget me, like that is a valid excuse for ignoring a child. They told me that if I kept this attitude, I might as well skip the whole thing altogether, to which I responded with a defiant fine and went to my room. The next morning, they all left for Hawaii without me. The ceremony was small, but they all posted loads of pictures on Instagram and Facebook about how perfect and magical that week was. People realized quickly that I wasn't in any of the photos and asked my parents why, to which they replied that, unfortunately, I had caught COVID before the trip and had to stay behind. My blood boiled at this. I don't know why this straw broke my camel back, but it was. I decided to take a COVID test and published a picture of myself holding the negative test and captioned it "not sick at all, just forgotten." I tagged everyone who had questioned my absence from the trip and the wedding in the picture and, for good measure, also every person invited to it. I also commented on how my parents had forgotten about anything to do with me until the day before parting and how they uninvited me. Most people were on my side and others couldn't believe it and thought there must be something more to the story than what I was saying, but one thing is for certain, I completely ruined my parents' wedding, and my confession overshadowed their day. At first, I felt quite satisfied with myself for standing up alone. Still, after a barrage of messages from my family calling me every name in the book and later, when they came back, they furiously attacked me for my immature actions and my spoiled behavior, my pride deflated quickly, and I began to feel awful. I hate my family and being in this house, but I'm a minor and can't leave just yet. I do feel like I could have handled the situation better, though, and now I feel so depressed that I'm second-guessing everything I did, from not speaking up before to the way I exposed them. I also feel guilty for the lack of connection between my family and me, and maybe I could have done more.
My parents got my older brother a Lexus for his 18th birthday and got me the cheapest car they could find online. So my grandparents threw them a humiliation party and made all relatives hate them. My brother got a car for his 18th birthday, not a new car or anything. It was a 20-year-old Lexus that was in pretty good shape, and he rubbed it in my face for the rest of the time he was in his senior year of high school. Compared with my brother, I get just as good grades as he does. Better in some cases. Even. I worked my hardest in the hope of fairness. I even volunteered to clean up garbage in my local area. Then my 18th birthday came and went a few weeks ago, and the only thing I wanted, the only thing I was hoping for, was a car. I wasn't expecting something like a new car or a sporty car, just something reliable like my brother got. The party was different from my brother's 18th. For his 18th birthday, my mom baked the cake herself. It was a delicious layered chocolate pudding cake. I got a sheet cake from the supermarket. For his, they got a DJ. For me, it was my dad's old boombox with a couple of mixed CDs. We went through the whole party, and my parents might have just been waiting to spring a surprise gift on me. But that didn't happen. As things were wrapping up, I asked them why there was no car when my brother got one, and they said that they felt like he'd worked harder for it. I wondered what he did that I didn't do. Because I did all of that and more. My grandma was nearby and heard everything. And then she asked them why as well. She lectured my parents that she was very disappointed in them for showing favoritism. Then she announced to everyone still there that my parents thought getting their firstborn son a car and DJ was fine, but not their second. And then she even pointed out how much harder my parents tried for my brother's 18th birthday than they had for mine. My uncle was the first to stand up and say something. Then, everyone else who'd yet to leave. I walked away and went to my room to sit and think. I got a few I'm sorry calls from relatives, and my grandparents convinced me to go out with them for the evening. But when I got back, my parents were pissed and told me I'd shamed them to the whole family. I just walked past them because I didn't want to fight. The next few weeks went by with a silent treatment between us. My parents suddenly surprised me a few days ago with a white '98 Subaru Legacy that runs great. They practically threw the keys and the title in an envelope at me and said to have fun. I got the car, and they're paying for insurance for the next 6 months like they did for my brother. I know a car isn't a right but a privilege, so I feel like I've essentially blackmailed my parents into getting me one. Update: I got a part-time job that later went full-time for the summer after graduation. However, 3 weeks into working part-time, the Subaru blew the head gasket on the highway at about 45 miles an hour. The temp gauge redlined, and I had to pull over and call for help. My grandparents looked at the car and found that someone had run a lot of gasket sealer in it, and it was still in the coolant. The car was band-aided back together before my parents bought it and was then barely hanging on by a thread. It drove great, and I never pushed the car hard as I'm a slow driver. My parents claimed no prior knowledge of the problem, but their only real reaction was to shrug and say it was karma for making them get me the car in the first place. Well, that was a mistake because my grandparents were right there to witness that, and they tore into my parents like none other. My grandma told me to wait in my room and let them sort this out. It was 2 hours before I was called back into the living room. My parents were on the couch, and both looked like they'd both been metaphorically hit by a truck. My uncle and 2 other relatives were there now, too. My grandparents had gotten it out of them, and when they bought the car, they just looked for the cheapest thing they could find close in the area that still ran, and bought it, no questions asked. They didn't even bother inspecting the car, let alone properly read the ad. My uncle, who knows a thing or two about cars, told me that the engine would need to be rebuilt because the head gasket warped the block, and it cost more than the car is worth fixing. I had to call into work and tell them I could not make it in because my car was dead. They understood and put me on unpaid leave for the moment. Now, I want to point out that I had no involvement in what happened next. My grandparents told me to chill and let them and my parents take care of this. And they did. A few days later, they returned with a 1999 Honda Civic hatchback with 180,000 miles. It was white like my Subaru, and it drives great. It's not all-wheel drive like the Subaru, but it's great on the road and gets better gas mileage. There was also a list of all recent repairs done to the car, such as a new radiator. My uncle also went over the car before giving it the okay. I thanked everyone profusely. My parents, though, had all the elation of Ben Stein on Valium. They said very little and just walked away. There wasn't even that vibe they had last time of acting like they were giving a new toy to a brat. How they acted was just pure defeat if I could put it into words. The Subaru was resold for $400 later since that was the best we could get with the blown head gasket. And that money was put into my savings. That's only one half of what happened, though. When I said I did better in school than my brother, I wasn't kidding. My brother got a 30% scholarship after he finished high school. Well, I got a 50% one. Not at the same college of course, but at one. It was comparably good, and that was also closer. To say my parents were shocked is an understatement. Of course, they both looked unhappy as soon as the shock wore off. I decided it wouldn't be a good idea to poke the bear by asking them about it. But my grandma thought otherwise and poked that bear. And I mean poked it. First, she asked if my parents were happy for me, and they claimed they were, but didn't show in their attitudes. So my grandparents finally asked what their problem was. Why do they dislike me? Their second son was doing great and even went above expectations. And they can't be happy about it? Did they want me to fail? Were they hoping I'd fail? What is the deal? My mother looked upset, and my father couldn't look me in the eyes. They both meekly said they were happy for me. I managed to say they want me to take the world by storm when I go to college. They even said they'd help pay some of my tuition, just like they are for my brother. My grandparents said they better keep their word, because there should never have been any favoritism. I thank my parents for their help. I got a light, if not limp, a handshake from my father and a very stiff hug from my mother. It all felt so forced. I was and still am extremely thankful for the car and the tuition. But my parents just drained the room of all emotion. I ended up asking if my grandparents knew what it was that made my parents act this way. I wondered if I was an accidental pregnancy or something. And they gave me the "it's time we told you" look. Well, I'm not adopted like so many asked, but I was unplanned. Sort of. You see, my parents wanted both a girl and a boy, but I got 2 boys instead. My brother came out as a boy, so my parents were hoping to get a girl on the next go, and they had a prior agreement to stop after 2 kids. They never got a girl. My grandma told me they refused to find out my gender till after I was born. They were convinced I'd be born female, and they bought a lot of baby stuff for a girl, and they didn't get a girl. My grandma said I used all of my brother's hand-me-downs until I was 3 years old because my parents had bought so much girl stuff in advance that they couldn't use. So, I was just a disappointment to them from the time I was born. My grandparents said that they knew my parents were screwed up, but they've been the way they are for so long now that there's no point in expecting them to change. Since then, my parents have not spoken to me much about college. They ignore the subject as much as they can, and thanks to some of the warnings I got from people who messaged me, making me paranoid, I called the college I'd been accepted to and made sure to tell them that if anyone calls or emails pretending to be me or my parents trying to say I'm not coming, then to call me for a double or even triple check if anything like that happens. I mean, I kind of doubt my parents would do that sort of thing, especially after everything that's happened, but I felt like playing it safe was the better option. However, there was something that I didn't expect to happen, and that was my brother calling me. He called me out of the blue to talk. He said our grandparents called and told him everything. He told me he was sorry for what happened in his way, and he hopes that once I'm on my own, I won't ever need to return. He admitted to me that when he finishes college, he will stay in the state he's in because he likes it there. I know our parents want him to return when he gets his degree, but it looks like that's not happening. I said I don't blame him and may do the same. The rest of the conversation was awkward because we weren't used to speaking to each other much anymore. My grandparents and the rest of the family held a surprise party for me over the weekend, and they made it almost like a repeat of my brother's 18th birthday. There was a DJ and a big chocolate cake my grandma had made. I couldn't thank them all enough. My parents attended the party, but they were like wallflowers the entire time. They didn't say or do much. I just sat at a far table in the corner and drank beer quietly. The look of defeat they had was even greater now. The party wasn't just to congratulate me, but also to rub in my parents' faces that they should have done better, because the rest of the family had made their disappointment in them clear. They seemed like they wanted to leave the party for a while. I can't say I blame them. They were being humiliated into staying where they were. My grandma said that you're always young enough to be taught a lesson in humility. Am I wrong for calling my mom an out-of-line attention-seeking entitled B-word? I, 17, came out as transgender when I was 14. I've always liked more masculine clothing and shorter hair, but also because of sensory issues as I'm autistic. My mother, 62, does not approve and never has. I do not care if she accepts me or not, I just want her to understand that this is too far. My cousin Rose, 23, is getting married in 3 days. I am very excited for the wedding and am so happy she found someone she can spend the rest of her life with. We have always been very close and she is like a sister to me, even accepting me when I came out and taking me to go shopping for clothes that made me comfortable. That being said, my mother has demanded I wear a dress for this. At first I argued, but I reluctantly agreed, not wanting the drama. A few hours ago she showed me the dress she wants me to wear. I asked her for a simple purple dress, but she said that wasn't good enough and I need to wear something to bring her little girl back, to which she pulled out the most Disney princess ball gown I have ever seen. To describe the dress, it is literally way fancier than the dress my cousin, the bride, chose to wear. I told her there is no way in hell I'm wearing that, and I agreed to wear a simple dress or I'm going in a suit. She screamed at me that she just wanted one picture of her daughter looking nice. I told her that she doesn't have a daughter, and even though I agreed to wear a dress, she needs to get over herself because my cousin's wedding is not the time and place for it. She said that the only son she has is my brother, and if I do not wear the dress she won't drive me to the wedding, and will wear the dress herself. I started sobbing and said that I'm her son too, and I just want her to love me and treat me like she does my brother. She said I was not her son, I was an abomination to humanity, and that she wasn't going to take me to the wedding if I kept this up. I got angry and screamed at her, saying that if anyone wore that dress it would completely ruin the wedding for Rose and that I refused to wear that dress because it will make her absolutely lose it. She yelled back that she would wear the dress, but she'll give me a change to change my mind. I screamed again and said you are going to ruin the wedding. She has been looking forward to this for a year. She's never going to want to talk to us again because you're an out-of-line attention-seeking entitled B-word. And I stormed up to my room, where I have been for the past few hours crying. My mom came to my room and said if I want to be such a jerk, I can just stay in there and not to come out until I agree to wear the dress because everything will be fine and I'm overreacting like all teen girls do. I love my cousin and don't want to miss her wedding, but if I wear that dress she will absolutely hate me. Was I wrong for what I said? I feel like I said what was needed, but I'm unsure. I got in the car with the itchy heavy princess dress on and my mom said I looked like the prettiest young girl she's ever seen. That only made me more pissed and happy about destroying the dress. The whole ride to the venue my mom had a crap-eating grin on her face and kept saying she knew I'd come around to it eventually and I looked so much better this way. When we got to the venue I was the last one out of the car, and holy crap was that dress heavy. It actually weighed about 5 pounds and my shoulders were unaliving me. I was so eager to run in the venue and destroy it myself, but I knew I had to wait. We started walking to the entrance and the second we got to the front gate and I stepped inside, the sound of a cowbell rang out in the direction of the maid of honor and she yelled no white allowed and I was met with the sound of a splat, then heard open fire. And then I was met with a glorious surprise of objects being thrown at my torso and legs. What was being thrown at me, you ask? Water balloons filled with ice, many different fun things, dark blue fabric dye, green fabric dye, Mod Podge and rainbow glitter, beetroot juice and red wine. All of them hit with a glorious rainbow splatter of stuff that was never going to come out. My mom let out a blood-curdling scream and my uncle said she nearly fainted. She was absolutely livid and started screaming about how my dress what ruined and what was I going to wear now? The maid of honor explained that she was supposed to do that to all the white dresses that weren't the bride's. My mom explained the dress wasn't white. The maid of honor looked absolutely shocked, she's an amazing actor, and started crying. She can cry on command, and apologized profusely. She put on a show of trying to clean it all off, but it only spread it around more. She said she'd take me to one of the rooms to get cleaned up. As she led me away to be cleaned up, I expected to be taken to the room the bridesmaids were getting ready, but what I didn't expect was that she handed me off to the best man, and when I asked her where we were going she said, "You're one of the fellas, so you shouldn't be with the bridesmaids." I was led to the area with the groomsmen. I walked inside and immediately saw all the groomsmen getting ready and a few of them helping the groom. The best man went up and talked to the groom, and that was when the groom came in and asked me to sit down for a minute. "There's been a small change of plans." I sat nervously in one of the chairs and he said he appreciated everything I've done for my cousin, and how he appreciated that I've been a reason for her to live for so long. She attempted suicide back in 2010 and 2018, and how if I'm that important to her, I'm that important to him. He then said he was sorry it was so last minute, but asked me if I would accept the role as one of his groomsmen, as he found an extra suit last minute and it might not fit properly but I'd still look amazing. This made me sob uncontrollably, and I immediately accepted, and he pulled me into a hug, one of those awkward side hugs. He told me that he had some extra tape for my chest in the bathroom if I wanted, but my cousin also got me a binder that he put in the bathroom, and I went to get changed into my suit. This took a while. I came out and he helped me fix my collar. He patted me on the shoulder and I couldn't help but start crying. He hugged me again and said if I'm worried about my mom, not to, there are precautions if she tries anything. I said it wasn't about my mom, that I have never felt so loved and cared for by anyone, and how I was so happy to see my cousin found a good man who makes her happy. He smiled and tried to hide he was tearing up. He quickly wiped his eyes, and the best man said it was time for all of us to go outside. We all piled outside and I was led to an area where we lined up with the bridesmaids. I was paired up with my cousin's friend Daisy 16F, who is a very nice girl. The music started and we all started walking down the aisle, and then it was my turn. I heard the dreaded "What the hell did you do to my baby?" shouted from the middle row of the chairs as I was halfway there, but I didn't turn back. I just kept walking with my head held high. I got in line behind the others groomsmen and saw that my mother was red in the face, visibly shaking, and she was crying a little. I made eye contact and smiled wide at her, then looked away, only for her to scream, "You ungrateful brat. You absolute freak. You've ruined everything I worked for. Do you know how hard it was to raise a freak like you?" While trying to charge at me, but she ended up being stopped by some of the other groomsmen, and she ended up being dragged out by security while screaming, "You're out of my house. Do you effing hear me? I want you out of my effing house." Once she was gone, the rest of the wedding went really well. My cousin looked absolutely stunning walking down the aisle. I started crying a little because I realized that these people are my true family. The ceremony was beautiful, and the reception was amazing too. My cousin ended up giving a speech talking about how she was thankful for everyone who came, and then she said, "I am especially proud of Asterin, my little brother. We have always been there for each other and I am so proud of the boy he is and young man he's becoming." Yes, I absolutely started sobbing. So that's basically how it went. When we got back to the hotel, I grabbed my bags from my old room I shared with the Wicked Witch, my, not anymore, mom, and brought them to my aunt and uncle's room.
My parents kidnapped me and held me hostage at their home so they could keep me away from my boyfriend, so I filed for protection orders and cut them out of my life. I got divorced mid-last year 2020. I started dating my current boyfriend, who is an absolute sweetheart. We both have a medical background working as paramedics. When we first started talking he exaggerated when he had been working at the ambulance company. Yes, it was kind of a lie, but what he said was he was still working there as a full-timer when he was really on a volunteer status for some time. Kind of stupid, but not the end of the world, at least I don't think so. In January, my boyfriend had to go to the ER for some pretty nasty bleeding ulcers and was subsequently admitted. On my way home early that morning I crashed my car, resulting in a crushed left foot, torn ligaments in the right knee, a nasty concussion/TBI, and bruised lungs. Somehow my parents found out that he had exaggerated his employment with the ambulance company, and I think they may have blamed him for my car accident. I ended up being in the hospital for about a week, undergoing 2 surgeries for my foot, and finally being able to get discharged home. A lot of this time frame I don't remember because of my concussion, but I do remember some snippets. I remember my boyfriend coming and visiting me, helping me bathe, get up to use the restroom, which is incredibly hard with both legs not working, and so on, making sure I was comfortable and everything. My mom would come and visit me a couple of days during this time period and start telling me that my boyfriend was lying to me about a lot of random stupid stuff, and started planting these lies in my head when she knew I was compromised mentally. My boyfriend and his 2 kids had been living with me and my daughter up until this point. I initially wanted to come home to all of them for my healing process, which is still ongoing almost 5 months later. My parents barged into my apartment and kicked him and his 2 daughters out of my apartment, telling my complex that I wanted them out and I had specifically asked them to take care of it. I did no such thing. Since we were in the process of adding my boyfriend and the girls to my lease, this ended up in a near eviction for me and I had to go to my parents to rehab. A whole nother story, but it was hell. My parents had me block my boyfriend, and I didn't get the chance to see him again until nearly 3 weeks after I was released from the hospital, at which point I was able to talk to him and clear up all the lies my parents told me he had fed me. I realized that they had been the ones telling me lies. Now my parents have been assisting my boyfriend's soon-to-be ex-wife. They have been in the process of divorce for over a year, getting false protection orders against him, and trying to get his kids taken away from him. At first, I was wavering on who I stood behind, but my parents had started coming to my apartment, stalking me and my boyfriend, making threats against his life, and overall making it to the point where I didn't feel safe in my own home because I just don't know when they are going to show up and demand me to hand over my daughter, threatening to go to my ex-husband to try and get my custody taken away and so much more. I have since cut them out of my life, blocking their numbers from my phone, and making sure they have no contact with my daughter, but I still feel terrible completely cutting them out. Am I doing the right thing? Update. I, 32F, was in a major car accident in January of 2021. Ironically, I had been taking my boyfriend, 36M, to the ER because he had bleeding ulcers and ended up getting admitted to the hospital that night. This was still when they were enforcing COVID rules, so I was booted out of the hospital at about 3 in the morning. When I left it was snowing, and not thinking hopped on the freeway, which wasn't a good idea. I had been driving a lifted Jeep Cherokee with mud terrain tires, not the best ever for snowstorm driving. Getting off the freeway to go home, my brakes locked up and I went into a light pole headfirst at about 60 miles per hour. My Jeep did not have airbags. That was dumb. Needless to say, my car was totaled and I had to be extracted from the car by the fire department. This whole time I had been blacking out and losing consciousness, and I still get random flashes of I don't have all my memories from that night or several months after the accident. I got sent to the nearest trauma center, which was the same hospital I had just left. The nurses felt pretty bad about kicking me out. I ended up with a moderate to severe TBI, broken under my left eye, hairline fractures on my skull on the left side, bruising behind my ears, and black eyes. I had also cut open the inside of my mouth, had multiple lacerations all over my face. I broke my driver's side window with my face, broke and bruised some ribs, had hairline fractures in my spine, broke my right wrist, my right knee and my left foot, which required 2 surgeries, and I still need approximately 3 more. Needless to say, I was not doing great. I had recently gotten divorced the previous year and think that my entitled parents decided that my accident was my boyfriend's fault. I had to stay in the hospital for a total of 12 days, in which case the mild family drama exploded into a severe family inferno. As I got closer to being released, all I had wanted to do was go home to my boyfriend and our kids. He had 2 previously and I had 1. My entitled mother decided that wasn't what she wanted. On the phone we sound almost identical. The whole time that I was in the hospital she had been getting on the phone and impersonating me to my apartment complex management, even going as far as calling the cops to get my boyfriend and his 2 kids removed from my apartment. They were not on my lease yet. My mother also forged my signature on hospital paperwork, and made up a story about how my boyfriend was abusive to me and got him banned from seeing me at the hospital, again forging my signature and writing a letter stating I didn't want to see him. This whole time I was still suffering from the effects of my TBI and was delirious from the combination of pain medications and brain fog from my head injury. Mother even had the locks changed on my apartment without my consent. When I finally was released from the hospital, I was in a wheelchair because of my broken foot that had just had 2 plates and 10 screws surgically put in to hold it together, and an ankle to hip brace on my other leg from my knee being broken. I requested to go home to my apartment, but again Mother played it that I couldn't go home because I had a 2nd-story apartment and couldn't take care of myself. So I got sent to stay at my parents' house, against my will, an hour away from home, because Mother wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to let my boyfriend come back to my apartment. I spent almost a whole miserable month there. Mother refused to take me home even after I got crutches and was able to bear some weight. Initially, they refused to even go get my crutches from town because they didn't want me to have more mobility. Eventually, it got to the point where I had a friend come and pick me up from EM's house so I could go home because they kept refusing to let me go. As I gained clarity in my mind and was taken off the intense pain medication, I was able to start rectifying the situations that Mother made a huge mess of in my life, but I'm still trying to recover in some areas. I didn't find out until much later, when medical bills started coming in, that Mother had called my boyfriend's health insurance company, impersonating me, and had me removed from his insurance. It took months of calling and badgering and footwork on my part to get the situation figured out and have the insurance pay for what they were supposed to pay for. It almost caused me to go bankrupt. At the same time, Mother signed me up for minimal health insurance coverage through the state that I had no idea I was enrolled in until I got a bill later stating that I back owed fees. Needless to say, I eventually completely cut both Mother and my father out of life after finding out how much they tried to control and how much they messed my life up. I ended up getting protection orders after they tried to break into my house, stalked me, and sent family and friends over to harass me. This whole incident was the straw that broke the camel's back. There was quite a bit of retaliation on their side that threw my life into a total tailspin ever since, but I'm sticking to my guns and not backing down. More information. My mother did tell me eventually what she had done with my insurance and how she changed it, but by that point, it was too late and I was scrambling to try and rectify the situation and get as much covered from my hospital stay as possible. Even doing that, I still owe nearly $50,000 in medical bills. For those who had questions about how I had gotten on his insurance in the first place, when he started the job, he had the insurance from which we had qualified as domestic partners because of how long we had been living together and how long the relationship had lasted. For everyone wondering if we went to the cops, or are filing charges or anything along those lines, it's a very long story, but yes, we are. I have a very good lawyer, who actually represents myself and my boyfriend. It took me a while after I got home to my apartment to get to the point where I cut contact with EM. When I finally got home, I tried to start seeing my boyfriend again, and we started the long process of trying to heal from what happened, since Mother had essentially kicked him and his 2 kids out of my apartment in the middle of winter. They really had nowhere else to go. The kids ended up staying with friends for a while, and he stayed in his car and rented a hotel room when possible. I wasn't fully aware of what exactly was going on at the time, as Mother had my cell phone and access to my phone, and while I was at her home she watched like a hawk to make sure that I wasn't contacting him. If I did, I got berated, screamed at, and at one point did not have access to my phone, which was all very confusing because I was on very heavy-duty pain medication, as well as having the confusion from the TBI. After I had made it back to my apartment and started to have more contact with my boyfriend, my mother escalated, staying at my apartment even though I told her I was fine, showing up randomly, and eventually getting so angry that I refused to cut contact with my boyfriend that she threatened to unalive him. That was when I grew a slight backbone and decided that it just wasn't going to get better. At that point, I filed for protection as well as my boyfriend, who copied my paperwork. When the first protection orders got dropped because we didn't have enough evidence, she had gotten a lawyer at this point, but we did not because we couldn't pay for a retainer, and this was before I had gotten smart enough to install cameras and a call recorder on my phone. My mother went to the city's prosecutor's office and told them that she wanted to press charges of perjury against my boyfriend. This is where the friendship with the prosecutor started, and it was very hard for us to get anything to stick because mother was getting in with our local PD and the prosecutor. Yes, they ended up going after my boyfriend and not me. Yes, that is selective prosecution. Yes, it is very illegal. At this same time, my mother and father are retired and have nothing better to do with themselves. They had been in contact with my boyfriend's ex-wife, and at the same time we were getting beaten down with a perjury case. They also helped my boyfriend's ex-wife start a custody battle for his children. They had been separated for some time, but the divorce had been stalled in court for several years at this point. They also filed in small claims court for lawyer and court fees after our first protection order was removed. My ex-husband had been allowing my daughter to see both of my parents still, which I did fight, and which has probably spurred the grandparents' right/visitation case that they filed during the same time. So we have been fighting one thing at a time and collecting all of the evidence that we can. All of the hospital paperwork, especially those that were forged, had to be requested from the hospital. The phone calls to the insurance company needed to be requested, and we needed our lawyer to get those. It wasn't something they were just going to give us, unfortunately. At this point, we have waded through almost all of the court filings my mother had thrown at us, and we are finishing gathering evidence so we can counterattack at this point. At the time, our lawyer was telling us to be patient and gather as much as we could, as when we get through the thick of it we can throw what we have into the system, but we needed and want to have enough to nail them to the wall. From here, there will be counter lawsuits both jointly between myself and my boyfriend and separate lawsuits, as well as submitting what we have for the identity theft. It's a very long process and it takes a lot of time, effort, and money to get things moving. For those of you wondering if me and my boyfriend got back together and how that is going, yes, we did get back together. It didn't take long for me to start realizing what was happening when I wasn't being given the heavy narcotics and my brain started the healing process from the TBI. It did take time for me to wade through everything that happened and try and recall memories. We did get back together, found a new place, and moved back in together with his 2 kids and my daughter. We have had some hard times, and of course, we are both a little damaged from the whole process, but we both have counseling and are doing well.
My parents laughed at my daughter for playing music and told her that a dog could have played it better, so I made them feel what a dog feels like after I kicked them out. I joined a choir as a preteen. My parents supported it and came to my first show. They then laughed at how my mouth moved and how my face was while I sang. Showed videos and pictures to the family so they could laugh too. I quit it not long after. Parents burning their kids' passion effing hurts, and I vowed that I would never let my child feel that way. I had my parents over for dinner this weekend, 60s, and after my daughter, 10, asked if she could play us a song she had been practicing on her keyboard. She gets lessons. It wasn't perfect, with a few missed notes, a couple of pauses, but she did really well. She looked up at the end, a massive smile, and I started clapping and my parents started effing laughing. Not just a little chuckle, a massive effing belly laugh. Them both. My mom asked if it was her first time playing it and my dad said it had to have been. A dog could have played that better. It was like my daughter was shrinking on the spot and she looked down and said, "No, I've had 2 lessons, but doing it with 2 hands is hard," and they just laughed even effing harder. I just stood up, took their cups, and said leave. Now, my mom tried to say about how they hadn't finished their drinks, they wanted to hear another song, etc., and said get your stuff and get the F out of my house right now. My dad started doing this huffing thing he does when someone dares to speak up to him, and my mom said that there was no need to be like this, that I can't protect her all the time and she is preparing my daughter for the real world. I said it's not teaching the real world, they're just nasty little bullies picking on children, and poop like this is why I was so effed up as a kid. Now leave. They got their stuff and left. I sat with my daughter and explained how proud of her I was and how well she was doing. To ignore them, they were just being cruel because they didn't know any other way to be, and asked if she could please play it again, which she did. On the Sunday I messaged and said that until they can behave like decent human beings we're taking a break away from them. My dad replied that it was my choice, but he didn't realize he raised me to be so precious. Now my lovely brown-nosing golden child of a sister is getting involved. She phoned me today with my parents' version of events, telling me I was a nasty piece of work and should never speak to my parents that way, that I'm wrapping my child in cotton wool and blah blah blah. I just told her to go F herself and hung up. I'm not asking if I'm in the wrong for standing up for my daughter. I'll always do that. But I did go pretty 0 to 100. I kicked them out straight away. I swore at them and in front of my daughter. I did raise my voice at the end when I said leave. I was and still am angry. I don't think I'd even accept an apology from them at this point. This behavior isn't new. It's decades old. But this is the first time it affected my daughter. Did I go too far? React too much? Should I have tried to be calmer? Talk it out? I don't know. Am I the a-hole? Update. I never doubted I was in the right for standing up for my daughter. Just how I went about it. I'm gonna sit and talk with my daughter about it all, either tomorrow after school or on the weekend. My parents and sister can just disappear for all I care. RN.
My parents made me sign adoption forms and tricked me into giving up my baby. 24 years later, they are begging to repair our relationship because my mother is dying. I was 15 when I got pregnant, 16 when I had my baby. Immediately after giving birth, my mother had forms for me to sign, telling me they were hospital admin forms. She was my mother. I believed her. They were actually adoption papers. My baby was taken right out of my arms and I didn't see him again for 20 years. The father of my baby and I were still together when I gave birth. His parents were not jumping for joy that we were kids having a baby, yet they were all in to help us. They helped me to get a job as a waitress in my boyfriend's uncle's restaurant. I worked nights and weekends. My boyfriend worked in his dad's auto parts store. Every dollar we made we were saving for the baby. It wasn't much, but we were committed to the family we had started. My parents were not so supportive and kicked me out as soon as I told them. They harassed me constantly to get an abortion, then demanded I have the baby adopted. Once my dad attacked my boyfriend on the street, and my mother accosted his mother in the middle of the mall. I stopped talking to them for months. Then one day they called and said they had a change of heart. They didn't want to lose me and the baby. I was wary but hopeful. My boyfriend's parents encouraged me to give them a chance. We all regretted it in the end. When I went into labor, I was at my parents' house. They took me to the hospital. They told me they couldn't get a hold of my boyfriend or his parents. They promised me they would keep trying until they got someone on the phone. They lied. I left that hospital heartbroken and betrayed. I went to my boyfriend and his parents and we grieved together. Days later, my parents had me taken from their home and forced back to their house. I ran away. They dragged me back, again and again. They finally let me go when I tried to unalive myself. I hated them. I never wanted to see them again. When I was 22, my boyfriend and I got married. It wasn't a grand event. We were married at the courthouse, then went back to my in-laws for a backyard barbecue reception. A year later, we welcomed our second child into the world. The trauma from the events of the first time I gave birth hit us both hard, especially my husband. I would not have had it any other way, but he still demanded to be in the delivery room with me. I wanted my mother-in-law there with us too. His dad and siblings waited on guard in the waiting room and outside the hospital. Overk LL, maybe, but we felt safer knowing there were people there for us, making sure nothing happened. I have given birth to a total of 4 babies. We love each and every one of them, and yet our hearts ached and yearned for our firstborn. Every day I thought of him and hoped that he went to a good family that loved him. Every year on his birthday, my husband would buy him a Matchbox car and I would bake him a rhubarb sponge pudding. We had no idea he even liked rhubarb sponge pudding and Matchbox cars, or if he even knew what they were, but we did it anyway. My husband isn't a fan of cake, so I imagined our son also wasn't a fan. We would stick a candle in the sponge, sing the song, wish him a long and happy life, and take a photo of us and the kids around his rhubarb sponge pudding. It may seem stupid to some to keep that wound open, but it was how we coped with his loss. 4 years ago, I was out of town with my oldest daughter at a softball camp when our firstborn showed up at our home. My husband called to tell me to get home immediately. He didn't tell me why, but I could hear something in his voice I'd never heard before. Thinking something was wrong, I pulled my daughter out of camp and drove home. I can't quite find the words or express how I felt at what happened when we arrived home. Today we are in regular contact with our eldest. We talk often, video calls mostly. We like to see him, and he likes to see us when we talk. He games with his younger brothers, and annoys the heck out of his sister, and they adore him. He was adopted by an older couple that couldn't have kids and was an only child. He loves having siblings. He has spent Christmas with us every year since he came back into our lives and stays for a month. For his birthday we all fly to him and stay for a week. I imagined correctly. He doesn't like cake. He doesn't like rhubarb either, so I bake him a peach sponge pudding. We also fly to him on the anniversary week of his parents' deaths. They died within days of each other. His father found us years before when our son first told his parents that one day he would like to meet us. I am so grateful to the man and woman that adopted him. They gave him a good life with lots of love, and raised a good son. I wish I could have known them, thanked them. A few weeks ago my dad contacted my in-laws. My mother is dying. They have regrets and want to repair our relationship before she goes. Every part of me is against it. They can both choke to death on their regrets for all I care. There is not 1 ounce of me even a little bit willing to give them that. I hate them for what they did to us, for stealing our son, for taking him right out of my arms. All that time lost because of their cruelty and their selfishness. I hate them. My husband has no love for them at all, but he thinks it would be good for me to show them how well we've done, how good our life has been without them. He wants them to meet our kids, all our kids. He wants them to come face to face with the child they took from us. He wants to rub in their faces all they've missed out on and leave them with new regrets. I don't think they deserve to lay their eyes on so much goodness.
My parents neglected me and turned all their love to my brother. Now, they accuse me of holding all those past mistakes because I refused to let them move into my huge house. Growing up, my parents had a rough marriage. It was fighting constantly, shouting matches that either handed in one of them crying or the cops began calling. They would avoid each other as much, which in turn meant neglecting me since they didn't want to be in the same room. I had to pick one or none. I hated them for that. It felt like they hated each other more than they loved me. I had to beg them for hours on end to show up, and when they said yes, they both wouldn't say they thought the other one would show. I stopped doing so when I was around 12 to 14. They didn't seem to care, which gutted me, but what would have been the point of trying? Well, when I was 16 my dad ended up having a stroke. He didn't die and it didn't have much negative effect on him, but it was a scare. My mom for the first time was crying, held and kissed him. I guess that's how they started to reconnect. Because they began to try to pretend to be a good couple and good parents, which pissed me off. They tried apologizing and showing up for me but quickly stopped when she got pregnant with my baby brother. Then now they were the perfect parents. They showed him affection and everything I wanted he got so easily. I hated him, and even now though it's not his fault I can't stand him. I was able to see that they could be better parents but chose to be crappy for me. I didn't bond with him, which saddened my parents, but I didn't care. I went to college in another country and cut contact with them. Now our contact is minimal for my kids, but not a lot. They don't commute here and I'm not going to lose hours making money for them, so it's strange that my mom makes comments all the time about wanting to see her grandkids. But she can just come here if she wants. Whenever I tell her this, she says they can't afford it and expects me to pay, which I would never do. Now onto the problem. Last January I bought a really big family home with 6 beds and 4 baths. My kids and wife love it. It's beside really nice schools and is a gorgeous house. It has an in-law suite, which most of these houses have. My parents and brother didn't find out till last week because I keep my life offline and the house looks similar to our old one. So looking at my wife's socials you'd think it's the same one. When they found out they were shocked and pretended to be happy for me for a bit before they started complaining about all the health issues they were facing. I told them if they thought I'd move them and they're stupid. That sent them off, and they called me heartless and cold for still holding all those past mistakes onto them. My mom asked if I was fine, knowing she could die and my kids wouldn't be able to say bye to her. I told her that's her own problem. I told them they have their perfect son right there, and they can only expect him to care for them, never me. I kept yelling, and I just cut the phone. I've ignored their calls and messages. My parents threw me out as a child, and then expected everything from me when my grandparents died. My mother and father had me when I was 16 and used to lay hands on me all throughout my childhood. My father used to yell at 5-year-old me and blame me for ruining his dreams and aspirations in life. I was already unloved, but when I was 6 my younger sister was born, and I was left completely uncared for and unwanted. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. And as my sister got older, it went from me sharing a bedroom with her, to me kicked out of the room entirely. I slept on the couch for 2 years, then the couch was put into the basement, meaning I could sleep either in the basement or on the floor. When I was 10, my parents decided they were going to move away. But this move did not include me. I ended up actually being fine with this, as my grandparents had agreed to take me in. My life was instantly better. I got my own room again, and my grandparents gifted me a brand new N64 in 1996. I was finally happy. As time went on, I grew up and eventually moved out. But later moved back in to help my grandparents' house as they were getting old and living off their retirement savings. So some rent money from me went a long way in paying the bills. Then my grandma died. She was mugged by a robber, who took her life. My grandpa was heartbroken. He also passed about a year and a half later. He took his life. Pretty much everything they owned was willed to me. Their savings, their house, their vehicles, their stuff, everything. The house was long paid off, and Grandpa knew how to keep up with its maintenance. In fact, after Grandma died he kind of doubled down on renovating the place. He had the roof redone, the house was repainted by us inside and out, and we fixed a lot of little things. Grandpa's neighbor George even came by to help redo the plumbing. One morning I was fixing breakfast and my grandpa never came downstairs. You couldn't keep the man from his bacon. So I went to check on him. I found him there, suspended via a rope. My parents made Grandpa's funeral a crap show. They didn't bother to show up for Grandma's. They were too busy. And at Grandpa's funeral they didn't seem to grieve at all. My sister also showed up wearing a brightly colored designer dress. Which I wasn't happy about as it was a church clothes only function. I noticed my parents repeatedly whispering to each other and glaring at me whenever I looked at them. Come to find out at the will reading that my parents knew that they'd been disinherited long ago for their treatment of me. And they thought it extremely unfair I got everything. They threatened to sue me to contest the will. And I got repeated calls and messages from my father, mother and sister telling me I needed to do the right thing and give my father what was supposed to be his. I told them all to flake off in far more unsavory words. My parents ended up taking me to court to challenge the will. But the judge ruled in my favor after seeing the will and hearing us both out. So it wasn't a long drawn-out legal battle. The judge even looked at my parents with absolute disgust after seeing the will and hearing about their mistreatment of me in my childhood. He called my father a terrible parent, and that my grandparents were right to disown him. My father just hung his head in silence, but he made sure to stop me outside the courtroom and tell me I was always the biggest mistake of his life. And that if he could go back in time, he'd make sure I never existed. He should have been a football star. And instead he has to wear a name tag for a 9 to 5. I told him that mistake or not, Grandma and Grandpa could see what kind of nasty person he was. I didn't ask to be born. And the only real love I ever got was from my grandparents. And he was no father of mine anymore. I got a few more threatening and harassing phone calls, as well as some letters from my parents. All demanding money among other things. But over time they just stopped because I completely stonewalled them. The last call I ever got from them was telling me that my sister needed a kidney transplant and if I could help them out. I actually agreed and told them to meet me at a hospital that was a 2-hour drive from them. They rode out, and I never showed up. I blocked their number as soon as I got the first call that they're there.
My parents took the house I inherited and put it up for sale to fund my stepbrother's lifestyle, so I ran away and cut them off my life. I'm a 20-year-old woman, and until recently, I thought I had a pretty normal life. My family wasn't perfect, but whose is? Things took a turn for the worse after my grandfather passed away last year. He was my rock growing up, and we had a close bond that I'll cherish forever. In his will, he left me a sizable inheritance, including a small house that he wanted me to have as a safety net for my future. He knew I planned to go to college, and he wanted to ensure I'd be okay. I'm not sure why, but my parents never really supported my relationship with my grandfather. They always seemed a bit distant when I talk about him or visit him. I guess I didn't think much of it at the time, but looking back, there were definitely signs that something was off. After his death, my parents and my stepbrother began acting strange. My stepbrother, who has always been the golden child in their eyes, started attending an expensive private school, got a brand new car, and generally started living a lifestyle way beyond what we could normally afford. I didn't connect the dots until I noticed that the house my grandfather left me was suddenly put up for sale. When I confronted my parents about it, they said they had to make some tough decisions and that the money from the sale was being used to give my stepbrother the opportunities he deserves. They went on to say that I was young and didn't need the money right now, so they made an executive decision to use it for the family's benefit. They assured me it was for the best and that they'd make it up to me eventually. I felt utterly betrayed. My grandfather's legacy, which was meant to secure my future, was being used to fund someone else's lifestyle, someone who has always been treated better than me by my parents. I tried to reason with them and explain how hurtful this was, but they dismissed my feelings, saying I was being selfish and that family comes first. That's when I made the decision to leave. I packed my bags and left home without telling them. I blocked their numbers, deleted social media, and moved in with a close friend. I've since enrolled in college and am supporting myself with part-time jobs and student loans. It's been tough, but I'm getting by. Now, I'm getting messages from extended family members who are furious with me for abandoning my parents. They claim I'm ungrateful and that my parents only tried to do what was best for everyone. My parents have even tried to contact me through mutual friends, saying they miss me and want me to come back home. But I can't bring myself to forgive them for what they did. So, Reddit, Aita for running away and cutting off contact with my family after they took my inheritance to fund my stepbrother's lifestyle?
My parents want me to give my PS5 to my crap-eating brothers. Am I the a-hole for selling my PS5 rather than sharing it with my stepbrothers? My 15 mom and dad met and briefly dated while they were both studying at uni. My mom gave birth to me after they had broken up and had to sue my dad for child support. I was raised by my mom and had virtually nothing to do with my dad throughout my childhood. My mom was an international student and her family cut ties with her due to the circumstances of my birth. Tragically, 2 years ago, I lost my mom to cancer and thus I was placed under the care of my dad. My dad has remarried and has 2 sons, 5 and 7, with his wife. It wasn't a bad arrangement at first, but we were all essentially strangers. I was given a bedroom to myself and we shared some meals, but other than keeping to myself. After a while, they started to act up. They would constantly pull pranks on me and I swear to you, I think they ate crap before. I saw them rummaging through the toilet one day after I forgot to flush. Anyway, about 10 months ago, I was lucky enough to score a casual job at an aged care facility as IT support. It was stupid easy money as it involved installing and maintaining a dozen or so common PCs used by the residents plus running basic computing workshops. I ended up accruing a whole lot of disposable income in a short time. Stupidly, instead of just keeping quiet about it, I decked out my room with a new TV, headphones and a PS5. Obviously, this setup was of great interest to my 2 stepbrothers. Initially, my rule was that they could play the PS5 anytime I wasn't using it, but I would get first dibs if I wanted to play or use my TV. I was also super accommodating by buying an extra controller, which I didn't need, and several kid-friendly games that they wanted to play. I eventually had to change the rule to only play when I was there because the 5 years.0 destroyed one of my controllers through spilling juice on it. This is where the drama started. They whined to my parents, who then ordered me to place the PS5 in the living room. I refused, stating that I had purchased it with my own money. This led to their argument that I have too much money and should contribute rent, utilities and food money. I called their bluff and said sure, draw up a contract and I'll get a lawyer to review it to ensure it complies with the Family Law Act. My dad then told the boys that he was going to buy a separate PS5 for the boys for Christmas, but the dude is clueless about the global shortage. Finally last night, after realizing that he had zero chance of buying one for close to RRP, my dad threatened me to either voluntarily give my PS5 to the boys for Christmas or he would toss it in the bin while I was at school. I was so pissed that I went on Facebook Marketplace and sold the PS5. The boys found out today and were devastated. I feel really bad because they shouldn't be punished for this crap show. My parents are in their room talking about me and I'm sitting here in my room. Am I the a-hole? How could I have handled this better?
My parents want my sister to walk down the aisle at my wedding first, so my husband pretends to go along. He gets them to pay for the most expensive wedding, and their plan is ruined. My parents loved my sister more. I don't mean in subtle ways, either. If my sister accused me of something, they'd believe it and punish me. If I accused her, they wouldn't believe me. Even if there were undeniable proof, they'd still give her a lesser punishment and try to find a way to scold me in tandem. My birthday cake had to be a flavor she wanted. Hers did not, and my parents always denied knowing I didn't like that type of cake. They always bought her a bit more than for me. We went to where she wanted, even if it was an event that should be about me. My sister grew up spoiled and didn't like me. She just used me as a punching bag. Eventually, my mom came to talk to me about my impending graduation. She told me that since they were paying for my sister's college tuition, they had no money to pay for mine, so it would be better for me to start working immediately after graduation and wait until my sister finished uni to see if they could afford something for me. If I decided to stay home, I'd have to pay for all my stuff, some of the bills, and rent. I pointed out I could get student loans. Mom said yes, except no. That is, because they were so caring towards me, and I had such bad judgment, they would decide if a college was worth my getting in debt or not. They had no idea about my grades and never believed in my capabilities. I never believed they would eventually pay it if I worked and waited for my sister to graduate. I had been preparing for college for a long time. I could barely go out. My friendships were slim, so I had a lot of time to study. I studied because I saw college as my only chance to be free. Well, the time came, and I worked my ass off and got a scholarship. Not anywhere like the Ivy League or anything like law or medical school, but it was a good enough course in a decent college with a full scholarship. Knowing my sister would hate it and try to stop me via my parents, I put my achievements on social media at the same time I told them. I even forced myself to thank them in the post. They weren't happy but couldn't do anything. College was my savior. I started being happy. I met my husband around this time. My husband is the guy who claps back immediately. He loves drama in that he loves to resolve it. He's the guy that if he doesn't immediately reply to a slight, you better start worrying because he won't forgive and forget. He's just doing something worse for revenge. When we discussed marriage, we decided we didn't care much about the ceremony due to our budget, as we'd rather spend on a dream trip to Europe for our honeymoon. We sent out the engagement announcement and the save the date for a few months later. At this point, my parents naturally demanded that they meet my man. My parents and my sister sat him down. After grumbling about not being okay with him, my judgment, etc., they proclaimed they would pay for my wedding. My sister would walk down the aisle at my wedding first, in a wedding dress. Their excuse was that it wasn't okay for a younger sister to marry first, so it was only fair if my sister had at least the experience of it. On my venue, with pictures being taken, and the dress, and she'd have a cake later, etc., he went back to my parents. He said he probed and thought I wouldn't be down with it. However, he didn't see the issue and, not wanting the family to fall apart, would be down to helping them do it. He pointed out I don't like conflict, so if I was surprised by it, I might not throw a tantrum in front of all the people. Thus, he suggested a compromise. They'd help pay for stuff. This way, I would feel even more pressure not to say anything, as not only would we be public, but I'd be grateful for the help they gave, which mollify me. And so began the months of deception, where my parents and sister thought they were tricking me, and my husband and I were milking them. How? Well, rather than pay for the wedding and lay low, my parents wanted input in everything. What we did was thus: we'd go, say, to check the drink and menu options. We'd then accept the lowest or second lowest priced option. My husband would then secretly take my sister there to try it out, then sigh and say it's a pity we don't want to abuse my parents' goodwill so we wouldn't get the best options. Cue my sister demanding my parents pay for the best. My parents would then tell me not to worry, and they'd pay for the most expensive. The same was done with the photographer. Flowers. My husband handed my sister a bouquet of the flowers we wanted, then sadly expressed how I wanted some other, tasteless flowers. My parents told me they wanted us to go with the flowers, and they'd pay for it. Wedding dress. We hit a minor snag here. My parents wanted me to wear a hideous dress, but he never told them we hired security. It was really funny. My husband and I, who had sincerely considered a courthouse wedding to focus the cost on our honeymoon, had this extravagant wedding and barely spent a dime. We called it back pay for emotional damages from my parents. Soon, the day came. The plan my parents/sister/husband had come up with was to wait until everyone was seated. Since the bride always comes out late, they'd have my sister arrive at that precise time and walk down the aisle. As the guests and my parents arrived, all they could see was a woman with a list of names to check. Only after my parents arrived and sat down did we bring out security. A guy that looked like a bodyguard. We told him not to allow my sister in and even agreed to pay a handsome tip if he didn't reveal we told him that. Soon, the time arrived. My parents got a text. My sister was less than 5 minutes away, so my dad told people to start. My bridesmaids had been told to follow his lead beforehand, so they obeyed without checking with me. After they all went down and took their places, my dad stood up at the entrance as if waiting for me. During this time, a friend who was not at the wedding party texted me to get ready. Well, as soon as my dad took his position, the bridal song started playing, and the doors opened. I come in. My dad looked aghast at me being there. He tried glancing behind me, but you couldn't see the venue entrance from where we were, so he couldn't see what happened to my sister. And then his phone rang. I saw the caller ID, and it was her. He just left me there with a mumbled. Something came up. There were gasps and confusion all around. The friend in on it loudly asked what happened. In a teary voice, I lied and said he told me. It wasn't supposed to be me there. The friend then loudly went, "What did he mean by it shouldn't be you?" So that as many people as possible could hear and spread it. Then went, "I will go and check," and ran off. We decided to do this to make her create hell with the security and stop my dad from returning and stopping the ceremony or something. At some point, my mom also left. At this point, my husband's dad quickly ran over and took my arm. He'd been forewarned he might need to. Watching him run desperately to me helped me smile. I walked down the aisle to whispers as people discussed what happened. Some left to check, too. When I reached my husband, though, all was well. He made me feel better. The following is the sum account from friends, family, the security guy, and my husband that I received afterward. My sister did arrive in a wedding dress. The security refused to let her in. The three naturally said it wasn't a secret and threw my husband under the bus. At this point, my husband was summoned. When he came over, He put on his best look of confusion and denied having ever agreed to something so ridiculous. When they insisted he did, he demanded proof, and of course, they couldn't produce any. My sister was screaming and crying and sat on the floor, kicking her legs like a kid, watching my parents and sister get ripped apart by anyone and everyone who came out to check. The drama was delicious. After years and years of being accused of stuff and not believed, to watch them have a taste was one of the best wedding gifts. My mother was crying. My dad kept changing from purple to white, and my sister was still on the floor, crying and screaming. They kept insisting that my husband was in on it, but people kept asking why my husband would agree, why there was no proof, and why they wanted my sister to do this to my wedding, and they had no good answer to any of it. Eventually, they were told to leave and had no choice but to do so. My dad had to drag my sister up as she refused to leave the ground. Of course, the three have tried to contact me since that whole thing. I've refused calls because my husband insisted on keeping a paper trail. It was a smart thing because my sister eventually messaged me. She blamed me for her humiliation and called my husband a two-faced snake that fooled them for months. My husband took my phone, screenshot the call logs, screenshot my sister's message, screenshot some messages of my parents demanding I pick up the phone, and sent it all to my family group chat. He wrote a message and said group chat begging my family for help, as I was now being harassed by them constantly. He begged his family to help stop them from trying to ruin my honeymoon now that they had failed to ruin my wedding. My family assured him they'd take care of it, and indeed, since then, we've had silence. All in all, while I obviously would have preferred to have a normal, loving family at my wedding, at least for once in my life, they not only failed to ruin something meaningful to me, but I got them back.
My parents want to give my sister the earrings that my grandma left for me after she seduced my boyfriend, so I stole the earrings back and paraded in the hospital while she was giving birth. I, 27, was in a relationship with a guy, 40. It was messy, we were on and off for almost 5 years. He was always clear he wasn't ready for a relationship and I was always clear I was madly in love with him. Every time I got tired of the situation and wanted to leave somehow he convinced me to stay, because love is free, we have so much time together. He wasn't ready to commit. I asked advice to my sister, 42, and she gave me some crappy advice like making him compromise, leave stuff at his place and basically turn him into a boyfriend until it was too late for him to say no. I never managed to do that because I wanted him to love me as much as I loved him, not trap him. During the last night I spent at his place he said he wanted to try something more serious with me, talked about some dates he planned, etc. only to ghost me forever. It was hard. This was the first person I loved and he treated me like crap. 6 months passed and my sister came home. We both lived with our parents, saying she wanted to introduce her brand new boyfriend. She had a ton of boyfriends but she said this was the one. It was a dinner only with my parents at our home so I was excluded and expected to just go out or chill in my room. The day came and while they were dining I ordered a pizza. I came downstairs only to find the guy I was with 6 months prior dining with my parents and sister. I was shocked but paid for my pizza and went to my room again to cry. After dinner was over I confronted my sister in front of our parents and begged her to not be with him, to be loyal to me, her little sister. There was no way she didn't know who he was. I had shown her pictures of him, his social media, where he worked and she even knew where he lived. They never met because he didn't want to meet my family, and never introduced his. But she knew who he was and she excluded me from that dinner because she knew. She said they met by chance after we stopped seeing each other. She knew how hard that rupture was, she knew how painful it was to not have even a closure. He just stopped replying, not even blocking me, just left me there wondering after 5 years. She knew that during those 6 months, I was still hurting. I know how it was my fault. I was too naive and thought that if I stayed long enough he would be ready for the relationship I wanted and would learn to love me. Stupid, I know. She defended herself saying it was a coincidence and chemistry was there. She loved him and she wasn't going to lose the love of her life. This stuff only happens once in a lifetime. When I was in my early 20s I would believe that. However now I know that there are 8 billion people in this world. There's no one love of your life. You can find the love of your life multiple times if look for it. My parents sided with her and said I should get over it since we never have a real relationship. 1.5 years had passed. I've been excluded from multiple family gatherings because he would be around and my family thinks I will bring negative vibes since I'm still bitter about everything. I have no feelings for him but I feel betrayed by my sisters and my parents. He is just pus on my eyes now. My sister is now 6 months pregnant. Due to her age she has been extremely pampered by my parents. She still lives at home and is going to move with him maybe 2 months after the baby is born. Then they're going to marry. I was planning to move already. I was saving money etc. I'm in the process of finding my own place. 2 days ago I received a call from my parents asking me to have a talk. I went to their house and they informed me that the diamond earrings my grandma left me would be given to my sisters. Those earrings have been in my family for 4 generations and before my grandma died she said the earrings would be mine and my sister would receive a gold necklace. Grandma trusted my parents with the earrings. There was no will or anything, she just asked to give it to me when I was mature enough to appreciate/take care of a family heirloom. Now my parents think since my sister is getting married first and is having grandma's first great-grandchild my sister should have it. I'm really mad now. They're robbing me of something my grandma left to me. I don't think my parents are evil. I think they were too worried my sister wouldn't marry due to her age and now that she's forming a family they want to reward her with everything. But I was the closest to my grandma. She made it clear the earrings would be mine, not my sister's, not the first one to marry or have a child but mine. After 2 years of being excluded in favor of my sisters, I gave the ultimatum to my parents. They gave the earrings to me as my grandma intended or I will cut them from my life forever. Not gonna lie, the idea of cutting my family off is too painful but I feel they already made me and still makes me so wrong. I don't want them in my life anymore. I feel a little shallow fighting over this but those are only things my granddad left, they are not entitled to them. Update, I went to my parents' house, opened the safe, took the earrings, and left. Then after that I went again, Told my parents I needed time to process stuff and be myself and gave them their house keys. Said I was leaving for good. There were some tears from my mom saying she couldn't believe I was such a bitter person. She raised me better. I was turning my back to my family over nothing, and finally, it was shameful that I would leave the family house without being married or anything. So it was never about me or her loving me or anything but social pressure to keep an outdated tradition. My dad was very neutral, gave me a hug and wished me luck. For 2 months nothing happened and I barely have contact with my family. Found a place to live, tried to heal, have real fun decorating my new home. Your normal stuff. And then everything happened at once. For those 2 months, my sister and mom never reached out to me. Only my dad sent a text once a week asking how I was and wishing I was doing well. And then my sister's boyfriend started to follow me on Instagram again. I found it weird, but anyway, after all, he's my sister's boyfriend. Then he started to like my stories and reply to them with heart emojis and looking good. This happened 3 times maybe. When I received the voicemail from my mom calling all sorts of names for going after a man that I knew was engaged, this was some kind of revenge over my poor sister, that I was causing her so much stress her blood pressure level was over the moon. I was an inconsiderate femme fatale and she raised me better. Later I learned through a cousin that my sister took her cell phone and found several conversations with several women including his attendants to talk to me, so of course she went to my mom crying about me trying to steal her fiancé. All messy tbh. Less than a week later another voicemail from mom asking me where the F were the earrings. She went looking after them and when she couldn't find them she decided it was me. She called me a thief, a disgrace, dishonored me and said they didn't consider me family anymore. I was dead to them, and she will be taking legal action against me. I had no option but to block her and my sister and other family members who sided with them. My dad later texted me to let me know my mom went nuts and they won't take any legal action. By the end of last month, my cousin texted me saying my sister had given birth to my niece. I know I shouldn't, but I did it. I went to the hospital with a gift while wearing my beautiful and fancy earrings. I was kicked out, of course, but it was worth it. I have no plans to see them ever again. Well, maybe my dad. Also, my cousin, big gossiper, that girl, let me know my sister is getting married in May so she will have her happy ever after all. But I'm also living my best life RN.
My parents wanted to reconnect because they are in a hard spot financially, so I exposed them to my brother and now they would probably die alone. I'm the last of 3 kids. I'm the youngest. I have 2 older brother. Of course, I wasn't wanted. I was an accident, and my parents never bothered to hide that from me. They didn't care about me at all. Ever since I can remember, they would hit me for any minimal mistake or throw things at me. They would never show me love. They didn't show up at any event, never bothered to help me with school homework. I had to wash my own clothes ever since I was like 8 and cook my own food. At first I would look at other families and wonder why mine wasn't like that, until I realized that it was, but I wasn't included. When I was 12, I realized I had to leave. I found my first job. I only worked 3 hours a day delivering newspaper, and I began to save that money to buy the things I needed. When I was 14, I found one that was better, one in a small grocery store that paid more for 4 hours, but I didn't quit my newspaper job. I was busy pretty much the whole day. My friends were the only one who knew about this. I didn't have love for my family, but I considered them my family. To this point, my parents stopped caring at all about me. I didn't even cross gazes with them and I spent my time on friends' houses, my job or the basement. I managed to save up quite some money. I bought a few things I needed, like a new smartphone and a used laptop. I explained my plan to my friends and well, when I was 16 they even gave some money and they told me to text or call them every day. I had to break up with my first boyfriend. I had to leave my friends behind. I still had a year left of high school, and I didn't have much money, but I still runned away. I admit, I stole some food from my parents' house, and I ended up on a small town in the cheapest apartment I could find. I got a job and I tried to survive, but I knew I couldn't stay there for long. I was a minor and people would start looking for me. A few months later, I ended up leaving that town too. I was 17 by that point, and I knew that once I turned 18, I'd be free forever from them. Same thing, I arrived to another town, got another job and once I turned 18, I decided to finish high school. Things were really hard, but I managed to get some new friends, a new boyfriend, let's call him Dean, and a better life than I ever had. Eventually, I chose to buy a small apartment with my savings. I got into a community college, studied a short career, got a good job and stayed in the town. Maybe I could have done better if I had a better family, but I don't, and I'm still happy with the things I made. Dean and I got married, and now, we both have good paying jobs and we're saving up for the future, since we want to have our own restaurant. With all that long context, I had been receiving calls from an unknown numbers for a couple of weeks. Calls I've been rejecting and not paying much attention to, but since I finally realized it's from the same number, I chose to pick up. I didn't recognize the man that was talking to me, but it was my older brother Ian. He asked me how things were going with me, and I answered that things were better than ever for me. He replied that he was glad to hear that. He then began to explain how my parents want to reconnect and they want to hear from me. I refused completely. I told him that they were dead to me, and when he kept insisting, I hang up. They have been insisting for months. I blocked multiple phone numbers, Instagram accounts, Twitter accounts and emails, but it's just not enough. They keep insisting. I put my accounts on private, but the phone calls kept coming. I ended up changing my number, and I haven't received anything since then. But my friends from home are now telling me that they're bombarding their phones with calls and texts. I know this could be over if I agree to have a meeting with them, but I just don't want to. It's a closed stage of my life. Am I the a-hole? Update, I ended up calling My older brother Ian and I agree in a meeting with him on a restaurant in my town. I went with my husband Dean and my best friend Anna. To my surprise, he didn't bring his parents. We talked and he asked why I didn't want to meet my parents, and after he insisted, I ended up confessing everything. He apologized for not being able to do anything about it since he was away and didn't think my parents would do something like that. I told him it wasn't his fault and I asked why my parents suddenly wanted to meet with me. He responded that he talked with them and they just said that they wanted their baby girl back and they didn't understand why I didn't talk to them, and I just told him that that can't be true. He ended up telling me he'll try to find out the real reason. Just a day later, Ian called and explained the real reason. After insisting, he managed to get the truth from them. They were in a hard spot financially and they needed a lot of money, and I don't know why. They believed that I would give it to them. Ian told me he was really offended by this, and he said he would be cutting them off for good, because now he's seeing who they really are, and he asked me for us to keep in contact, and I agreed. I chose to unblock my parents to send them a voicemail. I basically laughed at them for believing that I would give them money. I told them how awful parents they were and I send them an ironic good luck with their debts and with their lives, and I advised them not to fuck things up with the only kid they have left, and that they will probably die alone and everyone will find out how awful they are. I blocked them again, and all I know is that they listened to it and they were really angry. My friends from home are in the process of filing for restriction orders, and really fast, they started to get bad fame. Rumors fly in the towns.
My parents wanted to trade houses because I got a better one and stole my air conditioners when I refused to give them money, so I called the police and made them write an apology letter. I'm going to start by saying that if you have a house and don't have cameras, get cameras. I have some now, but I should have gotten them sooner. I live in a pretty typical manufactured home in Arizona. My parents also live in one just a few streets over. Despite our closeness, I'm VLC because they are just bad people. They treated me okay as a kid, but things changed as soon as I was in my late teens. I was expected to do more and pay my way as soon as I finished high school. That was fair. I was an adult by then after all. But my parents wanted a lot more in rent than what I'd have to pay to get my own apartment. I'd have had next to nothing left of my monthly paycheck if I'd given them what they wanted. So I refused to give them more than a fair amount, plus a share in utilities. And I started buying my own food as well. My father openly said this was not good enough, and my parents actually filed official paperwork to evict me when I refused to cater to their demands. I left home and got an apartment with my best friend. 5 years later and I bought my own house in a neighborhood not far from my parents. It's just a manufactured home on a small property, but it was so damn cheap that I couldn't turn it down. And my monthly mortgage isn't bad either. I even moved my best friend in to help me cover the bills. We were already used to living in the same space, and the house gave us much more room. I may even let another friend move in to get some more rent money for the mortgage because we've got one room that's actually left unused right now since the house is a 3-bedroom. My parents though somehow didn't like my independence from them. Did they want me to fail or something? I don't know. But the incident that caused the VLC was when they demanded I trade houses with them. Yes, you read that correctly. They actually wanted to trade. Their manufactured home is smaller and older than mine, and has one less bedroom, and their yard is smaller too. Not that either of us have any grass. It is Arizona after all. When they first saw my place, they looked pissed. After a couple more visits my father actually said it wasn't fair that I was doing better than them, and I was rubbing my nicer house in their faces. It's just an old manufactured home in one of the hottest states in the US. Seriously, what's to brag about? But I guess having something even slightly better than what my parents had irked them. And as I've already said, they actually demanded we trade houses because of it. My friend who lives with me literally fell onto the couch laughing when they said that, and I couldn't help but join in. My father said it was not funny, and to give him what he wants. When I recovered my composure, I said he and my mother were not entitled to my house, or anything I own for that matter, and then told them to get the fuck out. After that we barely spoke, and then the pandemic hit. Didn't really change my life much. I like the peace and quiet, and my friend knows to leave me alone most of the time. My father however got laid off, and he struggled to find another job. He ended up working in the local Mardo Walls for half a year before getting a better paying job. I did get a kick out of seeing him there when I was shopping for groceries. But as much as I hate him, I'm not gonna call him a bad employee. He actually did fine. But during that time he and my mother kept calling me and asking for money. And I know what y'all are thinking. Don't lend them anything. They didn't want loans. They wanted handouts. Why? Because they raised me and I owed them. I said if they didn't want the cost of raising a kid, they shouldn't have had one. A few weeks ago though my mother called me begging for money because their dinosaur of a window AC unit finally crapped out. I told them I was not giving them anything, and they were too cheap to replace that old AC unit for a long time, so I wasn't gonna buy them a new one. My mother then complained about how I have 2 in my house, and the least I could do is give them one. I then said that maybe if she and my father weren't always pissing away their money on beer and MJ all the time, they'd have the money to buy another AC. Then I said I wasn't giving them one of mine or any money. End of story. Only it wasn't the end of the story. A few days later I came home from work to find my house had been broken into. My front door locks were drilled out, and both of my window AC units were gone. Nothing else was stolen, but they went out of their way to make a huge mess for some stupid reason. Probably to make it look like a typical robbery or something. I knew it had to have been my parents and called the police. I told police that I heavily suspected my parents of the theft because they act entitled to my stuff, even though I'm a grown man that doesn't live with them. I went with police to my parents' house, and sure enough they had both my AC units going in their windows. When confronted my parents, They obviously denied the theft, then claimed they already own the AC units, but statements from their neighbors said otherwise. But my parents still denied the theft. I bought both AC units used online years ago, which means I had no receipts for them. So I figured my only option was to look for witnesses in my own neighborhood. And as luck would have it, a neighbor across the street has security cameras, and the edge of one of them caught just enough to see my parents showing up in my father's truck. My father could be seen walking with a cordless power drill in hand, and a few minutes later they came back to the truck with my AC units, then went back in to ransack the place. I'm guessing, with this evidence in hand, police had cause to arrest my parents. At first both of them acted like they'd done nothing wrong, but I convinced police to let me do the talking. I said they could either return the AC units to my home and clean up the mess they made, or I'd let the police arrest them both right there. They'd already stolen from me, lied to police, trespassed, vandalized my house, broke my front door locks, and there was video evidence of what they'd done. If I pressed charges, they were both going to jail for sure. My parents looked deflated, then asked for a moment to talk with each other in their bedroom. I heard a lot of shouting from both of them, and I could hear my mother yelling that my father was an idiot, and he was trying to blame me in turn. After about 5 minutes of that they came back out looking even more deflated and said they'll return the AC units and stop bothering me for money if I didn't press charges. I said they were going to clean up the mess in my house and buy new locks for my front door as well, and then I wanted written apologies from both of them on top of it. They begrudgingly agreed and even got a police escort back to my house. My father was forced to put the AC units back in my windows, and then left my mother to clean up the huge mess they made while he went out and bought replacement locks for my front door. He was gone about an hour and came back with a new stainless steel lock set to replace the knob and deadbolt. Then he had to help my mother finish cleaning. During this time I let the two cops just sit and watch them while drinking soda. They said it was very entertaining. After everything was cleaned up I gave my parents each a piece of paper and a pencil, then told them to write out apologies to me for what they'd done. My father looked especially pissed and said I was treating him like a child. I said he was acting like one, and never stopped treating me as a child either. This was just me holding him accountable, and I could have sent him to jail, but I felt like this was better for teaching him a lesson. He then kind of snorted and started writing. My mother wrote out a good apology, but my father's was pretty half-assed and passive-aggressive. But I didn't care. It seemed to kill him a little inside to have to do it, and when he was done he left without speaking to me. My mother said she was sorry, and she'd leave me alone, then followed after him. The two cops said they thought the whole thing was hilarious, and then thanked me for giving them an excuse to take a break while on the job before leaving. Not long after I shelled out to get some cameras for the exterior of my house, so if someone tries to break in again, I'll get it on video. I only have 2 cameras, but added a couple more fake ones that look real enough just to scare people off. I haven't heard a peep from my parents, but their next door neighbor told me they went and bought a new AC unit. Guess they had the money for one after all. Makes me wonder how high they were when they thought it was a good idea to steal from me.
My parents wasted thousands of dollars to host my ungrateful friend. All she did was act like a festering cockroach, so I left her stranded at the airport and let karma take her. My friend from high school has been down in the dumps for a while. It's her 3rd year of college, and while her parents pay for all her school needs and a little more, her reluctance to get a part-time job keeps her strapped for cash. This culminated in her spending all 3 of her summer breaks in relative nothingness. She's taking a gap year to stall out her senior year, and I offered to host her at my parents' house in my home country. She was ecstatic. I told her to bring enough money to be comfortable but not worry too much about food costs, as my parents can pay the bill. For some reason, she thought that this meant we would be paying for her ticket. Mind you, a ticket would have cost at least $1,100. Chaos ensued just 2 weeks from the designated time of her arrival, but she managed to cough out a ticket, courtesy of her parents. We're in the 3rd week of her stay, and it's been hell. I never knew anyone could change so much in 5 college semesters. Because we were long-distance friends, I never saw her behavior in the flesh. Let me just highlight some of the utter audacity of this beach. She's been avoiding doing the laundry and stuffing all her dirty clothes underneath the bed. At first, it was because she was too lazy to put her clothes in the hamper. My mom graciously does all our laundry, mostly because she's into fitness and a busybody. Then when it piled up, she got too embarrassed to admit it. I ended up doing the laundry for her. Her room is a mess from her nightly food binging, and somehow, she snuck alcohol bottles into the house. I'm well into my 4th gnat trap in her room because she can't keep her poo clean enough to avoid an infestation. She FaceTimes her cousin, best friend, or whatever in the middle of the night. Then, when she inevitably missed our agreed schedule the next morning because she was too tired, she lied and told me it was because the mattress was too uncomfortable. We went to a bar. She meets a local there and asks me to hang around the city while she dates him because she didn't want to be left alone. I told her to eat butt because I never agreed to be ditched like this, but I decided to stick around anyway because I still had things I wanted to do in the city. At night, I went to pick her up only to see that she had changed her mind and gone home with the guy she just met. Later, she told me she had lied to him, saying she had moved here. He didn't want a one-night stand with a tourist but an actual relationship. She just wanted free drinks and intimacy. She then mentions that she was getting frustrated because guys weren't approaching her when she was a foreigner. She's the same race as the locals, except with a darker complexion. Think French versus Portuguese in comparison. She's also doing substances, like the illegal ones. I don't know how she got her hands on those, probably from the guy she just met. She brought them home and tried to smoke out the window. At least the substances are gone from the house. I used cleaning the room as an excuse to flush it out. Parents bought us event tickets that were approximately $70 each. She decided to go to a club instead and wouldn't answer her phone when I was left blindsided. She agreed to go but didn't tell me she changed her mind. I lied to my parents because I didn't have the heart to tell my mom. I only went. She never tells us when she's hungover or whatever. She decides she's too wasted to eat only after my parents buy the food. Their parents asked her to be more thorough with scheduling because she kept canceling plans and sleeping in. Her response was to call my parents nosy and tell them to get off her back. Luckily, they didn't speak her language and didn't bother asking me what she said. They know she's a B. This isn't even all the things she's done so far. My parents have spent nearly $3,500 on her, including food and luxury trips nationwide. They were going to take us to get a full-course meal ranging around $150 and a trip to another country, but they canceled everything because of her behavior. Now she's asking me about these supposedly promised things to her, and I just told her that she's acting like a festering cockroach. I think she knows our friendship is over. She came out of the room yesterday after a day-long Sabbath, pretending to have starved out of stress. She has snacks stashed in her room, and when I peeked in to see wrappers on the floor, she slammed the door in my face so I couldn't see the mess. She claims that she's just depressed and didn't realize my family had all these Eastern rules that were too foreign for her comprehension. Rules like no shoes in the house and not turning the room into a pigsty. We both grew up in the same Western country, so these rules are too Eastern for us, which is new to me. This isn't even considering her family is also from an Eastern country. She sat me down to tell me we need to communicate better on what I expect from her since we're adults now, but I don't see why I need to communicate that she shouldn't be putting half-eaten ramen in the closet for 2 weeks. Anyway, I told her she could do what she wanted for the last week, and I'd stay out of her hair. She again asked me if we were going on that foreign country trip we initially planned for. I told her no, and she was sulking in her room again. Anyway, I have one more week with this parasite. Update: about 4 days ago, I went on a camping trip with the family. My friend decided to sleep over at her new not-so-one-night-stand's house until she left the country, most likely because she no longer felt welcome in my house. I told her we wouldn't be home, but she texted me while camping, saying she was going back home and needed the passcode to the house. There was no way I would let her in the house alone, so I ignored her text. She blew up my phone shortly after, including calls I can't even pick up anyway because it will bill me for international calls. Judging from her sporadic texts and calls, I can only surmise she got kicked out of her guy's house. Unfortunately, I only got her side of the story, but I suspect she either got too hung up on his substances and ignored him or grossed him out with her living habits. Did I mention this girl left vomit trails in the bathtub? Why doesn't she puke on the toilet? It was either that or she revealed she doesn't live here since she did trick him into thinking this wouldn't be a summer fling. I texted her back while coming back 2 days ago, telling her I didn't have reception, and she replied with a short okay. We let her in sometime in the evening because my parents were still willing to house her, and her way of showing gratitude was to give us the cold shoulder. She asked me to buy her dinner later because she was broke after affording a day at a hotel. I rolled my eyes and said no. She's not my responsibility. She comes out of her room later dressed like she forgot half her clothes in her room. I was in the twilight zone watching a 26-year-old woman wearing booty shorts and a small tank top with little duckies and ribbons. I gave her a weird look, and she told me she would ask my parents instead since they were nice and she was cute. I swear I barfed then and there. I guess the reception wasn't what she expected because my mom laughed at her when she saw it, and my dad looked disgusted. I guess she lost her nerve and didn't bother asking. She just casually grabbed some water and walked back to her room. I don't understand what her plan was. Did the shock of getting dumped by her fling make her think she could seduce my parents? This whole thing was so stupid. She just wanted to eat expensive food, considering you can eat a meal for less than $5 in my country. She lives in some fantasy world where she's entitled to things as long as she does some cliché main character stuff. She's been quiet after that, so I guess going through that mental trauma was worth it. She just left the house several hours ago. Because she's just been so out of her mind due to all the partying, she completely forgot it takes a good 1 to 2 hour trip to the airport, and she left the house in tears because she was late. She even had the gall to yell at me because I didn't remind her or reserve a bus ticket, and I told her she was 26, not 12 years old. If she can't figure out how long it takes to get to the airport ahead of time, then she's not mature enough to be doing substances. Lo and behold, she missed her flight and lost her wallet at the airport in the chaos. She only bothered to tell me about this because she wanted me to book a hotel for her while she figured that all out. She's out of my hair now, and I'll probably never talk to her again. It was so stressful initially, but towards the end, I just didn't care anymore.
My partner opened her son's room without permission and she went hysterical when she walked in on him and his girlfriend. But she flipped even more when I told her to get over herself. I have been dating my girlfriend Kelly for nearly 2 years. We are currently on vacation with her son Ryan, 23, and his girlfriend Emily, 23, as well as my niece, and her boyfriend. He's been dating Emily since high school. They lived together for 5 years. Ryan paid for his and Emily's portion of this trip. When we were planning this trip, Kelly said that Ryan wasn't allowed to share a room with Emily. I thought she was joking, but she was not. I know Ryan is intimately active, and I've known by word of his mouth since he was a teenager. I said fine, and the technical plans were that Ryan and my niece's boyfriend would share a room, and my niece and Emily would share a room. Obviously that room arrangement wasn't going to last. Everyone was fine with the technical room arrangement. The girls even had a slumber party one of the first nights. Ryan picked up that this was just to appease Kelly. I handed him his keys and said give the second one to whoever, and he immediately gave it to Emily. My niece did the same in giving her spare key to her boyfriend. This is exactly what everyone thought would happen. Anyway, somehow Ryan had left his wallet in our room last night. Instead of bringing it to him at breakfast or knocking on his door or even shooting him a text, Kelly used the key in it to walk into his room. She saw things she didn't want to see. To be fair, they weren't having intimacy. What was described to me was that they were both nude, covered up at least on their bottom halves, but they were snuggled up and he was running his fingers on her back. This sounds like how most loving couples are after having intimacy. She was in hysterics. She refused to come to breakfast. I told her that was fine, but she wasn't going to make this a big deal on our vacation. Emily very sweetly apologized to me and said she knows how Kelly can be, which frankly made me feel terrible. When I went to retrieve Kelly from the room, she was still in a mood. She expressed to me how upset she was, and I told her be thankful all she saw was the snuggling and not the actual act. That made her really upset, and I told her she was overreacting. Ryan is an adult who has been with the same woman for years. She has confided in me before that she doesn't like Emily, but frankly I've never seen her do anything wrong. She's a bit punky and Ryan is a bit more preppy, but she's a sweet person who cares deeply for Ryan and vice versa. She called me every name in the book when I told her she was overreacting. She called him a child and accused me of taking Emily's side over her. I'm genuinely concerned. I've even considered the possibility that she forgot to bring some mood-regulating medication because I have never seen her act like this, and I'm being shunned by her for being an a-hole. Currently we're all sitting on the beach while Kelly mopes inside. Update: I spoke to Ryan before anyone else, apologizing on Kelly's behalf. Since I've known him the longest of the young couple, I figured it'd be easier to talk to him. He was surprisingly understanding of the situation, and apologized back to me for starting this whole thing, which I let him know was a ridiculous thing to apologize for. Before I even had the chance, he himself brought up emotional incest, and said that that was something she was really bad about when he was a teenager and still needed to work on now that he was an adult out of the house. I spoke with Emily and the conversation went similarly. Ryan has always been very strict on his boundaries surrounding how his mother treats Emily, usually leaving her alone for a few days or weeks until she is able to be respectful towards her again. When I asked them both if they knew why Emily was disliked by Kelly, neither of them knew exactly. Emily did suggest that right before Ryan moved out, Kelly had walked in on them actually having intimacy. Her reaction was even more extreme than this one. They had just graduated high school, meaning Ryan was about 3 months from 19 and Emily was newly 18. This argument caused him to move in with Emily's family, which according to Ryan was extremely tough for Kelly. That event practically thrust her into needing to deal with her attachment issues and trauma, because Ryan told her he would no longer be in contact with her unless she started going to therapy and working on herself. The day of the post, Kelly was able to get an emergency appointment with her therapist. After that, she had calmed down significantly and I was able to actually talk to her. The first thing I asked was what the actual hell was going on. While her unhealthy attachment to her son is at play, she told me the situation was triggering and sent her spiraling, then referenced the circumstances regarding Ryan moving out, which we had never spoken about before. She has a lot of trauma surrounding being a single mother, and certainly has abandonment issues. Ryan's father was a brief, few-week fling who she thought would want to stay with her to raise a baby, and ended up leaving her alone. I decided to ask her why she disliked Emily. At first she said it was because she was loudmouthed and had Ryan by the balls. I told her to rephrase in a more productive was and she said she was opinionated and Ryan would move mountains for her. While I do adore Emily, she is certainly opinionated, but very intelligent and extremely respectful and polite. Additionally, Ryan hangs off of every word she says. He has told me himself that she's always the most interesting person in the room to him. That's not to say that both of them are perfect. In fact, I saw them bicker about a plate of fruit yesterday, but they are both great together. I told Kelly she should be proud that she raised a son that loves and appreciates his significant other so much that he has openly admitted that he would do anything for her. That lightened up her mood significantly. Funny enough, her therapist suggested she to talk to her primary care doctor or OB/GYN about menopause. Her therapist suggested her medication may need to be adjusted if that's the case, as the extreme reaction was frankly out of character, and there have been other mood-related issues she's been dealing with. Finally, Ryan and Emily had joined us in a conversation. It was filled with a lot of apologies, a little bit of tears, and a surprising amount of hugging. From what I gather, this is not the first conversation of its kind between the three. One thing that was spoken about was how Kelly ended up with Ryan's wallet in the first place. Ryan is not someone who forgets their wallet, or their keys, or phone, or any other personal item. There was a brief argument about whether or not Kelly took his wallet, but she denied this, and Emily suggested it just fell out of his pocket when he laid on the couch. The biggest topic of conversation was Kelly opening the door with no invitation. She was not able to give a rational reason for doing so, and finally agreed with Emily when she had said that Kelly just wanted to catch them off guard. Ryan also put Kelly in her place as far as boundaries go, which I have seen him to but before but I'm always impressed by, considering I remember when he felt like he had to just let his mom do whatever she wanted so that she was happy. Kelly accepted responsibility and spoke rather openly about her conversation with her therapist, which led to a lot of compassion and understanding from Ryan and Emily. Emily expressed her gratitude for Kelly accepting responsibility, and even suggested they get a drink together. It was generally agreed upon that this entire situation was ridiculous, and that everyone just wanted to enjoy their vacation. Kelly finally gathered herself enough to join us all for our vacation. I feel at ease knowing I can finally, actually relax. Since then our days have been filled with drinks, beach, good food, and naps, and I couldn't be happier.
My partner revealed that he is a MAGA supporter and told me that women are losing their worth the older they get, so I am calling off our engagement. My fiancé and I have been together since 2013 when we met in college. He struggled to get a well-paying job and during his long bouts of unemployment must have been radicalized to blame everyone else. I chalked it up to depression and tried to get him help with therapy. I paid for him to return to school to become a nurse too, but he still has not completed the prereqs after 7 years. He currently works gig jobs while I am a nurse in California making close to $400K a year working a full-time and a part-time job. I was hoping to save up enough to not have to work after having a baby since I cannot rely on him. We were planning to get married next year and wanted to try for a baby. He knows I am very liberal and all about women's rights. He never openly expressed support for MAGA itself until after Trump won and said Trump will help the economy and finally allow him to get a good job. I told him that it was the easiest time to get a job in the past 20 years in 2021, yet he couldn't. I am not giving into sunken costs and staying, and he didn't know, but he did make offhand comments before on women losing their worth the older they get, and I questioned him and he said it was a joke. The past week has been miserable listening to him talk nonstop on how great Trump is and how he will turn everything great again. I had it and gave him notice to leave by the end of the month, and we are through. He said it's unfair and told me it's stupid to give up on us over just politics. The very fact he said solidified the notion that he is so clueless and our values are too different. He will likely have to move back into his parents' home or be homeless since he makes less than $35K a year in the most expensive region in the USA. Am I the a-hole for throwing away my relationship of 11 years over politics? I wish politics was boring again. My pregnant sister-in-law keeps on asking me why I changed my name and she refuses to stop. Now they are all mad at me for making her cry. My brother is married to Haley and they're expecting a baby together. Last year I officially changed my first name from Evelyn to Indy, which was a nickname form of my original middle name. My parents gave in after realizing how serious I was about being Indy and how I was not warming up to or growing into Evelyn. My brother and Haley want an older/vintage name for their baby, and Haley asked me about 5 months ago why I disliked Evelyn enough to change the name. At the time she brought up how popular the name has become and how vintage is back. I told her I didn't like vintage names and to me it sounded really old-fashioned. I told her the popularity didn't influence my decision. She wanted to know my reason for disliking older names and why I liked something like Indy instead. I didn't mind her asking this first time. She brought it up again a week later and she asked the same question and pressed more for why. She asked a third and a fourth time. I gave her the same answer and asked her why she kept asking me. I told her my answer wasn't going to change. By the seventh time she asked, she admitted she was worried her baby would hate having an older name and wanted to figure out what she could do to prevent what happened with me happening to her. She also said she'd like me to rethink my name because she thought Evelyn was beautiful and she was sad I had chosen something like Indy over it. I asked her to stop so many times already, and I even asked my brother to stop her. He told me I needed to understand it was the hormones. I can easily say she has asked me this more than 25 times by now. I'm not exaggerating that number either. 2 weeks ago when she brought it up again, she felt like I had made a mistake changing my name and how 30-year-old me wouldn't be so against Evelyn. I told her 30-year-old me can deal with it if that happens. She told me I didn't really have a good reason to like the name and Indy seemed like the kind of name someone young likes, but not someone older. Then yesterday happened and I kinda lost my temper. She started out asking the same stuff and the baby is almost ready to be born, so I know it's coming to an end, but she asked me to really think about why and help her because she couldn't figure out what she'd do differently than my parents did. Then she said they really shouldn't have let me change my name so young. I snapped and I told her to stop asking me the same question because my answer won't change and her comments are not changing my mind because I don't like old-fashioned names. I told her I think they're awful and I'm sick and tired of hearing about how much better they are and having her try to make me find a reason she finds acceptable. I told her just like she hates Indy, I hate Evelyn and she needs to let it effing go already. She burst into tears and my brother got so mad at me. My parents were also like, why did I have to speak to her so harshly? Am I the a-hole? My pro-Trump neighbor parked their motorcycle in front of my driveway and is suing me for destroying it. My neighbor parked their motorcycle in front of my driveway and is suing me for destroying it. So me and my husband just moved to a really nice part of town because my husband got a really good promotion that came with a huge salary increase. For context, we have 2 younger children and one of them is still an infant. The one that is still an infant has a rare lung condition that requires us to visit the hospital somewhat frequently. And on some occasions we have to make emergency trips to the hospital. Now here is where that gets relevant. The house that we just moved into is extremely luxurious. We have a very nice yard, basketball court, and pool. However, there is one issue. Our neighbors. They are the most classic pro-Trump, conservative family. Even despite having a huge driveway, they don't have space, because they have 2 monster trucks and 1 normal car, as well as a motorcycle. On the first day that we moved in, I didn't know it at the time, but their youngest son was just months away from his 16th birthday. I received a knock on the door and it was my neighbor, specifically the dad. We'll call him Dad. Dad, good evening, how are you? Me, we're okay. I'm sorry I can't open the door, but my youngest came home from school with a sore throat today and so I'm not sure what's going on with him. How are you and how can I help? Dad, I'm sorry to hear that, I hope it isn't anything serious. We are okay. My son just turned 16 a few weeks ago and I'm sure you saw the new motorcycle we just bought him. Yes, I did. It's such a pretty big motorcycle. Does he like it? Dad, yes, he does. It's what he wanted so we got it for him. It is very big and that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I don't understand. Dad, we have been having complaints from some of the other neighbors that his motorcycle is so big that they can't get around it when they are driving through and we're afraid that it might get sideswiped if he continues to park it in the street. Yeah. I've had some intense moments trying to get around it myself, but I'm sure he will get better at parking as he gets more experienced. I'm not sure what this has to do with me, I haven't complained. Dad, oh, I know you haven't complained, which is why I was going to ask if he could use your driveway to park since you don't use it. Me, very stunned at this, I do use my driveway when I leave and come home. I can't get to my garage without using my driveway. Besides, I have issues with depth perception and your son's motorcycle is so big it will take up most of my driveway and I don't want to be responsible for any damage that might happen while it is on my property. Dad, well, we will make sure that he parks so that it will allow you to come and go without any issues. Me, that isn't possible. The only way he can park to allow me to get around him is if he parks halfway on my lawn, and that wouldn't work because then he would damage my lawn. If you are concerned about his motorcycle getting damaged, then why don't you let him park in your driveway and then one of your other smaller cars can park in the street? Dad, we've already discussed that and we would have to park 2 cars in the street in order for him to use the driveway. It would be very easy for him to park in your driveway and I can assure you that it will not be an inconvenience to you. You don't even use your driveway. Me, I'm sorry, but the answer is no. I'm not going to be responsible for his vehicle on my property and I need to be able to come and go without worrying about someone else's property. Dad, very upset at this point, you are not being very neighborly. I thought you were a nice woman. You don't use your driveway and this would benefit the whole neighborhood. Me, losing my temper at this point, listen, I told you no and I do use my driveway every time I pull into my garage and every time I leave. I'm sorry you don't have enough parking for all your vehicles, I'm sure it's frustrating, but it's not my problem that you decided to buy a vehicle that didn't fit your property. Now, while I also find it irritating to try to navigate the road with that motorcycle in the way, it is public parking and so I deal with it. I will not have anyone else's vehicle parking on my property. Now, if you don't mind, I have a sick kid and need to get back to him. Have a good day. With that, I closed the door and then looked out the peephole and saw him give me the bird before he turned to leave. I just shook my head and had to take a moment to understand that I actually just had that conversation. I then loaded my son up in the car and left to take him to minor emergency to get him checked out. All tests came back negative and I was told he probably had a run-of-the-mill virus and to keep him home and do self-care. Was told to bring him in if he got worse but not to worry. I went to work the next day and told my co-workers the story of my neighbor's request and they were shocked. I had one co-worker suggest that I send an email to my homeowners to explain what happened just to get it on record because it was such an odd request. I took her advice and typed up an email that day when I was at lunch and sent it. For those who want to know, it was just an FYI email, not a complaint email. It basically stated that my neighbor made a request to park on my property and when I declined, he got mad at me and I wanted it on record just in case anything ever happens. So very glad I did. So, Friday comes and my youngest son has been home sick since Tuesday afternoon. When I got home Friday evening, I checked him and he had begun to run a fever and was complaining of several other things. I had been doing self-care with him since Tuesday and he didn't appear to be getting any better, and started swelling up. The doctors informed us if this happened then we needed to take our son to the emergency room. So, I decided to take him back to emergency and loaded him up in the car. I opened my garage door and I was absolutely shocked to see that very big Ducati sitting in my driveway, blocking me. I can't describe to you how angry I was to see that vehicle sitting there. Now before anyone starts asking me how I didn't know it was in my driveway, it's because my street is very busy and cars are coming and going all the time and unless someone knocks on my door, I don't bother watching every vehicle that drives up and down the street. The only window that can see my driveway are the ones in my kitchen and I keep those curtains drawn and never look out of them. So, I get out of my car and stomp over to my neighbor's house and bang on their door. The mother of the house answers the door and this is the conversation. Mom, irritated and kind of angry, can I help you? You are interrupting our dinner. Me, your son is parked in my driveway after I told your husband he couldn't. I need to take my son to minor emergency and that motorcycle is blocking me in. It's at this time that Dad walks up behind Mom and proceeds to talk. Dad, he isn't blocking you in, you can get around him. Me, no I can't. You need to move that motorcycle or I'm going to call the police and a tow truck. I need to get my son in to see a doctor. Dad, turning to call for his son and then turning back to me, he's not blocking you but I will have him move it. Me, it doesn't matter whether you believe he is blocking me in or not. He is not allowed to park in my driveway. No one is allowed to park in my driveway and if I find an unauthorized vehicle parked in my driveway again, I'm not going to bother to knock on your door, I'm going to have it towed. It was at this time I saw the son arrive at the door with his keys in his hands and I turned to leave and head to my car to wait for him to move it and I heard him call me that famous B word every woman has heard at least once in her life. I ignored him and headed to my car and watched as he got in and after some effort finally was able to back out of my driveway and parked his motorcycle in the street a little way down the road. I was able to leave and take my son to the emergency room. But what my neighbors did next infuriated me to a point where I knew I had to do something. I would make sure that they would regret their actions. My psychotic dorm mate threw out my insulin pumps because she does not like the way they smell. At the start of the fall semester, I moved into my dorm room which is shared between me and this girl named Martha who is the grossest pig of a human I've ever met. For starters, we have been living in this shared room since late August and I have not seen her do laundry once. Her whole half of the room smells like the most intense body odor because, in addition to her refusing to do laundry, she also has a condition that causes her to sweat excessively and I see her shower only once or twice a week. She takes up so much space with all her junk because she is a hoarder and keeps nearly everything. There are soda cans stacked alongside her wall and the sink is constantly filled with her dishes. I tried to talk to the RA about this situation, but every time, they stood heavy on the point that re-rooming was not permitted until the following semester, so I just have to suffer for now. The other day, I woke up and saw a roach crawling across the wall behind her bed as she was sleeping, so I threw my slipper at it in an effort to kill it, and she had the nerve to yell at me for waking her up by causing a scene. I was enraged. I'm not an overly clean person to the point of being OCD about everything, but Martha always blames my sensitivity to her mess on me being OCD, and it drives me insane. To make matters worse, earlier this month, Martha adopted a cat and snuck it into our dorm room and has been forcing me to keep it a secret because she does not want to get kicked out of the school. When she brought the cat in, she never got it a litter box, so it had been using her clothing piles as its bathroom. It's absolutely revolting. I would snitch on Martha to the school for bringing a cat into the dorm in an effort to get her in trouble, but I also like the poor thing and don't want it to get kicked back out onto the street or put back into the foster shelter. I ended up buying the cat a litter box with my own money so that the cat could stop doing business all over the room, and Martha got mad at me for that and tried to claim that I was stealing her cat from her. Needless to say, this girl is crazy. Now for some context on what I'm about to tell you. I am a type 1 diabetic and have been my whole life, so I know how to go about things and take care of myself. I keep my insulin in the fridge because that is the way I've been storing it my whole life, and Martha has been made aware of this. Since the start of the semester, she's complained about my insulin taking up too much space in the fridge and freaking her out. She literally said I hate feeling like I'm in a hospital room every time I open the fridge. Like, girl. I wanted to tell her how much I hate feeling like I'm at a trap house every time I open the door to our dorm, but held back because there was no point in arguing with her. Earlier today, when I came home, I checked the fridge because I needed to replace my insulin pump and my shelf on the fridge was empty. I immediately felt lightheaded and sick to my stomach because I need insulin to live, and this stressed me out to my core. I was shaking and calling Martha to ask her if she knew where my insulin was, and she straight up said she threw it out because she felt like it was making the fridge and her food smell like antiseptic. I was at a loss for words. I yelled at her and asked her how on earth she had the nerve to throw my lifeline in the trash when her whole side of the room constantly smells like cat piss and body odor, and she acted like she had no idea what I was talking about. I ran to the garbage and checked to see if I could grab the insulin out of the bin and still use it, but she completely shattered it to the point where it was leaking out onto the floor. This was my last straw with this girl. I couldn't even wait one more month until next semester to change roommates, so as soon as I called CVS and got my pumps replaced. After explaining the situation to them, I called the head of the school and Animal Services as well to get matters settled. Animal Services said they would come for an inspection tomorrow, and I'm currently waiting for the residence director to come and see the squalor I've been forced to pay the school to live in. My pushy mother-in-law wants to see me give birth. I told my husband that the only way I would allow that is if he had a colonoscopy and let my dad watch. My mother-in-law wants to be in the room when I give birth. She is an unpleasant pushy woman, and none of her own daughters have allowed her near them when they gave birth. My sister-in-law are all at least 12 years older than my husband and are all done having kids. It is the last chance for my mother-in-law to see the birth of a grandchild. I have zero interest in letting that judgmental old woman see me down there. She has objected to me from the beginning because I have tattoos and am not in any way interested in being a stay-at-home wife. I have a lot of tattoos and a career I plan on continuing. And I have tattoos down there that are none of her business. My husband is her baby boy. He is a good husband and has stood up for me against her many times. When she tried to interfere with our wedding, he put his foot down. When she tried to convince him that we should move to his hometown where he could work from, but I would not be able to find an employer in my line of work, he said no, because my career is important to me. She has started crying to him that all she wants is to see a grandchild being born. All her friends have experienced it and she wants it. He is starting to crumble under her emotional blackmail. So I made it clear that the only way I would agree was if, before the birth, my husband made arrangements for my father to witness him getting a colonoscopy. He would need a ride anyway, so 2 birds 1 stone. He said I'm being ridiculous, but I said, none of my brothers would let my dad see them getting a camera shoved up their SS, and he felt left out. He finally understood my point, but his mother is upset that I used such a stupid comparison. She says that it isn't the same thing at all. I offered to change it to me watching her get a Brazilian wax and she hasn't called in a week. I know seeing a baby being born might be her dream, but I am not interested. My racist brother called my black husband the N-word. So my husband beat the poop out of him and I cut him off of my life. I have been married to my husband Mika for almost 9 months and he has always been a patient and happy person. But everything went south last Saturday night. Very big detail, Mika is black. My family and I are extremely white. They have no problem with me dating or even marrying him, but I have a younger brother, Wesley, who doesn't really like the idea. My brother has always been a little racist, but never enough where it was taken literally. That's why I never brought Mika around him, because Wes and his friends have a very bad habit of saying the N-word. Mika knew about Wesley's habit and said as long as he didn't say it to or around him, he didn't care. Fast forward to last Saturday night, my parents invited us to dinner to celebrate my cousin's pregnancy. It was at my uncle's house and all the kids were upstairs while the adults were downstairs. Of course, there were heavy drinks and my brother ended up getting a little drunk. Mika got up from his seat and went to get something to drink when my brother purposely bumped into him. Mika said excuse me, but Wes cut him off midway and said, "Watch your step, dumbass N." Everyone was taken aback by his disrespect and Mika lost it. He started punching my brother even when he started screaming and bleeding. Usually, I would stop macaw, but in this situation my brother definitely deserved it. My dad and my uncle spent 5 minutes trying to pull my macaw off. When macaw finally stopped, he kicked my brother one last time and then left. Everybody started babying my brother even though they said they didn't feel bad for him. When I saw Wesley's face, it was red, bloody, and extremely swollen. He can't even talk. My racist coworker is mad that I speak multiple languages and tried to report me to the manager after I got with her crush, but she failed and instead ended up getting fired. Plus update. I recently started working at a cafe to support myself through university, and almost everything is fine, but it's very obvious that my coworker Melanie doesn't like me. Her biggest issue with me is that I speak multiple languages and she hates when I interact with customers in their native language. Always saying something like, "Just speak English, they'll understand you," or "Why are you being so extra?" Even though I know it makes them comfortable when I speak to them in their native language. I come from Central Europe, and in my home country it is mandatory to learn multiple languages in school. I know English, Spanish, German, and Dutch, though my accent is very obvious when I speak. The town the cafe is in gets a lot of tourists, so I always switch to the language the customer is speaking in if I know it. This has never been a problem until Melanie heard me speaking in a different language and accused me of being spoiled and a privileged little white girl. She told me average people don't speak nor get to learn so many languages and that my daddy's money paid for it. I told her that my family is actually really poor and I never even met my father, but either way she didn't have a right to speak to me that way. She always tried to pick a fight with me over this, and when I asked a coworker of ours why she reacted that way, they admitted that they suspect she's racist since she said she felt cheated that I hadn't told her I'm Polish. Every chance Melanie gets, she tells me that it's disgusting how I am refusing to see my privilege and how I shouldn't be learning how to speak with local accents because it's verging on appropriation. I only ever saw her at work because I would never willingly hang out with her after everything she said to me, but one night I was invited to go out with my coworkers and I didn't realize that Melanie had also been invited. I tried my best to avoid her and just stuck next to Mark, one of my coworkers that I have a crush on. We were basically with each other all night and barely interacted with the rest of the group. Mark also speaks Spanish and I caught myself throwing in random Spanish words in our conversation. We laughed about how I sounded like a TV character who would say "ay caramba" out of nowhere, and I felt like we were really bonding over this simple thing. Dare I say, he liked me back. It wasn't until days later that I found out Melanie also had a crush on Mark, which would explain her actions throughout the night. We started playing games at some point and Melanie asked me about the languages I spoke. She pretended to be impressed when I told her and pulled out Google Translate of all things to ask me questions in the languages I mentioned. I answered every single one, and when she switched to Spanish, I saw a light bulb flicker in her head. I didn't know what that was about at the time, but it turns out she thought I was showing off by speaking Spanish to Mark and wanted to embarrass me. When I answered in Spanish, she stopped me mid-sentence and told me she couldn't believe how bad my pronunciation was. She laughed at me and tried to get others to join in, but it was just very awkward. She told me that after hearing my English, she thought my Spanish would be better. Mark and I just looked at each other very confused. I said my pronunciation wasn't wrong, I just learned Spanish by watching Argentinian soap operas and that's why my accent sounds the way it does. She told me to stop lying and to just admit that it wasn't good, but Mark chimed in and told her that I did in fact speak with said accent and it's not wrong, my Spanish was excellent. Melanie told him that he didn't have to pretend to not hurt my feelings and that I had to accept that I'm not good at everything. I was baffled. I burst out laughing and I could tell she was pissed. I said she shouldn't speak about things she knows nothing about and that she was being an a-hole. I went home after that and Mark actually walked me home. He kept my mind off the entire situation and just talked about random things. Talking to him felt so natural that I asked if he wanted to talk more in my apartment. One thing led to another and I can say for sure that he does like me back. The next day, Melanie came over to my house to apologize for her behavior, though it was hardly an apology. Update: there's a coworker at the cafe I work at named Melanie who's been incredibly racist to me just because I speak multiple languages, and on our recent outing with our other coworkers, she tried to make fun of me for my accent. Her plan didn't work and she was removed from several group chats the next day. Many of the people at our outing told me that they didn't like Melanie because she acts very entitled. Even though all of us are working to support ourselves, she's working to spend a little extra money on herself. Because of that, she thinks she's better than us, but when she realized that I was multilingual, she thought daddy's money paid for it and basically saw me as competition. She decided to target me whenever she could because of that and because she was jealous that I was spending a lot of time with her crush. When people took my side, Melanie came over to my apartment to apologize. She said that she shouldn't have tested me, but it's not her fault that I spoke too fast and with unusual pronunciation, so I couldn't blame her for thinking I didn't speak the language well. I couldn't believe that's what she considered an apology, so I just stood there baffled out of my mind. I could tell it annoyed her thought, but she continued to speak. She apologized again and asked if I could tell the others how sorry she was. I told her I'd see what I could do, but I doubt they'll forgive her. I guess this gave her the push to be bold, so she asked if I could tell Mark how embarrassed and sorry she was. I actually laughed out loud. I knew Mark heard everything she said because he stayed the night after our outing with our coworkers. I kicked her out and told her that her apology meant nothing and she was still an a-hole. Mark actually spoke to me in Spanish as I was closing the door, and I know she heard it. He told me that he wasn't going to forgive her. He also told me that since all of this started at work, I should tell our manager about her behavior because she's creating a very toxic work environment and she's difficult to work with. I took his advice the very next day and explained everything to our manager. She was very kind and actually witnessed some of Melanie's behavior firsthand, but never said anything since I never outright complained. I didn't hear anything about it until a week or so later when my manager came to tell me Melanie had complained about me. She tried to flip the script to make me look like the bad guy, saying that I was bullying her, laughed at her, and made everyone hate her. When Melanie heard my manager speaking in Spanish, she quickly accused her of discriminating against her. Melanie claimed that we were all ganging up on her because she doesn't speak Spanish and were bullying her for it. She jumped her butt off to that conclusion. Safe to say she was fired on the spot.
My racist neighbors are harassing us just because we're child-free. My husband and I thought we were completely overthinking, but turns out we were right all along. About 2 years ago, we bought our first house. We were really excited to leave apartment life behind. However, things didn't go as planned. It all began with our neighbors behind our house. They were mowing their lawn way over the property line, and they had a big dog that they'd let out without a leash or a fence. One day, their dog charged at our small puppy, and my wife had to step in to protect our little dog. The husband didn't help at all. So, we decided to get a fence installed to keep our yard safe for our pets. However, this made our neighbors very angry. They believed that children should be able to play everywhere, even though we never saw their kids playing outside. They started damaging our fence with their lawnmower and even threw trash into our yard. We couldn't understand why they were so mad until I overheard the wife talking to her mother. She said, "They don't even have kids. They took that house from a family who deserves it. Our house is small and not really suitable for kids, but it's perfect for us, our dog, and our 2 cats." We thought this was just their attitude, but then we began to hear gossip from a few other parents in the neighborhood. They were saying things like, "They don't have kids, so they don't belong here." It was mostly a few parents who had kids of the same age playing together. Some people can be judgmental, but most parents don't really care if you have kids or not, so we didn't pay much attention to it. Then, a few weeks ago, my husband and I were arguing while carrying groceries into the house. We were just frustrated with each other, and it wasn't a big deal. Suddenly, the police showed up at our door. Our area has strict domestic violence laws, so the police usually make an arrest when they receive a domestic call. However, it was clear that there was no danger in our situation. I went back inside, and we quickly checked our Ring camera's live feed, which caught the police officer's conversation. One officer said, "This was nothing. If my neighbors called the police every time my wife and I argued, they'd be here every day." A sergeant responded, "This was a huge waste of our time. I'm going to talk to the person who called. We should never have been called here. I'm tired of coming to this neighborhood." The sergeant went across the street, and we couldn't hear exactly what was said, but it was clear that he wasn't happy with the neighbors who had called. The husband started shouting, "We have kids. They shouldn't have to hear this." The sergeant said something that made him quiet down and then wrote him a ticket for making a false report. We were really upset that the police had been called to our home. We knew it could have ended badly for one of us, all over nothing. We talked to our next door neighbor, who we really like, and they were getting ready to sell their house. They told us, "Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but my ex-husband and I had problems with the same neighbors for years. We didn't want to get involved, but there's a group of parents who talk about you all the time and are trying to make you leave. They think you shouldn't be here because you don't have kids. We had issues with them because my ex-husband is black, and they didn't want black kids in the neighborhood. The cops used to be called all the time when our kids were playing outside, so the police know about these parents. Now, they give out tickets every time they're called, and it turns out to be nothing." We couldn't believe it. We had confirmation that there really was a group of parents trying to push us out, and they were also racist. Later that day, we saw the person who had called the police talking to our next door neighbor, who was furious with him. She said, "I've told you over and over not to call the police for every little thing. I have black kids who have black friends, and the last thing I need is a tragedy because of you. You called the police for nothing, and my kids could have been hurt. We're not sure what to do at this point. We're surrounded by mean, racist parents who seem determined to keep calling the police on us until we leave." This morning, we caught the neighbors behind us letting their large dog into our fenced yard to poop, which was trespassing. They left their dog in our yard and only came back inside when my husband confronted them. He called animal control and provided the Ring footage to the same sergeant who had come earlier. The police and animal control arrived, and the wife was caught trying to sneak the dog back into her house. My wife and I decided that the next time they call the police on us, we will provide them with the Ring footage of them letting their dog on our property. If the cops give us the choice, we will certainly press charges, and since they already have gotten ticketed for the false calls, we should have a strong case against them. My rich wife insulted me for bringing a cheap car. She said that it doesn't represent her lifestyle and I embarrassed her. This leads me to a decision. I met my wife when I was 15 in high school, she was 17. That latter part of my teenage years was probably the hardest of my life since in half a year I lost my mother. I never knew my dad, so she was the only thing I could consider family. At that time, me and my wife were only friends, but she was there for me and grieved with me. I think I started developing feelings for her during that time. We started dating when I was 17, and we got married 7 years later. For context, my wife was very frugal and unmaterialistic. She never cared about clothes, makeup, brands, and cars. Always spending money on thrift shops or during sales on whatever she liked. I remember trying to impress her with my 370Z just for her to react with, "What car is this? A Corolla?" So yeah. I think you get the type. But that's what I liked about her the most. And also, she was the most caring person I ever knew. In our family, she's the successful one, always working in big corporations. Regarding myself, I always worked as a community first responder for my local hospital. The salary wasn't high, but I loved my job, helping people as much as I could. Fast forward to 2 years ago, she received an offer from an important company for an executive position, offering 4 times her salary, and let me tell you, her salary wasn't bad by any means. But we should have moved to a different city. At first, I was doubtful, since that would have meant losing my job and not being sure if I could have contributed financially to our family for an indefinite period, but she said that she could have sustained the family effortlessly with this new job, and for that time I could have looked after the house and groceries until I could have found a new job. Since she was so enthusiastic, I accepted. I was happy to support my wife's career. Well, the best way I can put it is that my wife underwent a crazy transformation. Some Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde type thing, if you know what I mean. She started caring more and more about luxury brands, jewels, and cars. I don't think you can quite imagine my disbelief seeing her coming back home with a Versace bag after seeing her for years wearing $10 coats from our local thrift shop. She also started hanging out with her new female coworkers a lot. My wife isn't very extroverted or very social, so that was quite the shock, but I was very, very happy for her. I thought that she finally found her dimension after years of struggling. But that happiness started fading after she started coming way later from work every day. Until it was a miracle to be able to talk to her for 10 minutes a day. I thought it was very busy with work, since being an executive means lots of work, until she started posting lots of photos of her with her coworkers drinking, going shopping, and stuff. The fun part is that she never finds time to reply to my text, but she always has a minute to post photos. And when she replies, she says that she's working. She also literally stopped saying things to me altogether. Have you ever experienced your wife or husband going to work with an Audi A3 and then coming back home with a Porsche Macan GTS? Well, I did, and let me tell you. It's no fun. I confronted her on whether it was a business-issued car, which it wasn't, and then on why she spent so much money on a car when she didn't care even a little about cars. Her passive-aggressive response was that it was her money and that she was entitled to do as she pleases. Or have you experienced not seeing your wife or husband coming back home for a night and not replying to text just to receive a call the following afternoon saying that she forgot to tell me that she left for a business trip? Well, I hope you haven't. But the worst was when she invited me for lunch with her coworkers. I was very happy because that was the first time we were doing something together in months, and I thought that what I'd experienced before was only a phase and that it was all over. My wife left first because she had work to do, so I dressed up nicely and left 2 hours after the scheduled restaurant. For context, I sold years before my 370Z because I didn't need a sports car anymore, so my daily driver is a very frugal Renault Clio. I like it, and since I don't need that much, I don't have reasons to upgrade to a pricier model or brand. Well, I get to the restaurant, park my car in front of it, and get inside just to see my wife staring at me horror-stricken. She gets up from the table and takes me outside of the restaurant, then proceeds to literally insult me for parking my Clio in front of the restaurant in front of her table, saying that I embarrassed her and that I should have parked it somewhere hidden. I was completely at a loss for words. I asked her why, and she said that it was a cheap, non-luxury car, not representative of her lifestyle. She then gets back inside the restaurant, warning me not to embarrass her like this again. I attended the rest of the lunch in shock. That day I realized that the girl I had at my side wasn't my wife. It wasn't the girl I married anymore. My wife is now out of the house, celebrating a great year for the company, and I'm here at home writing this with the divorce papers in front of me. My ridiculous neighbor gave me a list of rules that she wanted me to follow in using my pool. I feel like this is insane, it's my pool, and she's acting like she owns it. So, I, 34, live in a suburban neighborhood with a decent-sized backyard and a pool. I've always been friendly with my neighbors, including Karen, mid-40s, who moved in next door about a year ago. She seemed nice at first, but as time went on, she started to show her true colors. Over the summer, Karen started coming over with her kids, asking if they could use the pool. At first, I didn't mind because I was usually outside anyway, and the kids seemed to enjoy it. But soon, things got weird. Karen began showing up unannounced, sometimes even when I wasn't home, and I caught her using the pool without my permission. One day, I came home to find Karen and several of her friends having a full-on pool party in my backyard, complete with snacks, music, and pool floats. I confronted her, and she acted like it was no big deal, saying, "Oh, you weren't using it, so I figured it was fine." I told her politely but firmly that she needed to ask before coming over and that I wasn't comfortable with her just assuming she could use the pool whenever. Karen seemed annoyed but agreed to follow the rules. Then, last week, she took things to a whole new level. Karen knocked on my door with a typed-up list of pool rules that she wanted me to follow. Her list included things like, no swimming after 5 p.m. because her kids have a strict bedtime, no loud music when her family is outside, mandatory weekend access for her and her kids, but only for their exclusive use. I thought she was joking at first, but she was dead serious. I laughed and told her there was no way I was following any of her rules for my pool. Karen got angry and called me selfish, saying that I was ruining the neighborhood spirit and being unfair to the kids. Now, she's been spreading rumors to other neighbors that I'm a bad guy for not sharing the pool. I feel like this is insane. It's my pool, and she's acting like she owns it. Am I the a-hole for refusing to let Karen and her kids use my pool after she demanded I follow her ridiculous rules? Quick update, just to let everyone know, my backyard fence doesn't have a lock. I've taken your advice and purchased one from the store, and I'll be installing it tomorrow. For those suggesting I get a camera, I already have one, but it's not pointing directly at the pool, more to the fence entrance.
My roommate has been eyeing my boyfriend ever since, and I think she's taking a shot by spiking his drink. Now she's ruining my reputation after I stopped her evil tricks. I feel guilty for suspecting her, but my gut is screaming at me about her being the culprit. So I wonder if you guys can give me an opinion? She has expressed attraction toward my boyfriend. She knew him before I did. He is her brother's best friend, and liked him first. I remember her talking about him endlessly before I ever met him. Although I found him extremely attractive when I met him, I had no intention of pursuing him because my roommate liked him. He chased me, and I gave in when he told me he had never been interested in my roommate. I consulted friends before, though, and they told me to go for it. I asked my roommate, too. At the time, she gave me the green light because she claimed he had too many bad traits anyway, was a player, etc. She said these things. It doesn't mean he is. On my birthday, everyone bought me shots at the beginning. I stopped accepting them after a while because I could only handle so much alcohol. Some time passed, and another shot came my way, and my roommate insisted that my boyfriend would accept it in my honor instead. So he did. He is 190 centimeters and doesn't get drunk easily. I remember him saying he would not drink too much because he wanted to take care of our group. But after this shot, it seems that within 20 minutes or so, his demeanor changed a lot. My roommate offered to take him back to our hotel. The club was in the same building, so I could continue to be with my guests. I wanted to come with my boyfriend, but in the noise, crowd, and other people telling me to stay, I got pulled away. I changed my mind, though, even in my drunk state, it stayed on my mind that my boyfriend was not acting himself, and a few minutes later, I followed them up. She kind of jumped when I opened the door to the suite, but she didn't get away from my boyfriend. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, and the roommate was standing between his legs, holding his face and talking to him, making him look up at her. He seemed very impaired. Most of his shirt was unbuttoned, his shoulder was bare. I asked her why, and she said he was burning up. This looked really suspicious. I said I think someone gave him a substance. This isn't a normal drunk person. We called the ambulance because he was starting to go unconscious. I have not outright said my roommate drugged him, but she would have access to substances from her friends in the clinic she works at. I told her that what I saw at the hotel was extremely suspicious and weird. I said this calmly and without direct blame, but she exploded and told all our friends I was a bad person. Ada, would you not find the situation at the hotel strange? I didn't say, you drugged my boyfriend. I said, I found it really strange the way you were with him in the hotel, especially the way you had undressed some of his clothes. I feel so confused. I am not the type to accuse people, and I'm not a person who enjoys being confrontational or stirring up drama, but I can't help but feel something is wrong here. My boyfriend does not really remember anything after taking the shot, and it was confirmed the drink had a substance in it. Update: I moved out of the apartment I shared with my roommate. It was the best thing I could have done. She convinced our entire friend group to turn against me. She also spread a rumor that my boyfriend came onto her at my birthday party and I am taking his side instead of the victim's side. This never happened. It is absolutely not true. We never got CCTV proof of her driving my boyfriend. We made a police report, and the case exists, but we received no updates in months. Because of the lack of evidence, it's likely going to get dropped. She has friends who work at the bar we went to, so the spiking of the drink may have been done at the bar before the drink came to us. We only have CCTV of the drink when it got to us, and some other footage that is totally useless. A friend of mine who works with her said she is part of a shady group chat, and based on the rumors the friend has heard at the workplace, it all points to her being the type of person who would do something like this. Sadly, I have no evidence, and no friends, lol. But those people I called friends weren't true friends in the end. The world is unfair, and some people get away with everything while bullying others. It's not much of an ending. Maybe this was also not worth sharing, but I just wanted to vent a little. Thanks for letting me do that. Be careful with your drinks. It's usually people close to you that do this.
My roommate has been opening credit cards in my name to pay her own rent. I never thought I could be the victim of such a specific scam, especially because my roommate and I are childhood friends. My roommate and I are both struggling college students. I go to school full-time and I have a waitressing job on the weekends. About 4 months ago, my roommate lost her part-time cashier job and told me that she had got a part-time job working from home instead. I remember being very happy for her since it had always been kind of hard for her to hold down a job, and I thought that working from home might be a great option for her. But the thing is, I think working from home made her an even lazier person than she is by default. Don't get me wrong, I really liked my roommate when we were growing up, but I don't think she is a very organized or responsible adult. We've only been living together for 7 months, but she always pays the bills on time even though she's constantly saying that she doesn't have money and she needs a better paying job. Ever since she got the work from home job, she spends a lot of time in her pajamas at the apartment, and I think that she goes days without even going outside sometimes. Anyway, I probably should have been more suspicious about her alleged work from home job when I literally saw her in pajamas every single day. But I just convinced myself that maybe she was only getting dressed and putting herself together when they had work meetings, and then she changed right back into her pajamas. Thinking about the mental hoops I was jumping through to try to convince myself that she still had income coming in astonishes me now. Yet there was no way I could have known the actual truth behind her financial status at that time. It all came out when I came home early from my shift the other day and walked into my bedroom to find my roommate rifling through my mail. I thought this was incredibly strange since she was usually very respectful of my privacy and my things. But she made a gasping noise when I interrupted her and clutched a stack of my envelopes to her chest. I asked her why she was going through my mail and if I could have those envelopes back please, but she just seemed frozen up and tried to leave my room while still holding the envelopes. I followed her into her room and demanded the envelopes this time. That's when she started crying and handed them over. As I looked through the envelopes, I realized that they were all credit card bills for cards that I had never opened. I was so confused, and it looked like most of the cards were about to be maxed out, none of them over 4 months old. My roommate was just crying and apologizing at this point, and I asked her what the hell was going on. She didn't say anything. She just said that she knew that she had messed up and that she was sorry, and that she would find a way to pay me back. At this point I started to understand what was going on. She had opened credit cards in my name without me knowing. Of course, this was hurtful to discover since she was my childhood friend at the end of the day, but I only became angrier when I looked into the charges on the credit cards. It turns out my roommate had been using the credit cards that she opened in my name to pay her rent since she lost her job 4 months ago. So basically, I had to learn that I've been paying both of our rents. I confronted her again and told her that I was going to have to sue her because there was no way I could pay all these cards off on my own. That's when she started to get super upset and admitted to me that she had lost her job 4 months ago and she had lied to me about her having to work from home. She kept crying and saying that she had absolutely zero income and that if I sued her, then she wouldn't be able to financially recover for years. Even though she had totally screwed me, I still felt sort of bad for my roommate, but I told her that I had been paying her bills long enough and that one of us was definitely going to get financially screwed and it wasn't going to be me. My roommates and I made a terrible mistake letting this guy move in, and now I'm desperate to get him out of my life. I live in a 3-bedroom apartment with usually only 2 other people, but recently one of them asked if a colleague of theirs could move in for a month or 2 and set up in the living room. They said that he was willing to pay rent and would be out as soon as possible. We all agreed, because the sound of paying less rent for a bit sounded nice, and none of us used the living room anyway. As soon as this guy moved in, he became a huge problem. He'd leave piss on the toilet, leave dirty cups and plates all over the place, played music on his speaker at all kinds of hours, and in general was just a mess of a person. I couldn't even walk into the kitchen without him trauma dumping his entire life on me. I just nod my head along and slowly walk back to my room. He was, in general, exhausting. We bought him a curtain to set up along the living room wall so he'd have some privacy, but he never put it up. This was a problem because the guy insisted on sleeping naked, and he'd never put on boxers when he went to the bathroom. Eventually we put the curtain up for him because we were sick of getting flashed all the time. I personally hated the dude because one day he randomly decided my dog preferred him to me. He kept trying to take her for walks without my permission. He tried to get her to sleep with him at night, which never worked out because she prefers her crate. When we had our daily training session, he'd interrupt and tell me I was doing everything wrong and insist on taking over. It was actually a bit funny when he would randomly try to prove he could handle her better. She tends to follow me around the house, so when he'd see her he'd order her to sit, stay or come over to him, which she never did even once. She tended to ignore him, and I don't really blame her since he smelled so bad. Finally rent day came. We usually pay $900 each for rent, but we told the guy from the start he only had to pay $400 each month since he didn't have his own room, and we understood he was saving up for a place. Of course, he only handed over $200. He said work was tough and he'd pay us back in payment plans to make up for it. My roommate, who was in charge of the bills, said it would be fine and he'd cover for him until he could pay him back. I didn't hold my breath. It only got really bad the very next week, when this dude messed up twice in very big ways. The first was when my roommate who handles the bills brought his new girlfriend over for the first time. She seemed like a nice girl and she even offered to cook dinner for all of us, which I thought was sweet. In came the mess of a man, drunk and shirtless, who saw the girlfriend and immediately made a dash for her. He was all up in her space, and made a lot of comments about her body. My roommate didn't seem to care, so I stepped in and told him he needed to give her some room to breathe. He shoved me in the chest and started yelling at me. He went on a rant about how I thought I was better than him because I could afford food and a car and he couldn't. He said I'd never understand the trauma he went through growing up with parents who didn't care about him, and how no one wanted to give him a good job. I legit looked this man in the eye and told him he had no right to assume his life was more difficult than anyone else's, that he knew nothing and needed to stop the woes of me act, because it did nothing but make him seem like a moocher for attention. At this point the girlfriend just grabbed her purse and left. I really don't blame her. I tried to leave myself, when the guy physically stopped me and asked if I wanted to fight. I turned to my roommate that had invited him here, and told him to do something about this drunk mess because I wasn't anyone's parent here. My roommate went over and talked to the guy, and he calmed down. By the next day it seemed like he either forgot, or was pretending the previous day hadn't happened. I couldn't tell you which. Then 2 days later I came home from work to find vomit throughout the house. At first I thought it was the dude, but then I saw my dog in my bedroom throwing up. I got really worried and rushed her to the vet. I texted my roommates to ask what happened, and one texted back saying the guy woke up and found spilled dry spaghetti noodles all over the floor. I told the vet and they said she was probably just dehydrated. They did some tests, and ended up pumping some water into the back of her neck to help her rehydrate. They said she looked like a camel with the bump for a while, but that it would go down and help her. I brought her back home and found the vomit still there, so I cleaned it up. I went to the others and asked who the hell left a box of spaghetti open, where my dog could reach it. The mess of a guy said he had left the pantry cabinet door open, but it wasn't his fault, my dog was so badly trained. I effing lost it. Our pantry door closes automatically. The only way my dog could have gotten in there was if it was propped open. I ran forward to punch the guy, but was stopped by my 2 roommates, who told him to take a walk so they could talk to me. As soon as he left, I told them I wanted him gone. He was a disgusting slob who did nothing for himself or the house, and hadn't even paid rent. He harassed the girlfriend earlier, and now it seems like he poisoned my dog. They agreed with me that he needed to leave. My roommate who brought him here apologized about ever bringing him into our lives. We settled on him having until the end of the month to get TF out, and that he still owed us rent. My roommate in charge of the money offered to tell him, and I agreed. Only the next day, that very same roommate asked for us all to gather to talk to him, only to find out he did not stick to the plan. Apparently the guy gave him a whole sob story, so he told him he could stay for an entire extra month after the end of this one, and he didn't have to pay any rent for past or present time he stayed here. I was so angry I burst out laughing. Like, I couldn't breathe type laughing. I told him absolutely not. The only reason I agreed to let this guy stay here was so I could have a break on rent for a while. Now, thanks to him I owe hundreds of dollars in vet fees, and gained my own kind of trauma from dealing with his sorry butt. I am not okay at all with allowing him to stay longer than ever agreed upon, plus I'd have to pay a regular amount of rent while dealing with his bull? No, not happening. My roommate turned to the other one to back him up, but surprisingly he agreed with me. He said he regretted ever bringing the guy up, and he should have been kicked out a long time ago. The only reason he thought it was a good idea from the start was for the lower rent cost for a bit. I told my roommate he needed to either go back and tell him the actual deal, or he'd be paying for the guy's portion of rent on top of his own, because I would only be sending him the amount we agreed to when he moved in. He tried to argue with us, saying it wasn't fair to place him in such a bad position. I told him, you did it to yourself for falling for a sob story from a manipulator who literally harassed your girlfriend. He told us once again the entire situation was unfair. I told him, I absolutely agree. So not only will I only pay the agreed upon amount, but I will be minusing the cost of the vet bill as well for my rent, since you clearly want to help this man with his financial issues so badly. I just got up and left. My other roommate shrugged, apologized again, and walked away too. When rent time came I ended up paying him only the agreed upon amount, not minus the vet bill, as I thought that was going too far. I wrote a note and attached it to the guy's curtain that he has only 7 more days to leave or he'd find all his stuff on a curb outside. 3 days later the guy finally left. None of us have interacted with one another since. We're all still pissed at one another and I don't know if that's ever gonna change. My roommate's ex-wife demands that we give her the house that I solely bought. She took us to court but the judge ruled that she's ridiculous. Plus all updates. I have been living with my roommate for about 3 years now. We've been great friends and have had a fantastic living arrangement. He's going through a rough divorce with his ex-wife, and I've tried to be supportive. Fast forward to yesterday. His ex-wife shows up at our doorstep unannounced and demands that we hand over the house to her. Yes, you read that right. She claims that since she married my roommate, she has a right to the house, which is currently under my name. Her audacity took me aback. I told her that the house was mine and that I wouldn't give it to her just because she was going through a divorce. She started getting aggressive and accusatory, saying that I was just trying to screw her over and that I was not a good friend to my roommate. I lost my cool and snapped at her, telling her she needed to respect my property and boundaries. I told her that if she continued to harass me, I'd have to involve the authorities. She stormed out of the house, leaving me shaken but relieved. Aita for snapping at her? I felt justified in defending my property, but I could have handled the situation better. Update 1. Well, she's taking us to court. I just received a summons in the mail, and we're scheduled to appear in court in 3 days. She's suing me for the house, claiming she has a right due to her marriage to my roommate. I've spoken to a lawyer, and we're preparing for the worst. Has anyone else had to deal with an ex-partner's craziness? Any advice would be appreciated. Update 2. Court prep is going well, but I'm getting anxious about everything. My lawyer says we have a strong case, but you never know what will happen in court. I've rehearsed my testimony and gathered evidence to prove the house is mine. My roommate is super supportive, but I can tell he's stressed about the whole situation. 2. His ex-wife is just being ridiculous, claiming that she helped with the down payment, which is a total lie, and that she's entitled to half of the property. Update 3. Today's court hearing was a total circus. The ex-wife showed up with her new boyfriend and her lawyer, who seemed like he was straight out of a bad 80s movie. They presented their case, and it was just a bunch of nonsense about how she emotionally supported my roommate during the purchase of the house. The judge seemed skeptical, but you never know. We presented our side, and I think we did a good job of showing that the house is mine. Now, we just have to wait for the judge's decision. Update 4. We won. The judge ruled in our favor, and the ex-wife's claim was dismissed. We're both breathing a huge sigh of relief right now. The judge basically said that the ex-wife had no legal claim to the house and that she was just trying to take advantage of my roommate's good nature. I'm so glad this is over, but I'm also a bit annoyed that we had to go through this ridiculous ordeal in the first place. Update 5. I'm still on cloud 9 after our court victory. My roommate and I celebrated with a nice dinner and a few drinks. It's amazing how much stress and anxiety can be lifted off your shoulders when you finally get a positive outcome. I'm just glad that justice was served and that we didn't have to give in to the ex-wife's ridiculous demands. Update 6. My lawyer called me, and the ex-wife is appealing the decision. I'm not surprised, but I'm still annoyed that she's unwilling to accept defeat. My lawyer says we have a strong chance of winning the appeal, but it will be a longer and more expensive process. I hope the appeal court sees sense and upholds the original decision.
My roommate's girlfriend tried to frame me for stealing and get me evicted, so I staged my greatest revenge and got her dumped. 7 years ago I moved into a 4-bedroom house with 3 friends. I was the only woman among 3 dudes. During the week, Jay and I would eat breakfast together before he went to bed and I went to work. About 5 months into the living situation, Jay met Karen and started dating her. He brought her to one of our game nights to introduce her to us to get a feel for how she'd mesh with us, and all was fine when she thought I was only the girlfriend of another roommate. Because we were playing in the dining room right by my room, Karen saw me go into that room to grab a sweater early in the night. Then she saw my roommate, the one she assumed I was dating, go upstairs to grab his phone charger. The entire vibe changed, and she started to ask me who I was dating. She was floored when my roommates confirmed I lived there. I had my own room, and I wasn't dating any of them. She saved face and said she was just surprised I'd want to live with 3 men, and we moved on. Cam, the owner's son, and I were the only ones who realized Karen saw this as a problem. After that, she started coming over right after I got off work and only left when Jay went to work. If I came out of my room to the living room, she'd ask why I was out there. If I was going to the kitchen, she would remark that I was being disrespectful to her and Jay and interrupting their time together. If I was talking to Jay when she got there, she'd practically grind on him and shove her tongue down his throat. She even complained that I was ruining the mood for doing my laundry. Jay had made it clear that he knew she was being a problem and had started pushing for them to just chill in his room. Unfortunately, she used the opportunity to make some of the worst adult films imitation noises any of us other roommates had ever heard. We laughed it off and just left those two alone. After a couple of weeks, she had gotten drunk before Jay went to work and we insisted she stay in his room and sleep it off. I literally brought her food and Tylenol because the girl was going to feel like hell in the morning. The next morning, Jay came home and started making breakfast for me and him when Karen came down and just started screaming. She woke the other 2 roommates up. She accused Jay of cheating, accused me of having relations with all the guys, and then made the dumbest statement possible. She demanded I pay Jay back for the food he was wasting on me. Cam and I had a come to Jesus talk with Jay. We both told him if she couldn't deal with me living there, then she could no longer come over. Jay asked for a week to figure things out, trying to claim she was just caught by surprise when she saw him making me breakfast and not thinking clearly. We gave him a week. In that week, mysteriously the grocery jar was getting raided. We all noticed and talked about it. We noticed my clean dishes were appearing, still clean, in the sink. Little things were disappearing from common rooms and weirdly appearing in my room. Karen was being sweet. She was not exactly covert. Cam and I knew she was sowing chaos, but, being curious where this was headed, we just watched. After a week, Cam gets a call from his mom asking if I had been going through something lately. Apparently a concerned party had sent her picture after picture and story upon story about how I was trashing the house and stealing. Karen expected this to get me in trouble. Lucky for me, my landlord was actually worried I was not doing okay and wanted Cam to help me get through it. Cam told me and I started planning my petty revenge. The first thing I did was eliminate the grocery jar. We had a jar in the kitchen we all would throw spare cash in, like $5, $10 at a time each. That was for common groceries. I split up what was in it evenly between the 4 of us and told them that because of the raided stash, I felt it needed to go away. Karen didn't like this, but when asked why she claimed it was rude for me to make a unilateral decision, Cam backed me. The battle was won. Then I started hanging with Cam in the living room every day. She complained, but Jay told her it's our house and we can do as we please. When she would go to the kitchen, one of them always asked what she was doing in our fridge. She stopped going in our fridge after 2 days. The weekend was here, and we knew Jay had an extra overnight shift and Karen was planning to stay in his room so they could hang out the next day. Cue my biggest petty move ever. That Friday we hung out in his room, right next to Karen's. We made a bit of a show when Jay left and acted like he could not know that Cam and I were hanging out alone in his room. This caught Karen's attention. We started shaking the bed. 2 nerdy people hip thrusting the end of the bed to give the illusion the spicy thing was going down is quite awkward but oh so entertaining. Within minutes we got a text from Jay asking what we were doing. Cam replied playing video games. After 10 minutes, we stopped the bed shaking and actually did play video games, on mute. When Jay demanded a FaceTime session, he saw exactly what he needed to see, me beating Cam in Mario Party. We cycled through this for a few hours. After a while, we decided to put the finishing touches on it. We made a big deal about me needing to go to my room before Jay got home, and Karen took the bait. We could see the little bit of light being cut off in the slightly open door by her watching. Cam and I stage kissed, and I headed to the living room. Jay came in 10 minutes later to find me watching a movie, normal for me, and asked what was up. I told him I'd been up playing video games all night with Cam. He tells me Karen claimed we were doing the nasty and I told him we didn't. He goes to bed. The next day Jay calls a house meeting without Karen. He tells us she's making claims of us having a relationship and hiding it from him. We say she's full of it. We tell him about the frame job she tried to pull, how she went to Cam's mom to get me in trouble. Jay asked our other roommate if he heard anything from the bedroom. Bro doesn't even flinch and says I heard me calling Cam her beach and the usual Mario Party poop talk. They weren't banging. Jay asked about the grocery jar. We all told him we suspected Karen. The next day he broke up with her for trying to turn him against us. He called her a liar and a thief. A few months later he dated another girl. She was awesome and they're married now. I was a bridesmaid. But the absolute best part, Karen being one of the wait staff and seeing Cam with his wife and me with my fiancé, telling them the story of how we once dry humped a mattress fully clothed to get back at a thief. Yes, Jay knows the whole story, and he didn't mind at all.
My rude coworker belittles our achievements and shouted good riddance when I resigned, so I torpedoed his marriage and entire career. So to preface, I know I'm something of a Nepo baby, but it is what it is. My mom is incredibly successful in a very niche, but very lucrative field of business. This allowed my dad to be a sod and for me and my siblings to get a good education. When I graduated from college I decided to go into the same field as my mom. While I love her and our relationship is good, I very much did not want to only be viewed as her kid, or receive special treatment due to how well regarded she is. So I used my dad's surname, and generally keep who my mom is to myself. I also avoided coming to work for her. In my field and country it's generally accepted that people are hired for a trial period, at the end of which either the employee or employer can cut ties with no fines or compensation required. So anyway, I went to work at one company. Again, I'll remind you, very niche market, very few employment opportunities. I went in for my trial period and everyone seemed pretty happy with me. I put out some fires and one superior describes me as a workhorse because I'm first to the office, last out the door. It goes pretty well, except for one colleague in my team. This dude is a huge jerk. I'm a bit of a people pleaser and try to be on good terms with everyone, but jerk will have none of it. Dude is incredibly rude. He keeps being very confrontational. Like if a colleague was getting any sort of acknowledgement, jerk would belittle them and their accomplishment. If someone was saying they had a rough time with something, jerk would pop up going, "Oh yeah, I did that a while back, it was super easy." Whenever someone tried talking about future plans with me, jerk would go, "Oh yeah, we'll see about that." He also apparently says some very unkind things about my appearance and masculinity, but those at least he had the decency to say behind my back, I suppose, and I only learned about them later. Like dude was incredibly mean, for apparently no reason except trying to make himself look better by making everyone else look worse. This one thing wasn't true to me specifically because I'm male, but his meanness seemed to apply especially to women. A few comments were about how working in this field isn't for moms and they should be raising kids or whatever, and some other very bad stuff. But management seemed pretty content keeping him around because apparently he was a pretty good worker and they liked that he was ambitious. Fine, my trial period ends. I am offered a permanent position, but decide this is not the place for me, as I don't love being anybody's workhorse, and have very little interest in sticking around in jerk's vicinity. I respectfully inform them I will not be sticking around and go find work elsewhere. On my last day I come to say goodbye. Management says they're sorry to see me go. Colleagues wish me well and say they're gonna miss me. Jerk goes, "Ha, told you op wasn't gonna stick around. Good riddance, maybe this field isn't for you either." Very loudly. I leave. I'm not very confrontational and I don't have to deal with him anymore anyway, so I just go. Some time goes by. I am now employed elsewhere. I'm happy and doing well. I love my work and my colleagues. I've been promoted, and I don't really think about jerk anymore. Except, apparently there's a relative influx of applicants from jerk's company. Whatever, my boss knows I did a trial period over there, so whenever an applicant comes up, he asks me about my experience with them. There are very few people I dislike, so when asked, I usually give my honest opinion, which is usually very positive. But guess whose application we suddenly receive? It's jerk. My boss asks for my opinion, and I say, look, I have personal feelings about this person, and I can't be objective. Boss, knowing just how positive I usually am about basically everyone, asks me what's up, and eventually I tell him everything. Jerk, obviously, doesn't get hired. I assume that's the end of that. Few days later we have family dinner. My mom goes, "Wait, you had a trial period at that company, right? Do you know jerk?" Well, my mom knew there was a person I really didn't get along with at that company and the crappy things they did. I tell her it was him. Obviously, she ain't gonna hire him either, especially given his views on women. So my company ends up hiring one of jerk's company's former workers. Me and her are on great terms and this is how I discover what happened there. Jerk got promoted and that made a bunch of people want to leave. This caused management to look into why strong applicants were leaving after their trial period was over. Turned out it was jerk. Someone had a talk with him and from what I gather he was not receptive to criticism. He was let go. This is when he applied to the company I work for and to my mom's. From what I understand he no longer works in our field. There are, as I mentioned, not many employers around, but unfortunately I have no idea what he does do. Update, a lot of you were very curious as to what had actually happened to him. So, I reached out to some friends. He's still a doctor, obviously, but he just went into another specialty, which given how long he worked to become chief resident is telling. He does okay probably? The reason for the update, it turns out I know his wife. I like his wife, she was a year ahead of me in med school. Got curious so I texted her. Turns out she's not actually his wife anymore, she's his ex. They got divorced. Had coffee with her, still a lovely woman. Anyway, I didn't have anything to do with his firing, but after he was let go, presumably quite unamicably, he decided to move abroad after not being able to get into another department here. This didn't come to fruition but it did cause a rift in their marriage, which then led to divorce. So, maybe I kinda torpedoed his marriage too? My school trip ended up in literal poop. My school decided to get extra fancy one year and set up a trip to Spain as part of an immersion experience at the end of the semester. We had a bus ready to take us around the attractions, which were mostly museums and restaurants. In our free time, each student was allowed to explore for a few hours as long as we also held a GPS device for the teachers to track us. The trip was actually pretty relaxing and entertaining, but the ride to and from was dreadful. The bus ride on the way back was expected to be 6 hours of driving with only one bathroom break, and that's without traffic. The first hour was easy, but by the next hour, I was bored out of my mind, when I noticed one of the quieter weird girls crouched over holding her stomach. She seemed in pain and was breaking out into visible sweat. I looked around to see who could help her out, but all the students were fast asleep. I walked over to Mrs. Clark's seat, nudging her a bit before asking for her assistance. Unfortunately, we were a bit slow in our help and the girl let out a groan before pulling her pants and underwear down to take a large watery dump on the floor of the bus. The students that were awake started screaming at the sight and smell. The ones who were asleep woke up and checked around to see what was going on. In a matter of seconds, the bus went from quiet to full-on chaotic. The nearby students got up and squeezed into a seat far away from the scene. Eventually the smell hit the entire bus, making Mrs. Clark order everyone to pull the windows down to let in fresh air. And throughout all of that happening, the girl didn't stop releasing her bowels all over the floor, which started to slide around under other seats because of the movement of the bus and the curvature of the road. Mrs. Clark asked the driver to finally pull over to let everyone out while the girl finished her business for another 15 minutes. A few students threw up on the side of the road. The others were calling their parents to explain the situation and asked to get picked up. I was just silent and shocked. My mind kind of hadn't caught up to all that happened. Mrs. Clark eventually stepped off the bus to check on the other kids before calling an ambulance and a backup transportation to pick everyone up. After a few minutes, the emergency team showed up to pick up the girl who looked pale, dehydrated, and in pain. But the absolutely repulsive smell that seemed to follow her made several of us gag in response. After several more minutes, a borrowed bus arrived to take us home, but this time, none of us could fall asleep. Everyone remained silent and traumatized all the way back. At home, I washed my hands and body for an hour, obsessively cleaning every time I recalled the event. I couldn't find the energy to eat that night. The next day at school we received news that the girl is in recovery for something called Whipple's disease, something that she most likely got before the trip because of her visit to her family's old farm. I don't really remember the full medical details, but because of the experience, me and everyone there at the time in the incident planned to never get on another bus again. I mean, if you were me, would you? My selfish sister hid my mom's affair for extra cash and got disowned by dad and me. Years later her fiancé invited me to their wedding and she's pissed. 11 years ago my mom Jan had an affair that ultimately ruined my life. My sisters Kat and Sam knew about the affair but they never told our dad because Jan's affair partner bought their silence. I was a little suspicious that something was happening because Kat would always bring about her designer bags even though she didn't work and neither of our parents gave her that much money. My dad eventually found out about everything, as did one and one was fully on my dad's side. He divorced my mom and disowned my sisters. I cut contact with them as well and my dad and I have both had pretty decent lives. He remarried to a great woman and they had a daughter together who I actually see as my sister. Now, I got a Facebook message from Kat's fiancé introducing himself. I was confused but curious so I decided to reply to it. We were having a decent chat until I asked why he had contacted me. He disclosed that Kat told him about me and why I cut them off. It piqued his interest and he wanted to know me a bit. I thought that was weird because I have never talked about Kat to any of my friends or the people I love. She's nobody to me, not even worth thinking about or mentioning. Through that bit of drama where I told him a bit about my side of the story, we actually found out we had a few things in common. I wouldn't say we bonded but in different circumstances, I think we would have been good friends. Well, he surprised me by asking if I would like to come to the wedding. I politely told him no as I don't think I am interested in that given I have nothing to do with all of them and it would only cause problems. He told me he understands and to let him know if I changed my mind, which I said I don't think I will but we can be Facebook friends as long as we don't talk about the women in my family. We talked a decent amount since then but things took a turn when I got an angry message on Facebook from a random account. I found out Kat had created a secondary account to blast me about ruining her relationship. She sent me a paragraph full of insults and how I was ruining her relationship with her fiancé because I couldn't keep my mouth shut. I thought that was funny because she ruined a relationship because she kept her mouth shut. But I just told her fiancé what happened, I didn't exaggerate anything, and if it's causing problems in their relationship, then he sees what an awful person she is for not telling my dad about the affair. I didn't tell her any of that though because I was so over the drama. I just blocked her account. I did text her fiancé to find out what happened because he hadn't told me anything about Kat as per my request. He informed me that he called off the wedding with Kat after Kat blew up against him for talking to me. He also said for now he is taking a break to assess whether he wants to be in this relationship. I said that I don't appreciate being blamed for this and he was confused so I showed him the screenshot of Kat's message. In hindsight, that was probably not a good idea but I didn't think that through in the moment. Hours later, I got a call from an unknown number and I regretted answering because Sam was on the line. She didn't even let me get a word in or a chance to hang up before she went off and blamed me for ruining Kat's relationship with her fiancé. I lost it right then because I was tired of being blamed for everything when it's not like I was whispering words in her fiancé's ear telling him to call off the engagement. Again, we don't even talk about Kat. Sam told me I shouldn't have accepted being friends with him in the first place because he is Kat's fiancé first. I called her stupid and that's when I heard Jan yelling at me to shut up because I am still ruining their lives even after I have cut them off. I ended the call immediately but then I received a long message from Sam's secondary Instagram account calling me the worst brother ever and how she is glad that I am not her brother as well. She blocked me when I replied but I decided I had enough. So, I unblocked my family's number, created a group chat with them all in it, and unloaded all the things I kept in myself for 11 years, calling them names, telling them they don't deserve happiness and they will never ever get it no matter how well off they are now. I told Kat that her fiancé deserves someone better than her and I hope he dumps her permanently. I told Sam that her OnlyFans is fitting as she has always had no potential other than to be promiscuous, but she can't be blamed fully because she learned it from the best person, which was January. As for Jan, I said that I will always be a living reminder that her actions in the past will always prove she is a horrible person. I told her that no matter how much self-healing she does, she will come across me or hear about me and knowing her own flesh and blood has thrived without her will always make her feel like a failure. Once that was sent, I blocked them, deleted the group, and went back to normal. Kat's fiancé messaged me the next day telling me I have apparently caused some ruckus because Sam reached out to him asking him to forgive Kat. She sent him the message I sent in the group, hoping to get some sympathy, but he apparently told her he is not getting involved and his only issue is with Kat. I did find out though that Jan threw away all my childhood photos that she kept. Kat and Jan got rid of anything that reminded them of me and asked Sam to do the same. Sam was a bit more reluctant because she felt that it was unnecessary to delete the childhood photos of us as kids, but Jan had a total breakdown and told her it's either her or me. Sam followed suit when Kat told her I was never coming back to their lives and it's best for them to accept that I am dead to them as well. I found that to be incredibly dramatic, but Kat was always a drama queen.
My suicidal husband made me choose between letting him have a girlfriend or divorce. I kicked him out of our bedroom and filed for divorce 1 week later. We got a not-so-classic shotgun wedding to give ourselves better chances of receiving custody of his half-sister when their mom suddenly passed away. Despite only being 20 and 21 years old, we did receive full legal custody over her absent father. This information sets the tone of our relationship with the sacrifices we made together and the things we each had to give up personally to raise this beautiful little girl. Years later, we still haven't had any children together. His sister is now 17 and moved in with an older, more financially privileged aunt last year. Over the past year of this newfound alone time, I feel like we have flourished with each other personally and as a couple. We never fight, arguments are rare, and we are pretty good at coming to an understanding or apologizing when necessary. I feel we had a pretty healthy relationship. I also receive flowers no less than 10 times a year and we go on little vacations together. We were happy until these past few months. I guess a bit of the spark was sputtering out for a while, but I feel like that's normal for a relationship as long as ours. My husband seems like he has been depressed because of the timing of losing both his mom and dad in the same year. It's October and the holidays are coming. I know that it's tough for him, so I get it and try to be there. He had previously planned a suicide attempt because of family issues before we met, so I take his mental health very seriously. But one day, he sits me down to have a serious conversation and starts it by saying he wants to open up our relationship. I felt my heart drop to my stomach but stayed silent and let him talk. He doesn't go into why, just jumps right into rules and explains how he wants me to find someone first before he starts looking for someone himself. When I asked him why, he couldn't explain it and fumbled his words. I asked him if he already had someone in mind for himself, and of course, he denied it. I couldn't help it, I blew up. This proposal blindsided me. I slept on the couch after my outburst, and he didn't even try to come after me to explain anything, which kind of made me feel worse. I had never felt so unwanted in my life than in that moment. I have never given the impression that I was the kind of girl to be open to that kind of relationship. I will never judge anyone for wanting to live that kind of life, but it's just not for me. He went to work the next day, but I had the day off and thought about my situation. After crying for hours, I realized that this was the end of our marriage. Even suggesting an open marriage was a deal breaker for me. While he was still at work, I moved all his stuff out of our bedroom into his sister's old room. Technically, a spare room now. When he came home from work, he insisted that we discuss his proposal. After talking through more of why he wants this, I've come to realize several things. He is way kinkier than he lets on and is disappointed with our bedroom life. He knows I'm not on the same level and doesn't want to push me past my boundaries to try things he knows I won't like. When I asked how he knows I won't like to try these new things, he explained they are an escalation of things he already knows I'm not down for but won't go into specifics. He also is unhappy with how infrequently we have intimacy but has never really put an effort to change anything regarding it. Just complained over and over and expected me just to be ready to do the deed any minute of the day. And because we got married so young, there are a lot of things neither of us got to experience or try, mostly sexually. He is mourning the loss of his young 20s and never getting to sleep around to explore his kinks. Part of the rules he explained was that we wouldn't technically be sleeping around with whoever we wanted. He called it an open marriage but described it more as polyamory, where we would each have a boyfriend or girlfriend of our own with whom we go on dates and do things together. Someone we were each allowed to love and be with sexually. An emotional connection was pivotal for him, which broke my heart to pieces. During our talk, I told him I would never be able to look at him the same. I would never be enough for him, and he was basically trying to get a pass for guilt-free cheating in my eyes. I told him it sounded like he wanted to be with someone else without ever leaving the comfort of his marriage. Knowing he could date around and not worry if those relationships would fail because he could just come home to me. He tried denying these things, saying he wanted to explore himself sexually but didn't want to lose me in the process. He tried getting me to agree to marriage counseling to talk about the open marriage concept. I told him that just proposing an open marriage was grounds for divorce for me, and I wasn't willing to go to a counselor for them to gang up on me or bully me into trying it. I know in reality that never would have happened, but emotions were high at the moment. Because I told him I could never see him the same and how badly this crushed any self-confidence I may have had, he doubled down. He said if we go back into a relationship and pretend this never happened then he would end up cheating on me. For him, it was open marriage or nothing. I chose nothing. Divorce papers were filed exactly 1 week later. He was very hurt and angry that I could jump right to divorce and kick him out of our bedroom so fast. But I refused to be a second choice or have to fight for his attention.
My sister-in-law demands that we do not post our wedding photos with her on it or she would put us on blast, but now she's fuming because I cropped her out. My wife and I recently got married, and it was amazing. The wedding was on a riverside farm, so we had photo shoots outside on the fields before the ceremony. We started taking photos around noon, and my sister-in-law was one of the bridesmaids. Sister-in-law has always been a negative person since I met her, always trying to make small judgmental comments, while my wife is an incredibly kind person. They have very different personalities, so I never questioned why they aren't close and assumed that sister-in-law was included in her group of bridesmaids to appease my wife's parents. Because sister-in-law and my wife have never been very close, she was at the end of the line of bridesmaids and usually was at the edges of group photos. While taking the photos, sister-in-law was the only person complaining about the sunny weather and how her dress was absorbing heat. I don't know much about dresses, but it was about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Most people in the photoshoot group ignored her comments, and it wasn't an issue for the rest of the day. We got the photos of both the shoot and the ceremony from the photographer 3 weeks after the wedding. We promptly sent the photos to the people in the photo shoot and told them we planned to use them on social media. Most people thanked us for the photos, but my sister-in-law called my wife and was very angry, yelling that she looked like a fat pig in every photo she was in and demanded that we not use any of the photos with her in them. For context, sister-in-law is bigger than my wife, but not to an extreme extent. She doesn't look unhealthy, and I've never heard her of body issues before, but I admittedly wouldn't know much about it. In the wedding photos, she really doesn't look any different from her normal self. My wife tried to reason with her, saying she looked just as pretty as everyone else, but sister-in-law did not want to hear it. She reiterated that if we used any photo of her on social media, she would never speak to us again and would put us on blast, whatever that means. My wife was really hurt by her sister's outburst, and I was very bothered that she thought she could tell us what to do with our special moment. Here's where I may be the a-hole. I decided that if she had such a problem, she didn't need to be in the photos. I cropped her out and posted those versions to social media. I thought it would be fine and easy since she was at the edge anyway. After posting, she then called me even angrier than before and accused me of trying to erase her from the memory of the wedding. I told her I only did it to accommodate her wishes while also getting to use our own wedding photos. Sister-in-law hasn't talked to us in a week. My wife's parents are mad at us for upsetting sister-in-law. While my wife is on my side, she thinks I could have been more mature about it. I don't think I did anything wrong and accommodated her already unreasonable request.
My sister-in-law interrogated me about my past at our anniversary party, and now she's expecting me to apologize for humiliating her. I am married to my husband and we recently celebrated our 7th anniversary. I adore my husband's family. They're so lovely and warm to me. I came from a very different place, none of which I remember fondly. A lot of the things I went through have left me with severe emotional and psychological trauma that I'm in therapy for and have been for about 4 years now. The only problem is my husband's youngest sister, who I'll call Kim. Kim is nosy. She always feels she needs to know about every aspect of a person's life. She targets this behavior towards me since I'm very private, especially about my past before I met my husband. I don't like talking about myself for very personal reasons, but that doesn't stop her from asking uncomfortable questions. Her parents and siblings have tried to talk to her about this, but it doesn't work. Normally, I can brush off her questions, but this time, I feel like she went too far. My husband and I had a small party for our anniversary Saturday. Kim was there, and she decided that she'd had enough of me ignoring her. During dinner, in front of everyone, Kim loudly demanded to know why I refused to talk about my past or my family. Why was I keeping so many secrets from them? Why won't I talk? She wouldn't let up. My husband, their parents, and our friends all told her to back off and sit down, but she wouldn't. I lost it. I got up and got in her face. I made myself just as loud as her. I told her she's not entitled to my past or my trauma. She doesn't need to know what happened to me, that she had no right to interrogate and humiliate me in my own home, and that if she couldn't act like an adult, then she needed to leave because I wasn't going to put up with her. I think I genuinely scared her. The entire room went dead silent. She tried to talk again, but every time she did, I cut her off and told her to leave. She finally left. The rest of the guests also left not too long after since the mood was pretty much ruined. As soon as everyone was gone, I broke down. My husband held me and comforted me as best he could. He told me how proud he was of me for standing up for myself, something I've had trouble doing in the past. The next morning, I woke up to texts from Kim and her parents. I hate confrontation. My husband helped me go through them. Kim said that I made her look like a bad person for just being curious, and she expected an apology. My husband's parents, thankfully, were more understanding. They agreed that Kim had been the one in the wrong for starting with me, and I had every right to defend myself. My mother-in-law thinks I could have handled it better and not stooped to Kim's level. My husband says I don't have to apologize since Kim was the one who did the wrong thing. My husband's parents said they talked to Kim, but we haven't heard anything. I'm really anxious. Am I the a-hole for not wanting to talk about my past? Update. So, we usually spend Christmas with my in-laws and my husband's siblings, but after the anniversary dinner, I didn't feel comfortable being around Kim for a while. My husband understood, and we talked to his parents. They agreed, and we went over to their place on Christmas Eve instead so it would just be us. It was a nice evening. The trouble came the next day. My husband and I decided to just stay home and have a nice, lazy day and together. Around noon, my husband got a call from Kim asking why he wasn't at their parents' house, and they would start opening gifts soon. My husband explained that we spent Christmas Eve with them and chose to stay home today. Kim got upset. She said this wouldn't happen if I just stopped being weird and talked about my past. Here's where things get difficult. My husband got angry with Kim. He's one of the very few people that I have opened up to, and he's pretty protective of me because of it. He told her my not talking wasn't the problem, but her nosy behavior was. If she would just leave me alone, there wouldn't be an issue. That her attitude was the reason we couldn't get together and have fun. She just wouldn't let it go. He even told her that until she could grow up and respect my boundaries, she was going to see a lot less of us, which really upset her. I could hear her crying before my husband hung up the phone. We cuddled the rest of the day. I love my husband so much, and I'm really grateful he has my back. Kim has been posting about people not wanting to be honest and hiding dangerous secrets. It's a little scary. I don't understand why she's doing this.
My sister-in-law is throwing a baby shower for me, and she wants to give me back my family and invite my nightmare step-siblings. Now she's losing money because I told her to cancel. My husband and I are expecting our first baby in a few months, and my sister-in-law offered to throw us a baby shower. I was really in love with the idea and accepted, and then my mother-in-law got involved. But my sister-in-law disrespected the one clear boundary regarding the baby shower that I had, and she refuses to let it go despite being told by not only me, but mother-in-law and my husband as well. She insisted that my half-siblings should be invited, as well as finding bio-family from both sides and inviting them. This is an absolutely never thing for me. I did not invite them to my wedding, and I have not seen or spoken to them in several years. But she's going extremely hard on the but family argument. Background: I'm an affair baby. My father cheated on his wife and I was the result. His wife kicked him to the curb and he and my mother stayed together. I was born and they did not take care of me, and when I was 3 I was removed from their care by CPS. None of my biological family wanted me. My mother's family were supposedly good Christians who couldn't stand the thought of an illegitimate affair baby, and my father's family were not in the position to take care of such a young child. My father's ex-wife ended up taking me. I'm not sure why. The fact she was paid to take care of me was possibly the reason. I do know is I was not loved. My half-siblings ranged from 11 to 17 at the time, and they all hated me. It was made perfectly clear to me from a young age that I was never to call her mom, and I was never to call them my brothers and sisters. My father's family were still in their lives and knew how I was treated, and they wouldn't even report it to my caseworker. I mentioned it once or twice, but I think she found it easier to dismiss a kid's words. My childhood was miserable, and I was seen as a burden and as someone who should never have been born. My half-siblings continued visiting their mom as adults, and all just made it clear they couldn't stand me and were disgusted by my presence. I just left when I was 16, and nobody ever reported me missing or came looking for me. My sister-in-law knows my background, and she knows that I would never want them in my life again. But push she continues to do, and I spoke to my mother-in-law, and she tried to take over more, but sister-in-law insisted that she had offered first. When she brought it up again, I told her to cancel the shower, and I would rather have no shower than one thrown by her when she can't respect my boundaries. Mother-in-law stepped in and is now hosting one, but sister-in-law is pissed because she had spent a while planning and had paid for some stuff already. Mother-in-law said she'd give her the money back, but sister-in-law said I was in the wrong and I should appreciate her for wanting to give me back my family. I told her I had no family until I met them, and she needs to accept that my blood relatives do not want me and I do not want them. I know she keeps telling my husband how wrong I was and he keeps defending me, but I feel bad about the tension now. Am I the a-hole?
My sister-in-law ruined our baby announcement and treated me like a spare part, but my partner can't see anything wrong with it, so I am leading him. I am currently 10 weeks pregnant with my partner. He and his sister are incredibly close, and he insisted he wanted her to be the first to know we were expecting. I agreed she would keep it secret until I told my other 2 children. We booked a quiet dinner for us and her partner, whom I'd never met. I'm not drinking, but she bumped into her ex at the same restaurant, and the shots started flowing. After the news, she made a huge fuss about how excited she was for her brother and herself becoming an aunt. I got a very quick hug, and that's it. I had a lemonade while they were doing shot after shot. My partner kept calling the waiter for another bottle of wine and another round of shots. 8 times, he reordered drinks. Not once did he ask if I'd like another lemonade. Sister-in-law spent 6 hours telling us all over and over how her ex had cheated on her, etc. So ultimately, everyone was giving her sympathy the entire night, and the baby was not mentioned again. It was entirely about her, and when she finally moved on from the ex, she began talking about how amazing and very beautiful she was. Add to that, she was so drunk she knocked a bottle of red wine all over brand new suede boots I'd spent a lot of money on and just laughed. Partner merely said, "They are fine," to shut me up. After another 2 bottles of wine and approx 9 shots each, my still being sat in the corner sober and entirely ignored, still without a drink, she decided she wanted to go to a nightclub. I was pregnant and did not want to cause a scene, and was unable to leave as we were staying at her place 300 miles from home, so I went along, albeit incredibly tired and feeling very sick. Nobody asked if I was feeling okay or up for it. We enter the nightclub, and I'm trying to avoid being pushed everywhere. She finally speaks to me and asks me to take pics of her, with her brother and partner, and then group photos of the 3 of them. I was not asked to join or be in a single image. A total stranger witnessed and insisted he would take one with me in it, but she refused to smile, and despite him saying so and to take another, she walked away. My partner said nothing and did nothing, and I was pretty much a spare part / photographer the entire night without so much as a lemonade. The only person who asked if I was okay and congratulated me was her incredibly drunk partner, whom I'd only met 5 hours prior. While in the nightclub, despite being told it was still a secret, she announced loudly that my brother's pregnant and that I'm going to be the best auntie ever, all while pointing at her brother, my standing there again like a total spare part and trying not to cry. She then proceeded to call everyone on her phone and tell them all the same, with no mention of me again, despite being repeatedly told it's a secret until my children are told, and the people she was calling have kids that are friends with mine. Update: I have explained my issues very firmly to my partner. He initially jumped to her defense and said, I'm sorry you didn't feel I was attentive enough. He has since realized that I'm not going to let it go, continue to be his doormat, and allow him or them to be rude or disrespectful of me in any way. I told him I was taking time and space to reevaluate the situation as it wouldn't continue for another moment. He's now asking how to fix it and will do whatever it takes. Counseling has been suggested. I'm not going to be naive and accept lip service anymore, so time will tell what his actions are moving forward and where that leaves us. My sister-in-law said that I should not be trusted with her kids' health because I am a psycho, so I brought up how she could be trusted with their moral health when she is a floozy. My wife, my whole family, and I are at a beach house we rented for 2 weeks. I should preface this by saying that, frankly, I do not get along with my younger brother, Todd, and I do not like my sister-in-law, Anne. That said, I am civil with them, and while I don't see them often, I love my nieces and nephews. Yesterday, my wife, Alice, and I babysat all of our nieces and nephews while my grandma napped and everyone else went to see a movie. Once we arrived, Alice and I baked cookies for everyone to eat. We baked them later in the evening, and Anne, a personal trainer, told her kids they couldn't have any. The kids were upset, of course, especially since their cousins were allowed cookies, but Anne was insistent that they weren't allowed any at the time. She and Todd are generally quite strict with the kids' diets, none of them have any food allergies, and to my recollection, they have only been allowed a popsicle once this past week. While everyone was out, one of the kids asked Alice if they could have cookies, and so we gave them all some cookies to enjoy. When everyone came home, and asked the kids what they did, and one of them mentioned that we gave them cookies, she then told them to play on the beach, where they were watched by my older brother and brother-in-law and were joined by their cousins, and then proceeded to get very mad. She said we shouldn't have given them cookies because she hadn't said they could have them. Alice started to apologize and say we just wanted to let them enjoy their vacation, but Anne interrupted her and told her that she didn't trust a fat ass with her kids' health. Now, I was livid, and I told her to shut the F up. The argument spiraled from there, and at one point, Anne said she should never have trusted 2 psychos with her kids. Alice and I met in a therapy group 11 years ago after we were discharged from the hospital for mental health concerns, though I'd like to emphasize we weren't there for anything that would ever even imply that we'd put anyone else in danger. I then told her that it was rich for 2 WH0 to think that they could ever raise morally healthy kids, and was originally Todd's best friend's wife, but the two had an affair, during which their oldest child was conceived. Then Anne and her husband had what sounds like a rather messy divorce. She then started crying and left, and our family was a bit divided over this. I realized that I was very harsh, but so was she, and I do not think it was her place to dish out what she couldn't take. So, am I the a-hole? My sister-in-law told me that I am a failure for not forcing my daughter to spend time with them, so I kicked her out and banned her from my home until she apologized. I have 4 kids with my husband. My eldest Eliza is very shy and keeps to herself at big gatherings. She has never been a fan of huge gatherings, so she'll find a spot on the couch and stay there reading her book. People do go up to her and ask her about her book or school, etc., and she will reply. She'll answer their questions and she's never rude to anyone. She's a good kid and both sides of the family love her and understand why she likes her space. It has never been a problem until now. Yesterday my husband invited his mom, dad, and sister along with her husband and their twins, 13F, and a few work buddies and their partners to join us for dinner. Eliza wasn't having a good day and asked if she could just stay in her room because today just wasn't a good day for her. Both my husband and I agreed that she could stay in her room tonight, but if she needs to talk, just come to us. She thanked us before going up to her room. When everyone arrived, my husband was still cooking dinner, so I sat around the table with everyone just catching up on what's been going on this week. My sister-in-law asked where Eliza was and I told her that she was in her room because today hadn't been a good day for her. Sister-in-law felt bad and decided to go check on her. I told her that she shouldn't do that and to just let Eliza be for now, and when she's ready she'll come down on her own. Sister-in-law rolled her eyes and went upstairs anyway. I quickly followed behind her because I really didn't want her bothering my child when she was upset. That's not fair to Eliza. When I caught up, I saw her scolding my daughter and calling her rude for not being downstairs with the rest of us. Before she could continue, I told her she was crossing the line and to leave Eliza alone. I explained that Eliza wasn't having a good day and to just let her be. She isn't being rude by wanting to be alone, and if an adult can take some time to themselves, then my daughter can do the same. Sister-in-law snapped at me and said I was coddling her too much and that she was going to be a failure when she was an adult because we babied her too much instead of preparing her for the struggles of the real world. I lost my temper and screamed at her to get out of my house if she couldn't respect that my daughter wanted to be alone. I continued by telling her that she was extremely disrespectful to Eliza, and until she apologized she is no longer allowed in my house. Sister-in-law called me a bee in front of my daughter and called me a horrible mom for coddling my daughter instead of forcing her to suck it up and spend time with the family. She continued by saying that Eliza needed to grow up because this shy thing was becoming unbearable. Before I could scream again, my husband came up asking what happened. My sister-in-law gave her side and told my husband that I wasn't being a good mom by coddling Eliza so much. My husband came to my defense and said that I did nothing wrong and that our daughter is allowed to take time for herself. I told him that I didn't want sister-in-law here until she apologized to Eliza. He agreed with me, which made my sister-in-law absolutely mad, and she screamed at both of us before leaving with her husband and kids. I comforted my daughter and told her that her taking space and wanting to be by herself wasn't wrong and that what her aunt said about her wasn't true. I reassured her that she was a good kid and she hugged both my husband and me before going back to her room. My husband told me that I was a great mother and to ignore his sister because she had no idea what she was talking about when it came to me. I've been getting a few calls and texts from other family members telling me I was wrong for reacting the way I did and that I took it too far when I kicked sister-in-law out. So I'm wondering if I was wrong in banning her until she apologizes to my daughter? My sister-in-law wanted her miracle daughter to be honored in every event, and now she's demanding that I drop my stepdaughter from the wedding so my niece can replace her. After years of trying, my older brother and sister-in-law welcomed their first child a year and a half ago. After many failed attempts, sister-in-law was told that she wouldn't be able to conceive due to a medical condition she had, and they finally got pregnant. Since having my niece, the baby has been the center of attention at every family, even we've had since she was born. Birthdays, weddings, family get-togethers, you name it. Now, don't get me wrong, I love my niece, but it can get to be a little too much when my sister-in-law goes on and on about how long they tried to conceive, complications they've had, miscarriages they've had, etc. It's like a little too much info. Many family members have commented that it's excessive, but no one has said anything because they don't want to sound like an Anyway, I'm getting married in the spring, and my brother and sister-in-law approached me last weekend about having my niece be the flower girl. My fiancé now has 2 children from his previous marriage. His son is one of his groomsmen, and his daughter asked to be our flower girl when we told them we were getting married a year ago, as she always wanted to do. So, of course, we said yes. So, I explained this to my sister-in-law when she asked me about my niece. She asked if my stepdaughter could just carry my niece with her. I said I don't think she'd be comfortable with that, considering she's 6. She then asked why I couldn't give that role to my niece and allow herself to carry my niece down as the flower girl. I said no because I already promised my stepdaughter. She then started going off about how my lack of effort to incorporate my niece was disgusting to her. I should honor her somehow since I know how long and hard they tried for my niece. Now, I may sound like an for this, but I kind of got fed up and snapped and said, incorporate my niece how? She'll be 2 years old by the time the wedding comes around. The entire family already knows your story about how long and hard you tried for her. What more do you expect me to do to honor her? She started crying and said that I don't love my one and only niece and I'm letting her down. I said, of course, I love my niece, and obviously, she will be involved in pictures and stuff, but I won't let my stepdaughter down by giving my niece a role she's too young to remember. Well, now sister-in-law and my brother are pissed off with me for not letting my niece be a flower girl and are running around telling the rest of the family I don't love my niece and that I am choosing my stepdaughter as a flower girl for the show. My mom had been trying to stay neutral but thought my stepdaughter would understand if I explained that I needed to give that role to my niece. I'm firm in my decision. My fiancé is thankful I didn't let his daughter down. Am I the a-hole for not allowing my niece to be the flower girl? My sister-in-law wants me to cancel my husband and I's anniversary getaway because she needs me to watch her children, so I am leaving her struggling forever because I won't help her anymore. My husband and I have been married for 3 years, and we're pretty happy with our lives right now. We both work full-time, have a small but cozy apartment, and enjoy spending our weekends relaxing or on little mystery adventures together. This is the one where you pay a fee and get envelopes full of addresses, and the company books everything for you. They're fun and inexpensive, and we try to do at least 3 a year as a couple. The problem is with my sister-in-law, Anna. Anna has 3 kids, and she's been struggling a lot since her husband left her last year. I feel for her, I really do, and I've tried to help out where I can. However, Anna has recently started asking me to babysit her kids almost every other day and every weekend for free. At first, I agreed because I knew she needed a break. But it's gotten to the point where she's expecting me to drop everything and be available whenever she needs me. There was also a time I asked her where she was going and I thought I saw her eyes roll at me. She told me that she really needs the time off from her kids and she is looking for a job. She was SOM for a long time and I thought to myself that she might be having a hard time looking for a job. I did not mind, although I had a prior commitment. Then I learned from their cousin that they went to a bar to celebrate her friend's birthday. Just a little bit of a background, this is one of the reasons why her husband left her. Anyway, last weekend, my husband and I had plans to go on a short mystery trip to celebrate our anniversary. It was a long weekend, and we also took Friday off of work. When Anna found out, she called me up in tears, saying she desperately needed me to watch the kids because she had no one else. I felt terrible, but I told her we had already made plans and couldn't cancel. She got upset and accused me of being selfish and not caring about my family. She even tried to guilt-trip my husband into making me stay behind, but he stood by me and said he was excited to go on the getaway. Anna isn't speaking to me now, and my mother-in-law called to tell me how disappointed she is that I'm not helping her more. My husband is supportive, but I'm starting to feel guilty. I don't want to abandon Anna in her time of need, but I also don't think it's fair for her to expect me to give up all my free time. Am I the a-hole? Update: after the last incident, when Anna tried to guilt-trip me into canceling my anniversary trip with my husband, I finally had enough. I felt guilty and overwhelmed by her constant demands, but I also knew that it wasn't fair for her to expect me to give up all my free time to take care of her kids. I decided to have a conversation with my mother-in-law since she had expressed disappointment in me for not helping Anna more. I told her that if she was so concerned about Anna's situation, then she should step in and take care of the kids herself. I was respectful but firm, and I made it clear that my husband and I deserved our time together without constantly being pressured to babysit. My mother-in-law was taken aback but didn't have much to say in response. I think she realized that it wasn't right to put all the responsibility on me, especially when I've already been helping out as much as I can. After that conversation, accused me of stealing her wedding ring and threatened to call the police on me. Now she has the audacity to ask me for free babysitting. My sister, Emily, has 3 kids. I adore my nieces and nephews, and I've always been Emily's go-to babysitter whenever she needed help. I've taken them in overnight, watched them on weekends, and even took care of them for a week when Emily and her husband went on vacation. She claims that she doesn't have money for a babysitter, and with that said, I do the babysitting completely for free. A few weeks ago, Emily called me in a panic, saying she had lost her wedding ring. She asked if I had seen it, and I genuinely hadn't. I helped her search the entire house, but we couldn't find it. Emily was really upset, but we eventually gave up. But I noticed right away that she was pointing out that I was the only person in her house and I should have seen it. I ignored her and just thought that it was only a matter of time before she found it. A few days later, Emily called me again, this time in tears, accusing me of stealing her ring. She said she couldn't think of anyone else who would have taken it since I was alone in the house. I was shocked and hurt that she would accuse me of that. I tried to convince her that I would never do such a thing, but she wouldn't listen. She even threatened to call the police if I didn't return it. I couldn't believe my own sister would think so little of me. My parents got involved and took Emily's side, saying it was suspicious that the ring disappeared right after I had been there. They pressured me to confess and return the ring, but I stood my ground because I was innocent. In the midst of this family drama, Emily asked me to babysit her kids for a few hours because she had an emergency at work. I refused, telling her that I couldn't help someone who thought I was a thief. She called me selfish and said I was punishing her kids for something they had nothing to do with. My parents are now furious with me, saying that family should stick together no matter what and that I'm being petty and immature. They believe I should just let it go for the children's sake. Emily has continued to insist that I took the ring, and my refusal to babysit has only made things worse. Emily, her husband, and my parents are calling me an off for refusing to babysit and taking it out on kids who have nothing to do with this. Update: they have apologized, but the damage has been done. She already saw her ring and did not tell me where she found it. She's downplaying all her accusations and told me that it was only natural to accuse me since I am the only one inside her house, and that I should understand her side. She told me that she'll be giving me a fee now for babysitting, but I refused and told her that I do not want to be involved with her again one way or another. She told me I was overreacting, but I just hung up on her. I texted her that if she ever communicates with me again, I will be the one to call the police. My parents apologized as well, and I told them how much it hurts that they thought so little of me. I am going low contact with them, and I've decided to distance myself from my sister too, for my own peace of mind.
My sister always brings gluten to our kitchen even though she knows that my daughter has celiac and gluten might unalive her. I had enough. My daughter is on the more severe end of celiac. Celiac disease is an illness caused by an immune reaction to eating gluten. Gluten is a protein found in foods containing wheat, barley, or rye. If you have celiac disease, eating gluten triggers an immune response to the gluten protein in your small intestine. Any cross-contamination would set my daughter back for weeks. It has taken us years to get her properly diagnosed and treated, and at 10 years old, she now is underweight and has severe anxiety about food. She will not eat if she feels it's unsafe, and it's hard for me to blame her. Our house has both a kitchen and a kitchenette in the basement, complete with full sets of pans and utensils. Our main rule for the house is that there is absolutely no dairy, gluten, or seafood to be kept or cooked in the kitchen. Our older son is allergic to seafood and my wife is lactose intolerant. The kitchenette is for items containing those ingredients. Last month, my sister and her kids had to move in with us for personal reasons. They live in the basement bedrooms, and when they moved in, we very clearly explained this rule to them and explained why. But to our shock, it took less than a week for us to find a box of pasta in the kitchen. My wife and I were upset, but we let it pass. We explained the rule again and moved it. But she wasn't apologetic. Not even one apology came from her, and she said we should not be overreacting because it's just pasta. A month later, my daughter came to us in a panic because my sister was making fried chicken in the kitchen. My sister insisted she needed to because the kitchenette was too small. It felt harsh, but we moved all of the food to the basement, threw out every single pan and utensil she may have used, and then deep cleaned the kitchen. These incidents making the kitchen no longer 100% guaranteed safe have made my daughter regress in therapy. We're working on it, but unfortunately, right now, it is so bad again that we have to feed her exclusively takeout from the one gluten-free restaurant around unless we want her in inpatient care. Which takes us to last Sunday. I get home, and my daughter is having the worst panic attack I've ever seen. My mom and sister were in the kitchen making an entire Sunday dinner. Spaghetti, mozzarella sticks, garlic bread, the works. So I lost it. I ended up absolutely screaming at them that they were ruining my life and had threatened my daughter's life for the last time, and I had had it. I threw all of the food out into the yard and told my sister that if she really cared that little about her own niece's life, she could get the F out of my house. She was crying and told me that they had nowhere else to go. Now my mom is mad at me for kicking out my sister and her kids when they're vulnerable over a food allergy, but I don't care. We have one rule. 1. She can even leave the kids here if she absolutely needs to, but I'm done with her. My sister and her husband demanded a luxury vacation from us, and they got angry when I got them a cheap hotel, so I vehemently excluded them all from our vacation. I travel a lot for work, so I have so many hotel and airline points that it is crazy. This summer, I am taking my family to Disney World. We are going to stay at one of the resorts on the property. My sister-in-law and her family had a hard time during the pandemic, so I decided to do something nice and invite them along. My treat. I said I would pay for their flights, hotel, and park tickets. Everyone was excited until she started talking to my wife. Now she is upset that we are staying at one of the resorts, and they have to stay in Disney Springs. Apparently, I'm being cheap by using points for their hotel instead of just paying them to stay at the same resort as us. My wife told her sister and brother-in-law to STFU and accept the gift, but they didn't. They told my in-laws that I was making their kids jealous by not letting them enjoy the same stuff as us. To be clear, the hotel I booked for them is very nice. It's just not the Grand Floridian. So I finally talked to them and gave them the choice of accepting my gift or not coming, since I could still cancel their reservations. They started yelling at me for being an asshole and taking something away from their children. I talked to them like adults, but when they started screaming, their kids heard them and found out they might not be going. Now their kids are pissed at their parents for possibly effing up their vacation. And I'm the bigger asshole for making them look bad in front of their kids. Am I the a-hole? Update, they ended up coming to Disneyland still. Anyway, we are going to Los Angeles this year to do all the touristy stuff there. Only 2 days at Disneyland, but it is a much smaller park. We are doing a bunch of other things. Our kids love their cousins and want them along. I talked to my wife, and we agreed to bring just the kids. I tried to avoid a repeat of last year. We spoke to her sister and her husband and asked if we could get the kids, and it was a poop show. They wanted to know why they weren't invited. So I said that they were welcome to join us, but that I would not be paying for anything for them. They had to pay for their flights, hotel, food, etc. that wasn't acceptable to them. They wanted to vacation together as a family. I asked them what they had planned for their vacation this summer. They had no plans to go anywhere. They only want a family vacation if my wife and I pay. We were smart enough not to talk to them in front of their kids, and our kids were told explicitly not to tell their cousins they might get to come with us. So we withdrew the offer and told our kids their cousins would not join us. They were disappointed, but they understood. My in-laws are pissed that we tried to give their kids a cool experience without them. We were just doing something nice and avoiding the issue of having the kids at different hotels. I am very sure that I'm right.
My sister called me names after I invited her ex-husband to my wedding. Now my mother is refusing to attend as well, and I am considering disinviting them to Thanksgiving. My family and I have always been close, but since my dad passed away a number of years ago, things have been changing. My fiancé and I are set to be married in the fall and have been planning our wedding for the past year. We plan on funding the whole thing ourselves, but his dad did offer to pop for catering, for which we are very grateful. We sent the invitations in January and have received many RSVPs since then. But before I sent invitations, I called my sister to tell her that I would be inviting her soon-to-be ex-husband due to him being a friend of my fiancé. I told her this in advance so she could decide what to do about it. Naturally, she told me she wasn't going. She was actually quite upset and called me names and told me I was betraying her. But honestly, none of that shocked me since she does that all the time and has been struggling with BPD since being diagnosed a few years ago. I let her rant for a while, then calmly told her that I respected her decision, and then I ended the conversation. I then got a phone call from my mother a few hours later. My mom is great. She's always been there for us and has done a lot for us over the years. She's still struggling a lot with the death of my dad and is finding her own way in the world without him. Here's the rub. My mom has always spoiled my little sister. Though she tried not to favor any kid when we were small, my sister rarely had to do any chores and was handled with kid gloves by mom and my dad. Sister was given lots of presents we never had, but mostly it was okay. I didn't realize how bad it would get later in life. Since my dad's death, my sister's behavior has ramped up substantially. She has emotionally and mentally assaulted me, my family, our friends, her husband, my fiancé, and pretty much anyone else who she deems to be a traitor at that moment. She has sought professional help before, but to my knowledge, isn't seeing a therapist right now. Now, my sister's behavior is inexcusable, of course. Still, we all know it stems from grief, trauma, and BPD, so we try the best we can not to take things personally, enjoy the moments when she's not having an episode, try to steer her in the right direction toward therapy and thought work and away from black and white thinking. And I have been the forerunner in this. in my opinion because of my ability to stay calm, set boundaries for myself, and know when to walk away and when to come back. My mom has even blamed me for my sister's outbursts, asking me, "What did you say to her?" When I've expressed some of the horrible names she'd called me and how she had screamed and shouted and spammed my phone with texts about what an awful sister I was and how betrayed her because I was still friends with someone she had fought with and cut from her life. My mom has said things like, "Can you even imagine what it would be like to lose your father and your husband in the same year?" When referring to my sister's situation. Here's the thing. I was in an abusive relationship with my ex for 8 years before finally leaving and getting the courage to file for divorce. I cried daily for months wondering how I was going to make it, how my kids were going to make it. Then, 3 months later, my dad died. So yeah, Mom, I can imagine. My mom called me and told me I was making the wrong choice, that family always comes first, and that if my fiancé really loved me, he would not invite his friends so I could have my sister at my wedding. Still, I cut her off after a while because frankly, I'd been listening to her defend my sister for years, and I was over it. I told Mom I respected my sister's choice, and she was an adult who could make her own decisions, and so was I. Then my mom told me if my sister weren't going, she would go as well. I figured this would happen, but as the wedding approached, I fully expected Mom and sister to come around as they usually did. Sister and I have been on distant terms, which is fine, but what hurts the most is the freeze my mom put me on. For a long time, she wouldn't talk to me at all, and she would barely look at me. I tried to ask her what was wrong, but she told me she didn't want to discuss it. Since then, we've had one heart-to-heart, and our relationship has improved slightly, but it's still nowhere near what it was before. Here's where I may be the asshole. I've tried to talk about wedding things with my mom, but she ignores me or glosses over the topic. That hurts. I know she's not coming, but it seems she's completely blocked that part of me off as if it wasn't happening so she doesn't have to deal with it. This has happened so much that I'm seriously considering telling her that if she and her sister still choose not to attend my wedding, they will not be invited to the normal Thanksgiving or Christmas celebrations held at my house this year. I want you guys to know I'm not doing this to hurt them. Still, I honestly can't imagine having a beautiful and happy wedding in the fall with my husband and friends, knowing full well my mom and sister chose not to be there, and then move right into the holiday season with people who have hurt me greatly and just be expected to host the celebrations like always. I can't just compartmentalize my feelings that fast, and I don't want to. So, would I be the a-hole? My sister called my child a damaged mistake and told her that she is not real family, so I gave her a wake-up call by cutting off funds for her wedding. I am the eldest of 5 siblings, and I've taken on the role of the family caretaker for as long as I can remember. I helped our parents until their passing, and, frankly, it's exhausting. So as the oldest, I just sort of became the de facto parent. I don't mind as I love my siblings, and it's kind of my thing to big sister to friends and family a lot. I'm sort of ship's counselor, and I financially help out my family. I don't mind, as I work in tech, have a side gig doing art, and inherited land and money from mom and dad, all that to say it's no real loss. A few years ago, I adopted my cousin's Charlie child, who I will just use the nickname Decker after my cousin went to prison for murdering Decker's mother in an alcohol and drug-fueled rage, which is too long a story to add here. It was a chaotic year of mourning, paperwork, and court hearings, but the adoption was finalized when the Decker was 5. Now, she's a happy, healthy 13-year-old who calls me mom. She's in therapy and has been since I legally could send her as she witnessed her mother's death, and I couldn't be prouder of how resilient she is. She's my girl, my rock star, my whole heart, and I call her that, literally my heart. Fast forward to my sister, Clara, upcoming wedding. I was thrilled for her at first, and she asked me to be Mo. I cried in joy and offered for my wife Honey and I to pay for it. But during a bachelorette dinner I set up, she made a hurtful comment about my daughter, calling her a mistake and saying I shouldn't have taken her in. I stared at her and asked her what she meant, and she said it wasn't like I was supposed to even have kids, as I am married to another woman, then said no hate or anything and laughed, but then she doubled down that Decker is likely damaged and a handful. Guys, Decker is the sweetest child alive. I mean, she is a teen, so yes, sometimes she can get challenging or rebellious here or there, but when I say she is my whole heart, I mean it. She made us a family and made our house a home. She smiles easily, cries openly, and has the emotional intelligence I wish I had myself. She always asks how are you doing, and she really means it, willing to listen to people. But she's a damaged mistake. I felt like a character in a dark, twisted episode of a sci-fi show. Defending my choice to adopt felt like fighting the Borg, like I just wouldn't assimilate. I didn't laugh it off with my sister and her friends. I just stared at her in pure disbelief. I think she knew I was hurt because she quickly changed the subject. I said I better get home, paid for everything in 3 more rounds, and went home to my family. My sister came over the next day to yell at me for leaving and cutting them off after the 3 rounds I paid for. She said I owe her a do-over for ruining the whole weekend because I can't take a joke. Honey, who I of course told what happened, asked my sister to repeat exactly what she said about our daughter. My sister refused, and kept calling Decker Charlie's child, and I just was holding back so many tears. I told my sister that I wouldn't be contributing a dime to her wedding expenses, that I won't stop helping her pay her rent up until she moves in with her husband, but I won't be in or pay for the wedding of a person who sees my child as a mistake. Honestly, I was ready to go full-on Jedi and sever that connection, but Honey helped me temper myself. My sister lost it, threw the can of soda water we gave her at me, screamed, "How am I supposed to pay for this?" And I said, "You have over a year, you can save up." So left. showing Honey out of the way in the process and blew up our sibling group chat. My other siblings are split. Some think I'm overreacting by cutting off funds for the wedding, while others agree that my sister crossed a line and needed the wake-up call. Now, I feel bad for my sister. I do love her and she is distressed by this, but I can't shake the feeling that standing up for my daughter is more important. Update. Next day, Honey and I took Decker out to the local Oktoberfest celebrations. She had a blast, did crafts, danced to music, had beer, it was not beer, in a pint glass, and generally had a great time. On the ride home, my wife broached the long-awaited topic. We asked her how she felt about Grandma's passing, then went into how everyone handles things differently. We asked if Mama, me, or Mommy, Honey, ever was hurtful, and she named a couple of moments we've been snappy or wouldn't let her do things, like a party at 2 a.m. But no, nothing else. We asked about Clara and she got quiet. Honey just looked at me, but I was driving, so I just said, "You can tell us anything, Goober, you know that," and she clammed up. I got my girls home and hugged my heart/Decker and went to the den. About 2 hours later, my wife came downstairs to me and said Decker was in bed but not asleep and I should talk to her. I asked why and she simply said that Decker is willing to talk about it. I went up. Decker was ready for bed, in her PJs, reading. I just sat down on the side of the bed and asked her how she was. She just said, "Mom told you, huh?" I told her I didn't know anything, and Decker then said that Clara makes her uncomfortable and said hurtful things. When my wife and I weren't around, Clara would call her the lost puppy or the stray, and once Decker remembers her to have told her to her face, "You're not real family," and that once Honey and I get a real child, we will dump her. I can't explain the rage, the absolute, total, and complete red I saw as my daughter broke down telling me that she behaves so well and is so obsessed with grades so she can prove she is worth loving, worth keeping. After calling my wife, we sat her down and told her that she is the best thing that ever happened to us, and that even if we do have more children, she is our firstborn and our love. I cried and held her, telling her she was my whole heart and that nothing will ever change that. She saved us, and I am so proud of her and us and all we've grown to become. I can't ever stop loving her, neither can her mom. We love her more than air. That will never change. Then I explained that Auntie was wrong about this. Auntie is jealous of her, jealous of how much we love her. Auntie needs help, but we can't give that help, so she won't be around for a while. Decker asked us to stop talking to her like a child, so I was blunt. She's my sister and I love her. You're my daughter and I love you more. I told her my sister was wrong and hateful. I'm sorry that she didn't feel she could come to her mom or I, but she can, every time, anytime. We will choose her, always. Decker asked me if it's her fault I hate Clara, and I just told her hate is a choice and I don't hate Clara. I do love her, but sometimes loving a person means you correct them. Actions have consequences. My daughter got quiet and handed me her phone, and Clara had been texting her awful things since she left my home. I can't even type them because I want to throw things, but it's when I read my effing sister texting my teenage daughter, "Go tell your so-called mom like a snitch and prove me right." I took a screenshot and texted it to myself. Decker fell asleep around midnight and my wife and I went to bed. I texted my sister the screenshot and said, "You come into my home as my sister and treat my child like this? No. Mom and Dad would be ashamed of you. This is not how you treat any child, let alone your own niece. I have loved you for as long as I can remember. I know you were not raised to treat children so terribly, but as of now, you are not accepted in my home. You will not speak to or contact me, my wife, or my child. I will give you the money for October, Clara, but November on, that's your responsibility. I am no longer going to help. I'm sorry, this breaks my heart, but you crossed a serious and unforgivable line. Decker is my daughter. I am her mom. Do not doubt me here, and I want to be clear. If you ever come sideways at my family again, or contact my daughter at all, I will take legal recourse. From today on, we are in low contact. If you try to make this into a bigger issue, it will be no contact. If you don't understand, here are resources to help spell it out. I love you, D." My sister called my daughter a damaged mistake. Now she's going mental because I told her that I wouldn't be paying a dime for her wedding. So, I am the eldest of 5 siblings, and I've taken on the role of the family caretaker for as long as I can remember. I helped our parents until their passing, and frankly, it's exhausting. Dad died of brain cancer 3 years ago, and it was heartbreaking to watch him deteriorate over time. And Mom passed peacefully overnight after a long, hard battle with breast cancer earlier this year. Fug cancer. So, as the oldest, I just sort of became the de facto parent. I don't mind as I love my siblings, and it's kind of my thing to big sister to friends and family. I'm sort of ship's counselor, and I financially help out my family. I don't mind, as I work in tech, have a side gig doing art, and inherited land and money from Mom and Dad, all that to say it's no real loss. A few years ago, I adopted my cousin's Charlie child, who I will just use the nickname Decker, after my cousin went to prison for murdering the Decker's mother in an alcohol and drug-fueled rage, which is too long a story to add here. It was a chaotic year of mourning, paperwork, and court hearings, but the adoption was finalized when the Decker was 5. Now, she's a happy, healthy 13-year-old who calls me Mom. She's in therapy and has been since I legally could send her, as she witnessed her mother's death, and I couldn't be prouder of how resilient she is. She's my girl, my rock star, my whole heart, and I call her that, literally my heart. Fast forward to my sister, Clara's upcoming wedding. I was thrilled for her at first, and she asked me to be Mo. I cried in joy and offered for my wife Honey, because we like the incredible lol. And I to pay for it, don't worry, I asked Honey first. But during a bachelorette dinner I set up, she made a hurtful comment about my daughter, calling her a mistake and saying I shouldn't have taken her in. I stared at her and asked her what she meant, and she said it wasn't like I was supposed to even have kids, as I am married to another woman, then said no hate or anything and laughed, but then she doubled down that Decker is likely damaged and a handful. Guys, Decker is the sweetest child alive. I mean, she is a teen, so yeah, sometimes she can get challenging or rebellious here or there, but when I say she is my whole heart, I mean it. She made us a family and made our house a home. She smiles easily, cries openly, and has the emotional intelligence I wish I had myself. She always asks, "How are you doing?" And she really means it, is willing to listen to people. But she's a damaged mistake. I felt like a character in a dark, twisted episode of a sci-fi show. Defending my choice to adopt felt like fighting the Borg, like I just wouldn't assimilate. I didn't laugh it off with my sister and her friends. I just stared at her in pure disbelief. I think she knew I was hurt because she quickly changed the subject. I said I better get home, paid for everything in 3 more rounds, and went home to my family. My sister came over the next day to yell at me for leaving and cutting them off after the 3 rounds I paid for. She said I owe her a do-over for ruining the whole weekend because I can't take a joke. Honey, who I of course told what happened, asked my sister to repeat exactly what she said about our daughter. My sister refused and kept calling Decker Charlie's child, and I just was holding back so many tears. I told my sister that I wouldn't be contributing a dime to her wedding expenses, that I wouldn't stop helping her pay her rent up until she moved in with her husband, but I wouldn't be in or pay for the wedding of a person who sees my child as a mistake. Honestly, I was ready to go full-on Jedi and sever that connection, but Honey helped me temper myself. My sister lost it, threw the can of soda water we gave her at me, screamed, "How am I supposed to pay for this?" And I said, "You have over a year, you can save up." So left, showing Honey out of the way in the process, and blew up our sibling group chat. My other siblings are split. Some think I'm overreacting with cutting off funds for the wedding, while others agree that my sister crossed a line and needed the wake-up call. Now, I feel bad for my sister. I do love her, and she is distressed by this, but I can't shake the feeling that standing up for my daughter is more important. Am I the a-hole for refusing to pay for her wedding after that? Update: Honey and I took Decker out to the local Oktoberfest celebrations. She had a blast, did crafts, danced to music, had beer, it was not beer, in a pint glass, and generally had a great time. On the ride home, my wife broached the long-awaited topic. We asked her how she felt about Grandma's passing, then went into how everyone handles things differently. We asked if Mama, me, or Mommy, Honey, ever was hurtful, and she named a couple off moments we'd been snappy or wouldn't let her do things, like a party at 2 a.m. But nothing else. We asked about Clara and she got quiet. Honey just looked at me, but I was driving, so I just said, "You can tell us anything, Goober, you know that," and she clammed up. I got my girls home and hugged my heart/Decker and went to the den. About 2 hours later my wife came downstairs to me and said Decker is in bed but no asleep and I should talk to her. I asked why and she simply said that Decker is willing to talk about it. I went up. Decker was ready for bed, in her PJs, reading. I just sat down on the side of the bed and asked her how she was. She just said, "Mom told you, huh?" I told her I didn't know anything, and Decker then said that Clara makes her uncomfortable and said hurtful things. When my wife and I weren't around, Clara would call her the lost puppy or the stray, and once Decker remembered her he told her to her face, "You're not real family," and that once Honey and I get a real child we will dump her. I can't explain the rage. The absolute, total, and complete red I saw as my daughter broke down telling me that she behaves so well and is so obsessed with grades so she can prove she is worth loving, worth keeping. After calling my wife we sat her down and told her that she is the best thing that ever happened to us and that even if we do have more children, she is our firstborn in our love. I cried and held her telling her she was my whole heart and that nothing will ever change that. She saved us, and I am so proud of her and us and all we've grown to become. I can't ever stop loving her. Neither can her mom. We love her more than air. That will never change. Then I explained that Auntie was wrong for this. Auntie is jealous of her. Jealous of how much we love her. Auntie needs help but we can't give that help so she won't be around for a while. Decker asked us to stop talking to her like a child, so I was blunt. She's my sister and I love her. You're my daughter and I love you more. I told her my sister was wrong and hateful. I'm sorry that she didn't feel she could come to her mom or I. But she can. Every time. Anytime. We will choose her. Always. Decker asked me if it's her fault I hate Clara and I just told her hate is a choice and I don't hate Clara. I do love her. But sometimes loving a person means you correct them. Actions have consequences. My daughter got quiet and handed me her phone, and Clara had been texting her awful things since she left my home. I can't even type them because I want to throw things, but it's when I read my fucking sister texting my teenage daughter, "Go tell your so-called mom like a snitch and prove me right." I took a screenshot and texted it to myself. Decker fell asleep around midnight, and my wife and I went to bed. I texted my sister the screenshot and said, "You come into my home as my sister and treat my child like this? No. Mom and Dad would be ashamed of you. This is not how you treat any child, let alone your own niece. I have loved you for as long as I can remember. I know you were not raised to treat children so terribly. But as of now, you are not accepted in my home. You will not speak to or contact me, my wife, or my child. I will give you the money for October, Clara, but November on? That's your responsibility. I am no longer going to help. I'm sorry. This breaks my heart, but you crossed a serious and unforgivable line. Decker is my daughter. I am her mom. Do not doubt me here, and I want to be clear, if you ever come sideways at my family again or contact my daughter at all, I will take legal recourse. From today on, we are low contact. If you try to make this into a bigger issue, it will be no contact. If you don't understand, here are resources to help spell it out. I love you, D. Update 2. I kept my promise to my wife to wait before reacting. She knew me best and knew I was prepared to go nuclear. Turns out, I needn't have bothered. Let me clear up a couple of small details and misconceptions I've read. 1. I am the eldest of the siblings. Mom and Dad have been sick for years on and off, so to those who think I've just started taking over as some weird power trip or something, no. I've managed their finances, maintained their properties, and taken care of all their affairs before either of them passed. Dad simply wasn't mentally able after a while and Mom never had a head for that. 2. Yes, I was mostly left in charge of my siblings growing up. Both my parents had businesses and worked often 7-day weeks. I cooked dinner and helped with homework and whatnot. I'm aware that's not very normal, and I already know some of you will call my parents terrible for this, but they simply didn't know better. I won't hate them for any of it, and as much as it caused me some negative effects, it also made my siblings feel safe. I'm proud of being able to protect them and be there for them when they were young so they didn't feel how I felt. And yes, I am also in therapy. 3. I was the sole caretaker of my parents when they passed. The reasons are complicated, but the short of it is, Dad got verbally abusive towards the end and Mom got severely depressed and blunt. They were a challenge to deal with on the best of days. I hold no ill will towards them, but there it is. My siblings didn't want to be around them. Dad was hurt and changed his will. Mom followed suit. 4. For those telling me I am rewarding Clara by paying for literally this month, and that I'm not a real mom or a bad mom by loving my daughter's tormentor, I'm envious. Your world is so black and white. Rent is literally due today, and the money was already transferred to her via auto banking. And Clara isn't getting rewarded, she is remaining housed. But from now on, she's on her own. 5. Clara and I used to be pretty close, but she got distant around the time Decker was adopted. I didn't know exactly why, just that the new dynamic challenged her. I know she hates Charlie and considers him evil and irredeemable. She had a really hard time losing our cousin-in-law, Decker's biological mother, as they were very close, so I assume her issues stem from this. 7. I inherited most of everything, though my siblings got sizable sums. 3 got all but one of the businesses my parents owned, and everyone got trusts. Clara spiraled after their mom passed and had a mental health crisis. Before we got her help, she traveled, drank, and gambled away her entire inheritance. Long story for another time. I didn't have a moment to cool down and wait until today to give myself a chance to make a level-headed decision regarding my sister. Clara has spun the tale that I am jealous she found a loving man and am withholding Mom and Dad's money from her. She gave the perception that I was the one abusing Decker, putting her down, and telling her she isn't my real daughter. That shut down when I sent my text a couple of days ago. Yesterday, Clara was on my doorstep. She was crying and begging for me to let her in, but my wife and her friends were inside, and I made it clear I don't want her near my family as she emotionally abused my daughter and physically harmed my wife. I told her to leave or I would call the police to have her removed. I was going to call the police anyway because I told her never to come to our home again, and there she was. There's a reason I said this in text, so I could in an event like this show them clearly that she would know she is welcome. Clara started to beg, saying she will apologize to Decker and she was drunk and upset and made mistakes. I could tell she was drunk. Or high. Or something. I told her it's not a simple mistake to bully a traumatized teen girl and make her feel unloved and unwanted by her own family, and to text her that she is worthless and expendable. What the fuck? I got angry and just started to raise my voice. I don't know when I started to yell, but I did. I just lost it. She's a cold-hearted, awful, self-serving brat. Spoiled beyond belief to being so delusional that this all would just go away, that she's entitled to the money my wife and I make, that our parents gave us after all she did. She needs fucking help, and I am done being the giving tree here. You don't ever hurt my child. She's lucky I have a head to keep my hands to myself, and luckier still Honey isn't out here, because she certainly would not, so go the fuck home. Clara slapped me across the face and called me a bitch and a traitor, that I choose that demon spawn of a child over her. That I love Decker more than my own real family and turn my back on her this way. Honey must have been right by the door, because before I could make a very bad choice, she had yanked me inside, told my sister that she had 60 seconds to fuck off, and slammed the door closed. Clara left quickly, but we still called the police and handed over the footage from our property cameras of what happened and the text from our phones. Clara went ballistic over text, telling me awful things, ending with her hoping I take my own life and she would celebrate. Unhinged awful poop like that. I blocked her, sent every piece of footage in a Google Drive, and dropped the link in the sibling group chat and sent it to Kevin, her fiancé. I then sat down and cried myself into a fit before Decker came home from practice. I put on my mom face for her and made sure she did her homework. Then I went to the den and called my aunt, Decker's biological grandmother, and told her what happened. My aunt told me that Clara is renewing her conspiracy that I'm harming Decker and that I need to be careful because she suspects Clara is having some sort of mental break and might do something crazy. Honey and I have spent this whole day working on her request for a protective order. Making sure Decker's school knows no one is to pick her up but us. And get a lawyer because I think legal action is needed here. I told my eldest of the brothers that Clara needs help and asked if he could check on her because she might be as much a danger to herself as she is now presenting to be to me and my family. He got quiet and said, "Can't you handle this?" And said this drama was too much and he's busy. I was so stunned I just blurted out, "Are you fucking kidding me right now?" Before I just hung up. My other sister is now over, helping me deal with this. My other brother has gone to see after Clara, but says he will only make sure she hasn't hurt herself but beyond that she can get wrecked for what she's done. Kevin called me and said he went through the Google Drive and begged me not to call the police on Clara. He said that she has been having a really bad time, and has struggled with drinking and has been stealing his medications and he's trying to get her help. But if she gets arrested, he doesn't have the funds for bail. Any legal help. I told him it's too late. The police have been called and he needs to get her into some sort of rehab or something. He asked for our help to pay for a facility he was thinking of and I told him to keep her away from me and my family. He started to cry and told me I was an awful sister, that I didn't care about Clara and her struggles, that she was just lost, and that he was underwater trying to keep her from going off a deep end. I didn't reply after that and have just been sitting around the house waiting for the police to call back, trying to get my crying out of the way before Decker comes home from school. I feel wretched and terrible because not matter what I do now, it will just never feel right. I was to look after them all and now my sister is this lunatic hellbent on burning my life down, and my brother is alarmingly just indifferent to it all. I am used to being the one who holds the family together and handles things. But I don't feel like I can handle anything anymore. Update 3, I think I just desperately need to write this out. We went to NC with the whole of my side of the family about a month and a half ago, aside from my other sister, not Clara. Decker has been in therapy, and frankly, so have Honey and I, both individually and in a bi-weekly couples therapy session. A lot has changed. I didn't realize how much the abuse I suffered at the hands of my uncle affected me. His reaction to Decker never bothered me or really had a stake in my emotional or mental state, but more so my mother made me forgive him and be polite when he was around. It's always been that way. I was the eldest, so I turned the other cheek until I had no cheeks, and then I turned the old ones. I was never really permitted to have negative emotions or get angry. This situation with Clara blew a lot of dust up, and Honey and I started to have issues. She noted how reserved I tend to be, and even with her, I struggle with asking for what I want or expressing displeasure. I shut down or deflect. It sucks to learn this about yourself when the rest of your world is falling apart. Clara was arrested for my assault and ended up doing a mental health program for a month rather than getting a conviction. As such, her record is clean of that, from what I understand. It was hard cutting her and the others off. My other sister was the one keeping me up to date on everything. Clara got out a while ago. She's been trying to get in touch every way she can. She got a new number, email, Facebook, even TikTok. She's written and mailed numerous letters. I am exhausted because I hate cutting everyone off. It's so isolating, always having my siblings around and now only really having one sister, so suddenly, it is really lonely. I focus on Decker and Honey. Honey seems happier overall. She's dancing in the kitchen again, is more affectionate with me, and is more excited to go out and do things. And Decker is also happier. We focus less on her grades and praise her more for her sense of kindness, her stick-to-it attitude, and more. She's more open with me in particular. She talks about crushes and friends more now and shares about the intricate life of a teen. Lol, it's really very cute. I'm not so okay, but my family is safe and happy, which is what matters. Clara's fiancé, Kevin, reached out to me 2 days ago. Clara has been released and has been out for a week or so, it sounds like, but she still has outpatient rehab to do. It's encouraged for her to have family and to be supported, Kevin says. And he says she isn't doing well. She's started talking about self-harm. And she confided in him that the same uncle that abused me abused her. He's begging me to talk to her and help her through this. He keeps reminding me of how she was before all this and how close we were. Calling that we were close may be incorrect because, based on what I'm learning, our relationship was toxic. From the start. I was an enabling sister to a manipulative and narcissistic one. I held my ground and spoke to Honey, who agreed I should keep NC, block Kevin, and simply rely on my other sister for information. But I can't help but feel guilty. I wish Clara well, but I can't risk cracking the door open and risking the well-being of my family. I think I just feel alone. I know I can't have her in my life anymore, and it just hurts.
My sister called my wife the devil in disguise in her celebration dinner. Now she's hitting off the roof and calling us rude because we walked out in the middle of her speech. My wife, Mina, enjoys dressing up. Her style is very feminine and she's always dolled up even to go shopping. She's always glowing and is very confident in her appearance. She looks good, and she knows it. My sister, Betty, believes in traditional ideas of masculinity and femininity. Women are meant to stay home with the children, while the men are intended to provide for the household. We talk when we have to, but I try to avoid her. Each time we see Betty, she'll slip a comment about my wife's outfit. She'll either comment on how ladylike it is or how SLT it looks. Mina always rolls her eyes and laughs it off. I don't think the comments bother her, but I try to tell Betty to mind her own business. Betty invited us to dinner to celebrate her pregnancy. On the invitation, she stated that the dress code was formal. She didn't mention a certain color or style of clothing, only that you had to dress formally. Mina wore a dark green suit that fit her very well. I'm 100% certain that it fit the dress code. It was formal, nothing revealing or outlandish, and I thought she looked good in it. When Betty opened the door, I could see the disgust on her face when she saw Mina. The first thing she asked was her, very condescendingly, "Are you wearing that?" Mina only smiled and replied, "Yes." Throughout the night, Betty was talking about Mina to my family. I could see her point and laugh, whisper something in someone's ear, or make a face anytime Mina walked by. At one point, Betty joked about Mina wearing the pants in the marriage, leaving me to wear all the pink, frilly dresses. Mina is too masculine, leaving me to be the wife in the relationship. As distasteful as those jokes were, Mina asked me not to make a big deal. After we had all eaten, Betty stood up to make a toast. At first, her speech started well. It was sweet. However, near the end, Betty threw passive-aggressive comments towards Mina. I'm sure I don't remember all of it, but she essentially said, "It's going to be hard raising my daughter in a world where women want to act and dress like men," all while making direct eye contact with Mina. The devil often hides in the people that are closest to us, and if you can spot him, don't let him in your house. During that entire section of her speech, her eyes never left Mina. Before the end of the speech, Mina stood up from the table and left, and I followed her. I got a bunch of texts from my brother-in-law, scolding me for leaving in the middle of my sister's speech. Betty called me, calling me rude for leaving while she was speaking and not controlling my hot-headed wife. When I heard this, I laughed and hung up the phone. That led to more texts. When I told Mina, she laughed but suggested I apologize, in an effort to make this whole thing blow over. My sister demanded to get married in the family property I inherited from my grandparents, so I banned her from my property and sent an email to everyone who's RSVP'd. When I was 14, my mom sent me to live with her parents. Her excuse was that they needed me to help out, but she didn't want to deal with a growing male teen. My grandparents owned an amazing property in the mountains with an amazing view. We also have some horses and other critters. They were quite wealthy. They both passed 4 years ago, a month apart. They gave me the property, because I would appreciate and respect it more, while my mom and sisters got money and other assets. In the past 4 years, I turned part of the property into a venue for mainly weddings. We are busy and usually booked about 8 months out. My sister got engaged 1.5 years ago and said she wasn't to get married at the property. I said yes, just let me know the date as soon as possible so I can ensure it is booked. I never got a date. I followed up several times and asked her, and she would brush me off. 2 weeks ago, I got the wedding invitation stating the property, the location, and the date, which is September of this year. I immediately called her to say that we had booked for that date and couldn't accommodate her. Well, now my mom, her other family, her partner's family, and other flying monkeys have been blowing up on me. They are also calling and writing reviews for my business. I asked them to stop and call my sister, telling her that all she had to do was tell me when she knew her date so I could block it, and I would take care of everything else. She went off on how I was ruining her day. It is our family's property. She had already sent out the invitations and couldn't go back. I should tell the other couple to cancel. She said, family is more important. After the last big blow up, I started communicating strictly through the business and using our recorded line as well as email. I suggested 3 other dates around the same time, but that's not good enough. I'm being resentful and update. Regarding the other couple who booked the day, I will not / did not cancel on them. I invited them out to the property for a nice dinner. We had a good time, and I explained what was happening. I said I would not cancel on them. I offered added security, requested a guest list / a main point of contact for guest questions, and a discount just in case things happen. They understood and accepted the new term / offer. I do have a lawyer. I had her send C&D letters to my sister, mother, friends, and other family members who were making false reviews and talking bad about my business. That went over well. She also said to keep my details private to get better reviews. On to my sister and mom. I told them both that it was my property. There is no our, and it is not the family property. It is mine. I told them they could not show up on the question date. I had offered several different solutions, all of which were rejected. I asked initially for an immediate response when they figured out a date they wanted to marry. If it was any other venue and they did this, it would not work. Just because I am running, it doesn't give them special treatment or priority. They argued. I shut them down. If they want to have her wedding here, call for a date. Now, my younger sister could find the invitation list and send it to me. My older sister left her computer open. For all of the people that are RSVP'd, I sent an email / text saying the venue is not where the wedding will be set as it was never reserved under bride and groom's name. The groom contacted me and asked if I was serious about her not reserving the date. She told his side she had it covered and to not worry about it. He also apologized and mentioned they knew the date for over a year. He said he had a lot to think about. Since that talk, everything has been quiet.
My sister demands that I buy her clothes and let her and her boyfriend use my apartment because I owe it to her as a big sister, so I shut her up and told her that I am not her mother. I have 2 younger siblings. My sister is 16, and my brother is 14. When my parents had my sister, they approached being a sibling as a job and stuck with that story for the rest of my childhood. They said it was my job to teach them things, to look out for them, and look after them when needed. Then it helped with homework, walking home from school and walking to friends' houses when they wanted to go. Then, it was my job to plan and take them out for sibling time. It would be my job always to have space and time for them, whenever they needed it. As the big sister, I owed them that, and my siblings were more than happy with that. When I lived at home, they always demanded my time and attention. I had to help with homework every day, and most of it is regular sibling stuff, but they came to expect me to drop everything for them the way a parent might. If they were struggling and I was in the middle of my homework, I had to stop doing mine to help with theirs. Or if I had plans and they wanted to go someplace, I had to cancel them. It's my parents' fault. But more than once, I tried talking to them about how I deserve to have my life and do my own thing, and then I moved out and would get calls from my family about it all the time. Over time, my brother stopped, and our relationship got a bit easier, but my sister never changed. She would call and tell me she wanted to stay the weekend with me, or she wanted me to take her to a concert, or that mom and dad told her I was supposed to take her shopping, or she saw something in the store, and I had to buy it for her. I told her twice in the last 2 years that I would not drop everything and do what she wanted, and she needed to get better at asking for this stuff. When I spoke to my parents, they said it was my obligation as a big sister to do these things, so they were no help. My sister got invited to some fake prom with her boyfriend because prom wasn't going ahead in her school this year. She calls and tells me she needs me to take her dress shopping, that she knows the dress she wants and everything, and that I must bring $300. I tell her no. She ignored me and told me they wanted to stay at my place after this prom and that I needed to give her a key to my place to make it easier. I cut her off and told her no, nothing was happening. She whines, and I tell her that whining won't change it. She then tells me it's not fair and I owe her this. I snapped. I told her I was not her parent and didn't owe her anything. She does not get to make demands of me because I'm older, because this is not some job like our parents always said, and if she can't accept that, she needs to stop calling me. I'm the asshole in this, according to my parents and sister. Parents read me the riot act, or started to, and I hung up. They are still pissed 5 weeks later. My sister-in-law told me that my boys wish she was their mother and that I should do better. I think she wants my sons to be hers. I have 2 sons, 15. Because of my age, my parents took care of my boys until I was 18. I was involved and they knew I was their mother, but my mom wanted me to be a normal teen. I have a little brother. Me and I are extremely close. He married his wife, Alice, when he was 22 and I tolerate her. My sons really like Alice. She works with kids and loves them, so I wasn't surprised. The first time they met, my sons were 6 and they were always talking about her. As my sons grew, I worked often and couldn't always be with them. My parents babysat them, and once my brother got older he did too. Now, my brother and his wife babysit them while I work. The thing is, my brother has triplets, 4M, and taking care of 3 toddlers and 2 teenagers is not easy. He called me a few times saying that he's really stressed out due to his job. Yesterday, I went to their house to pick up my sons. I had planned on telling my sister-in-law that my boys are old enough to stay home alone after school and she doesn't need to have them over all the time because I understand how stressful it is. Instead, I was met with my sons begging me to let them stay the night at their house and my sister-in-law asking me to consider it. I was upset because it's been days since I got a night off and I wanted to be with my sons. I asked my sister-in-law to talk in private and told her that I'm their mother and I deserve to spend time with them too. Basically, I asked her to reschedule. She said that I could join them, but I wanted to spend time with just my boys. I said this and she said that was pretty selfish of me because the boys don't want to. This part hurts, but Alice said that my boys wish she was their mother and that I should do better instead of complaining to her about everything. I complained to her a few times before about how they prefer her, but she always reassured me that wasn't true. In retaliation, I called her selfish for forcing my brother to take care of so many kids despite the amount of stress she knew he was in. She rolled her eyes and walked away. I was about to cry, so I left. One of my sons called me a couple of times, but I went to sleep. I woke up to a text from my brother saying he adored my sons and that he never felt pressured to take care of them. Yes, his job has been a pain, but my sons and his wife don't add to the stress at all. He also said that my house is in an unsafe neighborhood while they live in a much better community, so having the boys stay home alone is irresponsible and dangerous. That just made me more upset, so I told him to F off, and he told me that I could say whatever to him but not to speak to his wife like earlier. Now, I believe I'm in the right to say what I did because my sister-in-law is acting as if I'm the worst mother despite knowing how hard I'm working. She also made things unnecessarily personal, but my brother is making it seem like I'm the asshole. So am I the a-hole for calling her selfish? Update: I can't deny that what my sister-in-law said hurt bad. It bothered me a lot. I even took a day off, which I have never done in my life, because I didn't have it in me to get up. My whole world shattered and I know now it is my fault. The morning of the 17th, after my brother dropped off my boys, they came into my room and told me they had to show me something. My boys are really musically talented and turns out they made a video of them playing a song for me. I burst into happy tears. My birthday is today actually, and they planned on showing it to me today but were aware that I was upset. Apparently my brother found out I stayed home from work and they all decided to show it to me earlier. I don't think you all understand how I feel. I've always been so insecure, and like many of you mentioned, I have always been jealous of how well Alice connected with my boys and thought I couldn't compare to her. And after what she said, I felt much worse. But I know that I have nothing to be jealous or insecure about. Yes, my boys adore my brother and his wife, but I'm their mother and they love me too. They reassured me about it and I told them that I loved them the most in the entire world, and we basically had a heart-to-heart. I even called Alice and we both apologized. She said that she was upset because one of my boys had been upset about how I wasn't at one of his recitals, and instead of making an effort to be more involved in their lives I just complained. And I admit, I always thought that working and making money for my boys was the most important thing. What if I worked overtime and missed a few concerts? It was fine. That they'll appreciate it in the long run. I know that it's wrong, and although it's a hard mindset to change, I'm planning on making a few changes to my work schedule so that I have more free time. Not now, as I'm currently saving up to get a new place in a more secure area, but in a few weeks. I told this to my sons and got their reactions. I've never felt happier. Like many of you also mentioned, I'm pretty freaking lucky. I have the most supportive and loving family and the best sons I could have ever asked for. I can only hope to be as wonderful as them. I know I sound emotional, but I've spent a lot of time with my boys these few days and I'm so overjoyed. I'm crying typing this because of how happy I am. I hope this encourages fellow parents to spend time with their kids because there is nothing quite like it. My sister is acting like she's the only person who's ever had a baby, so I told her that her miracle baby isn't special and she needs to stop. I feel like a complete jerk even writing this, but I'm seriously at the end of my rope. My sister has been trying to have a baby for a long time. She's had a couple of miscarriages, went through multiple rounds of IVF, and finally, she gave birth to a healthy baby boy a couple of months ago. I was really happy for her at first, and I know how much this meant to her, but ever since the baby came, she's been acting like she's the first person in the history of the world to have a child. Every single conversation turns into a speech about her miracle baby and how hard her journey was. I get that it wasn't easy, but she's milking it for everything. It's gotten to the point where she expects everyone to put their lives on hold for her and the baby. Like, my parents were planning a trip for their anniversary and she guilted them into canceling it so they could help with the baby. She even asked me to take time off work to come over and support her, which really just meant running errands and cleaning her house. The breaking point came at a family dinner last weekend. She went on, again, about how blessed she is, how she's the only one who understands real struggle, and how no one can relate to her unless they've been through the same thing. After 30 minutes of this, I just couldn't take it anymore and said something like, "We get it, you had a baby. That's great, but you're not more important than anyone else. You're not the only person who's ever had a kid." She immediately started crying. My mom called me cruel, and now half my family is pissed at me. They all think I'm heartless and jealous or something. I'm not. I just feel like she's using the baby to manipulate everyone. Am I the a-hole? Edit. My sister doesn't have a baby daddy in the picture. She went into IVF without one, which means she's handling everything on her own. This situation forces her to lean heavily on our parents, me, and the rest of the family for support. While I understand she needs help, it can feel overwhelming when it seems like all the responsibility falls on us. To make matters worse, she has much more money than the rest of the family and often insists we help pay for everything. I want to be supportive, but it's tough when it feels like it's all about her and the baby. Edit 2. I have my very own toddler and it feels pressured to have to balance time with my own child's needs and hers because she insists I leave my job on multiple occasions and that I leave my toddler to my wife. This is also unfair because my beloved has always had me by her side whenever I'm off work. My sister is always using her husband to voice out her awful comments and blames it all on him. She ran fast when I confronted her in front of her husband. I live in a small town with a lot of family. Aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, basically everyone related to me lives here. My sister Lilia married her husband Sean last year. I don't know him very well, but I don't have a problem with him either. Every other weekend, my mom will host a party type thing for the whole family. There's food, decorations, music, etc. Everyone has a blast. A few months ago, my sister started acting kind of strange at these parties. Her husband isn't a very social person from what I can tell. He usually stands off to the side, sometimes without food. Lilia started making comments, usually to our immediate family, but sometimes to anyone who'll listen, about how Sean thinks the decorations look tacky or Sean thinks the music is too loud. At first it was basically harmless, but the comments got worse and worse. She started saying things like that outside of family parties, too. The weekend before last, she made small talk for a while before saying, Sean doesn't look like he's having a good time. I don't think he likes the food very much. I can't really blame him. We don't usually eat at low-class restaurants like yours. Her comments always pissed me off, but this pushed me pretty hard. My mom works really hard to make delicious food for these parties. She's a chef at Olive Garden. I guess my mom could tell I was getting upset, so she pulled me aside and told me not to say anything to Lilia, that it wasn't a big thing like that. I respected her wishes, even though I really wanted to stand up for her. Last week, Lilia called and said Sean's best friend is getting married. I'm a wedding planner, and she wants me to plan the wedding. I said sure. This weekend, Sean's best friend and his fiancée had a joint bachelor and bachelorette party. Lilia is a bridesmaid. She invited me to come along so I could meet the bride and groom, and probably officially become their wedding planner. When I arrived at the club, Lilia immediately grabbed my wrist and pulled me to the bathroom. She said, "Sean isn't happy. No one will take you seriously as a wedding planner if you dress like a SLT. You embarrassed him, and now, the groom, will blame him for recommending a crappy planner." I had enough of her at that point. It felt like she was just using Sean as an excuse to voice her own opinions. I said, if Sean thinks I'm a crappy wedding planner for dressing normally for a damn club, he can get, the groom, a new wedding planner. I walked out and went home. Update, I ended up inviting Sean and Lilia out to lunch. Lilia was still a little upset that I had dressed like a slut at the club, but mostly things went fine. Before we left, I asked Sean if he thought my outfit at the club was inappropriate. He said no. I asked if he thought my mother's cooking was bad. He said no again. This time he looked more confused. Before I could ask him about another comment, Lilia grabbed his arm and pulled him up. She said they had to go. Sean looked even more confused and told Lilia he wanted to hear what I was going to ask next. She looked visibly angry, and after I asked him if he thought the decorations were tacky, Lilia said, "If you're not coming, I'm leaving without you." She ran to the car before either of us could stop her. Sean was really confused now and asked why I thought he didn't like the food, etc. I told him the whole story of how Lilia was telling me and my immediate family he was saying rude things. He looked completely shocked now. He said he never said any of those things, and that he thinks the parties are wonderful. He explained he's just a little antisocial and gets nervous around people he doesn't know well, which I totally get. He apologized if anything he did was offensive, but I said there was no need for an apology. I gave him a ride home. Lilia took off with their car. When we got there, my sister's car wasn't in the driveway. I went to my mom's house next to drop off some stuff I had for her in the car. When I got there, Lilia's car was parked outside. She was sitting at the dining table crying, and my mom was doing her best to comfort her. When my sister saw me, she started crying even harder. I sat down and waited until she could calm down. When she finally did, I gently asked why she was saying all those things. Lilia said, "I don't know, to make you hate him, I guess." My mom asked why she wanted us to hate him. She kept replying to our questions with "I don't know" before admitting the truth. She said she'd been feeling jealous since our brother Eric got married. She felt like he was getting all the attention, especially when his wife announced her pregnancy. She also said Eric was always the golden child growing up, and she wanted people to notice her just this once. I never thought he was the golden child. In fact, Lilia seemed to be favored over him, but maybe I was too wrapped up in my own stuff to notice. My sister decided to stir up some drama to get the attention back on her. She used Sean, because no one in the family knew him very well and it was easy because he doesn't interact with a lot of people. She claimed she wanted the attention so badly, even if it was negative. She wanted to see how far we'd let her go before one of us snapped. After a long talk, she promised never to do anything like this again, and admitted she mostly did all this out of resentment toward Eric for always stealing the spotlight. My mom promised to pay more attention to her, and she apologized if she ever made Lilia feel like Eric was better than her. We all hugged it out. Earlier tonight, Lilia called me and said she and Sean were going to try couples therapy, and she was going to get individual therapy for herself. I said I was happy for her and she can come to me if she ever needs anything. My sister is crazy to bring me and my ex into a relationship again, and my mother is backing her up, so I told them to not contact me anymore or I will go to the police. I started dating my brother's best friend when I was 16. We were together until I graduated high school when he proposed and I rejected it. There was a lot of drama, with my family asking me to reconsider because we could have a long engagement or make a promise to reconcile. My relationship with my brother suffered for a while, but the one with my sister never recovered. She was sure my ex was the best fit for me and became unbearable when she started dating my ex's brother. My ex was invited everywhere by my siblings, even to some family holidays, but I didn't say anything since he was their friend too. That is until my sister started to push for us to get back together. My sister did everything from trying to get us on blind dates to making us share a room during holidays. No matter the occasion, my ex was invited to it. After a while I had enough and asked my parents to intervene. They were clear with my siblings and stopped inviting my ex to things or allowing him to tag along so much. It was slightly better, but while my brother backed off, my sister didn't. It all came to a crash when I met my husband during a semester abroad. He was from another university but the same country and we just clicked. It was magical for me and we got engaged after dating for a year. My family was very happy for me, except my sister. She kept insisting I was in the honeymoon phase and will grow out of it. I clearly didn't, and after many fights and attempts to reunite me with my ex, I simply let her know if she pulled anything again I will stop talking to her. What does she do after that warning? Makes me her mo and requests I spend all my time with the bridal party, aka my ex, and sets one of her friends as my husband's date. We didn't realize until we were at the reception and the poor girl tried to make a pass at my husband. My sister said that since we are not married it was okay to explore things with other people. I left the party and the next day spoke with my parents and brother. Explained that while I won't make them choose, I will not talk to my sister ever again, and if they try to fix stuff between us I will simply cut contact with them too. My mom was devastated and tried to negotiate, but my dad and brother said they would respect my decision, and apart from 2 attempts from my mom I haven't spoken, written, or anything with my sister in the past 6 years. My sister has tried everything to reconcile with me, from gifts to tantrums, but I simply don't talk to her at all. If we are at a family event or dinner I simply act like she doesn't exist. At first she made snarky comments or tried to create drama, but since nobody backed her up she gave up. She did have a meltdown when she was informed she was invited to my wedding but would not be part of any preparation. My brother says he feels guilty for going along with it for so long, and his relationship with my ex has suffered since my ex. They still talk but they are not as closed anymore. The issue: my mom's birthday was couple weeks ago and I finally announced we are expecting our first child. Everybody was very happy except my sister. My mom noted that and asked me for tea the other day. My sixth sense told me not to go, but I wanted to be positive. The first thing I noticed when I arrived was my sister's car. Then as I entered the door there was my sister, her husband, my ex. They wanted to have an intervention since my childish tactic has gone for so long. My ex said that he was just trying to be romantic but he understands I couldn't appreciate it. His mom said I was just hurting my sister for wanting the best for me and she apologized already, so I need to forgive her. I was just sending texts to my family, dad, brother, husband, and looking at my mom in disbelief. My brother-in-law had the balls to tell me I was a hurtful person and I need to learn how to act like an adult since I am having a baby now. Then my mom began reading a letter about how hurt she was her daughters weren't close, how my sister was wrong but she was well-intended. Then my sister read her letter and began crying and telling me basically another version of what the rest did. I said nothing to anybody, just sat there until my brother arrived. He was angry beyond anything I've ever seen before. He grabbed my stuff and told them all he was really disappointed and disgusted. We went outside and sat in his car until my dad and husband arrived. By then I was just sobbing and he kept saying sorry. I am unsure what happened in there, but I sent everybody an email with my lawyer's number info attached and stated I don't wish to be contacted by any of them ever again, and if they do I will go to the police. Nobody has contacted me, but I know from my dad my mom and sister are hysterical. They told him they hope to repair things and for my sister to be able to be on my baby's life, maybe possibly being a godmother. My dad is staying with my brother at the moment. They support me but some others in the family don't. I've had mutual friends call me since they are worried about my sister's well-being and asking me what happened since she is now going by the narrative my husband is keeping me away from my family. I hate having my business in public, but I did go the public route and posted a long FB post about everything that happened. Sister, brother-in-law and ex are being dragged, which even if it wasn't 100% intended I feel is deserved. Now, my mom has been inconsolable, which does make me feel bad, but not as bad as she made me feel with her little intervention. I agreed to have a talk with her a couple of days ago and laid the ground rules for any possible future interaction, including therapy, family therapy, clear boundaries, no sharing information about me with my sister, and separate holidays. Most important, if she ever pulls anything like this again she will for sure be cut off. She feels this is too much but is willing to do it. She thought it meant immediate access to baby news and it is all solved, but I told her it is a process and she needs to prove she has improved. Update 2. My sister kept sending messages to my brother, begging for help, but it is not happening. I am devastated and very sad for my nephew since he is losing so much of his family because his mother has some wacky ideas, but it is what it is. As for the custody and grandparent rights my mom wants to throw around so much, my lawyer sent her a letter stating she caused harm to my health and the baby, and if she keeps harassing me it will become an official legal matter. My dad made a new will in which my sister's son gets a trust fund and some inheritance, but my sister gets a token amount. He is truly done with her. I was feeling bad for her, but I decided to focus my energy on my baby. She is here and we are blessed. My ex, whom my friends now call Bates, went around saying the baby was his cause. We've been having a torrid affair due to my undying love for him. Nobody believes him anymore, but it made my husband contact Bates' employer and tell him about all the craziness. Long story short, he was put on a suspension pending internal reviewing. I am almost positive he will be fired since they have asked us for more and more info and they seem really apologetic. My mom has tried to find us, but all the people that know of our location have gone NC with her. My dad's lawyer sent her a letter stating that due to her instability all correspondence will be through lawyers now. It has been us and my dad because I felt so bad for him being alone. He has promised he will be fine and nothing is my fault, but I still feel awful. He has been the best babysitter, feeder, diaper changer in the universe. My nephews are loving as always, and my dad even got a visit with my sister's son. It came about because she kept making videos threatening to hurt herself if my husband didn't stop alienating her family, so my dad emailed her about seeing her son and told her he would call the police about her threat, so that seems to have stopped it. Update 3. On Mother's Day, my dad got an email with a link to an Instagram account in which they made a sad video about my mom and how most of her family has abandoned her and how much of a saint my sister is for being there for her. It was really pathetic and enraged me, but I just sent it to the lawyer. Dad officially filed for divorce in May and the process is still ongoing. My mom insists he is wrong, but my dad said he'd rather drink bleach than go back to her, so I think that is final. Bates sent me a 12-page, double-sided, seemed single-space letter about how hurt he is. I am denying him what's his, and my husband is so threatened by him that he had to go and destroy him professionally because he would not be able to destroy anything else. Update 4. Dad is dating now. She is a very lovely woman and has grown children, so she understands the dynamics happening sometimes. He has been very clear he is not moving or marrying, and she is pleased with that because she likes her independence. My mother nearly had a stroke when she heard about his new relationship and kept saying it was a late midlife crisis and he had to resort to be a sugar daddy. This is obviously what I heard because I don't have any contact with her. But last I heard she is having a hard time. She is struggling because she was never good at budgeting and relied on my dad to put a stop on ridiculous purchases. My sister is also struggling because my dad is not helping her with money anymore. You'll see. He was willing to keep helping for the sake of my nephew, but then things got very rough. My nephew started calling my kid an affair baby, how she is not with her real dad, called my other nephews delusional, and during a birthday party he even pushed one of my nephews on my husband's side saying they were not my kid's cousins, only he was. The kids were perplexed and so confused, but immediately told an adult about it. My dad spoke with him, but he kept repeating it. He spoke with my sister and she said she could do nothing to prevent a kid from telling the truth, and didn't all kids tell always the truth? He told her until there is a change he is cutting them off. She panicked and cried, but she is also super stubborn, so now my nephew goes to public school because my husband made my dad cut them off. Lastly, my husband keeps me sane whenever little things come up. We are thinking if we should have another baby or maybe adopt one. We are still undecided. We have a great support system and the privilege to have these conversations. I still miss my mom a lot. I sometimes cry when I realize there are milestones I can no longer share with her, but she is a bad person and the safety of my family matters more. My sister is demanding that I babysit her nightmare son because it is my duty as a sister. She dropped him off in a safe haven in the middle of the night. Now she won't have parental rights. My sister has a 4-year-old son. She's a single mom. Ex-husband is not in the picture and has no contact with her or the kid. I'm the youngest and was a whoops baby my parents had in their 40s by chance. Because of my young age and the fact I'm not married and don't have kids, they keep saying I'm the perfect person to babysit because I have nothing to do, not even taking into consideration that I have a job and friends of my own. I'm gonna get straight to the point. That kid is a nightmare to be around. It's not his fault, it's my sister's fault. He very clearly has behavioral and mental health disorders, even at his young age. However, my sister was and is very ableist and refuses to accept that her son has problems. The kid screams bloody murder whenever something doesn't slightly go his way, screams and cries when he's overwhelmed, has meltdowns to certain sounds and textures. Like I said, I don't blame the kid for these issues, but my sister refusing to get him treatment or help makes the kid a nightmare to be around. The problem is, my sister doesn't want him to be diagnosed with anything. She has this belief that kids are overdiagnosed as a way for pharmaceutical companies and hospitals to get more money out of parents and insurance companies. So, as a result, I don't babysit the kid when my sister asks, more like demands, I do so. This causes a lot of fights between us and our family. I have a friend who's married to a wonderful lady and they have a baby boy together who just turned 1. Yes, they got married and had him young, but it's not my place to judge them. This past weekend they asked me to babysit for them, and I agreed for a few reasons. Their kid is calm, well-behaved, and a general good kid to be around. I love babysitting him. Also, they asked me nicely, and understood that I might say no because I'm child-free. They were polite about their request. A thing about me is that if you ask me to do something politely, even if it's something I wouldn't usually agree to, I'd probably do it because you were nice and polite. So for these reasons, I happily agreed to babysit the boy. My sister also asked me to babysit her son that day so she could have a day to herself, and I refused and told her I was already babysitting for my friends. She was pissed, to say the least. She said a few comments about how I was in butt and not a good sister, but I thought she dropped it after that. This past weekend, while I was watching the baby, my sister started banging on my door. I looked through the window and saw that she had her kid in a care bag with her, and I knew she was trying to drop him off and make me babysit. She was banging on the door, yelling at me and calling me heartless and a baby hater, while I was holding a baby, ironic, and that I better open up and do my sisterly duties. I put the baby in a different room to keep him from getting scared by the noise, and told my sister through the window to leave, or I would call the cops. She started cursing for a solid 5 minutes before she finally left. I had the whole thing on my doorbell camera and sent it to the family group chat. Surprisingly, my whole family is on my sister's side. She keeps arguing with me about how I'd rather babysit a kid not even related to me over my nephew. I reminded her that her kid is a nightmare to be around, but she keeps saying that for family you help out. My sister has been cold since, and keeps sending me text messages to provoke me into arguing with her more. She's also started saying some pretty ableist and nasty things towards my friend's wife. My friend's wife is on the spectrum and has BPD, and my sister keeps saying that she should have been sterilized and never should have passed her issues to her kid. By the way, her kid has shown none of the signs that autistic infants usually show, so I don't know what my sister's on. I will admit that I do feel a bit guilty because I never consider babysitting my nephew, but I jumped at the opportunity to babysit my friend's kid. I need advice on how to get my family to see my perspective on this. How can I explain to them that the issue isn't the idea of babysitting, but it's the behavior of the kid? Update 1. I tried to talk to her about getting help for my nephew, and she kept screaming at me every time I brought it up. She said a lot of derogatory terms towards people with mental illnesses and mental disabilities, terms I won't repeat here. That wasn't the only escalation. She was at my door several times a day starting 2 days ago, banging on my door, screaming, crying, cursing, the works. She brought my nephew each time and he always looked so confused and defeated. He was too tired to react or melt down like he normally does around loud noises, and it broke my heart to see that on my doorbell camera. I wasn't at my house. I was crashing with my friend and his wife. They said I was free to stay as long as I wanted, as long as I helped out with some house chores and childcare while I stayed, which I thought was more than fair. So I'm staying in their guest room currently. I'm still with them, even though my sister isn't much of a problem. Many will be glad to know that my sister won't have parental rights over my nephew soon. She dropped him off at a safe haven site in the middle of the night, and my nephew is currently with my parents. Social services placed him with my parents, and he's set to have mandatory therapy. In my state, if a child is abandoned in any way, safe haven or not, a physical and mental health exam is done. Other than being a little bit underweight, my nephew was physically healthy. He wasn't being physically abused like a few people were worried, but it was obvious he needed mental health, so he'll be starting therapy sessions soon, as mandated by a caseworker. We are not looking for my sister. After she dropped her son off, she left. She had quit her job a few weeks back, sold her car, and even her house a few weeks ago, and had been renting a place, so this was planned. In my personal opinion, she planned to abandon her son the day I was babysitting my friend's baby, which is why she had such a nuclear reaction. She did leave a note, saying she can't do it anymore, she met someone, and that she doesn't want to be a mom to my nephew anymore. In her note she said she deserves a normal kid, and not a burden like my nephew. I seriously hope that my sister doesn't have any more kids with this mystery person she's referencing, but it seems like she's running off to start a new life and family. She still has 30 days to reclaim rights over my nephew, but it doesn't look like she'll do that. Time will tell. Like I said, I'm still with my friends because I was worried my sister would do something. My parents and brother have also been blowing up my phone and coming to my house, switching between apologies and blaming me for this. They think that maybe if I babysat that day, she wouldn't have done this, but I think she wanted me to babysit so she could do this. I'm not mad at them for blaming me. I understand that my sister is still their family and they're rightfully in shock and want someone to blame. They're human, and I know humans can be cruel sometimes while going through shock and grief. So, yeah, that's life right now. I'm currently sitting on the couch with my friend's baby while my friend is at work and his wife does a quick grocery run. She was going to take the baby, but I insisted on watching him so she didn't have to hassle with the car seat in the very stormy weather we have in our area right now. My sister is planning to name her baby the worst name ever and I laughed. Now I'm uninvited to the baby shower I'm planning. My sister is due in early January and we're planning her baby shower for early December. She decided she wanted to use my mother's maiden name, Rafferty, as her daughter's name. Not a tragedy itself and I guess it works as a unique name. But yesterday I texted my sister that I needed to get the custom items with my niece's name ordered ASAP so they arrive in time for the shower. My sister then let me know they're going with an alternative spelling of Rafferty. I texted back, an alternative spelling of our mother's maiden name? My sister wants to spell it Rayfarty. So I sent back a bunch of laughing emojis and she asked what's so funny? I tried to explain that no one will pronounce that as Rafferty and she'll probably get plenty of the same mispronunciations. She told me I was being ridiculous. I texted back, my poor niece, little Miss Farty Ray. I was uninvited to the shower and my mom told me today my sister doesn't want me as the godmother anymore. But, Ray Farty is really bad, isn't it? Someone needs to tell her, right? Update: my sister's husband was made aware of the spelling change of Rafferty to Rayfarty about a month before my original post. He said he didn't think much of it until he saw it written down and immediately saw it as Rayfarty, too. He said her emotions had been getting worse throughout the pregnancy and he didn't know how to approach her about going back to the original spelling. He had hoped that once she gave birth, all the hormones would somehow leave her body, she'd come to her senses, and it would be a non-issue. All my mom knew was that my sister called her to complain that I laughed at her for slightly changing the spelling. My mom just assumed it was a minor change like Rafferty until I told her to grab a pen and paper and I'd spell it out for her. Once she saw it was Rayfarty, she was team save this child. Now for those of you who told me I didn't have any tact and my reaction was mean, my reaction was because 1. People would call the poor girl Rayfarty her entire life for the sake of my sister being quirky. 2. Pregnancy brain aside, surely my sister would realize her child will be called Rayfarty once it's pointed out. Laugh, change her mind, and this will end up being a funny story to tell at her daughter's future wedding or something. And 3. My sister is a bit of a joker, so I also initially thought she was just pulling a prank or joking. But if she was joking, she took the joke far. She spent $400 on a mural painted on one wall in the nursery. She wanted to debut the finished nursery to everyone at the baby shower, including her husband, who was forbidden to see it beforehand, that had Rayfarty incorporated into it that now needs to be repainted. She also bought herself a birthing gift she'd have my brother-in-law present to her in front of everyone at the hospital. A $900 plus gold bracelet with RAEFART and Y charms. The baby book also has Rayfarty embroidered on the cover. I contacted my sister's best friend Katie if my sister had told her anything about the spelling change. She found out about Rayfarty after the blow-up with my sister, as my sister wanted to get Katie on her side. Katie, who's a teacher, was equally horrified about the spelling and told me this was the worst attempt at a creative name she's ever seen. The intervention of sorts, the farty party, if you will, included me, my sister, her husband, his mother and father, my mother, and Katie. My sister refused to believe anyone could possibly see Rayfarty as Rayfarty and that we were just mad that she was taking creative license and that everyone does that nowadays. My sister said children are not that cruel to bully her daughter for her name, and Katie said plenty of kids are cruel enough and the others would join in so they're not singled out themselves. My sister countered that as long as all the adults are pronouncing it correctly that it will be no problem, and Katie told her that not only would the adults not know how to pronounce it to begin with, but that as long as fart is in the name, kids will latch right onto that. I was happy Katie was there because she shared interesting names her students have had over the past few years, so I knew her opinion on this would probably be the only one to sway her. My sister cried for about 10 minutes and finally agreed to entirely change the name because even Rafferty was tainted because we had all ruined it for her. We told her to take her time to consider a new name. She told us she still wanted to honor my mother and she suggested she'd combine my mother's first name with her mother-in-law's name and created a name on the spot that included a crass term for a lesbian. When my mother pointed that out, she started crying again and accused us of not letting her be a mom, and her husband suggested we leave it for now and we should all go and give her space. It's been radio silence until my sister texted me a couple of hours ago that she and her husband landed on Theodora and she is absolutely in love with it. She even decided why my unborn niece looks like a Theodora in the ultrasounds. She got those creepy 3D ones done where every baby looks like the same copper potato. I replied that that was lovely and that I'm so happy she's happy. It's not my taste, but at least it's not Theodoru or some crap like that. So there you go. My niece has been saved from being called Rayfarty. I'm invited to the baby shower again and I know this is just a little blip with my relationship to my sister and we'll be fine, but Katie will be taking over as godmother, which is fine by me. I can always be godmother to their next child, who will probably be named something like Taramshu. Thank you all for seeing the same thing I did and letting me know stopping Rayfarty from coming into existence was the right thing to do. My sister is trying to steal my fiancé and my family is encouraging it because she is more to his level, so I am considering breaking up with him so he could be happier with my sister. I have been engaged to my fiancé for about a month now. He's honestly amazing. He's kind, thoughtful, successful, and way out of my league. I love him so much, but lately, I've been thinking that maybe I'm not the right person for him, and maybe my sister Tara, 27F, would be better for him. Tara is everything I'm not. She's beautiful, smart, outgoing, and honestly, the type of woman who turns heads wherever she goes. She's always been the favorite in our family, my parents adore her, and she's always making them proud. Ever since my fiancé came into the picture, it's like my family has started hinting that they think he'd be happier with her. When I first introduced him to my family, they couldn't stop talking about how perfect he is. At first, I thought it was just normal family excitement, but it's gotten kind of weird. My mom constantly makes comments like, Tara and your fiancé just have so much in common, and my dad has said things like, it's a shame Tara didn't meet someone like him sooner. They'd make a power couple. At family gatherings, Tara and my fiancé seem to get along really well, and everyone keeps pointing it out. My aunt actually said, if your sister ever decides she's ready for a serious relationship, she'd be lucky to find a guy like him, while staring directly at them as they talked. I laughed it off because what else could I do? I know Tara is incredible, and honestly, I'm just not sure I'm the right person for him. Tara's also been spending a lot of time with him, and my family keeps encouraging it. She'll ask him to help with things like fixing her computer or moving furniture, and when I offer to come, she says, no, it's fine, I just need him for a quick favor. They have been spending time at the gym and attending similar events due to having similar jobs. My mom always says how nice it is that they're bonding, and my dad once joked, maybe you're just holding him back, sweetheart. Tara's more on his level. I know they mean well, but it's really starting to mess with my head. My fiancé loves me, I know he does, but I can't help but think that maybe he'd be happier with someone like Tara. They're both so similar, and I feel like I'm just not good enough. I'm not as confident or outgoing as her, and I think my family sees that too. At our last family dinner, Tara made a comment about how my fiancé is the perfect guy and how any woman would be lucky to have him. My dad actually laughed and said, well, there's still time for that, which made everyone awkwardly laugh, even my fiancé. I felt sick. I've been thinking, maybe it would be better for everyone if I just stepped aside. I don't want to hold him back from being with someone who's actually his equal. My family already seems to think they're better suited for each other, and honestly, I feel like I'm the odd one out in my own relationship. I love him so much, but what if he's just settling for me? Would I be the a-hole for breaking up with him to make everybody else happy? I'm not asking about me and my feelings, I'm asking if it would be cruel to my fiancé. My sister kept my fiancé entertained because he was tired of me. Well, if she wanted to play the villain in my story, I'm making this an open book on social media. I have a sister who's just a year older than me. We've always had such a good relationship, so finding out about this one hurt. She might as well have just stabbed me in my heart. On top of that, I've been with my fiancé since high school and we've always been with each other through thick and thin. We were going to get married in a few months. I have no idea why on earth they did this to me. What's even worse was that our mom knew, and out of fear of getting involved, my sister apparently begged her not to say a word. She didn't tell me anything. Thankfully, my dad wasn't having it and he spilled the beans to me. I've never been so angry in my life. Not only did I kick my fiancé out and throw out his stuff, some of it in the trash, but I decided to hurt my sister in another way. Why not do the same for my fiancé? Simple. She's my sister. We've always had a good relationship until she decided to ruin it months before my big day, which I allowed her to be a bridesmaid in. You don't do that to anyone, let alone your sister, your blood. My sister's big on gardening, so when she lost her dog, she made a garden for him. I knocked on her door. She didn't know that I knew, and of course I played nice. I moved on to what she did with my fiancé and I crushed the flowers in her garden. Am I sorry? No. Her excuse sent me over the edge. It just happened isn't a reason. Sleeping with my fiancé just happened like that, I guess. I told her I didn't want her speaking to me anymore and that I also didn't want our mom to speak to me. My fiancé won't say a word since I threatened to call the police if he ever went near me again. Yeah, I made my sister cry and scream at me, but I genuinely feel like I should be the one crying. She knew how important getting married was to me and now I can't experience that. Pair that with the fact that I had to hear this from my dad, not my bum excuse of a sister or fiancé. Hell, even my mother didn't say a word to me. It's like she lets my sister run her. F you, Tia. F you, Logan. If they ever see this, I'd be absolutely delighted. Update 1. To start off, I did expose her and my ex on my story. I unblocked them both to tag them. My ex actually blocked me after he saw my story. I sent my Reddit post to my sister after. At the time, she didn't see, but I got a call from my ex's mom. She was furious about everything, but she asked me how I was holding up and if I'd heard the news. My heart sank a little because I honestly couldn't bear to hear any more bad news. I asked her what she was talking about. She said, "So you haven't?" I said no and asked her to tell me. My sister's pregnant. Apparently, Logan told her in an attempt to make her chill out on my sister. I didn't want to hear any more, so I told her I needed to hang up the phone. Thankfully, She accepted because I literally burst into tears 2 seconds later. After 5 minutes of crying, my sister responded to my story and text with the Reddit post link. She was texting me in all caps begging me to take it down. If I wasn't so upset, I would have laughed a little, but I just sat there watching her blow up my phone. I got even angrier when she said, "I'm coming over and I'm telling mom that you're spreading my business online." Alright, you big baby. Still never responded though. I felt frozen. 30 minutes later, she's trying to break my door down, so I opened it in a fit of rage and I started screaming all kinds of poop at her. She kept screaming at me to take it down and I told her that's gonna stay up for as long as I want it to. She kept telling me she didn't deserve online hate, and she even tried telling me that she's always been there for me through everything and that she would have forgiven me if it was the other way around. That's when I punched her. A small part of me felt guilty, but she retaliated by saying, "It's not my fault, Logan was tired of you." That's when I told her that I hoped she ended up like her dog and that she deserved every bit of hate she's getting for ruining my relationship. I even apologized for not ruining her entire garden and her stupid face at first. I know I'm wrong for saying this, but the entire time, she was playing the victim. She called me evil and told me to rot in hell, kept saying I was punishing her over a mistake. I said, "You have no idea what you've put me through, and I know you would have done the same thing if you were the victim." She kept crying and insulting me because all she's ever done was support me through everything, and I had the nerve to punch her in the face and allow strangers to bash her on the internet. I told her she deserved it and I don't want her talking to me ever again, and if she comes near me, I'm calling the police. She kept saying I was being extremely unfair and that she said she was sorry in her text, but I wasn't having it. I told her to tell mom I'm not talking to her again either. She asked me if I was really going to cut her off like that, and I just wished her good luck with her unwanted child and told her to go home. That was the last time she walked off my porch. Anyway, I had to clean up my favorite vase, but it doesn't even matter. At least they're out of my life. However, it's weird how sad I feel now. It's for my own good, but damn, I'll never experience the bond we had again. On the bright side, seems like I've dodged 2 bullets. My dad called not too long ago asking me to take every post down because according to my mother, my bitch sister is bawling her eyes out over mean people on the internet. As if I'm taking anything down. My dad's pissed about her pregnancy, but my mom continues to defend her by saying we need to chill out on her a little bit. This is why I'm not talking to her. Thanks again though, everyone. I'm exhausted and I need to worry about other things. Last update, I've officially decided to go LC with my dad today. Surprisingly, he wasn't that upset about it. However, he's still on team take down the post, and that's why I made my decision. My mom wants nothing to do with me because if I wasn't going to respect the family, there's no point in trying to get to you. Wow, it's almost like that's what I wanted. My cousin and my ex's sister have been supporting me. Apparently, my sister has had meltdown after meltdown because more people are slowly finding out about the affair, not only in person but on the internet. She actually got into it with my cousin online, and according to my cousin, my sister keeps asking her to tell me to take down the post because she's sorry and she felt pressured into doing what she did. Last I even heard about my ex was from his sister. She told me that they did speak, and although he's not ready for a child, he doesn't feel comfortable leaving my pregnant sister on her own. He also wants me to stop what I'm doing, but oh well, they're made for each other. Anyway, I've surprisingly been feeling a bit better thanks to my cousin and my new sister, as I like to call my ex's sister now, haha. I've actually gotten some good sleep, still considering therapy too. A very tiny part of me feels pretty bad for exposing my sister and ex, and I'll always miss the relationship I've had with them, even despite my last encounter with my sister, but they've hurt me and it's what they deserve. If they're not taking it well, that's their problem. My sister likes to sleep around with married men, and she was taunting the wife to come and beat her, but I was the one who got the trashing because we looked like twins and my parents were livid. Many people don't understand that there are people who likes to be the second and enjoy feeling that they can sleep with anyone, even with a forbidden one, and my sister is that type of person. Since she was a teenager, she flirted with her friends' boyfriends. She did it to measure her value with others, but she never flirted with any of my boyfriends. At least she has her limits. Now that she is older, she likes to eat with married mans. For her it is better to receive gifts and fun without the pressure of being the wife. Her words. We discussed this many times. At the end of the day, it's all in self-esteem and ego problem that my sister has. She needs to know that she can get whatever she wants. I have no idea where my idiot sister is because she went on vacation with her friends. All I know is that I'm going to pull her hair out when I see her. My sister 28 and I go to the same university. Although we are only 3 years apart, we are almost identical and people always confuse us for twins. And today I suffered because of that resemblance we have, because as soon as I left my university to go to my car, a lady threw herself on me to start dragging me by the hair while she was yelling at me a lot of things and insults. By pure instinct I also began to fight. Honestly, at that moment I thought that some homeless person had an attack of dementia or something. I pulled her by the hair until my friends separated her from me. The woman was crying and behind her 2 more women were with her and arguing with my friends. The woman was yelling at me that I am her husband's slut, and I didn't understand anything about what was happening, but at that moment my mind clicked because I know that my sister is dating an older man. She doesn't tell me much about him, but she shows me the gifts he gives her. I told the woman that she was looking for my sister. Basically, the people who were with her yelled at me that I must be just as slutty as my sister and tried to fight again. But the police approached us and it was all too messy. Now my scalp is full of scratches, my back is scraped by the asphalt and my hair hurts too much. And my sister doesn't answer my calls to explain what the hell she did before I tell my mother what happened. I know that if I tell my parents about this, they might even stop paying for my sister's education because it's not the first time she has done something like this. I'm going to tell them. Yes, but first I need to talk with my sister. The humiliation of having been beaten up at my university for something I didn't do is too big. It gives me chills to think about coming back on Monday and that the people who saw us believe that I am to blame for that when my sister was the culprit. Poor woman. I do feel empathy for her, but I didn't deserve that beating. My sister is not a good person at all, so it's easy to see her in a situation like this. At least she should have asked my name before that. We ended up at the police station and I filed charges against her, even though she apologized to me a lot when she calmed down a little bit. To be honest, her friends were worse than her in the sense of wanting to keep fighting when it was all over, but anyway, that doesn't justify that the fool hit the wrong person. For now I'm just going to wait for my sister to come back because I want to say everything with her present so that she can't run away from our parents. It's not the first time my sister has messed with a married man. Update: my sister came back from her vacations a few days ago. I waited for her to come back because I didn't want her to run away from telling our parents what happened, and I wanted her to be the one to tell them everything. My sister lives with our parents, so when she arrived I was already there. When my parents asked me what the hell happened to me, I told them to wait for my sister to come to talk about it, so they already knew that this was about her. Anyway, a few days ago the cheating man had sent a message to my sister telling her that his wife beat him and kicked him out of the house after she found out about his affair with my sister. The woman found my sister's ig and sent her messages telling her to stay away from her family because apparently the man took their kids to some of the dates with my sister, and my sister, who is a big idiot, followed the fight with the woman insulting her. She showed me the chat and was clearly encouraging the woman to fight, calling her names, and that's how I ended up getting beaten. According to my sister, she didn't believe that the woman was really going to hit her, but then I started to message her and she basically ignored me because didn't want her to get that kind of stress, and also because she knew she screwed up. I saw the messages she sent to that woman almost begging for a beating, and I stopped feeling any kind of empathy for her. She's not a good person and never was. I was furious, but my mother was even more angry. It is not the first time that my family has been affected because of her sexual adventures. This time we did not lose money or friends, but I was physically attacked, which is worse. My sister justified herself by saying that she is single and has no responsibility for any marriage, but my mother told her that we all suffer because of her problematic behavior and that morally she's helping to ruin the lives of many because of her ego. It all ended with my sister throwing a tantrum like always and even blaming me for looking like her, but this time my father kicked her out of the house with her things. I found it a little sad that my own parents apologized to me for their adult daughter's behavior. In the end of the day, I feel sad to see my parents and other people because of her behavior. And about the woman, she contacted me the next day I got beaten and was really sorry. She said she would pay for any medical expenses, but I'm fine. She sounded much calmer without her friends and told me that she had never done anything like that, but she felt a very strong hatred for my sister and her ex because of how they talked about her with the children. Although she sounded really regretful, a large part of me wanted her to kick my sister's ass, but that's not going to happen. Even if that doesn't make me a good person, I would have liked to see that.
My sister made me babysit for her kids for 3 years because it was part of my job as her sibling. Now she's coming at me screaming because I refused to be her free nanny. My oldest sister had her first kid 4 years ago, when the pandemic was still around. When she first had her, I was more than happy to babysit her for a bit every other week while she was at work. A year passed and now I was babysitting my niece full time. Mind you, in 2021 I was 13, and my sister had me babysitting her kid from Monday to Friday. From when I got to my grandma's house, 4 p.m., until 8 or 9 p.m. When she came back from work, I had to babysit her child. I had no compensation. I wasn't calling my friends as much, and could never hang out just because I had to take care of her kid. I spent more than 20 hours a week taking care of my sister's daughter just because she didn't want a nanny. My grandma would help me babysit, but after a while, she just told me to take care of it. I don't blame my niece for anything. She was only a baby, but she made me realize I never wanted to have kids. I spent 2 years, until 2023, taking care of her kid. With me, she took her first steps, said her first words, and even taught her some English. But I spent those 2 years with zero compensation for all the work I had to do. I had to feed her, change her diapers, bathe her, etc. On some days, especially on Fridays, she wouldn't even come to pick up her kid and just leave her with me at grandma's house over the weekend. It never mattered to her if I had homework, group projects, or wanted to hang out with my friends. If I had made any plans, I'd pretty much be forced to cancel on my friends if my sister left my niece at my grandma's house that day. Last year she spent the holidays at my house because my sister didn't want her ruining her Christmas since she was going to spend Christmas at her boyfriend's parents' house. Just when I thought one kid was more than enough, last year, in the middle of summer break, both my sisters brought to me the wonderful news that they were both pregnant. I almost punched my oldest sister right there. How will she have another kid when she can't care for the one she already has? Also, my oldest sister's boyfriend has a kid, and now they've decided to leave me to care for both of their kids 4 and 6 while they take care of their new baby. My nieces are great girls, I'm not gonna lie, but my issue is with my sister being such an irresponsible mother. She works all day and wants me to take care of her kids while she's at work, and if I say anything about it, I'm instantly shut down by my grandma and parents who always defend her and say she's a hard worker. All my sister does is jump from job to job. In January of this year, I asked my sister if she could start paying me for babysitting her kids, since I'm pretty much raising them for her. She told me that as her only sibling who's available, I had to take care of her kids, because it was part of my job as her sibling. She also told me that when the time came, she would pay me for babysitting. I'm still waiting for her to pay me. Just last week, I was babysitting one of my nieces and I had to call her to come pick her up early because I was going to the mall with my friends and had to get ready. I called her at around 2 p.m. She said she was busy and would try to get to me as soon as possible. From her work to grandma's house, it usually takes her 20, maybe 30 minutes tops to get to grandma's house. I had to get ready since one of my best friends was picking me up at 4 p.m. Then it was 4 p.m. I was ready to go, but my sister hadn't gotten there yet, so I left my messages on read. I couldn't even ask my grandma to cover for me while I was out because she was at a medical appointment. So when my friend came to my house to pick me up, I had to tell her I couldn't go because my sister hadn't picked up her kid yet. I waited until 7 p.m. when she eventually came to pick up her kid. She gave me the cheap excuse that she had a thing at work so she couldn't leave early. This was the final straw for me. After 3 years of babysitting your kids, you refuse to pay me and continue to mess up my social life just because you feel like I owe it to you? After that day, I texted her to never leave her kids at my house again and to stop babysitting them. My grandma got mad at me for telling her that and told me I should have been easier on her because she's having some relationship problems. It's not my problem that she doesn't know how to or want to take care of her kids. I spent almost all of high school raising her kids, missing out on hanging out with my friends, causing me massive stress with homework and projects without any compensation. And she could just leave her kid at my house whenever she wanted to, for how many days and hours she wanted to. All I wanted was for her to understand that I'm in school and I don't have time to raise anyone's kids. I get she was working most of the time, but I'm not a nanny, and I should be able to just hang out with my friends without worrying about any kids. Also, after all this time, she could have paid me for it. She had the money to pay me. Update, she called me screaming and said that I owe it to her. I told her I didn't owe her anything and that she was the one who owed me big time. She asked me who will now be taking care of her kids. I said hire a babysitter because that's not going to be me. I told her to stop procreating if she's not going to be responsible enough. I've had enough of her busy days and basically dumping her kids at me.
My sister made me feel like a third wheel in my marriage, and my mother thinks that my sister should have married my husband instead of me. I am thinking of going nuclear. My husband James, 34, and I, 29, were neighbors growing up. My sister, Fran, 34, was in the same grade as my husband growing up. Everyone knew my sister in school because she is very smart and beautiful. James had a huge crush on her and all of us knew about it. He asked her out for senior prom and Fran shot him down, in front of the whole school. They still remained friends, but he moved to a different state for college, and we did not hear much from him, except see him when he came back for holidays. James and I were never friends growing up, since I was in middle school when this happened. In fact, I was much younger than both of them, and they would actively avoid me or involve me in their hangouts and activities. I went to a good college and got my first job in the same city as James. My mom suggested I should contact James, since I did not know anyone there. We became friends and 3 years later, we got married. We both have high-paying jobs and love our life. We moved back to our hometown during COVID as James's mom had health issues, and our jobs allowed us to work remotely. Fran also had a pretty good life. She married when she was 23 and her husband was pretty well off. 2 years ago, Fran discovered that he was cheating on her for almost the entire duration of their marriage with multiple partners, and she decided to break things off. Fran moved back with my mom. Fran had not worked for the entire duration of their marriage and was expecting to gain significant alimony from the divorce. However, due to complications regarding prenup, she barely got anything and is struggling financially. She got a job but is barely able to afford her own place and continues living with my mom. James and I were very supportive of her during the whole process. Since James and Fran were friends growing up, they both have a special bond. They have their inside jokes and stories, and I sometimes feel like a third wheel when we all meet. However, James keeps his distance and has never given me any reason to believe that he has lingering feelings for her. Fran, on the other hand, constantly visits us, like 2 to 3 times a week, and ends up staying for dinner and sleeping in our guest room. I don't mind her coming over, but I do not like the fact that she talks more to James than with me. Also, she always comes over when I am not at home, and I often find them sitting next to each other on sofa and watching TV when I get home. It sort of reminds me of my childhood where I was locked out of our basement when Fran had friends over, and I would feel left out. Fran is also too comfortable around James and walks around the house in just a towel after her shower when James is around, or sleep in her underwear in guest room without locking the door. I have voiced my concerns to her, but she says that we are family, and she does not care. I have also voiced my concerns to James, and he does make efforts now to explain stories and inside jokes if Fran makes them. The main issue happened this weekend. I was hanging out with my mom and Fran last weekend, and Fran was recollecting stories about how James would do her homework and do chores for her growing up. She said he was so much in love with me, and I felt guilty taking advantage of him. My mom jokingly said to her that I wish you had the wits to marry James than your loser husband and you would have not been in this situation. Fran smiled after hearing that and nodded, but I was hurt by the comment. I protested to my mom that James is my husband, and I do not want her to make such comments about him. My mom doubled down and said that she feels like it because both James and I are high earners, while Fran is struggling. So, it would make sense if Fran was married to James, and I would be fine since I do not need James to support me financially. She kept on saying that it was a hypothetical, and just wants both her daughters to be happy. I did not like those comments and told them to not speak like that about James and my marriage in general. Fran chimed in and told me that I should not take the comments so personally, and I am being too sensitive. However, I had a fight with both of them, and I left. When I came home and told James, he also sided with my mom and Fran and told me that her mom just made a harmless joke. I also raised the issue of Fran's behavior around our house, and he told me that this is between me and my sister, and he is not going to tell Fran about what she can or cannot wear in our house. However, I am just feeling really bad since the situation, and despite everyone apologizing to me, things just don't feel right. Am I wrong here in reacting the way I did, or does everyone else have a point, and I should be more secure about my relationship with James? Update: the comments really made me paranoid, and I did see everyone's point that James may have just married me because of his crush on Fran. This really shot up my anxiety, and I started snooping around. My husband literally makes me check his phone for new messages when he is not around, so I knew there was nothing to hide there. However, I was spooked by how my sister always knows when I am not at home, and why James and Fran are always sitting on the same couch when I come home. I tried talking to my husband, and he told me that my feelings were valid. However, he also said that Fran is going through a tough time and refused to say anything bad about my mom and Fran. Last Friday, I went to gym as usual in the evening, and when I came home, Fran was sitting in the living room, while James was cooking dinner. I got a bit angry and asked her what she is doing here. She said had no plans for the night, and she came to hang out with us. It really annoyed me, and I told her that I wanted to spend a quiet weekend with my husband and if she can come some other time. She could see I was upset. She started saying how our mom was just being silly, and I need to let it go since it was just a joke. I told her I did not find it funny, and we got into a fight. She said that I am always an insecure, annoying kid and no wonder no one liked me. It really hurt me, but James stepped in and told Fran that she needs to leave. I have never seen James be so forceful with Fran. Fran muttered some unpleasant things to James, and then left. I was in tears by the end of the whole thing, and James was consoling me. I was really upset and spent the night in our room alone. In the morning, I prepared notes on all things I wanted to ask James. Your comments really helped me get my thoughts straight. I know I was being very insecure, but after reading the comments, I really started questioning if James really married me for me, or just because I was Fran's sister and looked like her. People called me Dollar Store Fran in high school. James and I had a long conversation, and I told him my anxieties and insecurities. I told him how it makes me feel that he spends so much time with Fran when she visits us, and they have their own inside jokes. I asked him if he still has feelings for her. He was calm and smiling the whole time. He told me that he will tell me the truth but does not want me to hate him for it later. He said that he knows Fran used him all through their school days, because she knew he liked her. When he went to college, Fran still tried to keep in touch with him, but putting distance between them made him realize how badly she treated him, and he decided to just cut contact with her so that he can work on himself. That was the reason. He rarely visited us when he used to come for holidays and stopped being friends with Fran. I told him that it bothered me that he chose Fran before me and ignored me during our childhood. That was the reason I always had that doubt if I was his second choice. He said that I was 13 when he went to college, and if he would have liked me instead of Fran at that age, we would be having a different problem. He told me that, when I contacted him, he thought that I must be like Fran and was not very enthusiastic to meet me. However, after we hung out for a few times, he realized I am nothing like Fran. We soon became close, started dating and got married after a few years. He told me that Fran was married by then, and he saw that I always put Fran on the pedestal and would get jealous when Fran posted vacation pictures or the new shiny things her husband bought for her. That was the reason he never told me that he does not like hanging around Fran, as he feels that for me, Fran was always the North Star. He told me that he has always kept his distance from Fran, and she was a non-issue since we would meet her only few times every year. However, after her divorce, he did not know how to act. He said that he was grateful to me for uprooting our lives and moving back to our hometown for his mom's health. He wanted to do the same and take care of my family. When Fran got divorced, he supported her in every way he could for me, even though he realized it meant spending a lot of time with her and listening to her bring up all the memories from high school that he wants to forget. I told him it bothered me that Fran came to our house as often as she does, and generally in evenings when I go to gym. He told me that he also finds it odd that she knows my gym routine and always comes on evenings when I am not at home. However, he told me that he has always kept his distance from her, and if she did anything that would raise an alarm, he would have told me immediately. She just makes him all the old movies or TV shows they watched growing up, and gossips endlessly about their high school friends. He told me I need to trust him, and if I want him to be the bad guy and ask Fran to not visit us often, he can do that for me. However, he knows that I will eventually make up with my mom and Fran and does not want to blame him for being mean to Fran. However, he told me he will not tell Fran what to wear around the house, as it would be creepy if it came from him. I felt I got all the assurance I needed from James, and I will never doubt how amazing of a husband he has been. My mom and Fran visited us on Sunday, and my mom profusely apologized to me. She told me she does not want me to feel bad for her comment and she would never wish anything bad on my marriage. She meant to say that James was a great guy, and she hopes Fran can find someone like him one day. Fran was a bit sour but apologized to us for all the name calling on Friday and told us that it's just her hormones. She said that she likes hanging out with her sister and her best friend, and hence comes to our house. I told her she is welcome to come anytime she wants, but to call ahead of time in case James and I have plans for the evening, and she agreed. I really want to move past this issue, but I do want to put some firm boundaries on when Fran can come to our house and hang out with James alone, as I know it bothers him too. Overall, I feel things are good now. I am glad my worst fears did not come true, but I do feel I need some therapy in order to deal with my insecurities. My sister publicly humiliated my 7-year-old son and called him disgusting. Now she's livid because I am ditching her wedding. A few months ago, my sister, let's call her Jane, got engaged and started planning her wedding. Growing up, we were always close, sharing secrets and supporting each other through life's ups and downs. However, Jane has always had a tendency to be backhanded and passive-aggressive. She would make snide remarks under the guise of concern and often find subtle ways to belittle me or others. Despite this, I always tried to maintain a good relationship with her, believing that deep down she cared for me. This all came to a head during a recent family gathering at Jane's house. My son, Liam, who is 7 years old, has a bladder issue that sometimes causes him to have accidents. We've been working with doctors and trying our best to manage it, but it's a sensitive topic for him. During the gathering, Liam had an accident. He was embarrassed, and I was in the process of helping him clean up when Jane noticed. Instead of being understanding or discreet, Jane loudly pointed it out in front of everyone. She said, "How disgusting. And at his age, this is unacceptable." She even said that Liam should be ashamed of himself and criticized me for not getting him under control. Her comments made Liam burst into tears, and I quickly took him home to comfort him. As I was gathering our things to leave, Jane came over, still clearly upset. She asked me why I was leaving. I looked at her, trying to keep my voice calm for Liam's sake. "Jane, I think it's best if we go home. Liam is very upset right now." Jane rolled her eyes at me. "Oh, come on. It's just an accident. He needs to learn how to handle these things better. You can't just coddle him forever." My patience was wearing thin, but I tried to explain again. "Jane, Liam has a medical condition. We're working with doctors, and it's a sensitive issue for him. Your comments just now were really hurtful. I was just telling the truth. He needs to toughen up. You're not doing him any favors by babying him." At this point, I was furious but didn't want to escalate the situation in front of Liam. I took a deep breath and said, "We'll talk about this later, Jane. Right now, I need to take care of my son." Without waiting for a response, I gathered Liam and headed to the car. On the drive home, I couldn't shake the image of Jane's face and her harsh words. This wasn't the first time she had made Liam feel bad about his condition. Each time, I had hoped she would understand and show some empathy, but it seemed like she was only getting worse. The next day, I called Jane to talk about what had happened. From what I can remember, this conversation is the one I had. I wanted to explain again, away from the heat of the moment, and hoped she would see reason. "Jane, about yesterday, I need you to understand how much your words hurt Liam. He's already struggling, and your comments made him feel even worse." Instead of apologizing, Jane was very defensive. "I'm not going to apologize for telling the truth. You need to stop coddling him, and he needs to learn to deal with the real world." Her response was like a punch to the gut. I had hoped for some empathy, some understanding, but it was clear she wasn't going to give it. "Jane, I don't think you understand how serious this is. He has a medical condition. It's not something he can just toughen up from." She told me, "Look, I have a wedding to plan. I don't have time for this drama." I received one when Jane's wedding invitations went out, but I felt conflicted. On one hand, she's my sister, and it's a significant event in her life. On the other hand, I couldn't forget how she humiliated my son and her refusal to apologize. After much thought, I decided to decline the invitation. I didn't feel comfortable celebrating with someone who had been so cruel to my child. When Jane found out, she was livid. She accused me of trying to ruin her special day and called me petty and overdramatic. This wasn't the first time Jane had done something like this. She has a history of making hurtful comments about Liam's condition and generally lacks sensitivity when it comes to his medical issues. Each time, I've tried to address it calmly, hoping she would eventually understand and be more considerate. Unfortunately, she never changes, and her behavior hurts my son. Jane and other family members have been blowing up my phone. I don't want to cause family drama, but I also feel strongly about standing up for my son. This wedding is just the latest incident in a long line of hurtful behavior from Jane, and I'm not sure how much more I can take. Update: I bring Liam to these gatherings because he loves his cousins and enjoys spending time with his family. Liam doesn't like wearing pull-ups or diapers, so I haven't necessarily been using them. Now, to further update, I've talked to Liam about what happened. I told him that it wasn't his fault at all and that Aunt Jane was being very rude and inconsiderate. I told him that he's an amazing boy and never to let anybody say otherwise. My son was very happy to hear this. He told me that what Jane had said to him hurt his feelings a lot, and I completely understood. I asked him if he wanted to continue attending these family events. He said no. I fully supported his decision. My son comes first. Now, I need more contact with Jane. I'll send her the occasional holiday message, but that's it. I cannot be around someone who hurts my son. I have blocked all the people in my family who support my sister. I refuse to allow people who agree with her mentality to be involved in my son's life. I love my son with all my heart, and I would do anything for that little guy. I regret not having stopped sooner. However, I know that I can be a better mom, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I messaged the family that was contacting me in a mass group chat, and I told them that we would no longer be coming to any family events. If they wanted to see my son, they would have to come individually, or the event would have to be hosted by me. I also told them that my sister's behavior needed to be fixed because that was the reason our family is being torn apart. Not because I'm not going to her wedding, but because she decided to make fun of my child. My mother is on my side and fully supports my decision. My father is still stuck in the middle, so I think I should be in close contact with him too. All I know is that even if she gives my son the apology he deserves, I want nothing to do with her. I don't want her around my son. My sister refused to pay my son after she booked him as a photographer at her wedding. She was shocked and flew into a rage when she learned that the photos had been deleted. About a year ago, my son agreed to be the wedding photographer for my sister, his aunt. My sister is flaky at best and has a track record of saying one thing but doing another. My son is no professional but took 4 years of photography in college. He reluctantly agreed and said he would charge my sister $300, which she happily agreed to. On the wedding day, my son arrived early, got those getting ready photos, shot the whole wedding/reception, and took tons of group photos. 2 weeks went by and no payment, but my sister wanted to know where her wedding photos were. My son said he had them, beautifully edited, but was giving them up when he was paid. My sister said, "Sure, I'll get back to you." About 8 months later, my sister had yet to pay and asked again about the photos. My son said the photos belonged to him until they were purchased. My sister pulled the hook your aunt up card and tried to get him to gift her all of his hard work. He spent many hours at the wedding and on editing. My son said no money, no pictures. My sister hung up in a huff and made no arrangements for payment. Another month went by and my son, in an angry, impulsive action, deleted the entire flash drive. I was shook. I couldn't believe he went that far but was also proud that he stood his ground. During all this time post-wedding, my sister had basically vanished from our lives. It was as if she replaced her family with her new husband's family. She wasn't coming to holiday gatherings, not calling/texting, etc. Our mother had a health scare during that time, and it was nothing but crickets from my sister's camp. I was going through a divorce during that same time, and she didn't even check in to ask how I was coping. My son knew I was feeling rejected and sad at this unexpected turn of behavior from my sister, and this may have influenced his angry, impulsive decision to delete the photos. Nearing my sister and new hubby's 1-year anniversary, she reached out again and asked about the photos again. "Not how are you? How are the kids? How is mom?" etc. She said she wanted to have some photos from the wedding printed as a first anniversary gift for the new husband, but still no offer to pay. Maybe she contacted me this last time thinking I would persuade him? I told her I'm sorry, your nephew deleted them. She flew into a rage and was beyond mad. She acted completely shocked and appalled. I asked if she would have expected a professional photographer to keep her unpurchased photos for nearly a year and she used the "but we're family" argument. She has never been close with my children and the relationship was distant at best. She asked if I had any photos from her wedding on my phone and I said I did. I sent them to her, but they were cell phone quality shots, nothing like the magical photos my son captured. So, was my son the asshole for deleting his aunt's wedding photos? He said he feels guilty about it now and wants Reddit's opinion. My sister ruined my credit so I ruined her entire life. My selfish sister had always been the golden child of my family so I'm happy I could be the one to finally ruin her once perfect life. She was a rainbow baby and my parents' miracle, so she was always spoiled and given special treatment when we were growing up. I am 21 and my sister is 18. After she was born, my parents gave me way less attention and started to spend all their time and money on her and would just ignore me. They bought her whatever she wanted and if she wanted something of mine I had no choice but to give it to her no matter how hard I cried. Even when I was in high school, and I started to buy my own things, she would let herself into my room and use my stuff and sometimes break things. Even after she broke both my PlayStation controllers on the same exact day, my parents didn't punish her or pay me back even though I had bought my PlayStation with my own money. Ever since she was a child she always threw loud tantrums where she threw herself on the floor, broke things, and screamed at the top of her lungs until she got whatever it was that she wanted. My parents made me pay for my own phone bill and my own school and sports supplies all throughout high school because they spent all their extra money on my sister and whatever clothes or electronics she wanted. They buy her a new iPhone every year and I still use my phone from 4 years ago. I always knew my sister was a spoiled little brat with no future, but I didn't know just how evil she was until this month. I finally saved enough money to finally move out of my parents' house and get away from my toxic little sister. I've had it with her breaking and stealing my stuff and I couldn't wait to live on my own. Anyway, I started looking for apartments and it was through this process that I found out my credit score was in the effing 200s, despite me never opening a line of credit in my entire life. If you don't know anything about credit scores, that is a dog's T-score, and it meant I wasn't going to be able to move out anytime soon. I went to the bank and it was there where I discovered that my little sister had opened multiple credit cards in my name. She had maxed out every card she opened up and hidden all the credit bills that had been coming in the mail for me. I had never been so unbelievably angry in my life. I came home and showed my parents proof of what she had done. I wasn't even surprised when they defended her and said she was just a kid and probably didn't understand what she was doing. I had enough of them and I confronted my sister. I called her a useless, selfish bitch and I told her that she was going to pay for all this. I told her that she was finally going to learn about the real world and that I didn't care if she was my family. She was a legal adult now and I was going to sue her off. My sister thought I was bluffing. She laughed in my face and said that my money was her money because I was her family and that's what family is for. I left the house for a couple of days and stayed with a friend. I talked to a lawyer and had my sister served with court papers. I shut off my phone when my parents started blowing it up after my sister was served. I went home the other day to pack some more things and my sister was red in the face, crying and begging me to drop the case against her. She threw herself on the floor and everything despite her literally being a legal adult. She was kicking my door as I packed and screamed at me that I couldn't do this to her and that she didn't deserve it. She said she would be ruined before she even graduated high school and this time I laughed in her face. My parents also begged me not to sue her. Again they said she was just a kid. I told them that they hadn't cared about me at all when I was just a kid, so why the hell should I care about my sister? I'm suing her for every last penny that she stole from me, and then I'm never speaking to my family until the day I die. Update: It's been a long time since I made my first post, and things have only gotten more chaotic and depressing since I first found out my sister had completely destroyed my credit. I had been trying to move out on my own when I found out that my sister had maxed out a bunch of credit cards in my name and tanked my credit before I even had a chance to use it in my own life. A lot of people were completely correct and guessed that my parents had given her my social security number, and that's how she was able to open all of the credit cards without my permission. I still have no idea why they gave her my social security number. Part of me thinks that maybe they were all in on it together and that they shared the money that they got from the credit cards. I honestly didn't even care, and I didn't even view those people as my family, just criminals who tried to ruin my life for their own selfish reasons. That's why I didn't feel bad at all when I decided to serve my sister with court papers when she was only 18. I would have never been able to repay the debts and raise my own credit, so suing her was my only real option. My entire family begged me to drop the case and insisted that they didn't have the money for court fees or to pay me back, but again I really just didn't care. They had never cared about me, so I was just returning the favor. Things got really bad after the case started, and my parents would constantly contact me saying that my sister's mental health was declining the longer the case went on. This really didn't concern me or affect my feelings at all, since my sister had been the sole reason for my own mental health decline the entire time I had been living with my family. I only really started to feel bad for her when my parents started telling me that she had started doing drugs to cope with the stress of the case. As much as I hated my little sister, I would have never wanted her to be dealing with serious substance abuse issues. My parents said that she had gotten really into taking pills and just spent all of her time conked out on Xanax. My mom called me on the phone one day crying, saying that this was all my fault and that if I never took her to court then she would have never started doing drugs. This honestly was a really upsetting call, and I cried afterward too. Just hearing my mom blame me for my sister's problems made me regret everything that I had done, even if my sister was in the wrong. I thought I couldn't feel any worse until my dad called me a couple weeks later and said that my sister had overdosed and that they were with her in the hospital while she was recovering. They said that they had come home and found her unresponsive on the floor, covered in her own puke. They rushed her to the emergency room just in time to save her life. As soon as I heard this, I knew that I needed to visit her in the hospital. At the end of the day, she was my little sister, and it was breaking my heart to hear that she was going through this. But when I got to the hospital, my parents freaked out on me and told me to leave. They even went as far as to have hospital security escort me out. Now I'm sitting in my car outside the hospital because, at the end of the day, I just want to be close to my sister while she goes through this. Now I feel that I should have never done this to my family, and I wish I could just take it all back. My sister said that I have no life and that my free time should be spent babysitting her triplets, so I made her cry and expose everything to her husband. My parents and older sister had become very comfortable with me helping with the childcare of my young triplet nephews. After college, everyone just seemed to act like I had endless time on my hands and convinced me along on a family vacation. In this so-called vacation, I was forced to babysit my 3 6-year-old nephews. I even had to share a hotel room with them. And believe me, those kids did not listen to a damn thing I said on the first night until I called their mother, twice, and I was treated like the bad guy for wanting to do other things during the trip. Like if it's something the family doesn't enjoy as a whole, then it doesn't happen, which was extremely hypocritical because I'm family and wasn't included in that boat. After that awful vacation last year, I decided it was time to move out, and did so before the summer even ended, which surprised everyone as I gave them no warning. My sister hated this the most because it meant no more free babysitting on weekends, but she still tried to make me do it. I caved sometimes, usually by being bribed with pizza, but then last month my parents announced plans for another family vacation to the same place along the coast, and they basically wanted it to go the same way. I immediately saw it for what it was, a trap. I knew that if I rode with my parents and let them buy the hotel rooms, I would be screwed over the same way as last time, so I just casually stated I'd drive myself and pay for myself, and that's when the poop storm started. When my parents realized they couldn't entrap me like before, they resorted to borderline begging. I told them I was sick of their mentality of keeping the peace by forcing me to placate my sister. Then my sister tried to call me beach while I was at work, but my phone was on silent till my lunch break, so all she could do was leave messages and texts. But she was persistent and managed to get through to me when I ate my lunch. When my sister managed to call me at lunch, I presented the facts to her, and she showed her true colors. She implied that I have no life and that my free time on weekends should be spent helping her because she is tired and unable to even go out without bringing her children with her unless someone is watching them. She is a stay-at-home mother with a husband that makes a decent salary. They live in a pretty decent house that's owned, not rented. And to be frank, my nephews aren't really my responsibility. They just forced them on me and expected it to stay that way. My sister angrily hung up on me, but I'd recorded the call and then played it to my parents later. They were furious, and they basically went to war with my sister. My sister dug her heels in, blamed me, and then doubled down on her belief my life should circle around hers. I told her that was the most narcissistic and entitled thing she's ever said about me. It took days, but her husband finally stepped in and forced her to apologize to me. I'd never seen her cowed like that by anyone, but she was on the verge of crying. It ended up being admitted that one of the reasons I was the go-to babysitter was because my sister didn't trust strangers. It was never about the money, or was it? Actually, my brother-in-law thought my sister was paying me for my time watching her kids after I moved out of my parents' house. She didn't even give me gas money, just gave me cash that was enough to order pizza for both myself and the kids. and pocketed the rest. My sister had been shortchanging me for months. He blew up at her when this came out during her half-assed apology, and she was forced to pay me what she owed me in cash entirely from her own savings, which she looked very sore about. Then my brother-in-law apologized to me for his own inaction in letting my sister walk all over me, and promised they'd get a normal babysitter from now on. My sister secretly dated and got engaged to my ex-fiancé. Now, she's harassing me with messages calling me selfish because I refused to attend their wedding. I was engaged to my ex-fiancé Mike for 2 years. We were together for 5 years and were supposed to get married last summer. About 3 months before our wedding, I found out that he had been cheating on me with someone else. It was devastating, and I called off the wedding immediately. Mike moved away shortly after we broke up, and I thought that was the end. I was heartbroken but slowly started moving on with my life. Fast forward to last month, I got a call from my younger sister, Lily, saying she had exciting news and wanted me to come to our parents' house for dinner to share it. When I arrived, Lily and my parents were all smiles, and she dropped the bombshell. She was engaged to Mike. My head was spinning. I felt like I was going to pass out. Lily and Mike had been secretly dating for the past year, and now they were engaged. My parents had known about it for months but decided to keep it from me to protect my feelings. They thought I'd be happy for them eventually. Lily tried to justify it by saying she and Mike fell in love after our breakup and that their relationship was meant to be. She insisted they didn't start dating until after we were officially over, but I felt betrayed on many levels. I told them I wanted nothing to do with their wedding and stormed out. Since then, my parents and Lily have been bombarding me with calls and texts, calling me selfish and saying I'm overreacting. They claim true love is rare, and I should support Lily's happiness. The wedding is in a few months, and the pressure is on. My parents have even threatened to cut me off financially if I don't attend. Some friends think I should go to keep the peace and show I'm over it, while others are appalled and say I have every right to be angry and to stay away. To add insult to injury, Lily recently asked if I would be her maid of honor, claiming she wants to mend our relationship. This request has torn me. I don't want to ruin our family dynamic further, but I can't shake the hurt and betrayal I feel. So, am I the a-hole for refusing to attend my sister's wedding after she secretly dated and got engaged to my ex-fiancé? My sister seduced my boyfriend because she likes breaking up relationships, including in the workplace, but her drama finally came into an end and it cost her a major job offer. My sister Claudia and I are not close. Very low contact, always family related. Around 14 and 17, she stole my boyfriend by giving up more physically than I was willing to. She told me she just wanted to see if she could do it. My sister delights in ruining relationships. She gets satisfaction from it. She likes the thrill of chasing someone that already has someone and winning over their current partner. She has said all of this to me over the years. I find this fundamentally not okay. The way she seems to see other people and their relationships as expendable is really creepy to me. I personally think she might be a narcissist. After that kind of betrayal, I've never trusted her fully and have kept my partners distant from her. I'd like to be clear that it's not just this event alone, but this was the major event that made me pull back from her. This awful behavior has continued throughout Claudia's life. She's stolen the boyfriends of several, 3 that I know of her, now ex-friends, and always seems to get bored as soon as the guy leaves his partner for her. Claudia is not a very nice person, but she is superficially charming and makes a good first impression. Twice now at work Claudia has seduced her married supervisor. This has happened with 2 different people at 2 different jobs, and caused an absolute poop show that ended up in the guys resigning. I have no idea what happened to their home situations, but it couldn't have been good. Claudia thrives on drama and absolutely loves it. I've suggested counseling, but was shot down. I'd have to have a problem to need counseling. Claudia likes the chase more than anything else and there's nothing wrong with that. She justifies her behavior with anyone that didn't want to cheat wouldn't cheat. You can see why we don't talk much. My friend Brennan, who I met through a previous job, is now in the same industry as Claudia, and Claudia recently found that Brennan's company is hiring. Brennan is sorta HR for the small company Claudia is interested in, and Claudia has applied. Brennan sent an email, I should note, it was from his personal address, not his company account, asking if I could vouch for Claudia, and I'm stuck now. Claudia can absolutely do this job. She will be great at it, except for the fact that she will probably ruin someone's marriage in the process. The fact that she's done this at 2/3 places she's worked long-term since college is uncomfortable, and there are 6 times I personally know of that she's done this. Claudia is currently single. I don't know what to do, but I'm leaning to not replying to the email and calling Brennan to give my honest opinion that she would be an excellent technical fit but a disaster socially. That way it's not in writing, and Brennan can still be told. But I'm directly sabotaging my sister's prospects if I do that. But again, I'm directly sabotaging Brennan if I don't tell him what Claudia is liable to do. Claudia will pass any screen they give her. She's charming and has no record of any kind. Update: I called Brennan. It had been nearly a day since his email when I posted. Turns out the reason he reached out to me is because Claudia passed her screening/reference check with the company, but Brennan had final say because he was going to be working with her directly on some policy stuff, and so he had to like who they were hiring. Brennan had been hearing rumors going on around about Claudia as well, and wanted to reach out to me to ask me if I'd be honest with him and tell him if they were true, and if working with Claudia was going to be a nightmare for him. This is where my tightrope walk began. I said that I couldn't discuss any rumors relating to my sister with a potential new workplace as that would be inappropriate. I said that I refused to give a reference on her as I'd never worked with her and she is family. I said I hoped he understood, Brennan thanked me and said he wouldn't be hiring her after my refusal. I panicked a bit, realizing I may have just cost her this job. He said it wasn't my refusal personally, but the rumors flying around were too much of a risk when he is a candidate with 90% of Claudia's abilities/experience and none of the potential drama. Brennan said if I'd been willing to vouch for Claudia or if either of the other 2 personal contacts he had panned out to reply about her, he might have taken the leap. Everyone declined/refused and that was a pattern to him. Brennan then freaked out a little that he might have said too much, so both of us were just sort of in an anxiety hoedown for a bit while awkwardly comforting the other. The end of the call was super cringy and embarrassing. I imagine it will be a while before we speak again, so it appears my sister's drama has cost her a job offer, but I now feel incredibly guilty because I could have been the one to stand up for her and make her get the job. I didn't. I haven't heard from my sister about it and doubt I will. Brennan was not the one to interview her or reject her. He met her on one group call, so I don't think she will even consider him, or me, as the reason for this.
My sister stole my savings to buy herself a luxury dress, so I one-upped her with my revenge. My sister has always been the golden child sibling. My parents are paying for her to go to her dream college because she's the baby. Meanwhile, I had to pay my own way through community college. I have dyslexia and have always struggled to learn in school. Meanwhile, my sister was an effortless A student and my parents adored her for it. I grew up hearing, why can't you just be more like your sister? More than anything, it really wore down my self-esteem, and as an adult, I have a lot of issues when it comes to comparing myself to other people my age who are more successful than me. I got an associate degree in English, but I currently work as a freelance photographer, yet my sister also loves making digs at me. During family dinners, my sister would constantly point out everything I had done wrong in my life and ask me when I'm going to get a real job. My parents have never defended me and often agree with her, and my mom has cried over me a few times, calling me a failure. When I had my first gallery in a nearby city, I begged for my parents to show up and support me just this one time. Instead, they went to a football game at my sister's high school to watch her cheer. Standing there all alone, with nobody but one of my closest friends to take photos with at my gallery, really broke me. I realized just how alone I was, and how little my own family really cared for me. I decided I was ready to live on my own after being treated like a stranger by my own family for so long. I started dreaming about converting a used van and traveling all over the country to take photos and build my portfolio. So I started saving money to move out. My parents never gave me a cent, but of course bought my sister a bright pink Jeep Wrangler for her 16th birthday. I asked my sister for short rides here and there, but she would refuse and laugh in my face every time until I just gave up. Whatever, I was only a couple of weeks away from meeting my goal and being able to buy my van. I had been serving along with taking cash-only photo gigs, so I had a couple thousand in cash stored in my room at my parents' house for a while. I mostly kept to myself while I was still with my parents, but one night I overheard my sister throwing an ear-blasting tantrum and screaming at my parents. I cracked my door to listen and understood that she had asked my parents for a designer prom dress and they told her she couldn't afford it since they were paying off her Jeep. I admit it made me cackle to hear them say no to her for once, but I heard my mom crying in the kitchen after my sister finally slammed the door to her room. I forgot about the fight until a few weeks later when my sister posted her prom photos. I was confused to see my sister in an Oscar de la Renta designer dress, but I just figured my idiot parents must have taken out a loan or something just for her. Well, when I got home that night and went to add my tips to my growing money stash, everything was missing. Someone had come into my room and taken every dollar out of my stash. Even the random coins in my room were gone. My family had literally taken every cent I had. I immediately marched into my sister's room to confront her. I asked her if she had taken my money to buy her dress. I guess she was just desensitized from a lifetime of my parents taking from me just so she had everything she wanted. So she just looked at me, smiled and said, "You have time to save more money, but I only had one chance for everything to be perfect at my prom." I was fuming, but I tried to tell my parents what she had done. Although they told her she shouldn't have gone into my room, they agreed with her justification. They said it was only fair since I had a job and my sister didn't. My parents had broken me again and again over the years, but I was so unbelievably angry at them this time. My level of rage was almost freeing. When I saw that they were putting her needs over mine yet again, I stopped arguing with them and just ignored them until they left the next week to tour college with my sister. What they didn't know is that I had made a spare key for my sister's Jeep before they left. An hour after they pulled out of the driveway, I emptied out my sister's Jeep, dumped all her poop in the driveway, and drove straight to the Jeep dealership. Well, since the Jeep was brand new, I could have traded it for more money than my sister had stolen from me. So I decided to trade it for a decent van and use any leftover money for the conversion. Instead of fixing up some junker from FB Marketplace, I ended up with a brand new van with 0 miles on it. Before my parents and sister got back from the college tour trip, I had fully moved into my van and left my room completely empty. I blocked my entire family as I drove off into my new life without them, and never picked up my sister's crap from the driveway. My sister stuck shellfish into her tuna pasta even though she knew that I had a deadly shellfish allergy. I was rushed to the emergency and almost died. I and my sister have never had any issues until last week. She and her husband, 23M, had invited me over for lunch, which is normal for us. I have a severe shellfish allergy. Even touching it makes me extremely itchy. My sister is completely aware of this and has been since we were children. When I got to their house, she said that the food was already finished and in the fridge. She claimed that it was just tuna pasta. Yes, I can eat tuna, and many other fish, just nothing with a shell. After she finished cleaning up, we had a short conversation about what's been happening in our lives since it had been a while since we'd seen each other. I got this strange feeling from her but just brushed it off as I was extremely tired that day. She grabbed the food out of the fridge and served it to me, giving me a small bowl in case I don't like it. I couldn't smell much of it, and from what I could smell I just assumed it was fish. But when I took a bite I almost immediately felt my throat burning. I was coughing and grabbing at my throat, and her husband kept asking me if I was choking. My sister turned to me panicking and saying I thought you were exaggerating. An ambulance was called and I was rushed to the hospital. I was thankfully okay, but they had made me stay to be monitored for the next 2 days. My sister and brother-in-law had tried to visit me, but I told her to get out. She kept apologizing and refusing to leave. I told her that I'd be calling the police on her for what she'd done, as it's literally attempted murder, and she lost it. She kept screaming at me saying, I know you're faking this. You always act like you're allergic to shellfish, so I wanted to test you. I'd been pressing the call button for the nurse, but they heard her regardless and had asked me if I wanted them removed. I said yes. I explained the whole situation to her and the hospital security and eventually decided that with the help of the nurse and security guards, I'd file a report against her. My mother is saying I'm overreacting and that I should have just cut contact, but I don't know anymore. Am I the a-hole? Update: I'm filing for a protection order if it's the least I can do. My sister suddenly avoids our friendly neighbors even though we all get along very well. Then she confesses that the couple offered that she partake in a sick game that involves her college professor. My older sister 21, and I share a small apartment in the city. We've had a good relationship and I don't mind living with her. A few months ago, a couple moved into a house across the street. They're in their 30s, very wealthy, and pretty chill, and the wife is very pretty if I may add. They were always very friendly to us, and after a short while they started inviting us over for lunch. We always have a great time with them, and my sister is especially a fan because she told me that she has a minor crush on the guy. She likes to chat to the wife both in person and in text as well, so she knows even more about them than I do. Around 2 weeks ago, her behavior suddenly switched up. Whenever I mentioned them she looked awkward/embarrassed and started blushing heavily. It was weird, but I didn't question anything at that point. Now every time I ask her if she wants to come with me to go over she finds any reason not to come. We don't visit them that often, but it's very unlike her to decline. A couple days ago I was going to watch a match at their house and usually we go together, but this time she said she'd rather watch it at home. I sat down and asked her to tell me what happened. Was it a fight? Did they hurt you somehow? She just kept saying don't worry about it. It's nothing important, etc. I let it go, but it's been on my mind ever since. By the way, the couple is overly nice nowadays too. They asked me if she's okay and I told them that she's fine. They both looked very concerned if I'm honest. Like I mentioned before, I have a good relationship with my sister. When I have personal problems I go to her and she gives me solid advice. However, she rarely confides in me. I just want to know why she's suddenly like this because I'm getting worried. How do I approach her? Update: my initial thought was that she might have done something embarrassing like have explosive diarrhea in their bathroom or whatever. However, the general consensus seemed to be that she was propositioned for a threesome. Well, you guys are right, kinda. Today we were walking home together and after bugging her a little she finally opened up. Basically, she was texting the wife and they were talking about relationships/seg and whatever. The wife mentioned this hot guy her and her husband had done some sexual stuff with. Then she bluntly asked my sister if she was interested in a foursome involving the husband and this guy. She sent pics of him too and turns out, he's my sister's college professor. Yup. Holy poop. He taught her last semester and was her supervisor for her final project. Apparently they wanted her to partake in kinda fucked up things, but she didn't elaborate on that and I didn't ask. So yeah, she was behaving this way because she was propositioned for a foursome and felt awkward. Lol, she's an innocent kind of person and was not ready for something of this nature at all. Secondly, she found out more about her professor than she wanted to and can't look at him the same way anymore. Can't really blame her for that, to be honest. She's getting over the awkwardness now and even spoke to the wife yesterday. Before discussing foursome plans. Lol.
My sister threw away her mother-in-law's knitted gifts because it does not fit her aesthetic. Now she's losing her mind because her husband is leaving her in black and white. So I have a sister named Lisa. My sister has, in my eyes, an unhealthy obsession to make every in her house fit her aesthetic, so no colorful colors, except different shades of brown and gray and white. She throws away anything that does not fit into her aesthetic, including her daughter Maya toys and husband Mark clothes. I've told my sister several times she needs to stop this before she does something to push Mark over the edge. She told me to shut up because she knows her man so well. When we ask her to seek therapy or help because of her behavior, she screams she's not mental, calls us stupid, and gives us the cold shoulder. Lisa has a history of throwing away gifts, gift bags included, if it's not in her style. What pushed Mark to stand up and leave Lisa finally was when his elderly mother, whose hobby is knitting, gifted both Mark and Maya colorful sweaters she knitted herself that took a long time to make. Lisa did not like this, so behind Mark's back she threw them away. When Mark learned about this he told her he was done and demanded a divorce. Lisa couldn't get the sweaters back. She threw them into a random dumpster, and when she went back for them, they were already gone. Lisa called my parents to tell them the news, and I said I told you so on the call. She cussed me out and then hung up. My mom said I could be more sympathetic, and my dad agreed with her. My parents aren't bad people. They don't play favorites, and they don't like Lisa's aesthetic lifestyle. They only lend a shoulder to cry on because she's getting a divorce and Mark kicked her out. Lisa is now living here since Mark has now kicked her out. So Reddit Aita? Update. Long story short, my sister got arrested for attacking her STD ex-husband Mark and his mother after getting served with divorce papers. After Lisa was served with divorce papers at her workplace on Friday, Lisa started drinking and crying a lot and spent the entire weekend drinking and crying and repeatedly calling Mark. Last night, she took an Uber to Mark's home and begged him to reconsider the divorce. He said no, and then she started insulting him and hitting him. Then, when his mom tried to push her away from Mark, my sister attacked Mark's mom. Mark called the police and now my sister arrested with a $6,000 bail that none of us are paying. Mark got bite and scratch marks, and his mom has a black eye. My sister told her friends that I am a deadbeat mom for letting my son live with their dad for a month. Now she's bombarding me with apologies because I refuse to be her babysitter anymore. I have an older sister. I had my sons really young at 15 and 18 with my ex-boyfriend. I'm really lucky to say that my ex is a very involved father and we have an equal co-parenting schedule we decided out of court for years. We do 1 month on, 1 month off. We live in the same city so this doesn't affect their schooling and we've been doing it since we broke up at 18. I understand a month is a long time, but during the time they're away I still see them by taking them to the park, doing drop-offs, movie/dinner night, even sleepovers where they'll stay the night and their dad does the same so it's not like during that month we're no contact. We also do nightly FaceTimes. I do love that it gives me time to relax and be child-free, hang out with my boyfriend and friends spontaneously, even get to go out of town if I want. I still get to live as a young adult and so does my ex, which is why we agreed to the schedule at all. It's raised controversy if I mention it to other moms because they always say they can never go away from their children for so long and make me feel like a crappy mom because I have fun during my month off. It's why I don't really mention it often to other moms. Anyways, my older sister just welcomed her first baby last year and it was amazing. We aren't the closest because of our age gap, but it did bring us closer. Her husband and her separated a few months after his birth and she's been doing it all alone ever since. With the job market how it is, it took her months to even land an interview, but she got the job. Sadly, childcare in our area is $2,000 a month and she can't afford it, so either the paternal grandmother or I watch him during the week. I don't mind watching my nephew. My sister goes in at 6 and gets off at 2, so it doesn't take up much of my day and I usually do it 2 or 3 times a week, so it's not too constant. On Thursday when my sister dropped my nephew off, she had to go downstairs because she forgot his diaper bag and left her purse and phone behind. I live in the 8th floor, so she was gone for around 5 minutes. When she left, her phone rang and since it was our mom I answered it to say hello. During the call I see a notification pop up of someone liking a message my sister sent. It said it's crazy how she can watch my son for me, but when it comes to her she doesn't care. I could never go to Jamaica to celebrate a man's birthday when I could be with my kids instead. Deadbeat moms are worse than dads. It shocked me so much I screenshotted it. My boyfriend's birthday is next weekend and we're going to Jamaica for a week. It's my son's time with their dad. When my sister came back upstairs I acted normal. She said bye and left. I thought about it a lot and I got more pissed off. Why should I be shamed because I don't have to do it alone? How am I comparable to a deadbeat dad like her husband who hasn't seen their son in months with no contact? Here I am doing her a favor, saving her $2,000 a month. She doesn't have all to be insulted in a group chat with people I don't know. When she came to get my nephew I confronted her. At first she denied it until I showed her the screenshot. Then she said it's out of context, so I said to show me the full convo then, and she refused. She said sorry but didn't seem sorry at all. She just wanted to leave. I asked her to explain how I'm a deadbeat. Then she broke down in tears saying that she's a single mom since she receives no help and I am barely a mom, so I don't understand how she feels. I told her that to leave and she did. When she left I called her and told her I wasn't going to be watching my nephew anymore. I didn't want to tell her in person because I know she'd try to guilt rip me with even more tears. She sent me over 50 texts when I wouldn't answer her calls begging me to answer and that she's so sorry and this wasn't supposed to happen and she regrets it. She said she needs me to watch him since his other grandma can't every day, and that if she gets fired she'll be out of a job again for months and won't be able to afford her bills. I didn't reply.
My sister told me she was not inviting my wife to her wedding because all the attention should be on the bride, so I grabbed my wife and went back home. So I'm my wife. We have been together since childhood. We have been dating since I was 17. The problem is she met with an accident when she was 11, and since then she couldn't walk. We are working on it, but it isn't promising at all. So we got married 8 months ago. My family and hers and our friends all joined us. My family criticized me for marrying so early and being rash. I have 2 elder brothers who are 2 years apart and 1 elder sister who's 4 years older than me. They attended my wedding, and I thought they accepted her. But a few days ago, we had a family dinner because, finally, my eldest sister would get married. Everything was going well, so we joked around, drank, ate, danced, etc. My wife was sleepy, so I took her upstairs and put her to sleep. She couldn't handle alcohol at all. I came downstairs, and after a while, out of nowhere, my sister said that it's better if my wife is not present in her wedding. I thought it was a joke, so I laughed. She said she was serious. I asked her why, and she said, she wants me to be beside her and not carry my wife around. I was like, what? She's not a burden, she's family, and I told her that. She said after that, she accepted my wife, but I will end up paying too much attention to my wife instead of being with her, and it's only reasonable that a brother should always be with her sister during her wedding. I just said I would always be with her, and she doesn't have to worry about my wife. That's when my brothers came in. They said that I had done enough for my wife, and it was time for me to do something for my sister. They said I should have married another woman, instead of a burden. I looked at my dad, and he just gave me a sign to calm down. But my mother joined as well and told me that my siblings were right. My wife shouldn't join the wedding cause I wouldn't pay attention to my siblings and wedding and keep taking care of my wife. I finally lost my cool. After hearing all this, I went sober. I said, if my wife is not invited, then I'm not invited either. I said I was leaving. As I was going upstairs to wake my wife up and leave, my family stopped me and said I was being unreasonable. I said I was not in the mood right now, and if I heard another offensive word, I'd do something we all would regret. So I just grabbed my wife and went back home. She asked why we left. I said I had urgent work in the morning. My boss called me on short notice, and she bought it, but my family kept saying I was in the wrong for threatening them. So, am I the a-hole? How did I react?
My sister told me she was thinking about what it would feel like to punch me in my pregnant belly. Now, My husband and I are thinking about not letting her have a relationship with our child. My husband and I are currently 7 months pregnant. We decided to have our baby shower back in our hometown so our family and friends could make it. We arrived 5 days before the shower to spend some time with our families. We usually stay at my parents' house, which consists of my parents and my sister. Our families had not seen me in about 6 months, and this would be the first time they saw my pregnant belly. The first day we arrived, my parents were joyful and excited to spend time with us and finally see me pregnant and showing. My sister showed up after being out with friends later that night, and as soon as she saw me, she looked disgusted. She slowly walked towards me, making a disgusted face and saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe you look like that." She said hi and proceeded to tell me that on the drive home, she was thinking about how it would feel like to punch me in the belly. Deadpan. There was no chuckle after or any sense of it being even remotely a joke. I was in shock and immediately felt unsafe but tried not to have a visible reaction for my parents' sake. I stood there a couple of minutes while she poked my stomach while making a disgusted look and just felt incredibly uncomfortable and on guard to any sudden movements. I then excused myself and said I was going to sleep. Throughout the following days leading up to the shower, I avoided her and shared what happened with my husband and my parents, who had overheard the conversation but hadn't quite grasped exactly what she said to me. They were all concerned, and my mom spoke to her friend who happens to be a therapist. This therapist friend told my mom that what my sister had said was extremely concerning and needed to be addressed. When my parents addressed it with her, she blamed her anxiety and depression and told them that my husband and I have everything, and now we are having a baby, and she has nothing to live for. She said all she does is go to work and sleep. For background, she has been going to therapy and on depression and anxiety medication for about 10 years. She has been extremely rude and selfish her entire life. This isn't the first time she says that she has suicidal thoughts. During my college years, I moved out of my parents' house and she blamed her depression on me leaving the house, leaving her behind, and threatened my parents with suicidal comments. Throughout the years, she has made my parents feel like I need to be responsible for her mental health and happiness. It comes off to me and other family members like she manipulates my parents into doing everything for her because of her depression. After the baby shower and some long conversations between my husband and me, we are trying to unpack it all. We are considering not allowing her to have any contact with our daughter once she's born. We assume she doesn't even want to make any effort to build a relationship with our child anyway. Are we overreacting? Update. So I definitely think I overreacted and have been desensitized to her nasty comments, manipulative actions, rude behavior, and just overall attitude. My sister is an adult and they can't just reach out to her therapist. Her therapy is virtual and they have no contact information for them. Regarding those wondering what she's been diagnosed with, all I know is the anxiety and depression. My husband and I have speculated about her being narcissistic and having a personality disorder like borderline, but we don't think she's been diagnosed, and if she has, she hasn't shared that with us. I also think therapy is what you make of it, and there is no way to know what exactly she shares with her therapist. I would also like to point out that even before this incident, my husband and I had already agreed that we would never have her watch our child or be responsible for their care, since we both agreed that she probably wouldn't want to and neither of us would feel comfortable with that. We also agreed that we weren't going to stay at my parents' house when we came to town to visit after our kid was born because it'd just be uncomfortable. For those concerned about me still being around her, the baby shower is now done and over with and we are safely back home, very far away, and there's no way of her being around me. My sister told me that I stole my husband from her and confessed to him on her wedding day, so I exposed her to her husband and ruined her life. My sister and I have always been close. Despite the small age gap, she acted like my second mother, so I never doubted her. Let's call her Jane. Let's call my husband Bob, and I met at uni. He excelled in academics, sports, and looks and was well known around campus because of that, so obviously, I had a crush on him. Jane also attended the same uni. Because I was new, she included me in her big circle of friends, and he was a part of that. I never made a move because I respected Jane and her friends. I didn't want to cause any trouble or make things awkward. She meant the world to me. Eventually, though, Bob and I became close friends. I grew to like him more. I also noticed that Jane rarely interacted with him, which was odd considering she was close to almost everyone in her circle, but I never said anything. I did end up telling her I liked him, though. She told me not to get my hopes up because he wasn't interested in any relationship. I was crushed, but tried to see him as a friend. He ended up confessing to me on my 21st b-day and we began dating, which obviously resulted in marriage, and here we are now. While we were dating, Jane started to distance herself from me. We talked about it when Bob and I first started dating, and I told her I'd break up with him if she weren't comfortable with it, considering he's her friend, but she rejected the idea. She hugged me and said she was happy for me, so I took her words for it. She still distanced herself, though. We'll call her husband, boyfriend at the time, Jim. He didn't attend uni, but his dad has a small construction business that he works at. Jim's a good man. He did everything for Jane, but due to our culture, women can't leave the family house until marriage, so Jane and I still lived with our parents then. So when Jim had saved enough money to buy a house, he proposed to Jane, and she said yes. Fast forward a year, and Bob proposed. I said yes. Until now, all Jane had done was distance herself from me, but when I sat my family down and told them the news, she cried. I thought she was crying from happiness until my mom told me I should have considered my sister's feelings before telling them. It was odd. It seemed like no one was happy. My mom took Jane to her room, but my dad stayed. He told me that Jane was having a hard time with Jim. I believed them. Since then, Jane distanced herself more from me. When I tried speaking to her, she'd reply curtly, and when I brought it up with my mum, she said that she was going through a hard time, so I shouldn't make it worse. So I left her alone. That was until Bob confessed that Jane had been texting him consistently for the past few weeks. He showed me the texts. She'd ask if she could call or meet him. She'd also attempt to text him late at night. The last one was when she sent him photos of her in revealing dresses and asked him to choose the prettiest. That's when he decided to tell me about it. Before anyone says anything, no, Bob didn't lead her on. His texts were dry, and frankly, if I weren't so upset with my sister, I'd say rude. He felt uncomfortable but decided to put up with it because she was a sister. He also admitted that Jane had confessed to him years ago, but he had rejected her. It felt like everything was falling into place when he told me that. She so hurt me that I immediately confronted her when I got home. I thought she'd at least be ashamed, but she said that I stole him from her. What's worse is that my mum sided with her. I've always felt she was my mum's favorite, but she was my favorite too. It made sense everyone loved Jane. I loved her, too, but she betrayed me in the worst way possible. She even said she hated me and didn't want to see me again. No one sided with me, so I packed my things and left. My dad told me that I shouldn't leave because it's not appropriate for an unmarried girl to leave her parents' house. My mum even called me a WH for leaving to go to Bob's place. That hurt a lot. It took a long time for me to get over what they did. When I think about it, it still stings. Bob and I lived together before marriage. I also cut contact with my family, and Bob and I got married without inviting anyone from my side besides a few close relatives. It was a lovely wedding, by the way. But a week ago, my cousin told me Jane had her wedding. I guess she went ahead with it. Today, though, Bob showed me a message he got on Instagram from her. He hadn't seen it because it was in the requests section, but it dated a week ago. She confessed to him again and told him she'd make him happier than me if he gave her the chance to. I am upset, really upset. He screenshotted it, blocked her, and asked if it was okay to send it to Jim, but I said no. I don't know why. Jim deserves better, but I don't want to deal with her anymore. I can't take it. Update: Bob sent the message to Jim even when I told him not to. He also screen recorded the message to prove it came from her account, which I didn't know he did. At least one of us is smart. I won't go into too much detail, but Jim didn't reply until last night. He called Bob, and they had a long chat. When Jim confronted Jane, she tried to blame Bob for coming onto her. They fought, and she left to stay with our parents. I know many of you told me to send the screenshot to my parents. I did. I sent it to my dad, not my mum. I'm sorry, but I still can't find the strength to talk to her, and I don't think I ever will. My dad said he and mum would deal with it and not tell anyone what Jane did. I feel worse now for even thinking he'd side with me. Lol. I don't know if Jim will divorce Jane, but he told Bob not to contact him anymore, so I think we did our parts already. Thankfully, she hasn't come to my house. Bob is my new family, so I won't think about Jane or my parents anymore. My sister took my car out without my permission and got it impounded for speeding, so I refused to bail her out and told the police that my car was stolen. Where I live, there is a stunt driving law. If you are speeding 50 kilometers per hour or more over the speed limit or doing anything else that constitutes stunt driving, such as racing, or other unsafe stunts, the police will impound the vehicle for 14 days, on top of summoning you to court in a month-long license suspension. The impound is mandatory, and it doesn't matter who the vehicle belongs to, even if it is your work vehicle or you borrowed it from a friend. After the 14 days is up, you have to pay the impound fees to get the car back, and the longer you wait, the more the costs rack up. I have a younger sister. She took my car without permission. I don't live with her and my dad, and she and her friends actually broke in and took it. She got caught for stunt driving and speeding, and my car got impounded. My dad and my grandparents told me to say she had permission to take my car. I didn't do that, and they lost it. If a car is stolen, the owner can take it back without the impound. We don't live in the city. There are no buses, subways, cabs, or Ubers here. I'm a PSW, and I need my car for work. Without a car, I have no way to go to my clients' homes. My dad said I could rent a car while my car was in the impound. I can't afford to rent a car or to pay the impound fees actually to get it out of the impound when the time comes. He didn't offer to pay for the rental and the impound fees or to lend me a vehicle, and neither did anyone else who was mad at me for telling the police the car was stolen. And they definitely wouldn't pay my bills if I got fired for not going to work. I don't know what people are expecting me to do here. I don't understand why my sister did it. I haven't talked to her because my dad says she is not talking to me because of what I did. If she had crashed my car or, worse, hurt someone else, I would have been held responsible as the car's owner. If she hadn't been stopped by the police and brought my car back whenever she and her friends were done, I obviously would not have reported the car stolen. I would have yelled at her and told her off but not gotten the police involved. But now I feel like I had no choice because if I said she had permission and my car was impounded, I would have gotten fired from my job and probably would have had to sign my car over to the impound lot because there is no way I could afford the impound fees. My insurance would not cover them since an illegal act impounded them. I checked. Was I on the wrong side because I told the police she and her friends broke in and didn't have permission? Now, on top of everything, she's been charged with it. I don't know what else I could have done, but I'm getting so much blowback from some people. Update: I've been dealing with the fallout from my sister taking my car without permission and getting it impounded for stunt driving. When I refused to lie to the police and say she had my permission, my dad and grandparents were furious. My dad even told me to move out because of it. It's been a mess, but things have taken a new turn, and not for the better. A couple of weeks after I was forced to report my car as stolen, my sister did something similar again, but this time with my dad's car. She and her friends took it out, and sure enough, she crashed it. Unlike my situation, my dad didn't report it stolen, hoping to avoid legal trouble for my sister. His car is now impounded, and the fees are racking up quickly. Since I moved out, my dad and the family have been struggling financially. I used to contribute significantly to household expenses, but without my income, they feel the pinch. The impound fees for my dad's car add to their financial woes. They're asking me for help to get out of this mess, but I've had enough. After everything that's happened, I've decided to go into close contact with them. I can't keep enabling this behavior and putting my job and stability at risk. I feel for my dad and the rest of the family, but I must take care of myself, too. This situation has been so draining, and I just can't keep doing this. My sister used my dog as a pony and broke its spine. Now she's terrorizing me to see my dog, and my mother is enabling her, so I put them under investigation and reported them to the authorities. I recently moved out of my parents' house. My sister, 13, has always stolen my parents' attention, and on numerous occasions has proven to have psychopathic behaviors. For example, she has unalived numerous family pets. My dad always wanted to punish her, but my mom defended her, saying that she didn't know any better. A year ago, I got my first pet. His name was Arlo. He was a golden retriever rescue dog who lived with me while I searched for apartments. He was about 5 years old, but he was my best friend. I have never been the one to have the biggest friend group, so taking Arlo out every day was what got me out of bed every morning. One day, I arrived at my parents' house after work but didn't hear Arlo's distinctive bark. I thought the worst, so I ran to my room, where Arlo was shaking and whining in agony. My sister had arrived after school and wanted to use Arlo as a pony, ending in a broken spine. In summary, Arlo ended up being buried in our backyard a few hours later. Again, my mom didn't do anything and said she's just a kid, let her do what she wants. A few days ago, my maternal aunt gifted me a Labrador puppy, which I named Buzz. I posted a story on Instagram, but my family saw it and now my mom can't stop texting me that my sister wants to meet him. I told her that she won't be seeing him anytime soon. My mom didn't stop insisting, so I ended up blocking her. Yesterday, I woke up with my dog barking at my face. Turns out, my mom had taken my sister out of school so that she could meet my puppy. I didn't open the door, but a few minutes later my sister grabbed her school lunch, banging my window, almost breaking it. I told my mom to control her daughter, but she didn't respond and only stood there, watching the chaos unload. I had to call the cops to get them to go away. My dog was terrified, and I was too. Am I the a-hole? Update. So, the past few weeks have been hectic. I reported my mom to the CPS version there is of my country, and she is under investigation. Meanwhile, my sister is now under the custody of my dad. I have been looking for apartments out of my city, and am not planning to give any of my family the address, much less give them a pair of keys. My maternal aunt, the one that gifted me Buzz, has been taking care of him this past few weeks because I was terrified by what happened and because right now I'm living in a hotel. My sister wanted my wedding to be a 2-for-1 event and announced that she would be having a gender reveal on the week of my wedding, so I gave her a no-invitation reveal. I'm getting married in a few months to my wonderful fiancé, Ethan. We've been together for 6 years, and I'm honestly over the moon about marrying him. We've been planning this wedding for the last year, and it's going to be a pretty intimate gathering, with only close friends and family invited. Now, here's where things get complicated. I have a sister, Carly. Carly has always been a lot. She's outgoing, charismatic, and tends to be the life of the party, but she also has a habit of making everything about herself. I love her, but it's exhausting sometimes. Growing up, I was always the more introverted, quiet one, and I feel like Carly's bigger personality often overshadowed me. She never seemed to realize, or care, that sometimes, I just wanted my own space to shine. Fast forward to last year, when Ethan proposed. I was ecstatic and couldn't wait to share the news with my family. When I told Carly, she seemed happy for me at first, but within a week of the proposal, she announced that she was going to start trying for a baby with her husband, Mark. I didn't think much of it at the time, because I figured it was just a coincidence that she wanted to start a family around the same time I was planning my wedding. But then, over the next few months, every conversation we had became about Carly's baby journey, what ovulation test she was using, how her doctor appointments were going, and what baby name she liked. Suddenly, my wedding didn't seem as important in comparison to her potential pregnancy. Then, about 3 months ago, Carly announced that she was pregnant. Again, I was thrilled for her. I loved the idea of becoming an aunt, but what started as excitement quickly turned into frustration. Carly began monopolizing every family event with baby talk. When we went dress shopping for my wedding, she kept talking about how she hoped she wouldn't be too big to fit into her bridesmaid dress. At my bridal shower, she kept bringing up baby shower ideas. At one point, she even suggested we combine our events into one big celebration of love and life. I laughed it off at the time, but inside, I was fuming. This was supposed to be my moment, but somehow, Carly always found a way to steal the spotlight. Things reached a boiling point last week when we had a family dinner to finalize some wedding details. Carly, of course, was there, and once again, the conversation shifted to her pregnancy. She started talking about how she and Mark were thinking about having a gender reveal party on the same weekend as my wedding. She said it would be so fun because all the family would already be gathered, and it would be a 2-for-1 event. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My wedding weekend, which I had spent months planning and saving for, was now being hijacked for Carly's gender reveal. I tried to politely tell her that I didn't think that was a good idea, and that the weekend was supposed to be about celebrating my marriage, not her baby. But she just laughed and said, "Oh come on, it'll be fun, we'll be celebrating both of us." At that point, I snapped. I told her, in front of the whole family, that I was tired of her making everything about herself, and that my wedding day was supposed to be about me and Ethan, not her and her pregnancy. I said that if she couldn't respect that, she didn't need to come to the wedding at all. Carly started crying, saying I was being selfish and that I was overreacting because I was jealous of her pregnancy. She stormed out of the dinner, and now half my family is mad at me for making Carly feel bad when she's pregnant and emotional. Even my mom called me later to say that I should have handled it differently and that Carly didn't mean any harm. She's just excited about her baby. Ethan is 100% on my side and thinks Carly was being selfish, but I'm starting to second-guess myself. I know pregnancy hormones can make people act differently, and maybe I was too harsh. But at the same time, I feel like Carly has been making my wedding planning process so stressful, and I'm tired of feeling like I always come second to her. So Reddit, am I the a-hole for not wanting my sister at my wedding after she made it all about herself? Or am I overreacting and being too harsh on her? My sister wants me to babysit her kids every single weekend. Now, she's playing the victim card and told others that I am abandoning my responsibilities when I called her a lazy leech. I have a full-time job that requires me to work long hours, plus I have my own life and social commitments. My sister has 3 kids, ages 6, 4, and 2, who are adorable but, let's be real, a handful. Ever since she had the 3rd kid, she's concluded that I should step up and be her personal babysitter every weekend so she can have a break and go out with her friends. Now, I love my niece and nephews, but I shouldn't have to sacrifice my entire weekend just because she can't manage her own parenting responsibilities. Last week, after yet another weekend spent babysitting while she was out partying, I finally snapped. I told her that I felt like a lazy leech for relying on me to do her parenting for her and that she needed to find a proper solution rather than just dumping her kids on me. She flipped out and called me selfish and said I clearly don't care about family. I told her she was entitled and that I had a right to my own time, too. Now she's gone and told the whole family I'm the jerk, and everyone keeps texting me saying I should help her out more. Am I the a-hole here for wanting to have my own life instead of playing second mom to her kids every weekend? Update. So, apparently, my sister went full drama queen and has turned our family into a soap opera over this. I guess being called out for her entitlement really struck a nerve. Not only did she tell my parents that I'm a horrible aunt, but now she's trying to get my extended family involved. She's texting cousins and relatives, playing the victim card like it's a championship sport, and saying I'm abandoning my responsibilities. But here's the kicker. She somehow managed to scrape together the cash to hire a babysitter for one night last weekend. Apparently, she's capable of arranging childcare when it's something she wants to do, like going out partying with her friends, yet I'm still the bad guy for wanting to live my own life. Honestly, I can't even with this double standard. So now, instead of standing up for myself, I have to defend my right to enjoy my weekends without being guilt-tripped by the family. They seem to think I'm just supposed to fall in line and prioritize her lifestyle over my own. Just to clarify, I completely support a parent's need for a break. I've offered to babysit occasionally, but when it becomes a required duty every weekend? Nah. I told my sister she needs to find a real solution instead of relying on me as her free childcare service. So to the family members still texting me about how I should help her out more, understand this, I have a life too, and I'm not about to sacrifice it because she feels entitled to my time. My sister wants me to give up half of my inheritance from my mother because she's a single mom and needs more money. Now she's dragging my name through the mud because I refuse. My mother passed away a couple of months ago following a sudden and unexpected cardiac arrest. She owned a very nice home outright and had a fairly significant amount of savings, as both her and my father's retirement savings were in her bank account. My sister Megan is a single mother to 2 sons aged 7 and 5, both of whom have autism, with the youngest being profoundly autistic and will require round-the-clock care for life. She doesn't work and is reliant on carer payments from the government and child support. Her now ex-husband divorced her because he couldn't deal with his sons, moved to another country where it's hard for the government to get child support because their government is difficult to work with. My mother's will divided her jewelry equally between us and that the rest of her estate should be split equally between us. Megan is pressuring me into just taking the jewelry left to me and letting her have both the house and the money because I need it more because of the boys. You're fine and can work. I want my share and said I won't be giving it up. I'm childless and don't plan to have children. I work in legal for a non-profit, and while I am far from balling in this economy, I'm able to pay my bills without financial stress. My fiancé is foreign-born and we are in the process of securing her permanent residency on a partner visa here, which is an expensive and time-consuming process. Receiving my share will wipe out what's left of my student debt, allow me to take time off work to get her visa sorted faster and buy us a small but still nice house outright so we can live without the stress of a mortgage. Not having a mortgage will afford us the ability to live comfortably but not extravagantly, take a holiday every year, and be free of financial stress. It will also pay for a small but nice wedding and to fly her parents and sister out for it. Megan is furious, saying it's selfish and I can always get a better job if I want a better life and at least I can work and that I need to have sympathy for her situation. I don't want to give up work I'm passionate about and that gives me a good work-life balance to go work 14-hour days in Big Law downtown to service a mortgage. I also feel, as harsh as it sounds, I shouldn't have to sacrifice for her choices. My fiancé and I have chosen not to have kids, and while I know she didn't choose to have a disabled son, she did choose to gamble on parenthood. Her kids were both planned, and it's not my fault she lost by having a disabled kid and ending up a single mother. I am legally entitled to it and she can't do anything to try and get it, but she's told a few people, and a lot of them say I'm being selfish and should give up my share. Am I the a-hole? My sister wants to move in with me and demands to take my master bedroom because she deserves luxuries. Now she's flipping because I refuse to put a roof over her head. My sister worked fly out in the Australian mines for 5 years, and she's had many shared leases with people over the years. She's struggling to find a roommate at the moment. About a month ago, we had a casual conversation about the idea of her staying at the place I'm renting with my partner. Important detail, my partner and I have separate rooms as we need our own space, and it works for our sleeping schedules. A couple of ideas were thrown around. I offered the spare room, which is very small and can only fit a bed. She proposed taking my master bedroom and offered to pay more, which meant my partner and I would have to share, or one of us would move into the tiny room. I said I would talk to my partner about this and get back to her. A few days ago, she told me the landlord was not allowing a second person. For context, I left abruptly from a toxic workplace and am now on mental health leave. She texted, "I don't want to stress you out more, but when can I move in?" I told her I would sleep on it, and then the next day, she texted, 2 weeks to move in? I talked to my partner, and we agreed it would be better if she took the spare bedroom as she's 2 weeks on at her mining job and 1 week off. I called her and said she could have the spare bedroom, then she dared to say she was moving into my master bedroom because she would pay more. I said effing, not because the room will be empty for 2 weeks. On top of that, she's unclean and untidy. My worry is she will leave my room disgusting. She did not take this well and said I agreed to her taking my room, which didn't happen. Today, she blew up my phone with text saying I'm petty for not letting her have my room and that she deserves luxuries. Also, she doesn't want to come home to a tiny room after living in one at work. I'm a young person who is finally living in my place after being in crappy living situations. Why does she feel entitled to take my room and disrupt my life for her convenience? I know she's my sister, and I understand her situation and feel for her, but this can't be the solution. Am I the a-hole? Update. My sister and I have had a rocky relationship forever. I've cut her off many times due to this kind of disrespect and breaking of boundaries. I'm not perfect, but I want this relationship to work. Our phone conversation ended in a screaming match, and I stated she would only get the spare room, but she insisted it was unfair because she would pay more money. She later texted me a photo of a workmate holding up the middle finger with a text saying, "He said you are being petty, Lamau." I texted back in the fashion. I said, "Tell him he's a-hole. You're a guest at my home. You're not taking the master bedroom. That'll be empty for 2 weeks." She said, "You cannot keep using the excuse. It will be empty for 2 weeks. How the F do you think I've had roommates before and how anyone that does FIFO have roommate before like I'm gonna go live in a small room for my break as well as going back to work and living a small room again like awesome no luxuries suite." I answered, "You are not a roommate. I'm doing you a favor by letting you have a roof over your head for a while. You don't get luxuries when it's your only option. Also, my luxuries get taken away from my home because you say so? You're very out of touch with the average full-time young adult living in a stranger's room because that's their only option. My offer is off the table. My sister wants to take over my wedding reception and I refuse to share an event I'm paying for. She went to my party with her visitors and the security kicked them all out. Me and my partner are renewing our vows as a few weeks. My older sister got married in court a week ago, only telling 3 people and then dropping it on Facebook. Everyone asked where her reception would be and she said she send out invitations soon. Yesterday I visited my mom with her since I can't drive due to medical reasons. On the drive there she brings up her wedding and says she can't afford a reception. She drags on about the entire 45-minute drive there about it. I just stayed quiet as I knew what was doing. We had a good visit with my mom and left. On the way back she starts talking about me renewing my vows and how lucky I am to afford it. About 15 minutes into the drive she comes up with the idea of doing a double reception so she can celebrate her marriage with everyone at the same time. I told her no as she wouldn't be able to contribute to it and I wasn't going to front the cost for her. She acted like I didn't say anything and just started talking about changes I needed to make to fit both of us in a fair split guest list. I just said I will not be sharing my reception with you. By the time she dropped me off she had a plan to entirely change the reception to her liking. I just told her I would not even invite her if she continued to push for this. She just says okay and speeds off. Today I woke up to an invite to her reception same time and place as mine on Facebook. She even posted about how kind I was to give her the chance to celebrate her marriage with everyone. I replied to the post saying that I never agreed to that and she wouldn't even be allowed there anymore. Some people are now calling me off for not just sharing the reception hall. It's a split between my family on whether I'm an or if my sister is overstepping. Update. The security stopped my sister, without her husband, and other uninvited guests from getting an ID. I asked my party to stay back a minute as I didn't want to overwhelm the security. Granted, to say it turned into a bit of entertainment. She had a couple of $100 dresses and was trying to overwhelm the security with just the amount of people. The guard had quite a voice and yelled loudly that anyone here for Dig's sister reception was in the wrong place and would not be allowed in unless they were on the guest list. A large group of her party just walked away. My big sister started demanding to speak to the manager and how dare he scare people off. The manager shows up alongside more security. My sister puts on her best crying act ever, but the manager just says she and her guest have 5 minutes to leave the property or the police will be involved. She storms off, screaming about how it was unfair and how much money she wasted on a dress for that night. The rest of the night was uneventful and was chill. The staff and security got a very good tip and any leftover alcohol or food they wanted. I hope that was the end of that, but this morning I got a money request for $400 from my sister saying if I don't pay she will sue me. I have a lawyer, so this is of no concern to me because she wouldn't have grounds to stand on. I swear she is getting worse with time and needs some mental help. I am limiting contact with her to email and only about my mom's care. My sister was supposed to be my maid of honor, but she ditched my wedding without saying anything. Now she's begging me to help her with her baby shower and I refused. My sister and I have always been pretty close, or so I thought. Last year, I married the love of my life, and we had a small, intimate wedding. My sister was supposed to be my maid of honor but has yet to show up. No call, no text, nothing. I was devastated, but I tried to focus on the day and not let it ruin things. Later, she explained that she had a panic attack and couldn't handle the pressure. I understood and tried to be supportive, but it still hurt that she didn't even try to let me know. Fast forward to now. My sister is pregnant and recently asked me for help, both financially and with planning her baby shower. She's in a tough spot, and I feel bad for her, but I'm still hurt about the wedding. I told her I could not help her right now, and she got really upset, saying I was selfish and holding a grudge. Now, my family is divided. Some say I should let it go and support her, while others think it's fair for me to be upset. Update: after much reflection, I addressed the issue directly with my sister. I arranged a meeting with her, aiming for an honest and open discussion about her absence from my wedding. It was important to articulate how deeply her actions affected me, particularly since she was supposed to be my maid of honor. During our conversation, I started by expressing how hurt and disappointed I was by her not showing up and not even attempting to contact me on the day of the wedding. I told her that her absence, especially given her role, was devastating and significantly impacted my special day. I stressed that her lack of communication made the situation even more painful. My sister's reaction was quite defensive. Instead of acknowledging the hurt she caused, she focused heavily on her panic attack. She claimed that her mental health crisis was so overwhelming that she couldn't manage to reach out, and she expected this to be sufficient justification for her absence. She repeatedly said that I should understand how debilitating her condition was and suggested that I was being unreasonable for holding on to my feelings. I tried to explain that while I understood she was dealing with a serious issue, the lack of communication and the absence on a major day left me feeling abandoned and unsupported. I emphasized that acknowledging the impact of her actions was crucial for moving forward and rebuilding our relationship. The conversation was frustrating when my sister shifted focus to her current struggles. She is pregnant and dealing with financial difficulties, which she attributes to her baby daddy's lack of involvement. She asked for my help with her baby shower and financial support, framing it as a dire need given her challenging circumstances. It became apparent that she relied heavily on others to make up for her baby daddy's shortcomings. When I mentioned that I wasn't in a position to help financially or with the baby shower, she became upset and accused me of being unsupportive and selfish. Given her current situation, she argued that my refusal to help was further evidence of me holding a grudge. She suggested that families should come together in times of need, even if past grievances haven't been fully resolved. Throughout the discussion, my sister's approach felt dismissive. She seemed to believe that her current struggles should overshadow the past issues and that I should put my feelings aside to support her. Her defensiveness and lack of genuine remorse made it difficult to see a path forward where our concerns could be addressed. My parents, informed about the situation, have urged me to be more forgiving and supportive. They believe that families should come together, especially in difficult times. Their perspective has been challenging, as it feels like they're minimizing my own hurt and focusing primarily on my sister's current needs. My husband has been a key source of support. He agrees with my decision to maintain boundaries and not provide support under the current circumstances. He feels that while empathy is important, my sister's failure to take responsibility and her tendency to blame others makes it difficult to justify helping her. In summary, I've decided to stand by my decision not to help with a baby shower or provide financial assistance. My sister's lack of genuine acknowledgement of her past actions and her tendency to deflect blame have solidified my choice. My family remains divided, with some members feeling I should be more supportive and others understanding my need to protect my emotional well-being. Navigating this situation has been emotionally taxing, but I'm focusing on maintaining clear boundaries and ensuring my own needs are met. I hope that, over time, my sister may come to understand the impact of her actions and that we might be able to rebuild our relationship. My sister's maid of honor humiliated me in front of everyone in her speech by calling me the family screw-up, but my sister backed her up, so I screwed up their friendship. I was a bridesmaid at my older sister's wedding last week. The wedding was beautiful, and everything seemed perfect until the reception. During the reception, the maid of honor, who had been my sister's best friend since childhood, gave her speech. It was emotional, but then she joked about how I was the family screw-up who finally managed to do something right by not messing up my bridesmaid duties. Everyone laughed, but I didn't find it funny. For context, I've had a rough few years. I struggled with my mental health and dropped out of college for a while. I've gotten my life back on track, but it's still a sensitive topic. Hearing that joke in front of all our family and friends wasn't funny. My sister's best friend and I never really got along, but I never expected something like this from her, especially if the day wasn't about me. Why bring me up in the speech? I tried to stay composed but felt the tears coming, so I quietly left the reception and went outside to collect myself. My sister followed me out and asked what was wrong. When I told her, she said it was just a joke and that she meant nothing bad. I tried to go back inside but couldn't and left the wedding early. My parents understood why I was upset, but my sister was angry. I do feel terrible for leaving, but I also feel like I had the right to feel hurt and humiliated. Update: the same day, my dad called to check on me and see if my sister and I had discussed things. When I told him no, he said it would be better to discuss it now and assured me that I had nothing to apologize for. If my sister thinks she has nothing to apologize for, then the least you can do is make her best friend apologize or fully realize that the joke was out of line. By the way, my brother and I met 4 days ago, and he told me that brother-in-law, my sister's husband, didn't like the way the Mo called me a screw-up in front of everyone, and some of those who laughed voiced later that they did so out of nervousness. On Monday, my sister called me to talk. When I arrived at her place, her best friend was on the phone and didn't put it down for a second. My sister said that just a few years ago, I would have laughed hard and not taken the joke as an insult. Maybe some laughed because they didn't know why she called me a screw-up. When I was 17, I was diagnosed with PTSD and later with depression and anxiety. Since then, I don't like it when someone touches my head, especially my hair and the back of my head. My sister knows everything. During our conversation, my sister talked most of the time. At some point, I felt like my sister had called me to blame me again without understanding my perspective. When I tried to talk, she put her hand on my neck and pulled me toward her with each sentence as if to say, "Do you understand? Or okay?" I hated it and felt irritated. I honestly kept thinking if I pushed her away, would I be in the wrong? Would they just call me mental and tell my family I got physical? I tried to leave, but she insisted that no one was leaving until we sorted this out. She said her best friend just to apologize. She refused and reminded my sister that I was the reason her husband got angry at her on their wedding day. I couldn't take a joke. When I explained why, she said, "Yeah, whatever. Sorry." I was glad it was finally over, and as I was about to leave, I heard her say, "Can't take a joke that everyone knows is true." Both of them laughed, but my sister stopped mid-laugh and apologized. "I think I've had enough." I told her, "Yeah, but there's nothing surpasses how you screwed up your life by effing older men for money." My sister told me. Their jaws dropped. I smiled and said, "What are you so proud about?" I left. I don't want to say my sister hates me, but I know she felt ashamed to have a family member struggling with mental health issues. I don't know how to explain this. I've made up my mind and decided to go to NC for now. If my parents and my brother, who were there when I was going through it all, never made me feel that they were ashamed of me, then why would she? I have a stable job, my place, and friends who love me for who I am. I can say I'm a little proud of myself.
My sister-in-law DNA tested my daughter behind my back and paraded the results on my daughter's face, so I told her why it came negative and all her plans backfired. I have a daughter who's 6. I am not biologically related to her at all. There is no blood relation between us. I was friends with her mother for almost all of my childhood. We were never involved romantically and were always just friends. When my daughter was a newborn, about 3 months technically, both her mother and father were unalived. I won't go into too much detail for privacy reasons, but it was a workplace shooting. My friend and her husband had worked in the same building and were both unalived. Both my friend and her husband had grown up with less than ideal families and didn't have any siblings, so there wasn't any next of kin for their daughter to go to. However, because I was close with them, I was able to adopt her. Even though I had been iffy about the idea of kids, I didn't want their daughter to grow up in foster care or around people who didn't have a connection to her bio parents, so I stepped in. I initially didn't like to have a child, but I learned to love her as my own. My parents and siblings know that my daughter is not my actual daughter biologically speaking. My daughter, I'll call Lily for the post, also knows that she's adopted. I never really hid the fact that she was adopted. She knows her parents are dead and were killed by a bad man, but I'm saving the details for when she's older. Lily does not look like me at all. She looks exactly like her mother and biological dad. Most people assume that I'm her bio dad and that she just took after her mom. I don't ever really correct this when and if people assume this because it just seems unnecessary. My brother has been with his fiancée for about 2 years now and they have a 1-year-old. A few weeks ago we were all meeting up at my parents' house and my sister-in-law saw an old picture of me, my friend, and her husband. She pointed to my friend and asked who she was, and I explained it was Lily's mother. Sister-in-law got quiet and stood in front of the picture for a while. I didn't think much of it. To clarify, she knows my friend died, but I guess didn't know that she had been married, or that Lily is not my bio daughter. I suppose she assumed my daughter was mine and my friend's biological daughter. At the dinner table, my parents announced that they were setting up a college fund for both kids and they were going to be given $50,000 each. We were all very happy to hear this, and we went back home afterward. Anyway, after a month, I observed that my sister-in-law got pretty distant from my daughter. Anytime Lily would play with her son, she would take him and tell Lily that he needed a nap. Or when Lily asks her something, she ignores her and tells her that she's busy when she is just using her cell phone. Then one day, She went to my house and told me that she has something to tell me urgently. I found out that my sister-in-law got a DNA test done on my daughter behind my back. She used my brother's DNA for the test, and when it came back that they weren't related, she knew that meant me and Lily weren't related. She came up to me with the results and waved them in my face, saying that I was taking care of a dead woman's affair baby. She said this to me in front of my daughter. I just stared at her for a while before bursting out laughing at this. I told her I knew Lily wasn't my biological daughter, and that this thing called adoption exists. Her face went red and she stormed off. My brother is mad I embarrassed his fiancée, but I said she embarrassed herself by DNA testing a kid that isn't hers and then parading the results up to me. What did she want me to do? What was her goal with this? Did she want me to break down and abandon my daughter? My brother said she thought she was doing the right thing and called me an asshole. I don't feel like the asshole, especially considering my sister-in-law was the one who stuck her nose where it doesn't belong. Update: after everything happened with my sister-in-law and the DNA test, things took a surprising turn. It turns out her reasons for doing it were more selfish than I thought. My sister-in-law decided to talk to my parents directly. She confidently went to their house and told them that Lily isn't my biological daughter, thinking it would be a big revelation. My parents, who have always known Lily as adopted, just let her talk. She then argued that because Lily isn't my real daughter, it wasn't fair for her to get the same $50,000 college fund as her son, who she called the legitimate one. She actually suggested that the entire $100,000 should go to her son and that Lily shouldn't get anything since she's not related by blood. My parents didn't take this well at all. My mom, who's usually very kind, kicked her out of the house and made it clear that Lily is their grandchild, no matter what. She told my sister-in-law that if she couldn't accept that, she didn't belong in our family. Since then, sister-in-law and my brother have been quiet. I think my brother finally talked to her about what she did because he texted me later, apologizing for everything. He didn't give many details, but I can imagine the conversation wasn't easy. As for me, I'm just glad my parents stood up for Lily. She doesn't need to know that someone tried to push her out of the family for money. All she needs to know is that she's loved, and I'll make sure she feels that every day.
My sister-in-law got on top of my head while I was underwater and wouldn't budge at all when I tried to move her. Now I am sure that she's been trying to delete me. 3 days ago, my husband and I went to his parents' house to visit for the weekend. His sister is a college student and was home for the summer as well, so we got to see her too. Since they have a lakefront property and the weather was very nice, a lot of our time was spent at the lake this weekend, and some very weird things happened. For some background first, I've always gotten kind of an off vibe from my husband's younger sister. When we were dating, it seemed like she would find any excuse in the world to avoid me, and when we did interact, I sensed some hostile undertones pretty much every single time. I brushed it off as just me maybe not clicking with her or misinterpreting her. Still, when we got married last year, I included her as one of my bridesmaids, and low-key, she was a huge pain in the ass for that entire experience. My other bridesmaids told me she made snide comments to them that made them quite uncomfortable. After my maid of honor went around showing us pictures of her dog, a doodle, apparently my husband's sister commented the lines of, "I don't know why people even get doodles, they're so unethical." She commented how much my maid of honor loaded her plate during a girls' night out to eat. Later on that night out, she apparently insinuated that another bridesmaid of mine had drugstore makeup, said in a way that made her uncomfortable, was huffy during the bridal shower and wedding rehearsal, made weird faces at the decorations and pulled weird faces when she ate the cake too. I still brushed it off as maybe just her personality and left it at that. At the lake, though, a number of events occurred that kind of unsettled me. On the day we arrived, my husband's sister had invited a number of her own friends from college over and the group of us spent some time together in the water. At one point, we all decided to have a big chicken fight, and at first it was quite fun and lighthearted. Then a bunch of people including my husband broke away to do their own thing, and his sister turned to me and said, "Let's do another round," with her other two friends left in the lake, and asked to get on my shoulders. I said sure, knelt down under the water to let her up, but instead of getting on my shoulders properly, she got on top of my head and wouldn't budge at all when I tried to move her. I couldn't get her off me or even get my head up to breathe for what felt like a long while. My head was being squeezed between her thighs and I was seriously panicking by the time I managed to dislodge her and bring my head up to the surface. What's weird about it was that the other two weren't even paying attention to any of this or even participating in the attempted chicken fight at all. My husband's sister didn't say anything to me when I came up to the surface, just kind of gave me this weird snort chuckle and got out of the water. I was noticeably shaken and trying to catch my breath, but I assumed maybe this was just some sort of an accident, so I tried to act fine and didn't say anything. My husband's parents have a Sea-Doo that they let those of us with a boating license use. I don't have a boating license, so it was mostly just me riding behind my husband with him at the wheel. My husband's sister offered me a ride, though, and I didn't want to say no, thinking maybe this was a chance to bond with her, so I agreed to it. I told her the Sea-Doo still made me quite nervous, though, and to take it easy if she could. She definitely did not take it easy. She took any and every opportunity she could get to jump the Sea-Doo off the wakes of boats that passed us by, was doing sharp turns at high speeds like crazy, and I found myself having to cling to her for dear life throughout the ride. There were points where we both nearly fell off the Sea-Doo with how wildly she was driving it. Again, though, I didn't say anything about it and acted fine because I thought maybe she didn't realize how fast and crazy she was going. Later, my husband's dad yelled at her for attempting to splash my husband with the Sea-Doo while he was in the water. Their dad told her it was dangerous to try and ride close to people in the water like that because she could have run him over. After about an hour or so, it was just me in the water with my husband's sister on the Sea-Doo, and she drove that thing within a couple of feet of me just to turn it and splash me with the water, way closer than she ever got to my husband when she'd do it to him. I laughed it off but again was inwardly freaked out. That brings us to yesterday at dinner. As everyone in the family has been made acutely aware of by my husband, I have a serious dairy allergy, to the point where ingesting even a little bit of it can risk causing anaphylaxis. My husband's sister contributed a big pot of tomato rice and told me there was no dairy in it so I could have some. I trusted her and helped myself to a portion of it, but shortly after eating it I had to excuse myself because I started to feel extremely ill and wound up spending the rest of my night puking my brains out. I felt super faint and it took a lot of effort to breathe. Thankfully I had my EpiPen if things got bad enough, but still the whole experience was just awful. The explanation I got later was that my husband's sister finished the tomato rice with butter to make it creamier and then forgot she put it in there before serving it to me. Seems again like it could be an innocent mistake, but, given the combination of everything that happened this weekend, I'm starting to feel suspicious that it's more than just that at this point. I don't know if I'm overreacting or just being a paranoid mess, because this is a huge accusation, but I can't help but feel that niggling suspicion that maybe my husband's sister genuinely meant me harm. I feel like I'm effing crazy. Update. I did end up talking to my husband about his sister's behaviors toward me last weekend. I was planning on sitting him down and just point blank raising my concerns about her, but her name came up organically in conversation so I ended up using it as a springboard for telling him about last weekend's incidents. As I went through each sketchy incident I had with her, my husband believed me and was angry on my behalf about what happened. He also supports my wishes to keep more of a distance from her going forward. He told me to let him know if she ever pulls anything like the incidents in the water/sea-doo again. The dairy thing he still believes to be a genuine accident. Apparently she was in tears over how badly she felt about that. My sister-in-law's behaviors last weekend weren't 100% out of character for her. After telling my husband about my incidents with her, he explained to me that she's had a history of crossing lines and testing the limits of people's boundaries like this, albeit never this egregiously. Until college, she struggled to make and keep friends due to constantly crossing peers' boundaries. My husband even had to come to her aid in grade school due to her pissing off the wrong people who were ready to beat her ass. He thought she'd gotten much better in recent years, which is why he was so taken aback when I told him about the stuff she did last weekend. She's been in therapy for a very long time now to treat some mental health and behavioral issues. My husband is pissed at her for what she did to me, but he genuinely doesn't think she intended to kill or maim me, just to test my limits and haze me, albeit extremely recklessly. I'm inclined to agree with him, but my guard is still up in case it's anything more than that. His theory is that because I'm quite shy, she figured I was less likely to put my foot down with her, and that's why she did stuff to F with me in particular. It's not anything I did or said. Yes, I did ask. So going forward, I'm going to try to keep brief any interaction I have with her at future family events and stuff. I'll still be polite of course, but no way am I going to be alone with her anymore, and my husband says he's on board with this arrangement and will intervene if necessary to make sure it stays. It sucks to realize I'm probably never going to have a good relationship with my sister-in-law as I'd hoped. I've never had siblings before, so I was excited by the idea of having someone accept me as a sister and having that sort of a relationship. Ah well, I get along well with the rest of his family, and I have enough kick-ass friends in my life who are like sisters to me in their own way. Haha. My sister-in-law ignored my son and made him cry because of his obvious speech issues, so I shamed her at the dinner table and did the same thing to her. I have a brother, Dave, who's married to Sarah. They don't have children yet. I have a son who just turned 4 and a 3-month-old daughter with my husband, 39 male. My husband and I live in Belgium most of the time, but we travel back to visit my family about once a month, in England. At home, we speak both English and French to our children. My husband is Belgian, and right now, my son is in this very sweet phase where he'll sometimes mix up the two languages and say a couple of words in English in a French sentence or vice versa. This has never posed a problem to us, and even the staff at his nursery have reassured us that it's very common and they tend to grow out of it once they start at school. My sister-in-law has decided that this is a problem, so when we're visiting my parents, and she notices my son doing this, she'll correct him, but she does so really rudely, whereas my husband and I will just gently correct him. Anyway, we're visiting at the moment and she's now decided that instead of correcting him, she's just going to start ignoring him when he does this. I sort of noticed her doing it when we arrived, and I thought it was odd, but assumed maybe she was just stressed. Her job is quite intense, but it only really became an issue yesterday. My husband was talking to my dad outside and I was feeding my daughter in the other room, and I'd left Louie with Sarah and Dave. When I came back downstairs, Louie was crying, and I managed to understand that he tried to ask Sarah for a drink. He has a special cup he uses that he was holding, so it was obvious what he meant, but that she just ignored him. I asked her why and she explained that she wasn't going to reply to him unless he said the sentence correctly and that I shouldn't be ignoring my son's obvious speech issues. For context, it's not that she didn't know what he wanted. She told me that she understood exactly what he was asking for, but that she was deliberately refusing because he hadn't asked correctly. This really pissed me off, but luckily my husband came inside at that moment and pulled me away so we could calm down and settle Louie. That night at the dinner table, Sarah asked me to pass her something, but she said it in bad English. She is English. I just mean that she asked for it in slang. Think, pass us the peas, will you? I had a bit of an epiphany and I just decided to totally ignore her. She asked again, and I did the same thing. My brother asked why I was ignoring his wife and I said that I'm not able to reply if she can't speak English correctly and that it's wrong of him to ignore her obvious issues with grammar. Everyone's pretty pissed off with me and I admit it was incredibly childish, but she was needlessly being a dickhead to my baby. My sister-in-law insists on naming her son with our baby's name, but she walked away crying when I told her I wouldn't be changing my mind about using the name we planned. My husband and I picked out baby names almost 5 years ago, and when we started trying, he told his family and mine about our journey. During this conversation, we both told the family the names we had chosen, as using these names is our goal. They have heard these names multiple times throughout our journey because they motivate us when it gets hard. We will sit and picture our future with our son or daughter. The names have never changed. These names have been our dreams. Everyone knows and has heard it. My husband's sister ended up pregnant with her boyfriend, who doesn't like us, because we helped her leave him, and then they got back together. When I heard that, I felt that something would happen. At her gender reveal, she learned she was having a boy. We celebrated, and everything went smoothly until my mother-in-law and father-in-law were at a table with me, and someone brought up her baby names. Mother-in-law seemed hesitant and told me 2 names she was thinking of, and then father-in-law said that her boyfriend likes insert our baby name and they will call him insert our shortened baby name we planned on using. I was shocked but remained smiling and said something like, "That is our baby's name." And mother-in-law popped up that my husband's aunt had mentioned that was our baby's name. I was shocked, but my husband had come over to let me know we needed to leave for dinner with my parents. I get up, and while getting all our stuff, my sister-in-law runs into me. During our brief conversation, I mentioned I heard her baby names and named them off, along with mentioning that her boyfriend wanted our baby name, and she acted like she didn't know that was our name. I told her it was and then said goodbye, and we left. My husband knew something was wrong, and I told him what had happened in the car. His immediate response was that I'd cut them off. We have been struggling to have a baby, and it's been hard on him. We had a positive and then lost the baby, but he was sure it was a boy, and he was so excited to use our name. I knew this hit him hard, but I didn't want any drama on his side of the family, so I told him we would talk about it later, and we went to dinner. After dinner, on the way home, he brought it back up and said he was mad and felt like her trying to use our name was a slap in the face and like they thought we would never have a baby. We both cried together on the way home. Once we got home, we sat in silence until he randomly said F them. We are using our son's name whether they do or not. It doesn't change the name we have chosen and pictured for years. I mentioned it would cause issues for everyone if they have the same name and go by the same name, along with his family, who would probably try to call him by his middle name to keep them separate. He said anyone who calls our future son anything other than what he goes by won't be around. I told him okay, I'm with you on this. A couple of days later, I spoke with sister-in-law when she pulled me aside for another get-together. She and her boyfriend said they hope there are no hard feelings if they use insert our full baby name. I was shocked and asked if they were serious. They both nodded. I replied, so you don't just want the first name, you want our entire baby name? First and middle? Sister-in-law said yes, she had forgotten our baby's name, and her boyfriend liked the first name, and the middle is an alternative version of her family name. I said, it's an alternative version because me and your brother wanted to use a family name from his side, and I wanted unique. It's an alternative version of his middle name. That name has meaning to us. It's not just a name, it's sentimental, especially to your brother. Also, there is no way you forgot our baby name, which we talked about less than 2 weeks before your gender reveal. She huffed and said she did, and she was sorry, but she is pregnant now and will use that name. So I said, that's fine, so will we. When we have a son, no matter what you name yours, he will be named as we planned. We plan on adopting even if I can't have a child naturally in the next year and a half. The name will be used, and we will be parents. If you want to struggle with our kids having the same name other than their last, that's on you. She told me that isn't how it will work and that she plans on using her last name since her boyfriend is adopted. He will be taking her last name when they get married. I froze and said, that's fine. It won't be changing my child's name either way. She started crying and said she thought I was her sister and cared about her. I told her she is, and I do, but what she is doing is hurting her brother and me badly. We both know we can't stop her from using our name, but I can and will be using it either way. She huffed and walked off. We haven't spoken since, so am I the asshole? My sister-in-law roadblocked my daughters all holding a picture of my dead husband, so I am never speaking to her again and cutting her off financially. My beautiful daughter got married last weekend and I could not have been prouder. We unexpectedly lost her dad and my husband over 5 years ago and always knew that her wedding day was going to be a tough one. My late husband has a sister who has always struggled to control herself emotionally and, particularly when it involves grief and loss, has been known to cause scenes. Think trying to throw yourself in the hole on top of a coffin type scenes. In the past 5+ years, I have gone out of my way to support this sister both emotionally and financially, not because we are close, but because it's what my LH would have done. For about the last 6 months, I have been in regular contact with her, reiterating that the wedding day is going to be hard enough without her added drama llama emotions. I made it very clear that the bride had included many personal and thoughtful touches into the day to remember her dad. She had asked all her uncles and significant men in her life, including the groom, to wear one of his ties. We above anyone were well aware of his absence on such a day. I asked sister-in-law to please just be respectful and honor the bride's wishes to not make a scene. The wedding day arrived and it was an emotional day. The most surprised my daughter with a small, tasteful medallion with LH's picture on it, which we tied to her bouquet with many tears. We had lots of talk about how proud he would be, how much he'd looked forward to seeing his baby grow up and happy, and how he would be with us even if we couldn't see him. As my baby and I stood at the end of the aisle before I walked her down, she took my hand and said we will not cry, Daddy would want us to be happy. And so began our procession down the aisle towards her beautiful groom. Halfway down the aisle, we were confronted with a roadblock. My sister-in-law had reached out into the aisle holding a large framed photo montage, pictures of my LH including his funeral booklet. It threw us both completely and I was livid. Luckily my love for my daughter and LH was stronger than my anger, and we sidestepped and continued on as planned. I have since been told many people didn't even realize there was a problem. After the ceremony, sister-in-law came up to talk to me. I discreetly but firmly told her she was way out of line and I was disgusted by her stunt. I spent the rest of the evening actively avoiding her and enjoying the moment despite this. She approached me again at the end of the night and I again told her in no uncertain terms what I thought of her pick-me actions. With a few champagnes under my belt, I was definitely less measured than in my earlier interaction. She did apologize and said it was an accident, but I'm not sure you can accidentally bring a whole photo montage to a wedding and then accidentally block the aisle with it just as the bride is approaching. I ended it by saying I had clearly and repeatedly explained my expectations and she had deliberately ignored those for her own wants. So here's where I may be the I was going to message her and explain how much her actions upset the bride and me and how little respect she showed us. I was also going to tell her how much my LH would have hated what she did and how much she upset his baby on her wedding day. But then I thought, why should I waste any more oxygen on this person? She didn't listen to what I said the first, second, third, 15th time I explained it to her. So why should I now need to explain it again retrospectively? My gut feeling now is to just ghost her, cut off all financial and emotional support. I'm torn. I definitely do not fully financially support my sister-in-law. She can, and always has, been able to afford the basics. We just always picked up some of the extras and I continued to do it after my husband died. Examples include me covering her accommodation costs for the past weekend, or us buying her daughter's laptops for school. I have read every comment and decided to just leave it as it ended. On Saturday, I will not contact her, nor reply to her messages. We live quite a distance, 8 hours plus drive, from each other and my in-laws have long passed, so I have very few occasions where I would need to interact with her again. I have messaged my nieces and told them I love them and will always be here for them and do not hold them at all responsible for what happened. Both told me that they had tried to talk her out of it but she's so stubborn they had no chance. Update 1. So, it's been a week since I sent my message and she still hasn't seen it. It appears she has blocked me. I guess the trash took itself out. Still nothing from either of my nieces too. My daughter is still on her honeymoon so I will talk to her when she's home. It is completely up to her if she continues a relationship with her aunt or not. I have known this woman for 30 plus years and know her well enough to believe that she will eventually read my message out of curiosity, if nothing else. If I ever get a response I will update, but for the moment this is my last update on the situation. Even though she hasn't read what I wrote, I still have peace knowing I said my piece and didn't let her actions pass without being called out. My sister-in-law ruined my marriage so she could set up my husband and her best friend, but I am imploding all their plans and one-upping them instead. My sister-in-law Lisa, her best friend Emma, and my husband Jamie were best friends growing up. Emma got married early when she was 20. Her husband was abusive. She has 2 children with him. She got divorced 10 years later and she was finally free from his abuse. I met Jamie 4 years ago. We got married 2 years later. Everything was just awesome. What I didn't know was that Emma wanted Jamie and Lisa made it her mission, when Emma finally got divorced, to bring her brother and best friend together. I didn't know any of this so I never knew there was a hidden agenda when I a few months into my marriage overheard Lisa talking about how Jamie was cheating on with a married colleague of his. In hindsight, I can tell it was staged because she was saying unnecessary details and was very loud. She meant for me to hear it. I confronted her then and there and she played very flustered and apologized and begged me not to ruin my marriage. She told me Jamie loved me and she never wanted to lose me as a sister, but at the same time she provided me with pictures and texts that were all photoshopped of my husband and his colleague. She begged me not to mention where I'd found out and I was grateful for her support and promised her not to expose her as the source. I confronted my husband with everything and he adamantly refused to admit to anything. It hurt me more that he never admitted or apologized. Ever. He asked me where I got this from but I kept my promise and told him it was an anonymous tip. I also went so far that I contacted the colleague's husband. At the time I thought it was the right thing to do. The colleague is this very beautiful woman that my husband worked very closely with many hours a day. I was a bit jealous of that and I confided my fears with Lisa. She used it against me. I asked for divorce and the colleague's husband did too. After that Lisa, who I thought was my friend, who called me her sister, disappeared from my life, like I never existed. Even when I bumped into her she was short with me and indifferent. Months went by and I was still heartbroken, processing the separation. My husband stopped trying to make me see reason and agreed to divorce. He said he wanted to move on. I started having doubts. Why is Lisa doing this now? She was my friend and wanted the best for me, yet now she didn't even answer my texts. I follow both her and Emma on Insta and I started seeing how Emma and my husband gradually started hanging out. At least once a week Emma or Lisa shared stories about my husband with Emma and her children. What I did next is very questionable and yet I don't regret it at all. I was desperate and I needed the truth. I was still very good friends with Lisa's on-again off-again boyfriends, Mike, sister. I told her my doubts and everything. I told her that Lisa was my source, that my husband was cheating and that I'm starting to doubt everything and that I needed their help to unearth the truth. Mike was easier to persuade to help me than I expected. He had Lisa's passcodes and he went through her messages with Emma, and there was everything. They have plotted They used my idiocy and insecurity and made me throw the best thing that have ever happened to me. He sent me all the proof I needed, even the original photos they used to Photoshop my husband with his colleague. My world was turned upside down again and I went down a deeper depression. I stayed in bed, called in sick for 2 weeks. I have not only ruined my life but also another family. I don't know why I'm writing here. If I want advice or just vent, I don't blame anyone but my stupidity for ruining my marriage. I should have trusted my husband and the love he's shown me. I should have been honest with him about everything and where I got the news that he was cheating from. I should have not gone to hurt the colleague and her family just because I thought her beautiful. She has since quit her job and moved, but I still had her husband's contact information. I had to at least apologize. We met and I told him everything. He was so angry with me. He was crying and yelling at me and all I could think was that I deserved every insult he threw my way. I found the colleague on Instagram and her everything in a long apology. She didn't answer me. I don't know if I should tell my husband too. I know I don't deserve him at all. And I know that he doesn't want me anymore, but maybe he should just know what Emma is doing and what she's capable of doing. He deserves to know the truth. Maybe I could start with reassuring him that I'm not trying to win him back. I'm just trying to help him understand. And apologize. I need to apologize for everything. I don't know. Update. I decided not to meet up with Jamie. Every time I try to text him and ask for a meeting I panic. That wasn't a good sign at all. I wanted him to know everything, in details, and I tend to be all over the place when I'm panicking. So I decided to email him instead. I made a lot of drafts, cross-checked all the information and waited a whole day before sending, adding some details here and there that I've forgotten to include. I sent him all the manipulated pictures and the original, every screenshot Mike sent me from Lisa and Emma's conversations. I made it clear, however, that I wasn't trying to manipulate him to have me back, because I knew that what I did was unforgivable, but that I wanted to warn him about who he's dealing with. I told that I've been watching Emma and Lisa's IG and I've seen that he was getting cozier with Emma. I wanted him to know all the facts if he was dating her. This took all my energy to write. Just the thought of him dating Emma, I can't. I texted him that I've sent him an important email. He didn't answer me. On Wednesday when I came back from work, Lisa, Emma and Emma's 2 children were waiting for me outside of my building. When I let them in, stupid me, Lisa started yelling and threatening me. She told me to call and tell Jamie and Mike that I have made up all of this because I'm a pathetic loser. She told me I didn't want her as an enemy because she would make my life sour. Believe me, you don't want me to make destroying your already miserable life my mission. Emma just smiled the whole time. She later said that my husband always had a crush on her and that he wouldn't believe my nonsense because he could finally be with her. The thing is, it felt like Lisa was more angry that Mike knew what she did rather than her brother, and she really was annoyed about Emma and told her to shut up all the time. I couldn't get them out of my apartment, so I just left and called Jamie. I told him that they were at my place and that I couldn't get them out. 15 minutes later I saw them leave. Jamie texted then that he wanted to come over if I was alright with it. #yes. He told me that he was very hurt that I would doubt him like this, and believe rumors. I told him everything. Again, without panicking. I told him that I loved and trusted Lisa. She was like my sister, and I asked him to put himself in my shoes, and if he happened to hear Lisa talk about me being unfaithful, would he have any doubts in his loving sister's intentions? He stayed the night and left next morning. We have been texting several times a day and talking on the phone and FaceTime every night since. He says that he loves me but that he doesn't know what to do. He is very hurt. By his sister and Emma, of course, but even by me. He hasn't talked about canceling the divorce process yet. I will just have to wait, and then that's understandable. I've turned his life upside down twice in such a short period. On a happier note, my husband's colleague and her husband are back together. My husband met with them and apologized. I've already told them everything, but my husband felt the need to apologize personally. Mike has ended it with Lisa. Lisa and Emma's relationship is very strained. Both have blocked me from IG, of course, but apparently Lisa is blaming Emma for Mike leaving her, and Emma has tried to throw Lisa under the bus by telling Jamie she was innocent in all of this. I really hope my husband forgives me, and I promise that I will make it up to him and love him. My sister-in-law snooped and stole our baby's name, then announced it right after she gave birth, but her face immediately dropped when she realized that we tricked her. So I have been married to my husband Kevin for 5 years. We have a 3-year-old daughter and I'm currently pregnant with twins. My brother-in-law Terrence has been married to his wife Jess for 7 years. Jess and I are total opposites. Jess is an extrovert. She's kind of loud, boisterous, and some would even say abrasive. I'm an introvert. I'm not quiet or shy, but I am reserved. I'm also very observant. The first time I met Jess, I told Kevin that we would be like oil and water. We have never been overtly hostile towards each other, but also have never gone out of our way to bond. Jess and I have been in a one-sided beef since the day Kevin and I started dating. I give her zero thought if I don't have to, and yet, I live rent-free in her mind. Based on snide comments she's made over the years, the reason why is jealousy. Kevin and I dated for only a year before we got engaged. We then were married within 6 months of that engagement. We had an actual wedding with a ceremony and reception, went on a honeymoon, bought a house in the burbs, and got pregnant in rapid succession. Both of us have good careers and are financially stable. Mother-in-law, father-in-law, and Neil all adore me. Jess and Terrence did not have a similar path. They had been on and off since they were 19-20, with Terrence never really wanting to commit. During one of their breaks, Terrence got a FWB pregnant and now has an 11-year son. This has always been a sore subject with Jess due to her fertility struggles, fibroids. When they finally got back together, she pressed him for marriage until he relented and gave her a shut-up ring. They went to the courthouse on a random Tuesday, then had dinner at Red Lobster afterwards and went back to work the next day. Not trying to be shady, just relaying the facts. They now live in a 2BR apartment in a call city while working hourly jobs. They aren't minimum wage or anything, but constantly need OT to make ends meet. This has led her to resent me over the years. She thinks everything has come easily to me and has let that fester. There was a time a few years ago at a gathering where she got drunk and got into an argument with Terrence. I think her attitude that night stemmed from seeing me with my infant daughter. To hurt him, she blurted out that she married the wrong brother. Everyone was shocked. I wasn't. She just said the quiet part out loud and revealed what I already knew. So I poked her a little and said, "Really, which one? That's kinda gross since both were minors when you met them." Context: Kevin and Terrence also have a younger brother, Tim, 28. Boy, did she fly off the handle after that lol. To this day she claims to have no memory of that night. Anyway, now I know there is a new reason why she resents me. Unfortunately, Terrence and Jess had fertility issues for several years before finally having their son a couple of weeks ago. Prior to this, Jess was very odd towards us when I was pregnant with our daughter. The best way to describe it is hot and cold. One minute she pretended like she didn't care while we were talking about it at family gatherings, the next she was volunteering to throw the baby shower. I gave a firm no to that. We both assumed the behavior was because of their fertility issues and didn't think too much of it. But the strangest thing she did was almost demand to know what we were naming our daughter before we announced it. She asked us constantly after our gender reveal and got visibly annoyed when we just laughed her off and said it was a secret. We couldn't understand why the hell she cared so much, as she was not expecting at this time. Regardless, we didn't share the name with anyone. When our daughter was born and her name was finally announced, Jess was kind of obsessed with it. I don't know how to explain it. She just kept going on and on about how beautiful and unique it was. To this day she comments about how different it is. The name we chose is a pretty common Welsh name which wouldn't be all that different except for the fact that we are African American lol. I've always gravitated towards names from different regions and found and fell in love with the name years ago and never shared it with anyone before Kevin. Fast forward to both of us being pregnant at the same time. Jess' odd behavior continued towards me, but this time it was more blatant. Snarky comments under the guise of jokes about how big I was going to get with 2 babies and that my body would never snap back like it did after our daughter. She even accused us of getting pregnant on purpose after she announced her own pregnancy, even though the whole family knew we were actively trying, and at the time of her announcement, I was already a few weeks along and didn't know. One thing about me, introvert or not, I'm no pushover and will stand up for myself. But I chose to ignore Jess because I knew that would get to her more than confronting her would, since she seems to thrive off drama. Jess was obviously much further along than we are. However, we did have our gender reveal prior to Jess giving birth. And right on cue, the baby name interrogation started again. Because they decided not to find out the gender of their baby in advance, Jess kept hounding us for both of the names we had already picked out. But again, we declined to answer. After days of this, I got annoyed and asked Kevin if he thought the reason for her insistence was so she could use the name first since she was due first. He kinda chuckled until he realized I was serious and said he didn't think so, but that anything was possible. So I said, let's test it. We were due to host my father-in-law's birthday at our house a couple weeks later, and I decided to leave something in the unfinished nursery with a girl and boy name on it and see if Jess went snooping. Because Kevin thought it was silly, he said he would give me $20 if she did it. So I went onto some site where you can order custom name wall decals and put in the names Aria Rose and Sebastian Ali. These are names that we like but aren't remotely close to what we chose. This will also be our last pregnancy, so even if Jess did use them, we wouldn't care. I didn't complete the order. I got to the final page and then printed it out and hid it in a dresser drawer in the nursery. The party goes off, but because we were busy hosting, we never noticed if Jess disappeared for any extended period of time. When I went into the nursery the next morning, nothing was out of place and the order sheet was still in the exact location, so we both just went Valp and forgot about it. I did however notice that Jess never asked us about the names again. Then Jess gives birth. We went to the hospital to give our congrats. When we go in and see the baby, I asked what his name was, and man, I cannot properly explain the poop-eating grin that came over Jess' face as she says Sebastian Ali. I mean, she was really proud of herself, and honestly, it's the most vindictive I have ever seen her look in the years I've known her. But instead of reacting how she was expecting, I performed like I had graduated from Juilliard. Oh my god, that's such a great name. He's so cute. Look at his whittle face. Oh, I just love him so much. Welcome to the world, Sebastian. Auntie is gonna spoil you rotten. I mean, I am laying it on thick without an ounce of bother. The range of emotions on Jess' face went from shock to confusion to rage in a span of maybe 17 seconds. Meanwhile, my husband is holding in the laugh of the century. We later say our goodbyes and he gives me a 20 in the elevator while almost crying laughing. All I could say was, like I thought. This was 2 weeks ago and we haven't seen them since because we wanted to give them time to settle in with the new baby. I have heard from my mother-in-law that Jess doesn't seem as thrilled about motherhood as she thought she would be, considering how long it took them to conceive, but said it might just be baby blues. Obviously, I think she's just disappointed that her petty move didn't have the desired effect on us. I did share this with my sister, and while she laughed initially, she did say it was kind of an move. So, am I the a-hole? Update 11 days later. I haven't seen or heard from Jess since that day in the hospital. Terrence also hasn't communicated much with Kevin other than sports talk. However, my mother-in-law has been with them almost every day. She came over yesterday to go over some last-minute things for our baby shower that we are having the Saturday after Halloween. I am not due till late January, but with the holidays and twins tending to arrive early, we just wanted to get it out of the way. Anyway, after finalizing some things, I asked mother-in-law how Terrence and Jess were doing. She sighed and leaned back in her chair and said, "Girl, it's a mess." She goes on a long word vomit that I will have to summarize. Basically, they've been at it since before the baby was born. When they were discussing names, Jess' list only consisted of girl names. When Terrence asked what if it's a boy, Jess was adamant that it wouldn't be, but if it was, they would just use Terrence Jr. This caused an argument because Terrence's 11-yo is not named after him and it would be petty to name the second son a junior. Unbeknownst to me, Jess was having severe anxiety over not the name, but the gender of their baby, so much so that she refused to find out early because she was afraid of disappointment and she wanted to enjoy her pregnancy believing she was having a girl. She really wanted a girl. I mean really wanted a girl. This goes back to mother-in-law in my opinion. Mother-in-law is the only girl of 4 brothers. She had 3 boys. 2 of her 3 boys, Tim has a 6-yo, have boys. Then my daughter came along. Mother-in-law actually broke down in tears at our gender reveal. Since the day she was born, mother-in-law has become a little obsessed with her lol. Not in a Jamil way. She knows and respects boundaries, but the whole family is aware that my daughter is mother-in-law's favorite person in the world. I think Jess thought that, by having a girl, she would get that same attention and affection from mother-in-law as she has never been Jess' biggest fan. When that didn't happen, something short-circuited in her head. Mother-in-law's words, not mine. Before we arrived at the hospital that day, they were still fighting over a name, so I guess when I showed up she just blurted it out. While I still think it was to hurt me, it seems like it was also because she didn't allow herself to think of anything else because she didn't want a boy. I said in the first post how I noticed her expression, however I completely failed to notice Terrence's. He was pissed. Jess had never mentioned that name to him prior and he had no clue where it even came from. He also hated it. He refused to sign off on that and they left the hospital without a name. In our state, you only have 7 days from birth to register a name. She eventually told Terrence to pick the name himself and that she didn't care anymore. So he did. He swapped out Sebastian for Jordan but kept Ali. Yes, after Michael and Mohammed lol. According to mother-in-law, since they've been home, Jess has shut down emotionally. She's been doing all the motherly things, but there's a disconnect there. Mother-in-law said she finally broke down to her a few nights ago that she'll likely never have a daughter due to her age and what it took to get pregnant in the first place. I think that will bring them closer together since mother-in-law never got the daughter she wanted either. I also felt bad hearing that because regardless of how I feel about her as a person, I do have a heart and would never want to punch down on her if she's in the throes of PPD. Jess still hasn't admitted to snooping, so I haven't admitted to setting her up. A few comments said I should never confess, but I think I will at some point, mainly because I don't care lol. I am more than willing to burn a bridge while I am still standing on it, but now simply isn't the time. My sister-in-law threw out her underage sons in the street for disrespecting her husband, so now we're calling the police and throwing her in jail. My husband and I are in a tough situation with my sister-in-law, Barbara. Barbara has 4 boys, Larry, 17, Owen, 14, Ryan, 13, and CJ 7. Despite her having a rough history with bad relationships, her kids have always been well behaved. The only constant man in her life has been Reese, her on and off husband who does nothing for her or the kids except work. He blows his money gambling, cheats on her openly, and relies on her for everything else. For 7 years, she's come to us, venting about him, swearing it's the last time, but always goes back. In 2020, after yet another huge fight, the entire family intervened. We sat her down and told her we were here to help with anything she needed, lawyers, a safe place for her and the kids, even handling the legal stuff if necessary. She agreed to kick him out, but within 6 months, he was back because he couldn't find a place to stay. This grown man, who has worked a steady job for 20 years, somehow needed help. Since then, things have gotten progressively worse. Barbara decided to stick with marriage counseling, even though the whole family urged her to leave. She's clung to the idea of honoring her marriage, despite the toxic environment. As a result, her kids have started to suffer. The eldest, Larry, started skipping school and smoking heavily. A few months ago, my husband got a 2 a.m. call from Larry, who said he was suicidal and afraid to act on it. When we got to their house, we learned he had told his stepdad the same thing, and Reese told him to just do it because no one would care. My husband, understandably, punched him in the face. We took Larry to the hospital and, after his release, brought him home with us for 3 weeks to help him recover. Eventually, Larry returned to his mom's house, thinking things had smoothed over, but they quickly fell apart again. Soon enough, the second oldest, Owen, began having issues too. For months, they'd been fighting constantly, and we didn't realize how bad it had gotten until we couldn't get in touch with either of them. Barbara had gone silent. My husband showed up at her house unannounced, something our family often does for fun, only to find out that she had washed her hands of Larry and Owen for being disrespectful and kicked them out. She had even turned off their phones and didn't know where they were staying. We found out that they'd been crashing with friends for weeks, trying to stay under the radar because they were embarrassed. We picked them up from school and brought them home with us again. They told us that their mom and stepdad had been bullying them, constantly fighting and that they didn't feel safe going back. Barbara admitted that she put them out but insisted things weren't as bad as they made it sound. Now, my husband and I want to go full nuclear and report this to CPS, the police, and anyone who can intervene. But the rest of the family wants to handle it internally. We feel like 2 minors were abandoned, and that deserves an extreme response. But the family is now saying we're overreacting, and at the end of the day, these are not our children. So, are we the souls for wanting to report this situation and not leaving it to family discussions? The 2 oldest boys are with us for now, but we're ready to escalate this. Update: we called the police. My sister-in-law told my husband that he should have dragged me to the clinic to terminate our child because I was baby-trapping him. Now she's begging to be forgiven. My sister-in-law is my husband's half-sister. She was the product of their mother's infidelity. His father divorced their mother when he was 12 after he found out through a paternity test she wasn't his. My father-in-law refused to have anything to do with my sister-in-law but continued to have a relationship with my husband. Because of this, my sister-in-law is very clingy to my husband. My husband is also very protective of his sister and generally doesn't tolerate anything negative being said about her, which is why I'm posting this here before mentioning anything to him. My husband and I bought a house last year which has its own indoor swimming pool. My sister-in-law was super excited when she saw it and asked if she could use it sometimes with her friend. We said it was fine, as long as she gave us a notice before she turned up. She and her friend, Chloe, have used it many times before but almost never when my husband is home. He is a lawyer and works long hours. With the lockdown, my husband has started to work from home. My sister-in-law asked me if she and Chloe could come over and use the pool. I told her I was uncomfortable with them coming over as I'm pregnant and don't want to accidentally expose the baby to anything risky. My sister-in-law then asked if she and Chloe quarantined for 2 weeks would they be able to come over. My husband said it was fine. 2 weeks later they turn up to my house. My husband was in his office, so they go straight to the pool after making small talk. My husband ends up coming out after an hour and we're hanging out in the kitchen. My sister-in-law walks in to get a drink and she starts talking to my husband. Before she goes back to the pool, she says Chloe's going to be so happy to see you. It was weird because my husband and Chloe aren't close. Chloe comes into the kitchen 2 minutes later and spends the rest of her time talking to my husband until he excuses himself to get back to work. She's super giggly and smiley when she talks to him. He would say something sarcastic and she would laugh like it was the funniest joke she's ever heard. It honestly felt like she was flirting with him. Before she went back to the pool, she gave me this weird smirk why look. Before they leave, they ask my husband if he's working from home every day of the week. He confirms he is. The next 2 weeks, they come over to the house to swim every single day. Except, Chloe never gets in the water. Instead she hangs around the house in her bikini. She was previously wearing a one-piece if it makes a difference, every single day. Whenever my husband comes out to hang around me, she quickly interrupts him and keeps him talking until he has to go back to work. I made lunch for us all and when I excused myself to calm my husband down, my sister-in-law quickly stopped me and said Chloe could call him for me. They shared a look and Chloe looked really happy when she went to get him. Chloe has also started to get touchier with my husband. She's put her hands on his chest and arms, stands or sits really close to him. To my husband's credit, he does usually create space between them whenever she does something like this. The reason I believe my sister-in-law is in on this is because she's made a few pregnancy-related jabs at me recently. She told me a story about how one of her friend's boyfriends was cheating on her and then said something along the lines of, "Did you know a lot of men start cheating when their wives are pregnant?" She's also made comments about how I look chubby now and it looks weird next to my husband because he's well built. If she spots my husband out of the office, she quickly goes to inform Chloe. I know pregnancy hormones can mess with a person's brain, so I'm wondering if I'm just looking for something that isn't there. My sister-in-law sent me a text yesterday asking if they could come over to swim next week and I really want to say no, but I know she'll whine to my husband if I do. I ideally want to have a conversation with him before then, but I'm not sure if I should mention the flirting. Am I being delusional? Update: we were watching a movie and my phone lit up with another text from my sister-in-law telling me she was now going to be here at 1 p.m. the next day to swim with Chloe. My husband saw it and told me to tell her not to come. This is really weird behavior for my husband because he tends to do anything to accommodate my sister-in-law and very rarely refuses her anything. I asked him if something had happened and he shrugged it off and we kept watching the movie. A few minutes later he paused the movie and said he wanted to ask me a question. He asked if I'd noticed Chloe never swam when she came to our house. I wish I could say I was calm and collected like the comments were advising, but I ended up laughing hysterically. I was honestly just so relieved he'd brought it up instead of me having to be the one to do it. I think my husband thought I was losing my mind. When I finally stopped laughing, he repeated the question and said he wanted a serious answer. I said, "Of course I've noticed," and he awkwardly replied, "So, you must have noticed the other thing too." To summarize the conversation that followed, my husband hadn't noticed Chloe was flirting with him the first few days because he was so busy with work. He wasn't really paying attention to anything else. He said when she started getting handsy is when he suddenly had the light bulb moment that she was into him. He says he didn't want to unnecessarily stress me out, so he never mentioned anything, but he was worried I'd noticed too and thought he was interested because he hadn't immediately shut it down. He realized we would eventually have to have this talk, but he wasn't sure how to bring it up. Oh, the irony. He did privately speak to Chloe and told her he was happily married and wasn't interested in starting anything with anyone else. Apparently, she never took him seriously because she kept doing it. In the end, he called his sister on Sunday to tell her either she got her to stop or Chloe couldn't come over anymore. His sister ended up having a tantrum and said a few nasty things about me / the baby / our relationship. She insisted I was somehow behind his request and made some comments about how I was controlling and insecure because I looked like a beach whale and Chloe was younger and hotter. He was pretty pissed at this and said if she said something like that about me again, he would stop speaking to her. She claimed I had baby trapped him, and when my husband pointed out we were already married so I didn't need to trap him and that he was the one who wanted to start a family, she kept insisting I had manipulated him into feeling that way. She claimed he was unhappy in our relationship and he always looked tired because I was forcing him to slave away to fund my fancy lifestyle, whilst I sat on my ass all day. He pointed out he chose to be a lawyer knowing he would have to work long hours and I had only recently left my job, so her accusations were baseless. She said some other stuff along the same lines, but the thing that made my husband finally snap was when she said it. The baby was already ruining everything and it was just going to get worse when it was born and he should have dragged me to the termination clinic whilst he had the chance. He told her neither her nor Chloe were welcome in our home anymore until they apologized for how they'd been behaving and for the things my sister-in-law said. He said he wasn't sure he could ever forgive or forget what she'd said about our child even if she did apologize, and he couldn't believe she would even think something like that, let alone say it. Apparently, she started crying and said she was sorry, that she didn't mean it and she was just scared to lose him and that she wasn't thinking clearly. He hung up on her. He showed me his phone and she's been calling him and texting him since, begging him to reply. He asked if she'd said anything to me. I was debating whether to say anything or not, but he kept insisting he knew she had said something, and he wanted to know what it was. I told him the things I mentioned in the original post and a few other things she had said. He asked me why I never mentioned anything when she first said it, and I mentioned how he got really defensive whenever I said anything even slightly negative about his sister, and he got defensive. I pointed out he was doing it again, and after some back and forth he admitted that maybe he was a little bit defensive when it came to her, but he promised to stop and he wanted to make sure we could talk about anything, including his sister. He ended up mentioning wanting to try couples counseling. He said it wasn't because he thought there was something wrong with our relationship, but apparently he has been speaking to his dad a lot recently, and he mentioned one thing he regretted about his marriage with mother-in-law is that they never went to therapy until the cracks in their relationship were too big. In his current marriage, they go, and it's helped him avoid the mistakes of his first marriage. I agreed, so we're probably going to try that soon. My husband thinks my sister-in-law will eventually turn up even if we tell her not to, but he promised he'd deal with her if she did. My sister-in-law used my favorite girl name for her daughter to spite me. Now she's getting a lot of hate because we decided to change our daughter's name. My husband and I welcomed our second baby into the world a few weeks ago. We had originally planned to give her a name that I have adored since childhood, but then my husband's sister had a baby girl and she decided to give her daughter this name. It came from nowhere because she always preferred timeless names like Elizabeth, Emily, Emma, Catherine, and so on. The name she ended up going for / my favorite girl name is Serafina. A lot of people knew it was my favorite and it was our girl name. When I was expecting our son we had mentioned it would be our girl name. Even before having kids, friends and family knew that was the name I adored, but I was never fond of family members sharing the same first name. I know it happens. I know it's not the end of the world. Nobody owns a name. I also know that in some families it is very common for relatives to have the same first name, but I personally don't love it. So after sister-in-law had her baby we came up with another name for our daughter. My in-laws had been surprised when sister-in-law had her daughter and announced the name. Most people had expected her daughter to be Emily because she talked about that name a lot. Serafina came from nowhere with her. When we announced our daughter's name, the actual name, after she was born, we did get asked why we had chosen not to use Serafina, and my husband told them we had decided to go with something else during the pregnancy because we felt it was for the best. No specific reason given, at least not that he brought up around me, but his mom and his other sister and one of his brothers did make comments to sister-in-law about it being her fault. They said it was pretty clear our change came because she used the name we intended to use. Sister-in-law ended up fighting with her mom because it was always clear I was never Syl's favorite person and she accused her of doing it spitefully. This has come back around to me because sister-in-law has now come for me, saying I should have used the name too. I shouldn't have let her get blamed for stealing a name when nobody can steal a name. I told her I never accused her of anything like that. She told me I didn't need to because the name Serafina was something everyone knew for years that I loved, and then all of a sudden I finally have a girl and use a different name. And it happens just after she also decides to use the name for her daughter. I told her we're entitled to change our minds just like she is. I also told her I don't have to answer to her. She told me I created drama for no reason and there is no way the change idea came from her brother, that it was clearly me who got butthurt over it. She told me to get over it and there could have been two Serafinas. She also accidentally admitted she had been waiting for me to confront her on the name. She caught herself before finishing and just went on about how I had changed the name to stir poop and make her family turn on her. She also accused me of using the girls as pawns in this whole thing. My husband heard her and shut her up immediately and said that she was out of line and needed to back off. He told her that we both made the decision together to choose a different name, and it wasn't something we did to spite her or create drama. He reminded her that people are free to name their children whatever they want, and it's not up to anyone else to dictate or judge those choices. He then pointed out that it was her own actions that led to the tension in the family, not our decision to pick another name for our daughter. He also made it clear that our priority is the well-being of our family, not getting involved in petty arguments over a name. He ended the conversation by saying that this was the last time we'd be discussing the issue or we were avoid to be in the same room again. She tried to argue back, but my husband cut her off, telling her that if she couldn't respect our decisions as parents, Then she needed to distance herself until she could.
My sister-in-law wants to come out as trans at our wedding and threatened to boycott if we refuse. So I changed the date of her invite and made her not come to our event. My wife is one of those women who dreamed about her wedding day since she was a child. She even has a folder with her theme and all picked out. So for the wedding, I let her pick out everything. The only thing I was in charge of was odds and ends that my wife already signed off on. Well, my wife has an older sibling who is a total narcissist. In the past, they've ruined both her sweet 16 and graduation parties and withheld visitation from her niece unless she agreed to clean their entire house. My wife did not live with them, among other similar incidents dating back from childhood. But my wife always tries to be the bigger person. So, about 6 months before the wedding, this sibling announced that they wanted to come out as trans at our wedding. Now we have nothing against trans people, but the siblings stressed that they wanted our wedding to be the first time they went public. My wife, her parents, and I were all shocked because this was the first time we'd even heard the sibling was trans. And since then they have made no steps to come out or even mention it again. We suggested having a coming out party for them on a different date and or other events, like Thanksgiving and Christmas, where everyone would be in attendance. Then they could wear whatever to the wedding because they were out, but no dice. They said not as many people would come to Thanksgiving or Christmas as the wedding, but half of the guests at the wedding would be my family anyway. So they wouldn't do it then and said we would be transphobes if we didn't let them come out at the wedding. Then they said that, if we wouldn't let them come out then, they, their wife, and daughter would not come. Well, her parents sided with the sibling and told my wife to let them have their way. My wife was distraught, but she wanted to play nice and get along. But I wasn't having it. So I changed the date on their invite when my wife gave them to me to mail. Somehow, miraculously, the sibling and parents did not discuss the actual date, because they did not show up. I think everyone figured that the sibling flaked until I came clean at the end of the reception. Well, since then, the sibling has been making it known to everyone that they hate us and that we are bad people. Then recently I was talking to my in-laws who said it was a PP move, but my wife told me she is happy about how it turned out. Update, sibling has not said anything about transitioning since. To our knowledge, we are supportive if they do, but they won't talk to us so it doesn't matter. They also will not allow us to see the niece and have cut all contact. My in-laws still dislike me but I don't care to be honest. We moved after the wedding and only see them on holidays.
My sister-in-law's mother wants to steal an heirloom crib and raise my niece herself, but she lost all babysitting privileges instead. I'm gonna start this off with the preface that this is not my mother-in-law. She is a lovely woman who I adore. The mother-in-law in question is my hubby's older brother's mother-in-law. So the mother of my sister-in-law. Let's call her Karen. So my sister-in-law is just about the sweetest person you will ever meet but a bit quiet compared to the rest of us outspoken people in the fam. I was dating my hubby before she started dating brother-in-law, so I've gotten to witness the relationship grow into the wonderful marriage they have now. Unfortunately, sister-in-law is a bit of pushover when it comes to her mother. My sister-in-law and brother-in-law had my beautiful niece, Lola, earlier this year. We were all super excited when they announced the pregnancy, a wonderful surprise even to them, and immediately began to help with anything and everything we could. This is the first grandkid for both sides. Hubby and I aren't ready for kids yet, so you can imagine we were going overboard to get this little girl anything and everything she could possibly want. Now my hubby and father-in-law are very talented at woodworking, so they wanted to make something for Lola and the other grandkids to come. They settled on a crib and it is gorgeous. Between material and labor it is probably worth about $35K. It was decided this would be a family heirloom and all the grandkids, including our kids someday, would use the crib and we'd pass it around the family as needed. Well, not long after Lola was born, Karen comes over to see sister-in-law and brother-in-law. She looks around the baby's room and says, "So when are we going to bring the crib over to my house?" Excuse me? They have no idea what she's talking about. Well, she's gonna need a place to sleep at my house when she comes over after daycare. Sister-in-law was on maternity leave but was going to go back to work in 2 months, and after that they had a great daycare lined up for my niece. But there had been zero talk of Karen taking the baby after daycare. Turns out that this Delulu woman thought that she would just pick up Lola Monday afternoons and just keep her during the week with her freaking parents getting her Friday night to Monday morning. And she hadn't even thought to mention this to anyone. Did I mention she also really encouraged, pressured sister-in-law to formula feed right from the bat? Well, we absolutely think this was the hidden agenda behind all that advice. Sister-in-law was too shocked to speak, but brother-in-law shot this nonsense straight down. Karen was upset but agreed she couldn't have Lola all week. But this woman still didn't drop the crib issue. She insisted that the baby will just use the rolling cradle most of the time. They got one for next to their bed for easy late-night feedings, and she needs a place to sleep when she stays with me. Apparently Karen was still under the impression that even though she wouldn't keep Lola overnight during the week, she would still be the one to get her from daycare, and sister-in-law would just pick up the baby from Karen's house every day. Brother-in-law was fully prepared to shoot down this lunacy again, but sister-in-law stepped up. She told her mother that Lola was getting picked up by her, not Karen, and two. Even if she was, there was no way in hell that Karen would get the crib that hubby and father-in-law worked so hard on. Karen whined about not having anywhere for Lola to sleep when she came over and asked when she would get see her grandbaby. "You'll see her when say you can and our schedule allows. And if you are that worried about her having a place to sleep, then do what brother-in-law's parents did and buy your own crib or cradle." The way brother-in-law told it later, sister-in-law was a sight to behold that day. Needless to say, the crib is still in their home and Lola is being taken care of by her parents every night. Meanwhile, Karen was taken off of the pickup list for daycare and all her visits to Lola are supervised, and she's lost all babysitting privileges until she shapes up. We are all incredibly proud of sister-in-law. Motherhood and the mama bear backbone look fabulous on her. My sister's pregnant wife is weirdly cold and short with me but kind of everyone else, so I exposed her to my family and now she's going to be single. My sister is a lesbian, and married her wife a year ago. They receive financial support from my parents, have good jobs, and as such, have decided to have a baby. Currently, her wife is about 6 months pregnant, and the two of them are visiting for holidays. I'm in college, so I don't see them very often, but I'm really excited for their baby. My sister and her wife have been dating since their senior year of college, and were friends since childhood before that. I'm 7 years younger, so I was kind of left out of the loop. I never knew my sister's wife until they got married, and even then, I was swamped with my first year of college, so I didn't really ever get to know her. I was really excited though for this trip, since we'd get some one-on-one time together. Our parents live about 2 hours away from my sister and her wife, and I flew in from across the country. We're all staying with our parents, who are not yet retired. My flight got in yesterday late at night, so I slept in. My parents went to work, my sister went to go do some shopping. My sister-in-law stayed in with me, but I didn't realize she was around until she came downstairs while I was making lunch. She's pretty obviously pregnant, and I haven't seen her since her wedding, so I was really excited to see her. She was not. I said hi, and went to hug her, and she backed away. I apologized, and she just kinda looked at me weird, and went looking through the fridge. I tried to make small talk with her, so I asked when she was due. She gave me a really weird look, like I'd asked what her cup size was, and then just said March and kept making her food. I said I was really excited to have a niece or nephew, then asked if she wanted a boy or girl. She sighed really loudly, said she didn't care, and moved on. My sister had mentioned that her wife had PTSD due to a previous pregnancy, so I worried that might have been it. I tried to shift the subject, and asked how her work was. She set her knife down really loudly, stared at me for 30 seconds, then said fine and went into the dining room without saying anything else. Throughout the day, I kept just trying to interact with her, offered to get her a drink while I was in the room. She just muttered no, asked what she was watching. You wouldn't know it, it was The Simpsons, said I was really glad she was spending the holidays with us, a very begrudging yeah. Really, I thought this must just be how she is. Then, my parents and sister came home, and she was super cheery and nice to them. My dad was asking if they had names picked out, and she just wouldn't stop chattering on. My sister said she wanted a family name, and her wife insisted on a unique name. My mom pointed out that my name, and they should consider it. I said I wouldn't mind having a niece with my same name, and my sister was really enthusiastic about it. Her wife gave me a death glare. I just ended up getting the silent treatment. At dinner, I asked if she would pass the potatoes, and she didn't listen. I repeated myself, she ignored me, and then my sister told her I had asked for her to pass the potatoes. Suddenly, she was all bubbly and giggling. Guess I didn't hear. What do I do? Should I tell my sister? I have very positive relationships with my parents and my sister, and I want to be really involved with my niece/nephew, so I really don't want to go 100% no contact or anything. How can I try to resolve or at least get over this? Update. So, we all had breakfast together. I sat across from my sister, between my parents, with my sister-in-law kitty corner to me. My sister-in-law actually spoke to me, but it wasn't all that positive. She asked if I was seeing anyone, in kind of a snarky tone. I said no, school was really busy, I just didn't have time, etc. She responded, well, not everyone finds someone. My sister tried changing the subject, asking my parents whether or not they'd gone to their winter home yet. They're those rich people. My sister-in-law was so nice to them. She was saying what a gorgeous house it is, how grateful she was to have been able to take a vacation there with my sister last month. My mom is easily flattered, so once my sister-in-law got started, she started gushing about her, and it was just a mush fest. After breakfast, I offered to go take our dogs for a walk. When I came back, my parents had left with my sister to go shopping again, and my sister-in-law was the only one home. She asked me how I was liking college, and I said I was liking it a lot. I major in pre-dental, started talking about it a bit, and she rolled her eyes. I apologized for oversharing, and she said, no, it's fine, you just have a problem with reading the room, I guess. Then, she walked away. When my sister comes home, I'm definitely going to tell her about it. Update. So, I didn't get the chance to talk to my sister. When my parents came back from shopping with my sister, my mom started saying how she had the perfect onesie for her granddaughter. Before my sister-in-law could start gushing, I asked what my mom meant. She asked if I hadn't heard I'd be having a niece, and I replied I hadn't. My sister said it was weird, because she'd asked her wife to tell me once they'd gotten the ultrasound. Her wife had zero excuse, and had the most deer in the headlights reaction. There was something that just sort of snapped, and I started crying. I felt kind of spoiled and horrible for it, so I apologized, and went upstairs with the dogs. My parents came upstairs, and my mom went to go ask if I was okay, and my sister and her wife started shouting downstairs. My mom basically said that my sister-in-law does not like me, and that it wasn't really my fault, she's just bad with people she doesn't know, and took it out on me inappropriately. And yes, my sister-in-law was still pissed about the wedding date thing, which just made it worse, because her wedding day was scheduled on the day of my finals, so I called my sister to tell her I either wouldn't make it, or the date would have to be changed. She was really upset about it, because she and her wife had wanted a winter wedding. The date seemed perfect for them. I said they didn't have to sacrifice the winter aspect, just maybe move it a day back. There was a kind of big fight, and I can assume my sister-in-law got in on it, but my sister is the kind of person who likes to be liked, and she didn't want to be mad at me, so we worked through it. Her wedding ended up being the day after my finals, which I was grateful for, and there's been no resentment or hard feelings since. My sister actually laughs at herself for being kind of in butt. Her choice quote from that time was, "You just don't have to go. It's just a test." Anyway, I felt really crappy and just like really bad. Part of it wasn't my fault, but part of it was my fault. And apparently my sister knew about both issues beforehand, and had given my sister-in-law directions to try and get along with me. They were still shouting downstairs, and I was kind of bordering on a meltdown, so I asked my mom if we could take the dogs for another walk. We went out the back, and when we came home, my sister had left the house to cool down, and her wife was upstairs. I spent most of the rest of the day downstairs, until my sister came home. She had obviously been crying, and was in a bad mood. My mom took her into the kitchen to try and calm her down, so I kept sitting in the living room. I felt like a bratty little kid again. I genuinely felt like I'd effed up my sister's marriage and probably ruined our relationship in the process too. Everything just felt awful, and when my sister came out of the kitchen, she didn't even look at me, just went storming back upstairs. Her wife started yelling first, and they were fighting for a while before it got quieter upstairs. My mom, dad, and I went out for dinner, and when we came home, my sister-in-law was waiting for us. My sister-in-law apologized to me, saying she had been petty and rude, and that the wedding date thing had been a non-issue. I said it was okay if she was upset about the wedding thing, but I wish she had let me know. She said it wasn't that easy, since my sister would basically take a bullet for me, and it had caused them a big fight before their wedding. I said I had no idea, and that I was sorry to be the source of that tension, and I just wanted to be able to be a good sister-in-law myself, and be a good aunt. My sister-in-law got angry, and said I had ruined the opportunity for the first one, and she wasn't banking on the second one. Then, she stormed upstairs, and she and my sister got into another big fight. I felt awful. The bad feelings manifested physically, and I spent most of the night throwing up while my sister and her wife fought. My mom was really kind to stay up with me, and my dad tried to get my sister and her wife to get off each other's backs. I specifically heard my sister-in-law shouting, "Who would you jump in front of a train for? Me, or her?" And my sister responded, without missing a beat, "My sister, no questions asked." They got quieter after that, and my sister-in-law started up the screaming about an hour later saying, "I'd let all my siblings die for you." My sister slept on the couch, and the two of us went out for breakfast in the morning. She basically said that after my sister-in-law gave birth, she and my sister were going to separate. They would try counseling prior to the birth, and afterwards too, but if things weren't getting better, they'd be divorcing. I said that it shouldn't have gotten that far, and I was sorry for pushing the both of them. My sister said that my sister-in-law does this to all my sister's friends, and they've been fighting often. But she clarified that the way she treated me was a deal breaker. She said it might have sounded sad, but I was her best friend from birth, and she wouldn't let me not feel welcome like that. I felt really guilty, and started crying again. She kept saying she wanted it this way. Their relationship was broken as is. It's been tense and awkward ever since. My sister-in-law won't look at me or speak to me, and I've given up. My sister has been by my side a lot, and has amped up the good sister behavior 10x.
My sisters threw my fiancé's wedding gown in the pool, and my mother refused to punish them. She was shocked when I told her she would be uninvited if she didn't punish her little devils. My mom never punishes her kids. As a kid, I thought it was great. As an adult, I can see it as a trauma response due to being abused as a child and overly punished for everything while her golden child sister could get away with murder. It hasn't been too much of an issue as she is a great mom in every other sense, and none of us were terrible kids. We probably got away with too much at times but managed to avoid serious trouble. I have two sisters who are 17 and 15. My fiancé and I are briefly staying with my mom due to being in between places. Her wedding gown is in a closet upstairs to avoid me accidentally seeing it, and my sisters are aware of this. Recently, they came into our room, and the 17-year-old said the wedding gown was in the pool because oh my god, I dared a 15-year-old to do it, but I didn't think she would. I felt my heart stop. My fiancé took off screaming. I ran after her but couldn't keep up. We saw a white gown in the pool, and she immediately leapt in. I jumped in after her and could hear them laughing their asses off. She grabbed the dress and became confused, saying it wasn't hers. My sisters began to laugh and said it was an old dress they bought at a consignment store. I've never seen my fiancé so angry. She got out of the pool, dripping wet, and demanded what my mom would do. My mom told her she needed to watch her tone when she lived in her house for free, but then she told my sisters that was not okay and apologized. She tried to push one of them into the pool, but I couldn't tell if that was a serious push. They did say sorry but were laughing. My fiancé said, "No." I asked what the F you were going to do. My mom said they apologized, which was harmless as that wasn't her dress. My fiancé was furious, and I jumped in and said they needed to be in some serious trouble because what they did was cruel, and they would not disrespect the woman I love. My mom started getting annoyed and said, "What do you want me to do to beat them?" Then she brought up that I once put a huge snake in my sister's bed and wasn't punished. Then, more deflecting about how it is her house. My fiancé was so upset that she left. I confronted my mom later and told her they were punished to a sufficient standard or she was uninvited from the wedding. My mom looked shocked and hurt but told me they weren't my children, and I didn't get to punish them and get out of her room. I feel kind of bad because I love my mom, and I get missing your son's wedding is a huge thing.
My so-called friend bailed on our trip at the last minute and demanded a refund. To make matters worse, he actually took me to court over it. I am a huge Stranger Things fan, so when I learned of the Stranger Things experience, I immediately started planning a trip to Georgia. After a bit of research, I realized how much cheaper it would be for a larger group of people, so I made a group chat with a few interested parties, and told everyone upfront exactly how much they needed to pay and get to me before a certain date. It was a first-come first-served type of thing since the maximum was 6 people total. 5 people sent me the money, and I scheduled everything. Fast forward to 2 weeks before we are supposed to leave, and one of the people, let's call him Mark, texts me saying he couldn't get off of work and can't go. I told him that sucks, and asked if he checked with everyone who could cover his shift. I walked away from my phone after sending the message, only to come back to multiple large paragraphs of this guy texting me both privately and in the group chat about how he expects his money back now, since he can't go. Then he gets angrier with the more recent texts, calling me rude words for not answering him or understanding his situation. I chose to respond in the group chat, and explained how I made it very clear that once everyone had paid their portion, there was no I suddenly can't go refund. All of it was already used towards the trip for the Airbnb and ticket costs. He started complaining about how much it all was, and I told him he already agreed to everything. I told him if he found a replacement person for himself that could pay him for his portion, that would be fine as long as I met them beforehand. I wasn't about to stay in a house with someone I didn't know at all. I said I'd also ask other people that were interested before. I just want to add that while I do feel really bad for him, I asked people about this 2 months ago. He should have had plenty of time to ask off by now. He privately messaged me that I would regret this if I didn't pay him back, then left the group chat and blocked me, so I just assumed he wasn't going for sure, and we never found a replacement for him. The day of the trip came and went. We all had an amazing time. Definitely one of the best trips I have ever been on. The specific package deal I got were also VIP tickets for the experience, so we got to do so many cool things and got free souvenirs. One of them was a tiny Dustin speaker. When we got back, I asked the others to text Mark and ask him if he wanted the free souvenirs that came with his ticket, so he could have that much at least. But no one could get through to him. About 2 weeks after we got back, someone knocked on my door and served me some papers. They told me I was being sued by Mark for taking his money. What the actual F? I don't know why he thought this would turn out well for him. A friend suggested to me to screenshot every conversation we had about the trip and cost, and print everything out. It was only small claims, so I didn't think about getting a lawyer or anything. I mean, I had watched enough Judge Judy to know the gist of it. When the court day came, I showed up with a fat file and Mark showed up with a lawyer. Mark's lawyer spun this sad tale about an innocent guy swindled out of $300 so the evil person, me, could afford more souvenirs on the trip. When the judge asked for my side, I presented him with my folder, and told him they contained every screenshot between Mark and I in both private and group messages. They clearly lay out my specific instructions towards the trip, how much it costs and what every single dollar was going towards. How he agreed and told me he sent the money and was excited for the trip. Then the timestamp date difference between when he paid and when he contacted me to say he couldn't go. I offered him alternatives, like finding someone to replace him, but informed him I had already used the money on the trip. There was no loose pocket change. The judge smiled at me and asked if that was all. I told him no. If you keep looking, you'll find receipts for the ticket prices and Airbnb price. Every penny he sent me went towards those things, nothing else. The judge asked Mark's lawyer if they had anything to disprove what I had presented, and they had literally nothing. He then asked if they had proof I used his funds for anything other than what was agreed upon, and they said no. The judge ruled in favor of me, and told Mark he needed to let this go as life happens. After the case was dismissed, I went over to Mark, and handed him a bag with the free souvenirs given to each VIP ticket holder, and told him they belonged to him. He got upset and just threw them back at me. The judge saw, and yelled over at him that he had no right to assault anyone in his courtroom, and if he showed any more signs of aggression he would be locked up. I just grabbed the bag and left. Now I have amazing memories of a trip. I no longer feel guilty Mark couldn't go, and I have 2 tiny Dustin speakers.
My son and his roommate have been dating for 20 years and I just found out. How do I tell him that I want to be part of his life even if he's gay? My wife and I divorced when my son was really young, so I basically raised him as a single father. I did my best to raise him well and to be sure he had everything he needed, but I worked a lot of hours and was very career focused. I realize now I was somewhat absent and I have no idea what he went through growing up because I never really asked since I'm fairly emotionally reserved. When he was in high school and in college he had several girlfriends. There was one girl whom I thought he was very serious about, but after they broke up, he never brought any girls home or talked about any. We basically lost contact when he moved away to attend medical school. But one time he visited from break and it was the first time I started to think he could be gay because he was always talking on the phone for hours with his roommate from school. I've heard the way my son flirts before, and somewhere during those hour talks, he would subtly flirt with his roommate. The thing is, my son has never told me that he is gay even to this day, but it has become an unspoken acknowledgement between us. When I accidentally interrupted his conversation one time, he became really nervous and awkward, just like how he used to act when he had a girlfriend over at the house. I've tried asking about his roommate, but the answers are always short, basically that he's doing well. This has made me see that my son doesn't confide in me at all. Somewhere down the line I taught my son that we can't speak about who he is. I'll admit I'm not the most versed in this kind of lifestyle thing, but I don't want to be shut out from his life. I want to tell him that whatever this is, he's perfectly fine in my book and I love him. I want to know him and his roommate, but I don't know how to tell him or what to say. I'm not sure if I should call him his boyfriend. Since he's never said anything to me about being gay, I've just pieced it together over time. In the end, I decided to handwrite him a letter since I've always been best at expressing myself through writing. I wrote about many things and the letter ended up being much longer than anticipated. I began by discussing some of my experiences with my father growing up in ways I realized I had treated my son similarly. I had wanted to do better than my father, who had moments where he could be cruel, but I failed to realize that being too reserved was also a problem and I leaned too far in that direction. After his mother left, I was depressed and I didn't deal with that as well as I should have. I apologized for being absent at work and for being emotionally unavailable at times when he would have needed me the most. I mentioned I'd like to change that in the future, but it's still something that's hard for me to do and I understand he may need his own space. Then I wrote about how even though I probably don't show it well, I do love him with my entire being. There's nothing he could do or be that can change that, and I'm proud of him for many things. I wrote that by extension I love whoever he loves, and his chosen family is family to me as well. All said and done, the letter was several pages long. Then I mailed it, and it was incredibly hard to wait. I decided to text him to let him know I had sent him a letter as we don't typically write, and it seemed like something that warranted some warning in advance of its arrival so he wouldn't be entirely caught off guard by it. Eventually he sent me a text that he would like to call me at the end of the day. We spoke about everything in the letter. I learned that he had believed I viewed him as a burden, which was disheartening to me as I had always wanted to be a father since I was young, and I never saw him as being a burden, which I told him. We discussed his mother and the plethora of feelings surrounding her. This was a hard topic for me as I still have many unresolved feelings here, but I realized because of this I never explained to him everything that happened. I also learned that he was afraid to disappoint me, so he had put a lot of effort into his career to make me proud of him as he felt this was the way to impress me and that it would make up for his defects. I brought up that focusing on work over family and interpersonal relationships was one of my bigger regrets, and he admitted that being so career-driven was straining his personal life. With everything going on at the moment, he also expressed that the medical profession was weighing on him, but he hadn't wanted to disappoint me by not being as emotionally strong as he thought I am. By this point in the conversation we had both said a lot of very emotional things. He brought up that he felt it was hard to talk to me because I don't make it clear what I'm thinking, and so he felt it was always easier to only discuss work or accomplishments with me and nothing personal. He felt it was easier to let his relationship be an unspoken understanding between us as he felt I would be uncomfortable to know anything more. At this point, he confirmed that his roommate is in fact his partner. He said he felt a lot of shame about it. I told him I regretted not reaching out to him sooner, that I'm sorry that my lack of availability had created this distance between us, and that I'm always proud of him and not just for his career. We ended the conversation by discussing seeing each other in person, as it has been almost 10 years since we've actually seen each other. I expressed that I would like to fly out to visit him and his partner of 20 years if he would feel comfortable. I now had a plane ticket for early next month, a date which was quickly approaching. This was a terribly worrying time for me as I felt the ice was thin and I feared saying or doing the wrong thing would ruin what little connection we had forged. I went to visit them in early June and I am incredibly overjoyed to say that everything went very well. While there I had several emotionally tough conversations with my son, but I tried to listen from a place of wanting to understand and accepting that I have not always been the best father. While at times I felt incredibly hurt by what he had to say, it was mostly because I felt defensive and upset with myself that I had caused him to feel this way. I wasn't always sure how to respond, but it seemed that verbalizing that I felt this way and that I would need time to give him a proper and reasoned response to some of his comments, rather than a defensive one, was the right thing to do. I would then reflect on my own and give him the response he deserved from me. While there I also had a discussion with his partner, and I am glad that this man has been in my son's life. He is a truly good man, and he did say that he was cautious of me because of the past but that he hoped we could all move forward from it. While there I also had a discussion with his partner, and I am glad that this man has been in my son's life. He is a truly good man, and he did say that he was cautious of me because of the past but that he hoped we could all move forward from it. I visited them a couple more times from then on, and I am relieved to say that after those first trips it is almost as though there was never any time we were apart and we have been talking every day. I have felt so much joy over being accepted back by my son, and for being accepted by his partner, and I am now working on selling my home and moving across the country to be nearer to them and my young grandchildren. This is a move they have welcomed and even suggested to me first. My son called us for the streets WH Our son, 23, was returning one of our bags we left at his house a week ago. He decided to return it late at night last Saturday. Our party ended and we had people leaving. Apparently, when he reached our front door we had couples leaving and talking about the party. My wife opened the door in shock. He threw the bag on the floor. "Here's your stuff, sorry if I interrupted your group intimacy." My wife, as usual, started blowing up his phone. My wife had the phone on speaker. He picked
My son chose his stepmother over me because I could not afford the life that he wanted. 10 years later, he wants to come back to my life and use me for my money. I have a son from my previous marriage. I got pregnant way too young at the age of 20, from my high school sweetheart, David. We got married at the age of 22 after we graduated college. David was rich, he didn't want me to work, so I was just a housewife. My son was the apple of my eye. I gave everything to him, he was my world. He and I were close, and I never doubted that I would not be alone in this world as long as I had him. That is until 10 years ago. I found out that my husband was cheating on me with a young colleague of his, and what is worse is that my 15-year-old son knew about it. He hid the affair from me. Imagine how broken I was. I was betrayed by two people I care most in this world. I asked him why he did that. Why did he hurt me? He responded that his dad told him not to. He bought him gifts to keep his mouth shut, and having a young stepmom made him popular amongst kids. I was blindsided when I learned my husband took my little boy to meet that woman. They made excuses that they went on a ski trip and they took his mistress with them. I felt like a fool at that time. In the divorce ruling, my son chose my ex over me. I was heartbroken. My son didn't want to visit me after it was all done. I even tried to reach out to him once he turned 18, but he just refused. At that point, I gave up and went on with my life. I would still get sad over the years, wondering how he was doing. I did move on and met someone who is a single father of 2 girls. I married him, and I got pregnant again a few days after our wedding. The pregnancy was a nightmare. I wanted to meet my son and tell him he would be a brother to a baby girl. The labor was painful. I almost died on the spot after giving birth to my daughter. I still wanted to meet my son, but I knew he did not want to see me, so I just gave up the idea. Over the years, the memories of him just became vague as I immersed myself in my new family. A week ago, I got a series of messages from him on my Facebook. He said he missed me a lot and wanted to meet me. It took me by surprise. Over the last 10 years, he has not contacted me. Now, he wants to see me? Why? I have been going over every possible reason. The worst part is that I do not feel excited about it. I know I should be over the moon as a mother, but I am not. My parents and husband know that. They have been pushing me to meet him. They say I need closure. After all, he is my son. But I don't know if I want to relive the same trauma, so am I wrong? I checked his social media last time 5 years ago. The last post I saw was with his stepmother, and the caption said, "To the best mom in this world." I felt heartbroken. I scrolled through his feed. There was no mention of me, as if I never existed in his life. Update: I finally met my son after so many years. He was not a boy anymore. He was a man. He looked taller than I remember. I asked him to meet me in a public park. I asked my husband to be somewhere near so he could see me. My son came 5 minutes after I arrived. He was all grown up. I won't lie. I wanted to cry at that spot, but I held my composure. He said hi to me, and I smiled. I commented that he has grown up and looks really nice. He just nodded. We sat down, and it was silent. I was expecting him to say something initially, but I finally asked what he was up to these days. He told me he was doing fine. He just finished college and is going to apply for grad school. I said that is great. Then, it was awkward silence again. He broke the silence and said, "You must be wondering why I contacted you." I replied, "You haven't tried to contact me for 10 years, but why now?" "I cannot help but wonder why you are trying to contact me when you told me years ago you don't want me near you because I embarrass you." His face got serious, and he said, "I know that, but I need something from you." He asked me for money, and the amount was 20K. He said he needed the money because he wanted to go to law school, but his father couldn't afford it because he lost a lot of his money a few years ago due to a loss in his business, and his company was bankrupt. He also had 3 more kids with his mistress wife. That's why they do not have money for him to attend grad school. It just sank my heart. After 10 years, I was finally meeting him. I was hoping that we could reconcile and he would understand what I have been through, or maybe my husband was lying to him. But no, he just wants money from me. I told him I could not give him money, not such a huge amount. He got defensive and kept asking why not. And then he asked, "Is this about Dad's affair? Geez, when will you get over it?" I asked him, "Why do you hate me? What have I done to deserve your hatred? Have I ever raised my voice? Have I ever hit you or said no to you? Then why? You always pushed me away when I tried to get closer to you. Why and what did I do to deserve it?" He took a deep breath and said, "You don't understand, Mom. You really expected me to come with you? You had nothing. At least my dad could afford the lifestyle I wanted, and my friends actually liked Carla, his stepmom. Everything was fine until you discovered his affair and my deal with Dad. I get it, you didn't hit me or scold me, but you were not able to afford the life I wanted." I asked him if he really thought his father's affair was actually the best way for any of us. I sacrificed a lot for him, yet he chose someone he only met when he was 14. He said he didn't want to discuss that because it was so long ago, and I should just drop it. I asked him why didn't he ever try to visit me. I even asked if it was his dad who tried to stop him or any other reason, or if it was something I did. I tried to reach out to him multiple times, but he never answered or tried to be there. I gave him space because I thought he was coping with the divorce, too. He yelled at me that I was really annoying. His dad didn't stop him. He didn't want to meet me because I lived in a small apartment with only 2 bedrooms. He hated living in a place like that, and he ignored me on his 18th birthday because my gift for him was pretty cheap and stale compared to what his dad and other people gave him. I agree. My gift was a box of his favorite cookies and an old vintage watch. I struggled a lot then, so I couldn't afford to buy him expensive stuff. But does that mean he should have ignored me like that? I had enough of it. I told him strictly that I would not be giving him money. I have spent years wondering where he is and how he is doing. He is still very disrespectful towards me. Throughout our conversation, he didn't even ask how I was. He just went straight to money. I was here hoping that we could move on. He had no idea how much of a mess I was when I learned the man I loved so much would betray me, and then my own son would lie to me for him. I thought we had a special bond. My head has been going through a lot of conclusions. Maybe his dad was lying to him about me. Maybe he was mad about something I did. But now I have the picture. I do not want to be his ATM. I wanted to be his mother even when he rejected me. I'm tired of feeling rejected, mistreated and taken for granted. He kept saying and getting even more defensive that I could not do this to him. I am ruining his life. I told him no. I cannot trust him to give so much money. He told me to cut the BS because he knew I had money, and now I could easily give him some. I told him no again and again. He, at one point, stood up and blamed me and screamed that I was ruining his life and that I owed it to him. I called my husband, who rushed towards me to keep my son away. I know now I should have trusted my instincts. I cried a lot when I came home. I lost him forever. Additionally, I discovered during our conversation that he was the first one to find out that my husband was having an affair, and he asked his dad to buy him a new phone in exchange for not telling me. I lost